inches of rain. Plant City, about 3 inches. Venice saw 5.42, pretty good there. I think some areas in eastern Sarasota County picked up a little bit more than that. We don't have a ton of those rain buckets out there to get the official records, but still a lot of rainfall. And then Sarasota seen about 6 3/4 inches of rain through the day yesterday. We did see record rainfall in Orlando yesterday. Was that yesterday, Chris? That was yesterday. So midnight to midnight, 7.72 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. The wettest day since 1960. 4th on record. How about that? Whew. It's a lot of rain. And that wasn't the most across the state. Go figure, right? We saw much more than that in many places. In terms of Tampa International Airport, we've seen 11.5 inches of rain so far this month. That includes yesterday. On the year, we've tacked on 2.5 more inches than we've seen so far. So now we're almost a little bit more than 9.5, actually, about almost 10 inches in the surplus for the year. We talked about this earlier, guys. We're going to see this flooding. We got to be really careful as we head out and about, and I mean, not just for the reasons of the down power lines and other debris that's going to be out there, but also with that threat for flooding, especially in areas closer to some of our rivers and streams and canals. It doesn't take much to potentially knock you off your feet. About 6 inches could take just a foot or less to lift one of our vehicles up. You think you're going to be just fine. You've driven over the same road time and time again, and you think, oh, it'll be just fine. I can see where I'm going. I'm just going to the other side of this little flooded roadway. You don't know what's in there. In some cases, that road may not even be there. The water could wash it away. So just be careful. If you can't get around, just wait, all right? Or if you can get around, go around, take a different way, and certainly don't go around barricades, because we're going to have our emergency officials, our officials, state, county officials go out. They're going to be putting up barricades today, closing things off and saying, don't come this way. It's for your safety. It's for everyone's safety. And we'll let you, they'll let you get back in when it's safe to do so. And even the trucks, guys, we got to be careful. 18 to 24 inches of rain, or fast-moving water, can pick up some of our trucks and carry it down the road. So that's certainly a concern out there. Let me show you a couple of wind gusts that we're seeing still across the region this morning. These wind gusts will slowly come down. I don't think it's going to be like a light switch and then all of a sudden the sun's going to come up and we're going to be in the clear. This is a long duration event. Even though the worst is behind us, still some wind gusts up around 35 miles per hour in Brooksville, 41 in St. Pete. Sarasota's got wind gusts around 43 still. So here's what's happening there. As we start to see these winds shift from they were coming out of the north and east, now they're beginning to shift from the north, and ultimately they'll start to come in from the north and west. That will do two things. We're initially beginning to see the winds go down as Ian pulls away. But as these winds start to travel out over the Gulf of Mexico a little bit more before spinning around to hit us, that Gulf of Mexico has a lot less friction. So the wind isn't slowed down by the friction of the land. You think about everything that's on land. You got houses, trees, you have a little bit of terrain. That all acts to slow the wind down a little bit. As this wind goes out over the Gulf, it's just like sliding down on an ice rink or just something that doesn't have any friction at all. And so that's why these wind speeds will begin to increase a little bit. That's why St. Pete has wind gusts of around 41. Sarasota, see how it's more of that northwesterly wind, 43 in Sarasota. Brooksville, more of a northerly wind, so the wind gusts aren't as much, even though it's a little bit closer to the tropical storm right now. Meanwhile, actually, it's interesting, Orlando's wind gusts are even lower than what Sarasota and St. Pete are currently receiving. Cocoa Beach, however, on that eastern side, again, the eastern side is typically your stronger side of a tropical system, now 49 mile per hour wind gusts right now in Cocoa Beach. But also I mentioned how that change in the wind is going to do something. We will slowly begin to see that water return to our bay, some of our coast, right? That's an odd scene that we saw yesterday during the daylight before sunset. And that water will begin to return as those winds shift from the northeast to the north and west. But that northeasterly wind also did really something interesting in Clearwater Beach. This is the water temperatures. We've got some buoys in the Gulf of Mexico. And going into the storm, the Clearwater Beach water was around 84, 85 degrees. Many of you were out swimming in it. When that northeasterly wind was coming in yesterday, it was pushing the water away, right? It was pushing that water away from the coast. But as it was doing so, it was pushing the surface water away, allowing the water from below to rise up. So it's pushing it, and it tried to fill back in. So you have a little bit of this, it's called upwelling. Upwelling. Let me show you this. This was fascinating when I was looking at the data this morning. This is the water temperature at the buoy near Clearwater Beach. Yesterday at around, I think that was around 3 o'clock in the morning, it was around 84 degrees. So that was as things were slowly beginning to ramp up. It was around 84 degrees all day, most of the day yesterday and before. But then look, as Ian started to bring stronger and stronger wind gusts through yesterday, through noon, and then beyond into the evening, look how quickly that temperature dropped. To the point now we're at 74 degrees. It dropped about 10 degrees in about a 24-hour period. Isn't that crazy, Josh?
That's crazy.
So, and that's because it brought up the water from deeper?
So yeah, the upwelling with that.
Wow.
Yeah, and there are a couple of other things too. You have to consider some runoff from the rainwater that will cool it as well. Okay. But still, a significant cool down from that upwelling. We see that, and actually, it's interesting to see this when we get the satellite data. That'll be able to. The satellites are able to take the infrared temperature of the Gulf of Mexico. You will also see a similar thing with where Hurricane Ian traveled. Those strong winds right over the Gulf of Mexico did the same thing, did the upwelling, not only the upwelling and pulling up the cooler water from underneath, but also using that heat energy that was there to fuel the hurricane. You will see a cooler temperature path that will weave itself through the Gulf of Mexico exactly where Ian tracked. So we'll be able to plot that and show that to you as well.
That's such a jarring difference in temperature too. You're so used to Gulf being like bath water when it's 74 degrees is chilly.
Quick question for you, Grant. Sorry. So talking about the water that left the bay and when it's going to return, you said obviously when the wind direction shifts, that's when it'll start. Is that mostly it? That just the wind direction that has to shift to bring the water back in?
The wind direction and just the wind speed. Ultimately, the water will take over. You know, if the wind speeds are only around 5 to 10 miles per hour, the water is going to be able to come back, and it can battle up against those northerly, northeasterly 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. So as long as the winds will stay generally out of the north to northwest. We're not going to see a full southwesterly wind that would maybe push water up into the bay, but I think gradually we'll start to see that water return through the day. It may not get to normal levels until probably tomorrow when the wind speeds really begin to let up a little bit more. Yeah.
Which is pretty quick. Is it all kind of going to happen at once? Because we're talking about the Hillsborough River, the Tampa area saw that. You know, Liz is up in Wesley Chapel too, where they saw the same effects. I
don't think it's not going to be instant. It's not going to be like how we would see a tide, bring the water back like that. And then, our tides will play a part in it. Our tides are interesting. They're not consistent all along. We've got the way the bay comes in and it kind of funnels the water in, it funnels it out. You can really see it moving fast sometimes under the skyway. But then maybe a little bit different along the beaches. So I think it will be slow. I think it'll take several tide cycles. Obviously the tides will come in or bring it up and then it'll get lower again.
Well,
and then it'll come back up. Yeah.
Bottom line, the water is going to come back, which is why we're saying, and you see people who are going out
right off of Bayshore Boulevard, biking on.
That's why you don't do that, because eventually it's going to come back in, and you don't want to be out there when that happens.
Yeah. Well, there are some weird times where we'll get these. They're micro. What are they called? Meteo tsunamis. I think is that what they're called? Chris or Tyler, you guys heard those meteo tsunamis where you
Siches?
We'll get these odd things that happen out in the Gulf sometimes, where there'll be a gust of wind or a thunderstorm that produces a little bit of a wave that comes in. It almost it's like a tsunami. When you get a tsunami that pulls the water out at first,
right,
and then it does bring in that big rush, that big
huge
wave,
rush,
right? Sometimes that happens where you get a big thunderstorm out in the Gulf of Mexico and it produces this big wind gust and it produces this big wave, and it does the same thing where the water kind of goes out quickly and then it rides back in really fast. That's not going to happen here. We're not going to see it come back in really fast. It will be a lot more gradual.
Right, more gradual. But quickly in terms of tomorrow, we'll see a much different picture out there. in the next 24
Yeah,
hours.
let me try to run through this forecast. I know a lot of people are wanting to know how things are going to play out for the next several days. Let me get to that for you guys real quick. I know we spent a lot on the here and now and what we've seen, but it's important to look forward as well through it. So these were the peak wind gusts yesterday. We've gone over that a lot. A lot of those wind gusts in Sarasota County were in the low 80 mile per hour range. Some near 50 mile per hour wind gusts through the day today. Those forecast, like I mentioned, those wind speeds are going to gradually go down. They're not going to just all of a sudden shut off, but we'll start to see some wind gusts still in that 30 to 40 mile per hour range as we go into the afternoon. And again, I think the beaches are still going to be even breezier than that with that wind coming off of the Gulf. Still going to be breezy out there along the coast. So we'll see if we can get some things back open. It's going to take a little while for the power crews to be able to get back out there. But once they're able, once it's safe to do so, they're going to get out there. The water will slowly begin to return through tonight into the day tomorrow, and that wind will gradually relax as well. You see how those bluer hues are building in as we go through tomorrow morning. So, 15 mile per hour winds, wind gusts up around 15 to 20 miles per hour potentially tomorrow afternoon. Nothing that you're probably not going to notice it too much tomorrow. The rain will also begin to taper off later today. Not to say that we couldn't get a couple of sprinkles later this afternoon, but I do think we start to see that sunshine come back later today, which will be nice. And then into the day tomorrow, there is a small chance for a couple of isolated showers with that northwesterly flow coming in off the Gulf tomorrow in the heating of the day. So we might find a couple of spotty showers. I say heating of the day, but some cooler air coming in from the north. You'll definitely notice that when you step outside this morning. Many of us from I-4 North are waking up in the 60s this morning. Riverview, same with you, it's 66, but 63 in Crystal River and in Brooksville. A lot of 60s around the Bay Area this morning. So sort of a refreshing, if we can say that. I don't feel right saying refreshing after what we've seen with Ian, but still a little bit more welcome conditions, I guess we could say, moving in from the north. Current temperatures even in the panhandle of Florida now are in the 50s this morning. So all that fall air is starting to move in. Really dry air as well. Dew points are in the 40s in the panhandle. Dew points are actually in the 60s and 50s over the Nature Coast right now. So that drier air is moving in, so the humidity is not going to be as bad. Still breezy as we head throughout the day today. We'll see a small chance for a couple of showers here or there as we head through the next 12 hours. Temperatures will peak somewhere in the upper 70s and lower 80s this afternoon with those spotty showers. And I do think anytime we get those showers, we could get a couple of rain gusts as well. It's interesting, all of our chances of rain just dropped out of the forecast there. I swear we could have a chance of rain.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There you go. 7-day forecast, still cloudy, a little windy at times today, a couple of spotty showers, really at times. 77 for us, and then you see that chance of rain is slim to none.
When was the last time we had 0% on the
0% with highs in the 80s, no less. The last time I think we did have that little dry spell, was that last week, or drier spell? We had a couple of showers.
Time has merged together.
But it was mid-90s, right?
Yeah.
It was sunny, humid, with a low chance of rain. Regardless, though, weather forecast looks pretty good for us going into the future, guys.
And it was noticeable, at least a few hours ago when I kind of peeked my head out, that cooler air out there. It was kind of surprising considering the time of year and how muggy it was during the storm. And all right, thank you, Grant, for that. I want to go to Jabari Thomas now in our makeshift newsroom down the hall from us here. He's monitoring what we're seeing on social media. Jabari.
Yeah, good morning, y'all. I hope you guys are definitely staying safe out there. One of the big resources that we go to is social media, because this is a place where people can, send their own experiences from Hurricane Ian. I want you guys to check this video out that came in, though, of this house in Naples. It's literally floating down the street right here. This was sent in on a Twitter account. So, yeah, these, water is so powerful. You look at it on TV and you look at it from a distance, but really in real life, it's very powerful enough to move this entire house down the street with air conditioning on top and everything. And, we were talking earlier about flooded waters. Check out this right here. 10 Tampa Bay's Miguel sent this in via Twitter. Isolated driveways and roads flooded. He says it's very easy to drive into pitch black in Sarasota. This is on Fruitville Road, and indeed, because I was coming in this morning here, and a lot of powers are out. It's dark. It's really dark out there, and you don't know what is in that water, first of all, and what's on the road out there. Check out this video right here that a storm chaser caught. It's basically, he took this time lapse of a storm surge here in Fort Myers. He says he's been capturing video from this webcam in Fort Myers all day, and he put it into a time lapse of this storm surge rushing in. You see waters coming in basically like from all different directions. And even though that this is sped up, in real life, I'm sure this went by super, super fast. And yeah, it's pretty powerful. There was even one moment in this video, I don't know if it will show, but one of the light poles fell off into the water. But quickly, this rose quite high. Yeah, over the roads completely, over people's yards. This is just amazing. And this really shows you guys how storm surge happens and how quickly it happens and what happens. And you see somebody is walking out in there for some reason. You're not supposed to do that. Don't do that, because you don't know what's in here. There are snakes, y'all. There are alligators. There could be sharks. There are all kind of things in here, sharp objects from, no telling where. And I want to leave you guys on this note right here. Check out this. Somebody sent this in from Twitter, said, my boyfriend saving a cat from floodwaters near Bonita Beach here. And and you see the water right behind this guy. You see that? Like, it's just rushing in, the surge. And this guy risked his life to save this cat off of this thing right here. And again, this could also be dangerous, right? Because the thing could be electrical and you have all of this water.
But
so,
your dog's your baby. Cat's your baby.
Well, yes, but
Yeah.
Not
gosh, the
smart,
fact that they
but
were still
I don't
there,
blame
though.
him.
Yeah.
we did
I
hear
don't
a
blame
collective
him.
awe from the other room here, so we appreciate at least
Boyfriend to the rescue
Yeah.
there, right?
Indeed, that's important. And
my
I hope you
goodness.
guys stay safe out there. If you guys need any more information, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, 10tampabay.com. You can download our free app where you can also stream us on the website and the 10 Tampa Bay app. And also there's a Near Me section, guys, if you want to share your own experiences.
Safely.
Yes, safely, please. Don't go out and do nothing crazy.
Right.
All right? We want everybody to be safe this morning.
Right, from a safe spot for
Thank
sure.
you for that. Yeah, we appreciate the cat video, because admittedly a lot of the video coming out of that
Oh,
area
it's just so awful.
is
Yeah,
awful to
it's
see.
just awful to see. And obviously that area devastated too. But if you're a pet owner, those are they're part of the family.
You would risk life and limb to save them. Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to go. Miguel is updating us out of Sarasota. He's been down there throughout the storm, and they're again seeing so much water in that
was
area.
better.
Cars submerged there in the water.
Hey, good morning. We're here in Sarasota. We've been telling you to stay off the roads all morning long, and this here is a clear example of why a car submerged underwater on this flooded road. This is about a mile south of Fruitville Road, west of I-75. It is very easy for drivers just to drive through this flooded water if they're not paying attention in pitch black. And the water right now, I don't want to get in too deep because you don't know what's in the water. There could be snakes, there could even be gators, whatever kind of objects also underneath this water. So I'm not going to go too deep, but you can see just how deep it is here. It can reach potentially above my knee here if I go further down to water here. We just don't know how deep it is, but these are some of the hazardous conditions we are dealing with in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian here, on top of down power lines, on top of down trees, on top of all sorts of objects falling off of homes, falling off of buildings on the roads right now. On top of this, there's really no power. And if you're in any sort of troubling situation, it may be difficult for first responders to reach you right away. They have other concerns they're dealing with right now that may need to take more priority. So please stay off the roads. Let us be your set of eyes. We've been seeing way too many drivers out on the road at the moment, and you can really be put in hazardous conditions like being put in these flooded waters at the moment. Let us be your set of eyes, and we'll keep you posted as much as we can. In Sarasota, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right. Miguel and 10 Tampa Bay photojournalist Adam Vance down there, and he mentioned too, we were reading his tweet from earlier, how it's so dark down there too, because
Right, a lot of the
obviously the
power's
power is
out.
out, and which makes it that much more dangerous if you're trying to travel in that area.
Right. Now we were talking over here too. We'll try to get some more information for you. You and I were just talking about convenience stores. I saw.
Yeah, what is going to be open today?
What is going to be open today? Obviously, everybody's saying stay off the roads. I was just looking because we're going to speak with Sheriff Chronister coming up here. I was looking at Hillsborough County's the sheriff's office Twitter, and they're saying the same thing, heeding the same warnings that everybody else is. Please, to stay off the roadways if you can today. But we will try to see if you're in a desperate situation what is available. We're looking into that
as soon as it's safe to go
Yeah.
out. Top of the hour here, so we want to welcome you in if you're just joining us. Josh Sidorowitz alongside Caitlin Lockerbie guiding you through now after the storm has passed.
Yeah, getting some perspective here.
And seeing, what this storm has left behind. We're getting all kinds of new video in here like this that we want to show you right now. Obviously, the bulk of the damage and devastation is concentrated down south to our friends and family in Naples and Fort Myers. This is an example of that we wanted to show you. We have our affiliate station.
Yeah, CBS there. This is Wink, where they were trapped. They were without power, the crews stuck inside their studio there. Just take a look
And the water
at
up
the
to the
studio. This is
cameras.
inside. You've got the cameras there, you've got the desks, all of their equipment submerged in water after flooding rushed into their studios there. We were seeing updates from their reporters, their meteorologists too, who were showing the parking lot, all their cars submerged.
Yeah, this is eerie. So as he walks here, you'll see the glass door and the water that is up to about the middle section of that door. And mind you, they had flood walls, and you'll see the flood walls. But look at it; it passed over the flood wall, and there. I mean, goodness.
That was their parking lot. There's satellite equipment outside, and our thoughts and prayers are with them this morning. They're working so hard, doing a public service to keep the people of their community informed, and they were doing everything that they possibly could. I was watching some of their meteorologists trying to update people on social media, because their equipment was all down.
Yeah,
they had no power, so they were trying to keep people informed as best they could.
Well, and when we talk about people ask why are we where we're at and why we evacuated. Our main studios are in St. Petersburg in evacuation zone A. We didn't want to risk being knocked off the air, not being able to continue to cover this. So that's why we moved
Or
inland.
being stuck. Yeah, we had the flood walls up there too.
And we did. Yeah. And that's why, because that is the real risk that you run. The other big story, of course, here this morning, aside from the damage, is all of the power outages that we're seeing. So I want to give you a power check here at the top of the hour. More than 1 million people across Tampa Bay, more than 1 million customers, and this is an important distinction that Grant keeps bringing up because it's obviously more than 1 million people without power here across the Bay. This is a look at Pinellas County.
Yeah, kind of a breakdown here. It actually looked a little bit better for Duke Energy. Was seeing, I think that was 185, number 180 something earlier this morning around 3 o'clock. It was 185, yeah.
Okay.
215,000 were in the dark around 3 this morning. So you'll see those numbers fluctuate.
And this is TECO here. So
Yeah.
now giving you Hillsborough County, that's 290,000 reported outages between, and then into Polk County as well, and up into Pasco area there, you can see.
Yeah, which is worse than earlier this morning. They were at 282 around 3 o'clock this morning. And Grant said earlier, we are seeing still those gusts of winds in some areas, and what we keep warning you about is the saturation that's happened with all the water that we've seen. Trees so easily uprooted at this point with a quick gust of wind. So 1 million
From
FPL.
Florida Power and Light, which obviously we've been saying the bulk of that is in their southern service area there, Manatee County south, where really they were battered by Ian there.
Right. And of course, we anticipated this. We expected these power outages. We have linemen from across the country, across the surrounding states, ready to go
deploy.
to help.
We mentioned up north, Hernando into Citrus with Lacucci Power reporting several thousand outages there. Pasco County, I think that was about 12,000 in Pasco on the with Lacucci Power Company. And yeah, to Caitlin's point, all of these power companies have brought in line workers from out of state, have staged them in areas, and once the authorities, we're going to talk to Sheriff Chad Chronister in Hillsborough as soon as we can here in just a moment, but once they can go out, assess that it is safe to pass on these roads, clear out any debris, at least immediately that they can, so that these workers can go out, and once some of these wind gusts die down.
Right, but that's the thing too. It's their safety as well. And we talked to Chris Rogers a little while ago, who's in Largo this morning by a down power line there at an intersection. Deputies surrounding that to keep people away.
And he said people were almost one
Almost
person
about to drive over.
over it,
Yeah,
and the
a live
deputies
power
were
line.
yelling and trying to stop them and turn them around. Drove around the barricade, I think he said, which
Not what you want to do, guys. Come on.
it's just it's an inconvenience, but they're not out there just to.
Not out there to inconvenience you, yeah, I guarantee that. Speaking of, Sheriff Chad Chronister is joining us this morning, Hillsborough County Sheriff. Sheriff Chronister, thank you so much for joining us. You've been so generous with your time as we've waited this storm, throughout the storm, and now as we kind of wait to see the aftermath today, that sunlight's going to give us a whole lot more perspective.
Well, yeah, so Sheriff, you were here yesterday. We talked to you about all of the preparations. All right, now we put the plan into motion. What is it looking like for you and your deputies here this morning?
Good morning, Caitlin. Good morning, Josh. Yeah, this is just as much a heavy lift as it was trying to evacuate people and get people into the shelter. And I tell you what, I'm going to continue to say how proud I am for our community and the way they prepared and the way they responded. Even as that window closed last night, around 4 or 5, we had another 1,000 people rush into the shelters. But yeah, today's a heavy lift. We had 350 weather-related calls for service. I did have to suspend service close to 8 p.m. and make the deputies come back until about 4 a.m. But again, this is when it's going to get busy for us, and this is when a lot of residents will want to come back to their evacuated areas. And I can tell you, I'm out here driving around now, and there's a lot of areas without power. We have almost 300,000 people without power. There's a lot of downed trees. We did have a great rest night before the storm really got bad. We had a gentleman who was out clearing some debris around a tree, and the tree actually fell on him.
Oh.
Our deputies went out there and cut the tree off of him, and we rushed him to the hospital, and he's going to be just fine.
Oh, good. Thank God. Now, I also saw on your social media pages, Twitter, helping an elderly woman here, too, kind of in the midst of this storm. She was worried about her own home. You guys were trying to get out and about as much as you could. Of course, when it became too dangerous to be on the roadways and too dangerous to help, that's when you guys have to heed your own warnings. But tell us a little bit about what you were seeing during the storm in terms of response.
And I'm sure today it's going to get busy. Once daylight comes and we'll be out, our main focus then is to make sure we search and rescue, make sure that we don't have anyone trapped inside their home. We'll help with that. Make sure that the road and the debris is clear. There's a ton of trees down. As I drove through South Tampa and came up to Ybor City, the headquarters, there's a lot of down trees, and we're not out of the woods yet. I think we still have some low-lying areas with some flooding. But I have to tell you what, as the conversation shifted from Monday till now, we are so fortunate, so blessed. And I talked to my fellow sheriffs down in Lee County and Charlotte County where the storm came and onshore, and it's total catastrophic loss and devastation. And my heart and prayers go out to them.
I know that you all were prepared for the worst case scenario, which was that, and luckily we don't have to deal with that here. But yeah, exactly, our hearts go out to them. Sheriff, I got to ask, and I know people are watching, they're getting up this morning, people are getting antsy. When can we go out? You guys have a process for assessing and making sure things are clear before you're going to advise that people can get back out on the roadways. But I mean, is it even possible to give people at home a timeline of when they might be able to start moving about again safely?
Great question. Thanks for bringing that up. There's no reason to go out right now. I mean, there's nothing open. The school's closed, courthouse is closed. There's no reason to be on the roadways right now. And if you stay off the roadways, that gives us time. We can actually be more expeditious. And whatever down power lines we have, down trees, if you don't have to fight with traffic or people who just want to go out because their curiosity is getting the best of them, that does nothing but slow us down. To answer your question, we will get you an answer as quick as possible. As soon as daylight comes and we can assess the damage, we'll talk to the county administrator, and we certainly will get that information back to you when we feel it's safe. Hey, everyone, we can start opening up. We can start getting back to our new normal starting today.
Yeah, Sheriff Chronister, thank you so much. I know you guys have been working around the clock, you in particular too, but putting it in perspective, it's just after 6 o'clock in the morning, so the day is just beginning.
Got a long day
day ahead of assessment. We really appreciate your time. I know you've got a lot of work ahead for you, and thank you for your efforts, and thank you for your whole team. We really appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. You guys have been great. I know you're just as tireless in your efforts in helping us with the message and helping keep our community so well informed. Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you. Caffeine and adrenaline, right?
It'll get you through, yeah. And
concern for others.
Sheriff Chad Cronister with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, thank you for that. We are running on coffee and adrenaline here this morning.
We sure are.
I'm seeing this here from Polk Fire Rescue. Aaron Parsegian just sent this in, saying that they are starting to see incidents of carbon monoxide poisoning emerging, and we talk about how dangerous generators are if you're running with so many power outages right now. People are running generators, and how critical it is that you don't run those inside, that you have them in a well ventilated location away from your doors and windows. So we're going to try and get more information on that.
All right. Well, let's get over to Tyler Moore. He's standing by with an updated forecast for us as we track the outages as well. We're still seeing those gusts, Tyler, which is going to impact the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers are actually still growing for the state of Florida in general. It's growing by a couple thousand here, it seems like, every 30 minutes to an hour or so. But this goes right along those lines with that generator, too. You don't want to fire it up inside your home. Also, do not fire it up inside your garage. You got to do it outside in a safe space where it's well ventilated, please. So take those precautions, as unfortunately there always seems to be some unfortunate deaths after the storm even passes due to improper use there. But here are some of the latest numbers coming in right now for some of those power outages. You can see statewide we're about 2.5 million people. You can break it down county by county. You can see Sarasota is up there at 225,000. Leading the way by a good bit with over 400,000 people without power, and a good fair amount too for Hillsborough and Pinellas County. So widespread power outages, they're still out there right now. We know those crews are going to go hard to work once they get the chance to get outside, but I really want to put this in perspective. Here is the rough estimate of power outages, right? We have about 2.5 million across the entire state of Florida. The entire population of North Dakota, Alaska, and Vermont combined, everyone who lives in those three states totals right around 2 million people. So we have more power outages across Florida right now than in those three states, their entire population. That really just puts into perspective how many people are being impacted by those power outages with Hurricane Ian, now Tropical Storm Ian. If you were with us the last several months, maybe this is your first hurricane season, you might have thought, this is a piece of cake, right? We haven't seen much all season long. In fact, by the end of August, we haven't seen a hurricane by the end of August. We had only 3 named tropical storms, and most of those were earlier in the season. No hurricanes, no major hurricanes. Things have rapidly changed as we enter September, the peak of hurricane season. We added 6 named storms, but notice 4 hurricanes and 2 major hurricanes. That puts us back on track, or at least right near an average season to date. Hopefully, the rest of the season will be quieter, but things quickly ramped up as we entered the month of September. Here's some of those wind gusts that we saw yesterday. We talk about those power outages. These go hand in hand. Look at some of these numbers. Some of the top locations in red towards Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, over 135 to 140 miles per hour is the peak wind speeds, even up through Sarasota, close to 85, maybe even some 90 mile per hour wind speeds there. Even inland towards the Sebring area, close to 80 miles per hour. As we head further north, once as you get north of I-4, the wind speeds weren't as significant. Still, 50 mile per hour wind speeds will still take down some power outages up towards Brooksville and Lando Lakes. But you can see Tampa and St. Petersburg both pretty close together in the mid to upper 70s for those miles per hour wind speed. And the Ruskin area about 85 miles per hour. So wind speeds, they were up there in hurricane force across most of the area. Here's another map of some of those wind speeds from yesterday. Again, mainly the southern half of the area really seeing the strongest wind speeds. You can see all the way up towards Crystal River, those winds generally stayed less than 30 miles per hour, but a significant shift in those winds as you head just further down to the south where that eye wall was located with this storm. And now we're seeing those wind speeds even into this morning, gusting close to about 50 miles per hour. Nothing as significant as what we saw yesterday, as now it's a tropical storm. But these wind speeds here, these peak wind speeds for today, still enough, again, to add to those power outage totals. We still have rain falling in some areas. That's only saturating the ground more. That allows some of those power outages to fall more easily as some of those tree branches and trees themselves continue to topple over. So here's the latest advisory again, and this coming in this morning. Tropical Storm Ian now. That is great news after making landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. It weakened throughout the overnight hours down to a tropical storm with wind speeds at 65 miles per hour. It's not expected to weaken much more than that because you can notice the center of the storm right here is over towards the Daytona Beach area and actually towards the Space Center there, and it's going to track out back over the Atlantic. So it's going to be back over water here shortly, and the waters are warm over here on the other side of Florida as well. That could keep it strengthening once again, potentially maybe gaining a couple miles per hour. But here's the latest cone, again taking it north out over the Atlantic and then curving back towards South Carolina. They have wind speeds increasing about 5 miles per hour by late Friday into the weekend, going to bring some heavy rainfall. I would not be surprised if this does regain strength just enough to be back to a Category 1 hurricane. It's something we'll have to watch for some of the South Carolina coastline, and then it works its way up towards the mountains of North Carolina as it continues to weaken, and then finally we will be done with Ian. Here's some of those flood watches and warnings. The flood watches have now expired across our area. We do still have some flood warnings. You're going to see all these green shaded boxes right here, all lining up across our area. Those are all some of those rivers that are at or above flood stage, and these are going to stay with us the next couple of days. We're going to see these boxes likely hold throughout this weekend into the beginning of next week, as it's just going to take time for some of those waters to recede. But you can see we do have some flash flood warnings for some portions of Lakeland area just outside of I-4 there as you head towards the Orlando area. But there's the storm system right there. The center of the storm, again, going to start to push back over water here shortly. I want to bring in meteorologist Grant Gilmore to talk about some of these rainfall totals. And you saw some interesting trends, too, not only with the rainfall totals, but water temperatures.
Yeah, the water temperatures on Clearwater Beach, you know, you go in the summertime and temperatures, those water temps get up around 90 degrees, and it's like bath water out there. But we've got all the rain that we've had out there. The rain totals have been, I mean, impressive, right, to say the least. And the rainfall totals there, I mean, around 16, estimated around 17 inches of rain. So we'll see what the actual numbers are. These are radar estimated. So these radar estimated rainfall totals may not actually verify for what's actually observed. But what we're going to find is that all this rainwater is going to come in, and we're going to see blue skies, sunny skies, and we're going to be able to get out there. We're going to start cleaning up. We're going to get the power back on, and we're going to continue to see our river levels rise. And we're already seeing some of these river levels rise significantly to the point to where they've never been before. So if you're saying, oh, the river's never come up this high, I'm not worried about it. Well, when you start dealing with rainfall that you've never seen before, and then you put that into the fact that we already had relatively saturated ground, that water is going to come up, and these rivers are going to potentially get higher than they've ever risen before, or at least since we've been able to record them. Radar, or rather actual observed rainfall totals from yesterday, we saw nearly 6 3/4 inches of rain in Sarasota. We saw about 5 1/2, a little less than that, in Venice. Tampa International Airport, the ASOS station, that automated surface observation station that has all the weather instruments lined up on it, lost power, went down. So we'll have to see if this is the actual number that it came out with yesterday, but still, you see, I mean, it kind of verifies when you look like up the road. Plant City saw about 3 inches of rain. St. Pete Albert Whitted Airport recording about 3.28 inches of rain. So that 2.13, we're looking to get information from the National Weather Service about this to see if that was maybe a backup site was used to be kind of that redundancy for when you lose power. But still, 2.13 is what the number is showing up for yesterday there in Tampa. Wind speeds, so we're starting to see those wind speeds shift for us here in Tampa Bay. The wind's not so much out of the north and east. It was that northeasterly wind that was pushing all that water out of the bay yesterday. But we're still finding some wind gusts up around 37 miles per hour, 39 mile per hour wind gusts in Sarasota. You're probably saying, well, wait a minute. Sarasota is farther away from the storm than St. Pete is. Farther away from the storm than certainly Cocoa Beach is. Why are those wind speeds increasing? Why are they higher in Sarasota? Well, it has to do with the direction of that wind, right? So as the wind comes in out over the Gulf, it's actually able to travel unobscured, at least relatively, with that less friction over the Gulf of Mexico, so it's able to travel faster than the wind that's now being pulled up from the south and then up into the southeast. So we're getting some gustier conditions as those winds begin to shift to the north, more to the northwest, then we could start to see those winds increase once again. Sustained winds there, 26 to 24 miles per hour from Sarasota to St. Pete right now. Brooksville around 22 miles per hour with those wind gusts approaching 40 miles per hour. Meanwhile, DeLand, 46 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, a tropical storm at this point, so we're just not going to see those huge wind gusts like we did obviously yesterday, where some places down toward Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, I saw wind gusts in the triple digits. Fort Myers had 140 mile per hour wind gusts yesterday afternoon. Interesting thing that Tyler just brought up that we were monitoring as well, those ocean temperatures are something that we keep a close eye on. We like to go to the beach and know what the temperature is going to be like. Notice the one that sticks out a little bit here, 75 degrees at Clearwater Beach. Yesterday morning, early yesterday morning, the water temperature was around 84 degrees. So we started to see that northeasterly wind. That northeasterly wind was coming in and it was turning up the water. Even though it was pushing the water away, it was also mixing it up. You saw the surf in some of the pictures that we showed you. Quite a bit of surf out there. And the water temperature really dropped off quickly. Look how quickly that cooled off. So cooler water from underneath was being pulled up as the warmer water is being pushed out and it was churning. Think about a washing machine as it churns. All that ocean was churning, so that warm water that was sitting at the top. Also, another thing, warm water or warm temperatures is less dense, so all that warmth rises up when it's nice and calm. But then when you start churning it up and mixing it up, like you mix up your orange juice in the morning, you get everything to mix together. The same thing happened in the ocean yesterday. So that cooler water was pulled up to the top, the warm water mixed around, so now here you have a 74-degree Gulf of Mexico right off the coast of Clearwater. Just an interesting thing, kind of no impact unless you're going out and dipping your toes in the water, which you shouldn't be doing, obviously, right now. But no impact, but just an interesting marine phenomenon, I guess we could say. I almost said meteorological. I guess it's kind of where the two worlds meet there. Wind speeds, though, that's the big question. When do the wind speeds begin to calm down? When can we get the power crews out to get our power on? It's going to take a little while. This wind speed is going to gradually come down. Clearwater Beach actually reporting 43 mile per hour wind gusts right now with a 29 mile per hour sustained wind with that northwesterly heading of those winds. Still finding frostproof with some wind gusts around 28 miles per hour. The forecast, okay, this is taking you into this afternoon. I think we're still pretty gusty out there. Potential for some wind gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour at times. We'll see sustained winds along the coast, potentially around 30 miles per hour. We'll have to see if we can open the Skyway Bridge up later today. It's going to be tough to do that with those sustained winds still up around 30. That's at the surface. Remember, the Skyway is up there a little bit. So at the top of the Skyway, which is where they measure, doesn't matter what the wind is on the ground. It matters what the wind is at the top of the Skyway. So 40 miles per hour is where they'll make the decision to close it. If it drops below that, and it looks like it will stay below that, then they'll go out and make sure the bridge is good to go, safe for traffic again, and then they'll open it back up. So this is through this afternoon into this evening. We start to see those wind speeds die down a little bit more, just looking at the color contours. Notice how they're still a little bit more into those yellows and almost oranges in northern part of the Nature Coast into this evening, into the overnight. So it will take a while. Slowly we'll see everything wind down. Tomorrow's going to be much different. I think tomorrow's going to be a lot better. A lot less wind speeds between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Those occasional gusts could get up there to around 20 miles per hour at times tomorrow. And then continuing as we go into Friday evening, I think, again, it's going to be a lot calmer. Rainfall is going to begin to taper off as well this afternoon into this evening. We'll start to see a couple of peaks of sunshine. I do think we see blue skies today. So if you're able to get outside and be safe outside, take some pictures of that blue sky. We want to see that too. That's going to help bring some smiles and some comfort back to our lives as the system clears up to the north and east. Temperatures today will likely only be in the upper 70s and lower 80s, so it will be a cooler day today despite some of that sunshine coming through later on today. Tomorrow, about the same thing. It looks like we may see a 20% chance for a couple of isolated showers out there tomorrow afternoon, so that'll be something to keep an eye on too. But one thing that we've noticed here when we've stepped outside, we woke up for our shift early this morning, and I say woke up, that's assuming we got sleep, right? don't want to oversell it here. That's assuming we did in fact wake up. But we stepped outside early this morning before we got back on TV. And temperatures are much cooler this morning, 64 in Wesley Chapel, 68 degrees in St. Pete right now. Mid 60s, that's actually up. Crystal River, you were down to 61 degrees earlier on this morning, but still finding a lot of 60s across the region this morning. So that'll be a nice welcome change, all because of that, well, tropical storm Ian. Now tracking to the north, but the weather all flows around it, right? You can see how those wind streams are all either feeding into it, high pressure over the Midwestern and Great Lakes states, pushing some of that cooler air to the south this morning, finding 50s all the way into Atlanta, 40s in Birmingham this morning. So a chilly start for many across the southeast this morning, and a dry start as well. Those dew points, which shows you that moisture content in the atmosphere. Still all that tropical moisture through the majority of the Florida peninsula, but some drier air beginning to sneak into the Panhandle and portions of the Nature Coast this morning. Now 42-degree dew point in Pensacola this morning, so dry stuff out there. Next 12 hours, focus on 1 hour at a time, right? We just got to take it one day, 1 hour at a time. We're still in it today, so we're still seeing those gusty conditions. We're still going to see some chances of rain here and there. At 10, 20, 30% chance of rain at times. Temperatures will be in the middle, maybe upper 70s to low 80s, depending on if we get that sunshine. But notice those wind gusts still up there around 30 miles per hour, persisting through the first half of the day and then beginning to dissipate, at least slowly, this afternoon. We'll have to, that's not the right 7-day forecast. Let me advance past that one. This is the correct 7-day forecast. That was an old one. 50% chance for rain. That's mainly through the first half of the day. More of that rain clears out this afternoon. And then we're looking at a lot of sunshine. We start to get temperatures back into the mid 80s, but notice your normal high temperature is 89 degrees. I say normal, but I kind of feel like normal is past tense at this point. Yeah, nothing feels normal anymore. So it's going to take a while to kind of get our footing, get our bearings, and try to walk in a straight line. But at least the weather. I mean, sometimes you get these storms that come in, these huge hurricanes, and you're dealt with just searing conditions afterwards.
Right.
90-degree heat.
Right.
Awful humidity.
Yeah,
So
it's a total 180. Yeah.
If you try to find, the silver
Any
lining
kind of
with
silver
a lot
lining,
of this,
I know.
I think we can be at least grateful for that. I know. Look, Mother Nature and I are not friends right now. I'm not trying to throw Mother Nature a bone, but at least I can appreciate the fact that the humidity is going to be a little bit lower and the temperature is going to be a little bit lower too.
Right, and today, as you've said, and we've heard from emergency officials too, it's going to be a day of assessment, a day of perspective too. We're going to find out so much more about the wrath of this storm and the aftermath. So, those conditions making it just a little bit more bearable to see what's going on
and
out
into
there.
the weekend too, when a lot of us are going to have to be out cleaning up and getting back. Yeah. Want to go now to 10 Tampa Bay reporter Liz Crawford.
She's in Wesley Chapel. And Liz, is that a tree down by you?
Yeah, we said, Liz, the storm is over, but the threat and the dangers are still very much happening and real. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I ventured outside to the kind of front of the house that we're staying at in this neighborhood in Wesley Chapel. And sure enough, you don't have to walk far, but there's debris, branches, tree limbs all over the place. I went out there. We don't have any lights out there, so I'm not even going to bother bringing you there. But even bigger limbs I haven't seen. Now, we haven't gotten in the car yet. Not quite safe enough to do that. I don't know if there's trees down as I make my way out, but certainly a lot of limbs. And then in the back of the house, I showed you that an hour ago, we did have some trees down. And, it's what the governor was saying yesterday, and it's what the emergency manager here in Pasco County is saying, that so many of the fatalities and there are so many dangers that happen indirectly from the storm. So that, of course, is the post-storm dangers, the aftermath. As people start to wake up, we're all antsy and you want to come outside. And you can see just by getting out here. If you're in your car and you don't have visibility or it's pitch black because there's no power in the neighborhood, no doubt it is still dangerous. And just hours ago, the Pasco County Emergency Director put out a video that said, this is what we're waking up to, and a couple reminders for people. And essentially it was, please don't go out if you don't have to. Make sure that you at least wait until the sun is up so you can see where you're going. And again, that reminder that so many things happen The fatalities, more fatalities happen indirectly from a storm. So it's a good reminder. And you know, you're antsy, you're eager to start cleaning up your property. Maybe you're not at your property. You are antsy to get home and see it. But again, we're going to sound like broken records again, because day 2 is a little bit harder, because yesterday you're waiting, you're preparing, and now we're fatigued, we are irritated, and everything else. You know, mixed emotions on day 2 for sure, because we know that in so many places it is so much worse than some down limbs and loss of power. I will tell you guys, conditions wise, and I've been saying this now since 3 o'clock this morning. 3 o'clock this morning, gusty winds, no doubt, in Wesley Chapel. Then we had some kind of that spotty rain. And I thought that it felt pretty peaceful, but now standing out here for about 30 minutes, still kind of windy, still gusty, not quite as bad as a couple hours ago. So I don't know, you know, if this is just the bands of the storm, is this Ian just working its way out of here? But that's kind of just standing here. But if you're just waking up and you're looking to get outside, or if you open your door, what's most noticeable? It's chilly. I mean, this is not Florida in September. So, I mean, I have on layers, and I've had to kind of get used to it because it's kind of chilly, obviously windy out here. And I've just found it's just kind of breezy and chilly. So that's something, you know, a lot of times on day 2 after a storm, the humidity is here. That definitely still chilly, breezy, not what we expect here in Florida. So it is cold, still windy, and very sloppy in this neighborhood. Haven't seen anybody out whatsoever. Of course, it's only 6:30 in the morning or so. Did see one car. It was a power crew that drove by. So, you know, as our first responders, our sheriff's deputies start to get on the road, they're going to be the ones that assess, okay, is this safe? Is it not? They're going to start targeting those dangerous areas. And then another reason to stay home, here comes some of that wind. Another reason to stay home is let the power crews get out there and do what they need to do. Because the faster that we can all get, you know, at least with the lights back on and back to our daily routines in our homes, the quicker that's going to help our entire communities. So again, Pasco County putting out a reminder just in the last couple of hours that as you wake up to the aftermath, just to keep in mind that so many of those dangers will persist today and into tomorrow. And it's even things, I mean, we hear about this like up north when they're doing like the snow shoveling, kind of the same idea. You start doing all that manual labor, you're not used to it, you're picking things up, you're climbing on things. A lot of things can happen, and the last thing you want to do is have to call 911 now when we're already strained. There's already high demand. So if you can sit it out several more hours and get through, you know, today, there will be time to clean up. We're all going to get through this one day at a time. So again, before I send it back to you guys, if you're just joining us, good morning from Wesley Chapel here in Pasco County. The last 24 hours, I've been everywhere from the emergency headquarters in Newport Richey to Hudson Beach, where we saw the Gulf of Mexico sucked away by Hurricane Ian, and we're going to start to venture out. We know that this county has a flooding problem. So yesterday, emergency responders said we are preparing for a flood event in the coming days. Will it happen today? It could. Will it happen Friday? Maybe. Saturday? So that's the theme in a county this large. You see different things in different pockets. So even if you're not flooded today, could it happen tomorrow or Saturday? You know, you'll want to be on the lookout. We are going to go out and start to see what we can find. But there are power outages. And this is what's remarkable in this neighborhood that I am in. Power lines are underground. We have not lost power here at this neighborhood in Wesley Chapel, and there is still a lot of damage, or at least a lot of debris. It's sloppy, it's messy, there's trees down in the backyard, and we didn't lose power. So when I start seeing what some of my colleagues are covering in other parts of the region, you know, it's no wonder that so many of us are without power. So again, Emergency responders want you to be careful, continue to look out for one another, start checking in with people, and also realize that we're all of our batteries are starting to get low. And if if you've been without power now 7, 8, more than that hours, your cell phone might be dying on you, that kind of thing. So check in with folks now, let them know I might lose the cell phone here, but I'm okay, or whatever the case may be. Sun's going to be up soon. And I got a feeling it's going to feel good when we see it, because it's been a dark couple of hours, a dark 24 hours for our state. Guys, in Wesley Chapel, Liz Crawford, 10 Tampa Bay.
Can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. You do such a good job of bringing the human element here. And I heard you say, too, that you saw some power crews out there. I know that's going to be encouraging to some people waking up in the dark this morning, maybe live streaming us or waiting for more updates. But you are seeing power crews in the area.
I did. And, I'm so glad that you bring it up. I am not around anyone right now. My goal here is once we, hopefully in the next 30 minutes, we'll feel comfortable enough to get out on those roads. But if you guys talk to officials before I do, my question, and kind of what you're saying, Caitlin, and I think people at home are going to wonder this, when will those power crews start getting to work? Are they already working? So much of what we were seeing last night and overnight was power crews were called off. It's too dangerous. The winds are too gusty. So of course, the question for so many of us now is, well, are they back to work yet? And of course, we want timelines. I know we got to be patient, but still worth asking, are they at least getting, deployed across the region? And then we know how they do those priorities. They have a system. They are built for this. So we know it's coming. But we also know that for some of us, it probably could be several days. So at least if we can start to gauge that. But yeah, here in this little neighborhood, it's a gated community. Sure enough, I saw a power truck driving by. So that at least tells me that here in Wesley Chapel, they're out. They're starting to go find whatever it is that they need to do to put the lights back on for people who are, currently watching us on the cell phone and
Right.
the portable battery or whatever the case may be.
Grant was saying earlier, we're finding these silver linings in the aftermath of this storm, and you were saying it's a little chilly out there, especially for us Floridians who are used to the heat and humidity in the month of September. So maybe a little silver lining there too, that if you are without power, obviously then without AC, not quite as bad as it could be.
No, and Liz saying that luckily you still have
Absolutely.
it, so you take
Crack those windows if you can. If it's safe, crack those windows.
Yeah.
take the small victories where you can.
Well,
right, in
we're
these
going to have to
next
find them all over the place
few
today.
days. Liz Crawford,
Yeah.
always appreciate it, live in Wesley Chapel for us. And I wanted to show you too, because Liz had referenced those tweets from the Pasco Sheriff's Office. We've been talking about how all these sheriff's offices, they've got deputies out there assessing the damage. That's why they don't want you on the roads. But if you're up in Pasco County, you can actually follow along. They're tweeting out videos like this with deputies who are not only explaining what they're seeing, they're showing you what they're seeing and sort of giving you a visual of why they don't want you out there because of whether it's down trees, down lines, other things in
Right.
the road. At Pasco Sheriff, if you live up in that area and you want to see what they're seeing firsthand here first thing this morning.
And truly, so all the more reason just to stay home, because people are doing it. The people on the front lines doing this for you, giving you an assessment, a little look at our communities across Florida, how they're looking up and down throughout the Bay Area and south of us as well, where there was so much devastation. This morning, I believe we're going to get to Frank now. Is Frank standing by?
He's got 3 things for you to know here as we hit the bottom of the hour.
There
Frank.
he is, our Frank Wiley, keeping us in the know.
Absolutely, guys. Hanging out here on Twitter. In fact, just scrolling through. And this is from Polk Fire Rescue, but really, it's a warning for anybody and everybody out there. I want to read this to you right here, verbatim, right? Because I want you to keep this in mind as people are dealing with power outages and thinking, okay, I'm going to fire up the generator. You have to be mindful of this. I heard you guys allude to this just moments ago. Tragic incidents of carbon monoxide poisoning are starting to emerge. Generators and gas grills should be operated in well-ventilated locations outdoors, away from all doors and windows. And again, never use a generator or gas grill in an attached garage, even with the door open. So you want to heed that warning right there so you can avoid that carbon monoxide poisoning, because they say, again, tragic incidents of carbon monoxide poisoning are starting to emerge. Want you to be mindful of that. Shared by Polk Fire Rescue, but a message for everybody out there as they are waiting for crews to restore power. Number 2 here, as we said, rule of threes, right, guys? So here's something else to keep in mind as we're telling you to stay home. But if, in fact, you have to get out and about, avoid the standing water. Avoid the wet areas because you don't know what the problem could be. There could be an electrical issue with down power lines, down trees. Again, you don't know the situation. That is for the crews to assess when they get a chance to get out and about. And number 3 for you, watch your pockets, and we're trying to help you out with that price gouging hotline. That number, 866-9-NO-SCAM. Again, 866-9-NO-SCAM. We'll put all this online for you, too, momentarily. Attorney General Ashley Moody says gas prices should not fluctuate. And here's one more resource for you, a tool for you, if you will. Also, the No Scam reporting app. So go ahead and check that out, download it. Keep watch because if you're helping yourself, you're likely helping a lot of people out there to avoid the scams. In the midst of this chaos, the last thing we need is yet another problem, guys. But again, heed this warning, Polk Fire Rescue, about avoiding carbon monoxide poisoning.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah,
tragic to hear that
you don't
this
see
morning.
it as much here as you do in the northern areas too, where they see so much snow. Yeah, so not as accustomed to it in the area, especially those newbies to our area
Right.
too.
And I know Aaron Parsegian, who's in Polk County, he was working to get some more information specifically on the incidents that Polk Fire Rescue was referencing in that, but not something that we want to hear, and a warning to everybody. To be safe out there, and thank you, Frank, too, for the mentioning the price gouging hotline, because that's still that could still very well be an issue here in the coming days. You mentioned gas prices as one. There are going to be people who take advantage, unfortunately.
Right, as people get out and about too, as stores begin to open their doors. Again, right now it's just a waiting game, and you're asked to just stay off the roads and stay home if you can. Hopefully you prepared well and you have your snacks, you have your water. If you can just stay home today at the bare minimum, that would really help officials. They're trying to get the power back on too, and that's what Sarah Rosario is covering for us.
Yeah, we've got 10 Tampa Bay's Sarah Rosario. She is up in Hernando County with an update for us. Good morning, Sarah.
So we just got to the area of Hernando County where deputies were able to clear a down power line from the road, but you can see it's off to the shoulder here, and there's debris everywhere. This is a tree that fell down, and you can still see the box there with the transformer box and the power pole here on the floor. This whole street is without power still. So this is Nicholas Street and US 41. 41 is a major street here through this area. So we're gonna get out of here just because you can hardly see. It's really dark, but this is just one of the areas impacted by strong winds that came through. It's kind of a rural street here. You can't see anything beyond where I'm standing. But again, just one of several areas dealing with some down power lines and some trees that fell down from strong winds coming through here from Hurricane Ian last night.
And we're waiting on the sunrise too. At 7:22 is when the sun should rise in the St. Pete area. So we'll get much more perspective of all the damage there too once we have that sun up and we can see the aftermath of the Tampa Bay area.
We were talking earlier about Tampa International. They're working on assessing if they can open up and how soon they'll be able to do that. But we want to show you because there is damage at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. That is where 10 Tampa Bay's Miguel Octavio has a first look here this morning.
We are here at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, and the damage from the Hurricane Ian has extended here. The roof structure appears to have been damaged at some point, and it somewhat has fallen off here, so it's down on the ground. And we have here a drywall object here as well. This is how much damage it's taken in from Hurricane Ian. And if we walk over to the front of the gate here, this is by Sun Country. There appears to have also been some damage from the top to the bottom. You can see how much these objects have flown down to the ground. It'll be interesting to see how much damage the airport has taken in as a whole. I also saw the same route on the other side of Sun Country here, so quite some extensive damage here at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We'll be having to check in and see how much damage the airport as a whole has seen, and we'll keep you posted as much as we can. At Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thanks, Miguel. And I want to tell you this too. Sarasota County government has tweeted out that after this storm, which is today, of course, don't call 911 unless that's an emergency. For after the storm, if you're reporting damage, how you can help, recovery questions, you want to call 311. Again, that's 311 to report any damage in your area in Sarasota County.
And obviously that's too, they don't want
You want to get
people
inundated, the 911
inundated
call.
the emergency lines for people who do have emergencies. If you just need information, they have that separate line set up, and someone will answer and help you out, because I'm sure people still have questions even after all of this. And did you just retweet that?
Retweeted
so look
it.
for Caitlin on Twitter. She just retweeted that. We'll
311.
try to also get that up on the screen for you in a bit too. Want to go to Pinellas County now, where our Chris Rogers is live in St. Pete. You moved to St. Petersburg now, Chris.
Yeah, Josh, Caitlin, good morning to you. Now, this is a great example of what we were talking about earlier. We were driving around assessing damage in this tropical neighborhood in St. Petersburg. This is what we came across. Very dangerous situation. As we turn this corner on South Shore Drive Southeast, we came across this down power line with a tree on top of it. We were just inches away from hitting this line with our vehicle. Luckily, I was able to see it in time and put on the brakes, but this is a very dangerous situation. We called 911 to report this. We understand, and as we speak, you can see police pulling up to assess this situation. First responders on the way, as well as fire crews, to make sure this area is manned and blocked off completely, and that a similar situation that happened to us doesn't happen to someone else, because it could have been a whole lot worse if we ran into that power line. Luckily, we did see it in time. But this is what is indicative of what's happening across the Bay Area, and certainly here in southern Pinellas County. There are down power lines across the area that so far first responders have not been able to get to or have not been notified about. And in the dark right now, this is a very dangerous situation. You can see there's a lot of standing water right behind me. That could be potentially energized. We're standing at a safe distance, and it doesn't seem to be sparking at this time. But again, as we came on the air here, you saw police arrive on the scene to make sure this area is cordoned off and make sure no one runs into it. But this is just so important to remind our viewers at home that this situation could happen to you. Luckily, we were taking it slow. We were going very slow speeds, but it's a good reminder that if you do go out this morning, especially in the dark, you can't see much. We showed you a power line earlier, a down power line in a very well-lit area that the police were attending to. This is not a well-lit area. Power is out in this entire community. There doesn't seem to be any generators, and there is significant wind damage. So when you see a down power line like this one behind me, it's so important to not only report it, but also to keep a safe distance. I mean, of course, again, I want to reiterate how fortunate it was that we were able to take it slow and not run into it. We came within just inches of running into that power line. That could have been a very unfortunate and dangerous situation for us. So this is what's happening across Pinellas County, across southern Pinellas County, certainly in this St. Pete neighborhood. Down power lines in the dark, that's a deadly, deadly combo if you take a turn too fast or if you don't see something. Luckily for us, this one happens to be still partially up on one side, so it was very visible when we turned the corner, but many of these down power lines are on the ground. That's important to remember. Be so aware when you're driving. If you have to walk, we encourage you, of course, again, to stay home right now until first responders, police, the fire department can assess the damage in these neighborhoods, can find these down power lines. I spoke to the 911 operator, and he sent someone out right away. So that's very lucky now that police are on scene and they are aware of this situation. This is a neighborhood that has suffered some pretty serious wind damage. I want to divert your attention here, and I've got my flashlight so I can show you. Look at this. This was once a porch, and part of a raised porch here, potentially a carport. That has been completely destroyed. So this is an area that really saw some significant wind. It's still pretty windy right now. We're seeing some rain start to come down as well. So certainly a very dangerous situation in many of these St. Pete neighborhoods, in neighborhoods across southern Pinellas County. There is no power in this neighborhood. You can't see really where you're going. We had the headlight beams on high. We've got flashlights, of course. It's a very powerful flashlight that we're traversing these neighborhoods in, but again, we have to keep a safe distance here as police right now cordon off the area and make sure that no one else runs into this. Fortunately, there's not many people out and about right now. So luckily people are either out of this neighborhood or hunkering down without the power on. But guys, just another reminder how dangerous it can be to be out in these conditions right now, especially in areas where there's no power at all.
Yeah. Chris, please be careful out there.
Yeah.
A prime example, and I'm glad to see that at least police are out there. You said you were in South St. Pete. Where exactly?
We're in the Tropical Shores neighborhood, and I can tell you the exact cross section. This is South Shore Drive southeast and 22nd Avenue southeast. So this is this intersection, and right at the intersection is where that downed power line is. This was just upon entering this Tropical Shores neighborhood. We saw this, and we saw the wind damage. So there's no telling how many other power lines around this area are down right now. There's no power, obviously, in the neighborhood, so that means there's been significant wind damage to them. So they could be all over the place in this neighborhood. So we're going to make sure to stay safe. We're going to talk to this police officer here in a minute and see if the officer has seen or heard of any other down power lines in the area. So this is just one of many very dark neighborhoods right now where this could be a real possibility, Josh and Kayla.
Chris, would you mind showing us that damage to that structure again? Because we're getting the morning report here from the city of St. Pete, at least preliminary. You know, the city, considering that they said they didn't suffer much significant damage at least, but I would like to see that there are definitely some isolated incidents there. If you can show us that again, and then I know Caitlin had some information.
Well, I just think that's what's deceiving for so many people, right? Is that if your own backyard didn't experience damage or you're not seeing that scene, you know, you're the lucky one this morning in St. Pete. And so, you know, count your blessings, because if you step outside, if you don't listen to the warnings of emergency officials, this is what you come across. These down power lines, other people did experience some damage. Thank God not as much as some other areas here in Florida that have seen devastation. But yeah, Chris, if you could show us again there, it brought everybody's attention to the screen, the damage there.
Yeah, and I'll show you in just a moment. I just want to reiterate to our viewers as well, we're going around looking for damage. They are isolated incidents. I don't want to spread the message that this is some widespread damage across the St. Petersburg and southern Pinellas County areas, but there certainly is incidents. And we'll get my photojournalist here to pan back, and I'll put the flashlights kind of going back in and out. But you can see the extent of some of the wind damage. That took down I think that appears to be a balcony or part of at least an overhang that is completely destroyed, and part of the roof seems to have been ripped off right along with it. I'm not even sure if that could be potentially part of the roof that came off and collapsed right there. And hopefully people at home are seeing kind of the extent and how damaging those high winds can be. This is obviously an area in St. Petersburg that saw high winds, and we're going to kind of check out other surrounding houses and homes and lines and power lines and see if there's other areas that saw that kind of damage. But as far as damage goes in St. Petersburg, again, you just said it perfectly a moment ago, Caitlin. Just because you're not seeing damage at your house, it doesn't mean there's not damage at your neighbor's house. It doesn't mean there's not damage at your family or friend's house. There are people in St. Petersburg that, although fortunately we didn't get the brunt of the storm here, and we of course feel so bad, and our thoughts and prayers are with our friends and neighbors and colleagues in the southern parts of Florida, in the Fort Myers area certainly, and in parts of our viewing area as well. There is damage here in St. Petersburg. There is damage in southern Pinellas County. We showed you some toppled signs at plazas in Largo. We saw down power lines in Largo. We're now seeing down power lines here, unmanned ones previously. So there is certainly incidents of damage. So when the sun comes up this morning and people waking up right now and you're looking outside and you think to yourself, whew, we really caught a break here. Just remember, there are people that didn't in this area, even though it wasn't hit as hard.
Yeah, Chris, thank you so much. You've done such a great job out there giving us a view of the Pinellas County area. Again, sunrise expected just after 7:20 this morning, so that'll give us a much better view. And I want to let you know, we're on air, you see our faces, but we have so many people working behind the scenes tirelessly around the clock to help keep you informed as well. Our producers are so many people working to get the information that you need. So I do want to do just a quick overview here from St. Pete. The PIO has said, again, not widespread damage throughout St. Pete, but they are seeing down trees, debris. They're seeing down power lines as well, as we've shown you. And they are waiting for that sun to come up this morning so that they can get a better assessment of that damage and help to remove it from the area, to clear it. They did confirm 79 traffic signals are out throughout the city. So you want to be very careful. If you are getting out on the roadways, you should not be, but if you are in an emergency situation and you need to get out, just be advised that there are several traffic lights out. Police, they have resumed their services, as you can see, responding there for Chris. Fire responded to one house fire. That was around 10 o'clock last night, a little after 10 o'clock on 7th Avenue Northeast.
Real quick, since we're talking about storm damage, I just wanted to point out, and the Mayor Ken Welch tweeted this out, if you want to report storm damage and you're in St. Petersburg, seeclickfix.com, seeclickfix.com/ST-Petersburg. That way you can download, there's an app you can download, and you can report the damage that way so that they can get the best handle on it that they can here of what they're dealing with. Also, talking Pinellas County here, we just got word that Clearwater has reopened access to all beaches in Clearwater, and then of course this follows just about 20 minutes ago. The Barrier Islands also are reopening to the public, which that is with or without a re-entry pass there. So reopening to everyone as conditions start to improve. But again, this happening as at the same time authorities are saying if you can hang off and hold off from going out, please do in the interim there so that they can make sure that you're not in a position that Chris was in, and thank goodness that they are okay.
Yeah, that's a scary situation, especially as we wait for the sun to come up. It will come up shortly, but while it's dark, you can't see what's on the roadways.
But they came up to a power line
right up to it
before a police officer was, and luckily they called police and got an officer out there so that no one else risks driving over that line. So all real threats that we're still facing here this morning, and potential dangers that you want to just be mindful of.
Be mindful of this morning, and we continue to see the gusts as well. All right, Jabari's standing by. He's in our backup studio with us as well, just across the way with what's going on social media, really giving us some perspective of the aftermath of the storm. Yeah, these videos are unbelievable, Jabari.
Yeah, and these videos, they keep coming in. And first of all, good morning, everybody. And I want to, you guys were talking earlier about how dangerous it is right now, especially, to drive at night. And I want to show you guys something right here that we tweeted on our Facebook page. Check out this tree that was uprooted. Like it didn't snap, but it literally came out of the ground. This was just minutes from downtown St. Pete. Trees were uprooted. Basically, and when it's dark outside, guys, you can't see things like this. You got to think about it. There aren't any street lights, there aren't any store lights. It's really dark, which is one big reason why they don't want people driving out right now. I want to show you guys this. This is a flooded fire station over in Naples that somebody got here. Just take a look at all these firefighters. They're trying to get things in order here as they're dealing with surge waters. But some good news for these guys right here. Check this out. This was just hours later. The water has receded from Naples Fire Station 1, and these crews have been working around the clock. So and they have to get out of there, guys. They have to do rescues and stuff like that this morning. Now, I do want to try to leave on, try to find something good out of the bad. And I want to show you guys this rescue right here. Somebody captured this moment when it was really windy, it was raining, and somebody noticed the dog, I believe, on this boat. And another person risked their life to get on this boat, as you can see right here. Yeah, to get the dog. You see, he got him right there.
And a cat.
Yeah, we showed you guys earlier about the cat that somebody...
There's a cat
There's a dog and a cat.
There's a dog and a cat in this?
That's what
the
it
tweet
says. Yeah,
says.
that's at least what it
Oh, that
Yeah,
sweet dog. Oh.
Wow. And there
Oh
he
my
goes.
gosh, the fur baby.
Yeah, so this is,
So happy to be rescued. Look at him.
not something necessarily recommended. This is really dangerous. But as an animal lover, I definitely
everybody. We have
understand.
so many people who have dogs and cats
absolutely.
and all kinds of things at home, and they become part of your family. If you have a dog, that is your baby.
And I just want to remind everybody that we are streaming, and we have more information on 10tampabay.com. We're on YouTube, guys. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram. And we also have a free 10 Tampa Bay app that you can follow us on. And there's a Near Me section where you can send your own videos and your own photos, and it kind of tells the area where you're at.
Safely, please.
Safely.
Safely.
Yes, and of course, with so many people without power this morning, streaming is the only way that a lot of people
Right,
are
of
even
course.
getting these
waiting for
updates here today.
You showed me earlier too. Is it the CBS tweet of Jabari was alluding to the boyfriend that saved his girlfriend's cat? And he was like, he's everybody's boyfriend today.
The quote was, "Yeah, he's everybody's boyfriend now for going out and risking to get
risking
the cat."
his life for the cat.
But we appreciate those stories. As dangerous as they are, it's nice to see a little
heartwarming.
levity here this
Yeah.
morning too. Do we want to go?
Oh,
Okay.
Miguel Octavio. Yeah, he's been in the Sarasota area.
He's on the move, and he was just showing you the damage
at the
Sarasota Bradenton International
Now he's showing us
Airport.
a car.
A car flipped over.
Looks like we lost him there, but you could see
Wow.
the aftermath of that
Trying to
crash
see
there
specifically where that was at.
Oh wait, he's showing. Yeah, is that for?
Let's see. This is outside. He said it was outside of Sarasota Bay Club.
That
if
is
you're familiar with
an
that
awful
area, I'm
crash.
hoping that we can. They're going to work on that right now. That we can show you the pictures of this flipped over car. We don't really have any details on the circumstances surrounding it, or if this was something that happened during the storm, or if it was unrelated to the storm. Either way, but
Yeah, we'll get more visuals of that for you too. This was that his Twitter or was that our?
This was internally.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he shared it, but again, that was Miguel
We'll get his
Octavio
report. We'll get to
in
his report as
Sarasota
soon as
with
we can.
a crash outside of the Sarasota Bay
Yeah,
Club.
they really saw so much damage there between the water. Then we get the airport. Okay, we can get back to Miguel. It sounds like.
Hey, we just drove out of the airport, and this is just out of the Sarasota Bay Club, but we encountered this pickup truck on the sidewalk. We don't know the circumstances surrounding this pickup truck, but it just goes to show some of the hazardous conditions you might encounter if you're out there on the roads. This pickup truck, the windshield is completely, it's just damaged severely here. There's pieces from this pickup truck from all over. No one's inside here, but we don't know the circumstances, but again, just goes to show the hazardous conditions you might deal with. And first responders, I can't stress enough, please stay off the road, stay inside as much as you can. Drive slow if you must be in pitch black, because these are just some of the things you will encounter, from down power lines, down trees, flooding on roads that it will be easy for you to drive into. We've shown you some of that already, so please stay off the roads as much as you can. Let first responders do their jobs until they can get to those who need support safely as much as they can. In Sarasota, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
Dramatic visual warnings for you. We may sound like a broken record asking you to stay home. Emergency responders may sound like a broken record, but that right there, if that doesn't do enough for you to
Sarasota Bay Club. That's Tamiami Trail. I mean, that's a pretty busy road normally,
Right.
and obviously they just happened to come up on that, so we don't know where the people are, who the owner is, if they're okay, but.
You know what really stuck out to me, and I even wrote it down earlier, we talked to Kathy Perkins, she's with Pinellas County, Emergency Management Director. She said, time is something you can't get more of, and especially when we're talking about people, right?
Yeah.
And so,
You can replace other things, but.
it gives me chills because it's just true. It took time to prepare, it's going to take time after, but when we talk about people and the time that you have with your loved ones and the time that you have with your friends and stuff, you can't get that back. So let's listen to the warnings today. This is still, we're not out of the woods in terms of the aftermath and the wind gusts and down trees and power lines and other hazards out on the roadways too. So just be careful for the sake of yourself and for the sake of the people that love you and your community.
Get over to meteorologist Grant Gilmore again, because we've been talking too about when these crews can start to go back out to start power restoration, because we are still dealing with some pretty significant wind gusts here, right?
Yeah, still dealing with the wind gusts, still dealing with some light showers in some places across the region. I'm just kind of thinking about everything. We're looking at a lot of video from yesterday that's starting to surface. We're looking at the video from this morning, some of the live pictures of some of the damage from around the area. Yesterday, we had a lot of adrenaline going. I think, at least I can say for myself, I know a lot of us here at 10 Tampa Bay, I know for you as well, as you were out there maybe trying to put some of those last preps ready, or maybe watching conditions down in Southwest Florida. A lot of adrenaline was flowing yesterday. Today is going to be a weird transition day of going from adrenaline to kind of feeling those emotions, and starting to come to terms with what has happened as we start to see some of these pictures, as daylight begins to show some signs of what happened. I mean, not just down in Southwest Florida, but even though we didn't take the brunt of this, there's still going to be some significant damage in some places that maybe doesn't look like much to you or me, but it impacts people's lives differently. So I think we all have to be prepared for a little bit more emotion to come throughout the day today as we start to see some of that first light. This is first light here in downtown St. Petersburg, the view from our Mahaffey camera, where we're still finding some overcast skies right now. I was just checking the cloud heights. They're up around 1,800 feet, so we still have the cloud cover overhead. I think we'll start to get some breaks in those clouds as we make our way closer to the afternoon hours. Sunrise this morning is at 7:22, so once that sun comes up, obviously we'll be able to see a lot better than we could yesterday as we were in the thick of Hurricane Ian. Temperatures are at 69 degrees, so it's a little bit cooler, especially north, or at least along and north of the I-4 corridor this morning. 64 right now in Crystal River. Meanwhile, those dew points are much, much lower. Some drier air is managing to be pulled in from the north as Ian exits to the north and east. That drier air is pulled in from the north, so you'll probably go outside and you'll feel a bit of the wind, and you'll say, "Oh, I'm a little chilly." And it's a weird thing to say, right? I mean, we're in Florida; it's chilly temperatures. Yeah, they're in the 60s. It's not cold, but because of this drier air that's coming in, the little bit of moisture on our skin is allowed to evaporate, and that's a cooling process, right? So we're going to get a little bit of a wind chill in our air today, whereas typically we're used to our summertime humidity. The atmosphere is saturated 99.9% of the time, and we're not able to cool off even though we sweat a lot. That's why the sweat doesn't do much for us, because it's not able to actually evaporate and cool us off. But now that we're starting to get some of that drier air moving in, mixed with the wind gusts that we're still going to see today, I think we do feel a little bit more of that chill in the air today. So prepare yourselves for that a little bit as you get up. We're all going to be feeling a little bit weird today. There's going to be a lot of weird feelings and a lot of emotions, a lot of adrenaline that's still going to be rushing. So just know the weather is going to be a little bit weird today as Ian moves out, as some air that we haven't felt in months begins to push in from the north as well. Those current temperatures up across the southeast are in the 40s and 50s this morning. Nashville right now at 50 degrees. Those wind speeds are still a little gusty. We're still finding those wind gusts approaching 40 miles per hour along the coast. And we talked about this a lot earlier on, and I think it's worth repeating because I think there's going to be a lot of questions of why is it still so gusty over on the coast this morning. And that's because those winds are still whipping, and there's just no land to produce any sort of friction to slow down those wind speeds. So we still have those wind gusts up around 43 in Clearwater, near 40 in St. Pete. Sustained winds are 25 to nearly 30 miles per hour. We'll have to check some of the buoys that we have here in the bay and see what those wind speeds are. They're likely up there gusting to around 40 miles per hour, and that's going to stall or at least delay the opening of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Though, there's definitely going to be the opportunity to maybe consider doing that maybe later on today. We'll see how these wind speeds come down, but I think just the fact that this northwesterly wind is going to keep those winds a little bit higher just because of the lack of friction over the Gulf of Mexico. Those winds are probably going to stay up there pretty high through a good part of the day. Not as breezy inland. Frost-proof sustained winds right now at 15 miles per hour. Here is Ian moving over Orlando, the center of it now, not an eye anymore, but still just the center of that low pressure, which is what everything is spinning around, is heading right out towards the Space Coast, out towards Cape Canaveral this morning. Wind gusts on Cocoa Beach around 35 miles per hour, 53 gusts in Orlando. Just a couple of other spots around Tampa Bay finding those wind gusts. I mentioned they're still up around 40 miles per hour. Let's walk you through the day today. We'll talk wind gusts and we'll talk rainfall in just a second. So wind speeds, I mentioned, probably still a little gusty along the coast today. So we'll see if we can get those power crews out. No doubt that once the rain stops and we can get a handle on these wind speeds, I think bringing them down away from those 60 and 70 mile per hour gusts, the power crews are going to get going. Man, these are some brave men and women that go out there and they battle against the conditions, and they're going to go up there, they're going to start getting the power and the lights back on for us. So, hats off to you guys. We appreciate everything that you're doing. They are staged and ready to come from all over the country to help us get us back up on our feet. Looking good, though, for those wind speeds as we go through the afternoon. I think they slowly begin to wind down. Maybe pay less attention to the numbers and more so the color contours. You see how those yellows, oranges, and reds are all beginning to clear out. More of the blues start to roll in. So lower wind speeds gradually overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Maybe sustained winds from 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusting occasionally, maybe a little bit higher than that as well. But still a northwesterly wind. And this will all come with the fact that the water will begin to return as well. It's not as low as it was yesterday. It started to return. I think we gradually start to bring in more of that water. It's not gonna surge much more than normal levels, but I do think at least earlier on, later this afternoon, as we still see some gusty conditions, you might see some higher than normal levels along some of our nature coasts, and then maybe in some of our northwestern facing beaches in Pinellas County as well. So we'll have to watch that, but we're minimal compared to obviously what they're seeing over the south and west. Also a storm surge concern across the northeast coast of Florida towards Jacksonville. You have the counterclockwise flow around the center of Ian right now, so that easterly flow is going to push up some wind speeds and push that surf and that surge. I think last check, in fact, Tyler, would you mind checking that? I think they did just issue a new surge forecast for the northeast coast there with that peak surge, with that 5 a.m. advisory. So a little bit of a surge concern along the northeastern coast of Florida. But you see, just in terms of just looking at the radar presentation, which the radar is showing you the wind speed. Yeah, you got it, Tyler? 4 to 6?
Yeah.
So, okay, so that's gone up a little bit from what they were originally looking at just yesterday. So a 4 to 6 foot storm surge concern as Ian pulls up to the north and east, and then I'll show you the track in just a second. It actually curves back to the north and west, but quite a bit of rainfall still. There is still a flooding concern over on the east coast this morning, and you see how the rain is beginning to move out of Pasco County. Still some showers over extreme eastern Hillsborough County, Polk County. You're still dealing with some showers within those showers, just like the story has been, right? We're going to get those gusty winds along with those showers. So certainly still watching the trailing edge of those showers move out. Here's that latest forecast cone as Ian clears the coast of the Space Coast, and then it starts to turn to the north. And then with that onshore wind, again, that counterclockwise circulation pushing the wind and the water up against the coast, we're going to see that concern for surge all the way from Florida into the Georgia coast and then ultimately up into the South Carolina coast as well, as Ian hopefully makes its final landfall, at which point. But it's going to rain out over the Appalachians as well. That's going to be something to watch for upstate South Carolina up into western North Carolina as well. They have all that mountainous terrain, and the water's not going to be distributed evenly. You get the rain, it falls, and it all rushes into the valleys. So they'll likely see some flooding concerns as well. So a multi-state impact here from Hurricane Ian, now Tropical Storm Ian, with those wind speeds down to 65 miles per hour. I mentioned the flood watches, and the flooding concern extends all the way up into South Carolina this morning. We still have several flood warnings. River flooding is going to be more of the concern for us as we head through the next several days. All these little strips of green right here, those indicate different rivers that are currently in flood stage or going to be in, but most of these are already reaching the flood stage levels, if not record flood stage. Many of them are surpassing levels, or at least forecast to surpass levels of flood stage. A couple of flash flood warnings over on the East Coast out towards Orlando, Merritt Island, and Cape Canaveral, Daytona Beach. Have seen a couple of rounds of some flash flooding concerns with that heavy rainfall there within one of those bands that are getting closer to the center of the storm. Rainfall estimates, we know it rained a lot. Certainly, gosh, you guys down through Hardy, DeSoto County, southern Manatee, and Sarasota County, just a ton of rainfall. The radar is estimating rainfall over the last 24 hours based upon what it saw and estimating what that would amount to accumulating on the ground. Still waiting on the official storm report to come in to give us the numbers of all the weather buckets out, or the rain buckets out there that picked up on the rainfall. But certainly over a foot of rain potentially in some places. We had about a half foot of rainfall through yesterday afternoon, and obviously it continued to rain in many spots overnight. Actual rainfall totals just from yesterday at some of the sites across the region. Plant City saw about 3 inches of rain, and you see farther south down to that strip of that maximum rainfall. 5, 6, close to 7 inches of rain actually recorded for yesterday. And then we'll have to see how that then all adds up for today. Looking at the futurecast here, it's showing you just a couple of lingering showers as the storm clears out through eastern Polk County as we go into the afternoon hours. And then look at that, clearing skies with that northerly wind, still a gusty wind at times though, as Ian clears up to the north and east, and looking for those generally clear skies overnight. Still a bit breezy at times. I think tomorrow we still could pick up on a couple of spots of maybe some isolated showers. We've gone with a 20% chance for a couple of showers rolling in off of the Gulf of Mexico tomorrow. More likely closer to the coast. I don't think areas inland you'll have to worry about any rain through the day tomorrow. But overall, thank goodness, right? Thank goodness we don't have to deal with any more storms coming in. There's no more tropical threats on the horizon. Hurricane season doesn't end until the end of November, so we will wait. We do not trust you, hurricane season. But at least for now, the weather's going to cooperate as we head through the next several days. 60s out there on the whole, a couple of 70s for you. Bartow 74, 69 right now in St. Pete, 60s around most of the Bay Area. So as you step out this morning, just know it's going to feel different, not just because of what happened with Ian, but just with the way the atmosphere is lining up behind Ian as well. Cooler air to the north, I think we've gone over this. I mean, this drier air is really something that we're going to be watching. So just a quick jump to the 7-day forecast here and show you, this is, again, we keep showing that wrong 7-day forecast. We'll have to get that out of there. But mostly cloudy skies and still a bit windy today with those high temperatures around 78 degrees. And a mighty fine looking 7-day forecast, if I do say so myself. I mean, that's nice weather for all that we have to do. We all have a lot of work ahead of us, so we're going to be working to get out, helping our neighbors. If we get our yard cleaned up, we're going to walk down the street and start cleaning up our neighbors' yards because, you know, we're all a community here, and you know, it takes storms to usually bring us together like this. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Looking forward to getting our communities back to normal. You know what I mean, guys?
It's about family, right?
Yeah.
Family is
Yeah.
community. Yes,
Yep.
indeed.
Yeah, looking forward to, you know, you start at the bottom of the mountain and you look up and you see you got a lot of work ahead. But, you know, as you work, you work to get everything back together and you lean on your neighbors, your friends, your family, and you know you're going to get there. We're going to get back to normal, and we're all going to look back and say, yeah, that was tough, but we did it together. So
it's a time when you got to all lift and pull together, right?
Yeah.
Normal is interesting these days, but you know what? As Grant mentioned, we're going to look uphill. It's a lot easier to do when you have some help, right?
It is.
And we are back with an important update here from the White House.
So, yeah, we just got word that the White House, President Biden, has approved Florida federal aid request in the wake of this storm. So this is making federal funding available to Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota counties. Of course, some of the hardest hit in all of this. And that includes, I mean, that can include everything from grants if people need temporary housing, which is going to be the case here. If people need low-cost loans, if they had property damage that was uninsured. Other programs as well for businesses that might need it. There's going to be a lot of aid that is going to be needed here.
You know, we told folks just days ago, the president spoke with the mayors of St. Pete, Tampa, and Clearwater saying, quote, whatever you need, I'm here to help. So this is that.
Federal funding, too, for debris removal, as that's going to be needed as well. And we've been showing you all morning here across the area. We've got our reporters fanned out still. We're going to go now to Polk County in Lakeland, where Aaron Parsegian is standing by. Aaron, I know that we're waiting for sunlight here to really get a grasp on things. So show us how things are looking there right now.
We're here in downtown Lakeland, where the rain is still falling, the wind is blowing, getting really picked up at certain times, and you can still see some of the damage that happened overnight here. This is the beautiful lake mirror here in downtown. Some trees have fallen over into it. Of course, down the street here on Main Street, you can see some signs overturned, and just past that, we actually saw a pretty dangerous situation. Now, this is one of the reasons the Polk County emergency officials are recommending people stay off the roads as they work to assess the damage around this neighborhood. You can see this tree just fell over on a man's car as he was driving on Main Street. He is okay, that's the good news, but therein lies the danger that we're seeing as people wake up and kind of grasp the damage that came with Hurricane Ian as it went through this area.
Okay, so we're seeing it does not take much, right?
No, and luckily it sounds like that driver was okay, I think. But wow.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't want to be out out on the roads either.
Well, we showed the stoplight signal falling.
Crashing into the intersection
Yes.
like that. And those suckers are heavy. You don't want to be out there if those things are maybe unstable still after all of the heavy winds that we had.
Yeah, well, we want to show more of this response here. I want to get out to Christian Benavidez with CBS News. Take a look at this in the Orlando area.
Good morning from Orlando, where we are now feeling the effects of Hurricane Ian after it caused devastation in Florida's west coast. The concern now for historic flooding in central and east Florida. Jacob! Some Good Samaritans in Bonita Springs, Florida jumped into action, rescuing an elderly man trapped in his car in rising floodwaters. Scenes like these somewhat common as Ian roared into southwest Florida with a vengeance as one of the most powerful storms ever to hit the U.S. This morning, Ian is still churning its way across the state after making landfall yesterday as a Category 4 hurricane with 150-mile-per-hour winds. The streets and the sea became one and the same across the region, like in this neighborhood near Naples.
It's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet.
In Tampa, strong gusts sent this traffic light crashing to the ground. Flooding forced CBS affiliate Wink TV to move to another newsroom location until a power outage knocked the station off the air. Even though the storm has weakened, the danger certainly has not passed. As it moves north and east, the National Weather Service is warning significant to catastrophic flooding is expected to develop in areas throughout the day, like here in Orlando. The Orlando airport began canceling all flights yesterday until further notice, stranding some passengers.
Now we're just gonna kind of hang out until Friday.
After passing through Florida's east coast today, Ian is expected to move onto Georgia and South Carolina's coast tomorrow. As of this morning, utilities are reporting 2.5 million customers are without power. Boil water notices are also in effect for several counties. In Orlando, I'm Christian Benavides. Back to you.
You were just mentioning that video of the traffic light crashing down, and sure enough, there it was.
Yeah, the wind speeds that Grant and the entire team has been talking about all day. We've seen it from the radar, then we've seen our team of reporters out there doing their best to stay stationary in the midst of those outer bands at the time that was happening. But we know for sure that we have 79 traffic signals out in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, from St. Pete Police. Was that traffic signals or traffic cameras that were out? Traffic signals, there you go. Okay, and there's the St. Pete Police tweeting that out. So again, too, why you don't want to be out on the roads right now, because a lot of these signals aren't working. That could also be dangerous as well. St. Pete Police. Want to go now further north here. We've got our Sarah Rosario. She is in Hernando. She has moved now to Hernando Beach area, where she is near a shelter with an update for us. Sarah?
Hey, Josh and Frank, you guys are talking to us about the impacts of the traffic lights across our area. Local law enforcement agencies tweeting out that if you approach an intersection where a traffic light is out because of a power outage or because of any reason, treat it obviously as a four-way stop. Just a reminder for people who are getting out the door this morning and dealing with some of the outer bands of Hurricane Ian that we're seeing across our area. Here in Hernando County, it's still very windy. We just left an area where the lights were out across the area. They're dealing with power outages in portions of Brooksville off of US 41, one of the major roads through Hernando County this morning, and Nicholas Avenue. They had some down power lines and a tree that fell blocking the roadway. Hernando County Sheriff deputies were able to move it off the roadway, thankfully, and utility crews with Lakuche are expected to be out this morning to restore power to that area and clean up the trees. So this is just one of several portions of Brooksville, Spring Hill, Mayak, portions of other areas of Hernando County that are going to be dealing with the power outages and the damage that we're seeing now that the sun's starting to come out. I'm outside of one of the shelters. This is a medical needs shelter that we were at yesterday, and people are still here. This parking lot is full of cars, as this is the only medical shelter offered for people who need help, who have special needs here in Hernando County. We spoke to a woman yesterday who was on oxygen, said, you know, if I run out of, if we have a power outage, I won't be able to get the help I need. So this is why I need to be here. She made the right decision, because lots of people dealing with power outages across our area. More than 8 18,000 people, which is the area that Withlacoochee services here throughout Hernando County, Polk County, Citrus, Sumter counties are without power, waking up this morning in the dark. So we're going to be here in Hernando County to further assess the damage. County leaders are reminding people to stay off the road still, as it is still pretty windy, and to heed those warnings, treat those intersections as four-way stops. We're also going to be headed over to the Withlacoochee River, where that water is expected to rise, and they're taking safety precautions there. We were driving through Hernando Beach, which is a flood-prone area. Thankfully, we didn't see any damage there. All of the roads appear to be clear, just a little bit of debris on the roadways, and same with other portions of like the main roads, like State Road 50 and 19. But then once you get to more of the rural areas, like off of US 41 that I had mentioned in Brooksville, that's where we're starting to see those small roads that lead out into the bigger highway, the trees that fell down into the roadway. I mean, these are roads that are just surrounded by trees that overhang the roadway. So that's a serious danger when a storm moves through. So we're going to be looking at that. A press conference is set for 11 a.m. this morning, and we'll bring you the latest updates from right here in Hernando County. Reporting live for now, Sarah Rosario. Back to you, Josh and Fran.
Yeah, Sarah's got your back. So thankful that the lady she spoke with was able to get the resources she needed, which of course was electricity, so she could keep her oxygen supply. And Sarah also talking about the stoplights out, right?
Yes.
Some instructions. We were talking about this just a moment ago. This is from Orange County Sheriff's Office. We had a graphic so folks at home can kind of visualize what we were talking about as well, but I'm going to read this to you. It said, don't go outside now. This was tweeted earlier this morning, but still a warning to heed. But when it is safe to drive again, treat each traffic light like this. Light out, treat it like a four-way treat it like a four-way stop, I should say. Sarah Rosario just said that as well. Flashing red, treat it like a stop sign. Flashing yellow, slow down. There's that graphic right there. Flashing yellow, slow down, use caution. Stop sign toppled, because we've seen that as well. Treat that like a four-way stop as well. So some important information, that resource right there on Twitter. Check it out. I just retweeted it as well. So.
And given the amount of power outages right now, it's likely that if you are out, you're going to encounter
79
some traffic signals out. We've got some new video in here. A new video, or is it a live look at Punta Gorda here? Okay, we're working on getting that from Punta Gorda. As soon as we can, we will bring that to you. All right. Okay, so this is a live look of Punta Gorda, courtesy of Severe Studios there, where you can see obviously conditions have died down since the peak yesterday, but you can certainly tell the elevated water levels there, it looks like, in that canal area.
And you can still see the wind.
Still see the wind blowing.
Yeah, whipping those trees right there. Certainly not to the extent of what we were dealing with several hours ago, but still a problem. And as you would imagine, some places having down trees, down power lines. We've been issuing this warning for viewers through first responders. Avoid that, because you don't know if there's an electrical problem there.
Yeah. But no doubt, obviously it's hard to see kind of what the structures look like there, but this is sort of smack dab in the middle of the hardest hit area there, just north of Fort Myers there in the Cape Coral area. We've been showing you Englewood a lot too, how the eye of the storm. You remember yesterday Grant Gilmore was talking about how the eye of the storm was just sort of sitting right on it because of the rotation, and it was just getting pummeled for more than an hour with some of the most intense winds, all sort of that same area there.
Yeah, well, this is right on cue, because we have a ride along here with hurricane hunters who go inside that eye. Check this out.
I'm meteorologist Cheetah Craft. I flew with hurricane hunters inside Hurricane Ian, where they used an instrument called a drop sonde, where then they collected data from Hurricane Ian, where we passed the eye 4 different times. Now, while we were on the aircraft, that was not the only instrument that they used. At 10:30 this morning, we boarded this WC-130J, the 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron and the U.S. Naval Academy on the same flight, 2 separate missions.
This is an airborne expendable bathy thermograph. It's used by a group from the U.S. Naval Academy that then pushes that into a launcher. Through this launcher, it can go down as low as 800 meters into the ocean. It has a radio inside that then signals back the water temperature inside a plane.
2 different instruments on this flight that help gather data for tropical systems.
The drop zones, they get a profile of the atmosphere from where we drop them on the plane down to the surface of the ocean.
Christina Peretta is an in-flight meteorologist who's in constant coordination with the National Hurricane Center.
There's actually a few messages from them right now. We have a SATCOM system that we can message back and forth with them. And we're really looking at those surface winds because when the National Hurricane Center puts out their watches, warnings, and advisories, that's what the strength of the storm is based on, is winds to surface.
When hurricane hunters fly in these storms, the information they collect is invaluable. The track from the Hurricane Center can change, which means evacuations change, which saves lives.
I think that's probably one of the most rewarding parts of the job, is that we know that we're out here doing something that's going to make an impact on potentially millions of people.
I'm meteorologist Cheetah Craft. Back to you.
All right, thank you. And a fascinating look inside how they do that. I mean, amazing that they have that equipment. They can literally fly right into the storm, but critical equipment because it's helped us really fine-tune our forecasts and is such a valuable asset to our meteorologists when they're trying to figure out the track of this storm.
Grant points this out all the time. You know, the more research, of course, the better prepared we can be, but there's still so much we don't know.
Yeah,
so.
but we continue to improve every day. All right, we've been showing you the devastation, Fort Myers, Naples from the storm surge there, but we also talked about just the incredible amount of rain that we got in this storm too, even if you were away from the coastline. Case in point, I want to show you this new video here. This is from a reporter with our CBS affiliate in Orlando, WKMG. This is Kissimmee, where, I mean, just look at the incredible flooding there. And Grant, I don't know if we got your microphone up. You were just talking about how this is near Orlando, and they had record rainfall there. Most rain that they had since the 60s, I believe you said.
Yeah, we had. So I'm just pulling up the stat now. So they picked up 7.72 inches of rain. So record rainfall for the day, but also the wettest day since 1960.
And there you go. There you have it. And that's why you're seeing scenes like we were just showing you in nearby Kissimmee.
Here's the thing. A lot of people evacuated to that area thinking the initial track of the storm, they would be out of the storm's path.
Sure, avoiding the worst of the storm surge at least. But certainly some of the roads and areas are flooding. Luckily not any widespread devastation that we're seeing there. Want to talk to you about this. We've mentioned this a few times. You mentioned this,
Sure.
I believe, as well. Now we're thinking about helping those in need. We mentioned the White House had approved the federal funding assistance for Florida. If you are looking for ways to help, there are several resources. This is one of the big ones here.
Yeah, so Florida Disaster Fund. This is official. It has been vetted. You got to keep watch for that because some people will try to get you in the midst of chaos. Official private fund meant for financial assistance to communities impacted by Hurricane Ian. State of emergency for the entire state of Florida. So,
yeah, the First Lady had announced that this was up and active yesterday here. And again, this is a secure, trusted resource that you can donate to. It's as simple as texting the word disaster. You see to that number 20222, or you can go to the website floridadisasterfund.org. And again, this is a fund that has been set up by Volunteer Florida Foundation, specifically that will go toward helping people who have been impacted here by Ian, and presumably that's going to mean a lot of people in the southwest part of Florida here.
a huge struggle that is going to expand several weeks, and in some cases, as the governor says, maybe years. I want to take you a little farther south to Siesta Key. We have some video out of that area to show you the situation with folks that some folks are dealing with. That is a live look, actually, at this hour as the sunlight is bearing down, showing a little bit of, you're seeing the trees whipping in the wind right there.
White caps in the back there, no
white
doubt.
Caps.
But luckily, we didn't see, you don't see water up on land very far there, which is a relief to see considering some of the initial
storm surge.
Some of the initial predicted forecasts that we were looking at. But again, live look there at Siesta Key here in our area as the sun is coming up. We're getting a much better look at how things fared here. Head further south now. This is another live shot. This is Englewood. We were showing you this a lot yesterday. And boy, do you remember yesterday the winds whipping? I believe this is
I
actually
do
the same
remember
shot.
that. Yeah, because that power line that you see, right? That's what that is,
It
right?
is
In the
still
center
there.
of your screen, still swaying a little bit, but clearly not where it's supposed to be because of the wind speeds that we were dealing with down there and the heavy rainfall.
And you
there
see
was
all
more
the
flooding.
You see all the debris as well, and yeah, potentially that looks like. I know it's blurry, but from what you can make out, yeah, even some water on the roadway, an abandoned truck or something there.
That
on
truck
the
is still
side.
there. From what we can see, it does not appear as though any of the debris has done any substantial damage to that truck, but you can still see the wind doing its part with those trees right there swaying in the distance.
Englewood was just pounded by that eye wall, like we said, just relentless, 100+ mile/hour winds for an extended period of time there, and you see the effects and the aftermath of that there.
Yeah.
All right, so new video here. This is from our area.
From overnight in Winter Haven, if we have it, I want to show you some of the damage out there, some of the situations that folks are dealing with. Winter Haven, I think our producing team is efforting that. Oh my goodness.
So it looks like maybe some transformers or power lines sparking there.
That is that sideways rain that our weather team was talking about there.
But you see that. I mean, so this is not. It's looped, but it's an extended period of time here. That's multiple sort of explosions and sparks there over the course of about a 15-second video here from what looks like, granted, your best guess here, some down power lines, maybe transformer blowing there. This is Winter Haven last night.
Yeah, it looks like a line fell.
Line
So
fell.
A line just fell
Okay.
right along that fence.
Okay.
So any contact with that fence, it was just lighting it up.
Right.
And now as we wake up this morning, that's one of those lines that is now laying on the ground.
Live wire.
And presumably still, could be live, could be dangerous, and that's what you want to avoid.
Here's the thing, what are we looking at right now? Oh, that's Fort Myers, and that is the area that Grant kept going back to over the last several hours, multiple times, because of the damage that was out there.
So you see, I mean, so still
is out
this
there.
morning, given what that area went through last night. Yeah, Grant, let's bring you in here.
That's the year where we saw that incredible surge, right?
Okay, this is that camera. Okay, can we leave that up while Grant talks
We were
about this?
watching some of there were some sailboats right behind the
Yes.
cone.
Okay, yes.
And so if you look closely, I think some of those sailboats.
Maybe one is sort of
Guys, are we able to pull
situated
down
right there?
the track, the forecast track of Ian? It looks like it's kind of locked up anyway. But you see those boats over there on the right, and even behind the bug. I don't know if the camera angle has changed much, but those boats were just rocking around yesterday. The surge was up. That boat right in the middle of the screen almost looks like it is. Doesn't it look
run
like
aground
it's?
or something?
Yeah, it looks like it's hard to tell if it's water or if it's sand there.
Boy, that's a good point. Yeah, because the way it's sort of tilted sideways, like it's.
Yeah, you'd almost think that is it on water or land? Maybe it's shallow. They're still going to see the threat for a little more surge again today.
Okay.
There's more.
There is, and actually, if we can pull up our weather one, there still is a little as the winds begin to shift more from before they were out of the southwest and they were driving all that water up into Fort Myers. We'll still see a northwesterly wind, so there's still the possibility that we could still see some water, especially on some of those northwest-facing beaches that could still get 1 to 3 feet above normal level here in Tampa Bay, and then potentially that down towards Fort Myers as well. So we can go back to that Fort Myers camp, but I think that was. It's important to note that even though the rain has stopped, the dangers are still there.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a really critical point to drive home there this morning. But as you say that now, yeah, I'm reminded of those sailboat masts, and we were trying to figure out if those boats had been pushed into that corner yesterday when we saw them rocking, or if they were maybe they're connected to a dock or something there. But either way, yeah, that picture was a much different scene. 24 hours ago, 12 hours ago even at this point in time. Live look there in Fort Myers as we are now coming to the bottom of the hour here, 7:38 on a Thursday. It's
Yes,
Thursday.
it all runs together because we have been bringing coverage wall to wall, making sure that we provide people with information they need. Speaking of which, Caitlin Lockerbie standing by with 3 bits of advice that people need to keep in mind as they continue to work their way through Ian.
Yeah, just waking up to the aftermath here this morning, guys, just across the newsroom for you. Want to let you know that Pinellas County, the Sheriff's Office, has said that the barrier islands are now open to the public. We told you yesterday they were open to people with a permit, but now open to those the public access. Had closed down midnight into Wednesday ahead of this storm. Also want to let you know that St. Pete Police, they're reporting no major traffic issues right now there. A bit of good news, but they do want you to treat intersections. Several of them are out with signals as a four-way stop. If you do have to get out and about, again, you are very much so encouraged to stay home if you can and off the roadways. They have about 80 traffic signals out right now. Again, treat them like a four-way stop if you do have to get out and about because of an emergency. The sun really just coming up now, so that's going to give us a better perspective of the aftermath of this storm, and officials can get out and about and see those down power lines, those down trees, and get a better assessment of all of that. Again, stay off the roadways if you can, and if you see damage, you do want to report it. And also, thirdly, President Biden has approved Florida's disaster declaration, ordering federal aid to supplement state, tribal, and local recovery efforts. Now, that's available right now for people in Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota counties. That's for hazard mitigation as well. And additional areas may be designated. Again, we're expecting to see so much more of this aftermath as the sun comes up this morning. You can start applying at www.disasterassistance.gov, as well as with FEMA, and that's 800-621-FEMA or on FEMA's app. Of course, we are expecting to hear from the governor a little later this morning in about an hour at 8:45 this morning. We'll bring that to you live, expecting to learn a whole lot more as this day unfolds. Of course, we'll be bringing that to you live and on all of our social media platforms here at 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Caitlin Lockerbie in our newsroom for us with those three things here at the bottom of the hour. Thank you, Caitlin, for that. Want to go now to this developing story here that we have been following since yesterday.
Yeah, we're getting this information in real time, right? So we're bringing it to you as soon as we receive it. Producers just hopped on and told us about this. Now, as Josh said, we brought this to you yesterday. An update on this, there's the tweet right there. 4 Cuban migrants swam to shore in the Florida Keys. 3 others were rescued from the ocean. I'm reading this to you verbatim with our update. After their boat sank. Now, Wednesday is when that happened, shortly before Hurricane Ian made landfall in southwestern Florida. But 20 more people might be missing. This is according to officials.
Yeah, and so the search continues here this morning for these people at this point. And you know, you have to imagine a full 24 hours later here, that's going to become a dire situation if it hasn't already. But yeah, they said that these people were apparently on a vessel, presumably, you know, on their way then to the Keys when it sank because of the severe weather out there. 4 people swam to shore. 4 of the Cuban migrants who were apparently on this boat swam to shore, but the search still for believed to be at least 20 others. And they said that the survivors were taken to the hospital. They had symptoms of exhaustion and dehydration. They were searching by air. They had air crew out there searching as well for these other 20 people potentially.
U.S. Coast Guard initiating that search.
Speaking of search efforts here further north, we just got word that the Lee County Mobile Command Unit is heading out for search and rescue efforts next. And we were just talking. We had heard. I guess the Lee County Sheriff had made comments this morning. They are preparing for many fatalities down there, potentially hundreds of fatalities, and we're not going to really know until, again, these search and rescue efforts get underway, which it sounds like that is happening here as we speak.
Yeah, as the sun rises, the scope of the problem is unveiled to first responders. Of course, they've been held at bay because of the conditions.
Well,
could not get out and about, and no way to know exact numbers at this hour.
Yeah, it just wasn't safe yet. But as things start to sort of calm down, they'll be able to do that. And I think everyone is just sort of waiting. And okay, this is the mobile command center that's heading out. This is down in Lee County. Of course, it hit so hard.
The updates, of course, going to continue to come in. Daunting news that officials are sharing with us at this hour.
I mean, you just think about Fort Myers and that community that's going to be forever reshaped. reshaped by this, and this is just the beginning of those efforts now to recover from that and get a handle on how bad things are. We're going to go now. Did you say Chris Rogers?
Yeah, standing by in St. Pete. So, Chris Rogers, what are you seeing? What's the situation looking like from your vantage point this morning?
Hey guys, good morning. Josh, Frank, good morning to you. We are still in a pretty wind-damaged St. Petersburg neighborhood. I want to show you this. It doesn't look that significant, right? It's just a damaged fence, but you think about the heavy winds right now, and this stuff starts flying around and you're starting to assess damage. That could pose a danger. This is a neighborhood, Tropic Shores, that has suffered some pretty serious wind damage. We've talked all morning long. Fortunately for the St. Petersburg community, there's not a whole lot of damage. Damage is pretty isolated to specific areas, but this is one of those areas. We're going to give you another shot right now of the other side of that house we showed you earlier, and you can see some of the solar panels almost ripped off as well over here. We're going to continue to dive deeper into this neighborhood to see what kind of damage there is further up, which is almost an isolated peninsula cut off right now by that down power line we mentioned a moment ago. But as you can see, as the wind has been here this morning, wind scattered stuff like this all along the neighborhood. So if you're out and about this morning, keep that in mind. And if you can stay home, we've been saying it, we're a broken record, but we'll continue to say it. You should stay home. There are still dangers out there, even though we weren't hit as hard here in Pinellas County. There's still so many things to take into consideration. You know, I talked to the police officer who arrived on scene here to tape off the down power line, and he said they still had over 130 calls still pending for down power lines and down trees in the area. Remember, first responders right now, they're working around the clock, they're working hard, but the resources are spread thin. There's a lot to respond to, even in areas like this that didn't see as significant damage as areas down south. There's still a lot they have got to get to. So you think about 130 calls still left pending. That was as of about an hour ago. That's still a lot of down power lines, down trees, damage, potentially dangerous situations that have not yet been assessed by first responders, police, and the fire department. So that's something to take into consideration this morning. Of course, as the sun comes up, as it gets lighter, it is easier to see, it is easier to navigate, and to spot any of those potentially dangerous situations. But certainly we will continue to look throughout this neighborhood. It does seem to be one of the ones that took some pretty heavy wind damage, one of the more heavily wind damaged neighborhoods that we've seen over the past couple days. But it's something that we've been talking about all morning long. You look at fences like this, that's going to take some rebuilding, but it's not as much the rebuilding of the fences or the property damage, it's the aftermath, right? So you look at, I want to draw your attention one more time before we send it back to you, Frank and Josh, at that down power line. The police officer, he put some tape on it. You can't see it right now, it's not visible, but that's what they have to do. They just kind of have to tape it off and then move on to the next call. So this one luckily is pretty visible because it's still partially hanging, but there are some that are on the ground. Police can't stay around the clock unless the situation is active and it's sparking and it's a potential fire danger. So keep that in mind as you're out and about in Pinellas County this morning.
Yeah, you may spend weeks discovering problems that you didn't know you had. I want to get to some video here. Sanibel Causeway, and you have a friend who just hit you up.
A good
about
friend
this.
had just texted me minutes ago as we show you this video. Her family has a place down there, and I've been there several times, and she just said, oh my goodness, part of the Sanibel Causeway has
that's
collapsed.
Unbelievable right
and
there.
And this is a picture of that. So now at this point, that means this is the only way actually to get, in and out of that area, Sanibel Captiva area. So this is a big deal. I imagine that there aren't any. Hopefully, anybody was still on that island, considering that it was mostly underwater last night. But this is some of the just the devastating effects that we're seeing down there. A major thoroughfare like this now collapsed after Hurricane Ian.
The structural damage likely going to continue to pile up with problems that are being uncovered this morning. I want to get to Jen Titus, and Jen is still in Sarasota, right? You're still in Sarasota there, Jen?
Conditions obviously much better than we were when we were talking to you yesterday.
Yeah, Frank, we are here still in Sarasota County, really getting the first look of what this storm did to this area. Lots of debris that we are noticing as the sun starts to come up this morning. I mean, branches down. We've heard reports of lots of power lines in both Manatee and Sarasota County, and it's these wind gusts that are still happening. Good news, I'm dry this morning, but that wind is still coming through, and so they're waiting for that wind to die down so they can get these linemen out on the roads and this power can get turned back on. It is a little cooler out this morning. The first time I think I felt this cool, you know, so far over the past couple of months. So people that have lost power, hopefully not too uncomfortable if you crack those windows open, and hopefully staying inside. I'm told that Sarasota County Sheriff's Office has teams out on the road right now as they try to clean up any debris that may be blocking roadways, any power lines that are down. They're also working to take care of all of those emergency calls. Remember, gusts were so high that emergency crews were taken off the roads. They have 500 plus calls that they are trying to respond to right now to get to people that they just couldn't when this storm was coming through. So that is what they are working on. I'm told much of the damage is down in South Sarasota, Venice, Inglewood. They're, seeing reports of roofs coming off, power lines down, fire starting because of that. And that's why they're still asking, hang tight, guys. Stay inside a few more hours. Like I said, crack those windows. It's cool outside. We're all getting antsy, but let emergency crews get to where they need to be. Let them get on the road. Take care of what they need to take care of before you get out there. I have a lot of people staying in the hotel. I've been saying it since yesterday. Every single person in there besides us is evacuees, and they came up to me this morning. Jen, can we get back to our house? Can we get back to Siesta Key? Can we get back to Longboat Key? Not yet. Give it just a few more hours until officials give it that all clear. I'm heard around 9 o'clock this morning, Sarasota County officials are going to give us the latest update. They'll let us know when it is safe to get back to those, to Siesta Key, to Casey Key. Water, again, was shut down on the Keys, so they're working to get that water turned back on, so when you do make it out to your property, you can get that. Again, we're just seeing some debris around here now. We're seeing reports of the trees down up in Manatee County. Lift stations, 25% went without power, so they're working to get the power back on at those stations and get the water running. But if you can, just conserve the water up there in Sarasota County. Same down in Venice. We know that they shut down the potable water, working to get that turned back on once these gusts get down to 35 miles per hour. But they're just asking everybody, please, this is not the time to say, we made it, we did it. No, stay inside a few more hours because you don't want to get injured after the storm. That's where we see those reports of people improperly using generators, driving around, getting on a power line. That, just let them pick those power lines up, get everything back in place and safe so you can get out, assess the damage, and start cleaning up. Again, we are just here in Sarasota, North Sarasota County. We're going to be heading down to South Sarasota, where unfortunately that's where we're hearing most of the damage did take place. But again, just give emergency crews those times to get out there, get the people that need the help, and then hopefully everybody else will be able to make their ways once they give it all clear. But again, that should be coming down here in Sarasota County from officials within the next hour or so. We should be getting an update.
It's good advice, Jen, and I know it's maybe tough for some people to hear, and we sound like a broken record, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, hang tight until we can get a handle on this. All right, real quick, though, before Control Room, I just want to let you know, we just got word here, Florida Highway Patrol is closing the Florida Turnpike in both directions in the Orange County area because of flooding there. And just to tie back to the video that we were showing you in Kissimmee, we were talking about the record rainfall in Orlando. Florida Highway Patrol closing the Florida Turnpike in both directions in the Orange County area here because of flooding there and the effects of Ian up in that direction.
Give you some specifics here. Mile markers 254 through mile marker 267. So 254 through 267 closed in both directions.
We have new pictures here to show you of how the rest of Florida is trying to respond to help those who are in the hardest hit areas from Ian. This is a new video here of search dogs that have been deployed from Doral. More than 90 of these search and rescue crews here left this morning, headed here to the West Coast. So they're from the Miami-Dade area, headed to the West Coast here. Not only do they have these search dogs, Frank, they've got trucks, they've got boats, other first responders here, and they are going to help because, as we saw, Lee County is deploying their mobile command to start search and rescue. They're going to need a lot of support here in the aftermath.
All hands on deck, right? And so we also pointed out earlier today, folks from 26 different states here in Florida trying to do their part to
the line
help
workers.
with search and rescue. Line workers, as we talked about, the power lines with the wind damage and
so much assistance
beyond.
is needed in all areas. Yes, search and rescue and power restoration. Want to go here locally. We've got 10 Tampa Bay reporter Malik Rankin. And Malik, you are live in Bradenton.
In the middle of a mess there.
Yeah, what is this?
We're here in a neighborhood in Bradenton. We're actually headed to Valrico, seeing a lot of damage reports in this area, but it didn't take long for us to find some damage along the way. Take a look, this massive tree toppled over. It's blocking the exit for this neighborhood. This is Barrington Oaks in Bradenton. Now, thankfully for this neighborhood, the entry is still open, so neighbors just passing through both ways, using that area cautiously. And as I was walking through here, talking to some neighbors in this area, starting to surf for the first time, we're starting to get the sunlight out. Ran into a man, his name was Ruby. He's a former paramedic, just dragging some larger branches out of the tree, or out of the roadways, excuse me. And I was asking him, you're doing this. He told me he lived on the other side of the neighborhood. He explained, as a former paramedic, you just pitch in, you do what you can when you can, because it's in storms like this when everybody just needs to lean on each other, lend a helping hand when you can. Now we have seen some police officers in the area. I know right now the priority for people will be for those emergency routes, and first responders will be able to come out and clear things once they're able. Fortunately for this neighborhood, entry is passable. It's just cars are going to have to be really careful sharing that single lane as they make their way through it. Now we're going to gear up and head on over to Valrico here shortly to see what the damage looks like in that area. I've seen reports of trees falling into homes, down power lines. We heard from our crews that were reporting last night. And for the areas along the way, seems like across Tampa Bay, there's just not a single place that was not touched by what's now Tropical Storm Ian. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. For now, live in Bradenton, Malik Rankin, 10 Tampa Bay.
That is a massive tree behind her.
Yeah, and problems just like that all over the viewing area. I want to get to this right here because we were just told by our producers that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge remains closed following Hurricane Ian. Now downgraded, of course, but at the time, the wind speeds causing that closure, with sustained winds of 40 miles per hour,
Sure.
that closes. So,
but even beyond the winds, which is typical to close it, this also saying there's apparently trees and debris that are even blocking the approaches to get up to the bridge.
And with FHP right here, imploring people, please stay off the bridge so they can do what they need to do. And I'm told we're efforting a live pic of
the bridge?
what we're talking about there with the Sunshine
Okay,
Skyway
yeah,
Bridge.
so this will be an FDOT live camera of the Sunshine Skyway, which, again, we're waiting for. Grant had mentioned this earlier, how they'll determine when to reopen this, because there's still some pretty good gusts out there above the threshold for when they close the bridge, and they don't usually decide to reopen, or they won't decide to reopen it until they feel like they can go an extended period of time where they're not going to get those big gusts.
And as Grant was talking about, it's not the conversation about the wind speed on the ground. We're talking about at the top of the bridge, right?
Yeah,
because that elevation is much higher.
The winds aloft, if I'm using that term correctly, Tyler, are, okay, I pay attention. The winds aloft, though, can
Right.
be much faster than the winds down on the ground. So we will stay tuned for that, and we'll let you know, of course, as soon as it does reopen, because I know for a lot of people who will be wanting to get around soon, that's a major thoroughfare in between Pinellas and Manatee counties, and when that's not available to you, it's a long route around if you want to get back up in between.
I can vouch for that right there.
All right, I'm sorry, Control Room, can you repeat that? Where are we going next here?
A woman who escaped her home in Kissimmee. Okay, so we want to check that out right there.
All right, and again, Kissimmee, an area that's seen some flooding there. They saw record rain. Oh, in that area. All right, so let's listen to this.
This is April, and we saw April walking down the street a minute ago, and April had to leave her house through a window because she said the water was so high that she could not open the door.
No, not at all.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. This has got to be probably one of the worst hurricanes I've ever experienced in my life, and I've had a few, but I'm shocked.
When did the water start to get into your house?
Probably like around 10, and it just rapidly did it within an hour. It would like slowly started creeping in. I thought we could do it, we can handle this, and the next thing you know, it just kept creeping up. Now it's like to the waist.
And you said you still have pets in the house. What did you do with your pets?
I ended up having to put the cats on the very top of the kitchen, you know, the top of the cabinets. I had to put them there to make sure that hopefully they don't jump down, but they're kind of like freaking out. I tried to put them in a bin and carry them out, but the water was so deep I had to like swim in order to get to safe ground here.
You had to swim?
Swim from the house to like halfway down the street to get to Napa.
And you're not alone. Your mother is actually with you.
She is.
And she's 72 years old.
72.
And you said she is under this overhang here?
She's located right underneath there, yes.
So you guys just left the house. You have no idea where you're going. You had to leave.
We tried to stay as high as we could, but you just get to a point where you can't go anymore. You have to like either swim or drown.
And so the water started coming in at about 10 o'clock last night, but within the last hour, you said it got...
No, we've been out... Well, it started to creep up probably in a couple of hours where it got to the point where we had to like leave. But it was... We've been out here for a little bit, so... I've actually lost track of time because I'm just like... try to get to safe ground.
Oh, could you grab anything?
I think I got my purse and maybe a cell phone, but that's about it. I mean, because it just rapidly went up so high so quickly, it's just you had to get out of there. It was either that or drown.
Do you know if there are other people that are still in their homes?
Well, I think definitely, but there's like probably like a good 9 or 10 houses that are going to be the most flooded because it kind of like tapers off when you get around the corner because it's a circle.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of those people have left if they didn't leave already.
Oh, sorry, cut out there.
She got her purse, she got her cell phone, she got her pets. Most importantly, she got her 72-year-old mom out of there.
Out safely, thank goodness. You know, keep thinking about this. Orlando, Kissimmee, that area. It's not even on. It's not on the coast.
No.
And yet, you know, just with the rainfall.
Clearly, it does not matter. She said, "quote You either swim or drown." And thankfully, she and her mom were able to get out. So.
Yeah. Just some incredible stories that we're hearing here this morning already, an incredible video that we're seeing as well. Want to get to our Liz Crawford. She is on the road right now, live, headed to, where are you headed now, Liz?
Hey guys, yeah, so we've been on the road about an hour, and good news so far. I'll flip you around so you can see. I'm not driving, by the way. Let me just tell you, we might do some crazy things in news. We don't do that. My photographer is driving. I'm in the passenger seat. But look here, this is actually US 19. We're now in Pinellas County, but I'll tell you, we drove about 50 minutes on 54 West, the entire, length of the county from Wesley Chapel to Elfers. If you get to 54, you reach 19, you got to go north or south pretty much. So we're going south now on 19. In Pinellas County, the sponge docks aren't far away from where we are right now. And the reason I say good news, I mean, all of 54 was pretty clear. We have seen some downed trees and some debris on the side of the road, but so far 54 totally clear. 19, so we're in northern Pinellas County, pretty clear. I will tell you that most businesses are closed, certainly on 54. Businesses that would typically be open, Starbucks, Wawa, Dunkin' Donuts, all closed. But once you got to 19, some of these businesses are open, and now we're seeing more people on the roads here in Pinellas County on US.
Okay. Having a little bit of trouble with Liz's signal there as she is en route to parts of Pinellas County right there. But the good news.
Good insight that, I mean, 19 looks pretty good as far as, you know, debris and
Well,
power
and
lines
pretty
go.
clear of other traffic too,
And
right?
that's good too. So most people are heeding the advice of law enforcement to stay in unless you truly have to be out. And so we'll try to catch back. We'll try to catch back up with Liz when she's available.
Yeah, momentarily. I want to go to Marco Island because we have some flooding that we want to show you. The situation that has shown itself across the viewing area, if we have it. The flooding has really just swamped many areas across across Tampa Bay and beyond.
Yeah, and of course this is Collier County. This is the extent of the likely the storm surge there. That we've been talking about as well. And I was listening to an interview earlier this morning from a commissioner in Collier County there, just talking about the quote was the horrific damage that is awaiting residents who will be returning soon there to Marco Island. And you can see what they were talking about there, you know, neighborhoods that are underwater and will be for a little bit here. Good news is, though, I'm looking at some of those houses. Some of those houses at least seem to be elevated enough from the street level that they don't have water into them, at least some of them, but at least street level, still a lot of flooding there. Another hard-hit area.
Siesta Key. We have a live
Key,
picture, too, to show you there along Florida's west coast.
Still, a lot better situation. You don't see at least flooding in this particular shot, but
wind.
You do see wind. You do see waves, and that is still very much the reality out there, even here this morning. Though conditions are definitely improving quite a bit here as we head into daylight here on this Thursday that you reminded. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, it runs together. You know what? And listen to an interview with the mayor of Sarasota right there south of us as well, as we're pointing out a live shot in Siesta Key, and the mayor down there saying that, hey, we tried to do our part as we anticipated debris being blown about to try and clear the gutters to stop this situation from being exacerbated, because it is bad all the way around regardless of what you do.
And it was, you know, even though we didn't have the worst case scenario, it was really good hearing that so many of our local officials were preparing for the worst case scenario and were ready to move if needed. I want to bring in meteorologist Tyler Moore here as we continue to track what is left of Ian across the state and also our current conditions here at home, Tyler.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better. You see those live shots this morning looking a lot better than just 12 to 24 hours ago. So that is the good news as the system starts to pull away. We are still going to see a couple areas of storm surge overall, but in general, things are going to start to get a little bit better across the areas we start that cleanup process. Here's a live look right now from St. Pete outside the Mahaffey Theater. You can see the waterways looking a lot calmer out there. Still a little bit of chop out there on a lot of the Bay Area, but temperatures, they're still pretty cold this morning, or cold for a sense this time of year, in the upper 60s, dew points in the middle 60s. So the humidity is lower. You know, you want to take the silver lining out of this storm, at least one. The Tampa Bay area was spared pretty well. And also, we have some drier air heading our way. But temperatures, if you're stepping outside, make sure if you do that, you do it safely. We're seeing temperatures in the mid to upper 60s, a couple lower 70s. This is some of the coolest air that we've really seen in a while, and driest air too. Dew points are in the mid to upper 60s. We even have some upper 50s for dew points up towards the Nature Coast and Crystal River, and just off to our north, dew points are in the 40s. Look at some of the temperatures over towards St. Louis right now, sitting at 48 degrees. In fact, there are frost advisories this morning for extreme northern portions of the United States up towards the upper Midwest area, waking up to some cold temperatures with some near freezing conditions there. We're seeing some of that cooler air get tugged down, partly in due because of Ian. The backside, those winds are out of the north, so we're going to see some of that cooler and drier air mix in across our area, which again is at least a little bit of good news for some of those cleanup efforts that are going to continue over the next couple of days. Wind speeds out there right now, not overly strong. You can see some wind speeds right now towards the Clearwater area. St. Petersburg still gusting close to 30 to 45 miles per hour as we extend further towards Sarasota. Also seeing some breezy winds. I do think most of the winds for the rest of the day are going to be in that 30 to maybe 50 mile per hour range. That's still enough to knock over a few more tree limbs, right? That ground is saturated. But what happens when you have a weakening storm system is the wind field is really tight when it's strong, like a ballerina or a figure skater spinning really tightly. As it weakens, it kind of expands the wind field out. Now, they're not as strong, but that wind field gets bigger and bigger, and more people can continue to feel the impact. So that's why our winds aren't going to decrease really rapidly throughout the day. They're going to hold pretty steady in that 30 to 40 mile per hour range. So it is still going to be a breezy day overall as those winds are out of the north right now. They'll eventually switch a little bit more out of the northwest and eventually out of the west. But you can see some of these wind speeds across the area. Sarasota still gusting close to 36 miles per hour. Orlando still picking up some very breezy winds at 44 miles per hour currently. So for the rest of the day, again, these numbers really aren't going to move much. We're looking at sustained in the 15 to 30 mile per hour range, and then eventually we'll see those numbers start to drop a little bit more this afternoon. Don't expect to get a big drop in those wind speeds, so we'll have to watch a couple of those tree branches and some of those power outages. Things will really get better past midnight tonight and into the morning hours tomorrow as the center of the storm starts to push towards the Carolina coastline, and we'll just see a light breeze out of the north with some gusts near 15 to 20 miles per hour, but again, we will take that after some of those very strong winds we've seen the last several days. So much lighter winds are heading our way. The latest advisory just came in, though, from the National Hurricane Center. They are holding the wind speeds at 65 miles per hour. The center of the storm is 40 miles east of Orlando. It's right over the Cape Canaveral area, and shortly, probably within the next hour or two, going to start to work its way back out over the waters of the Atlantic, where it could strengthen a little bit over the coming days. We're not talking about anything major, but we are going to see a chance to potentially reach a higher end tropical storm, maybe a lower end hurricane, as we'll have about a day or two over the water before moving towards South Carolina. But here's the radar loop right now. You can really see things are drying out on the backside. In fact, the cloud level too is clearing out a little bit more. There's still going to be some high clouds, probably filtering a little bit more of that sunshine for today. I don't think we'll see full bright sunshine, at least for the first half of today, but by this afternoon, we'll definitely mix in a little bit more sunshine as there's a lot of drier air on the backside, and that's why you're seeing that rain erode on the south and west side of this storm, and most of that heavy rainfall is on the northern side of the track. If you're confused on kind of how this developed, and let's take things back in time, this was on Monday. We tracked Ian as it developed into a tropical storm on Monday. Was when it developed into a Category 1 hurricane. Then it really got its act together as it pushed off to the north. This was on Tuesday. Ian became a major hurricane right before making landfall in Cuba. After that, it passed through the western tip of Cuba and then lifted into the Gulf of Mexico. That's when it rapidly intensified. We looked at the storm yesterday morning, if you were with us, went from 120 mile per hour winds to 155 in just 3 hours. That is a rapidly intensifying storm. That's what we watched moved on shore as it held its strength and then made landfall during the early afternoon hours right around 3 p.m. Down just to our south and southwest Florida towards the Fort Myers area, the Captiva area, and then eventually has slowly weakened, and now is currently down to that tropical storm strength, and thankfully will hold right around there and move out of the state of Florida over the next several hours. And then again, it is back out into the Atlantic, so we are looking at wind speeds at 65, potentially increasing close to 70 by Friday. That's only a couple miles per hour short of a hurricane once again, so there is the potential there that we could be looking at a tropical storm, high-end tropical storm, low-end hurricane, and then eventually making landfall once again in South Carolina and then hitting the mountains of North Carolina and dissipating completely at that point. Now, because of the wind field that we have right now, there is still the chance for some localized spots of storm surge in our area. You can see that maybe the Tampa Bay area south, maybe a foot or two of storm surge as the winds are going to be a little bit more westerly, blowing across the Gulf, but it's not going to be anything significant as our wind speeds are just a little too light. I do want to show you some of the storm surge threats, though, up towards the Carolinas. You can see from the Wilmington area southwards towards Charleston and even towards Savannah, Georgia, there could be about 3 to 5, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge in that area. Nothing as high as what we saw towards southwest Florida, but this is still a significant surge and could lead to some areas of flooding towards coastal areas of Georgia, even northeastern portions of Florida and into South Carolina too. But here's a little bit of that lower flood threat that we still have, as that water is going to be slow to recede towards parts of these areas. Unfortunately, that means towards the Fort Myers Beach, Captiva, Sanibel Island area. It's going to take some time for people to get in there. Also towards the Nature Coast, that breeze is going to be a little bit more northwesterly easterly and westerly towards the second half of today. So we could see a foot or two of storm surge towards parts of the Nature Coast, towards the Crystal River area. But again, not looking as significant in that area as what we just saw 24 hours ago. You can see as we look towards Savannah and Charleston, we could be looking again 3 to 5 feet potentially of some storm surge there. We still have a lot of those rivers that are very swollen across our area. So even though the wind is going to recede, the waters are going to take a lot longer to recede on some of the local riverways, as they will actually crest probably later on tonight into tomorrow. And then they're going to hold pretty high all the way into the weekend. Still do have a flash flood warning as you head towards the Orlando area. That's where that heavy banding of rain is continuing. So really it's just in our area, the extreme eastern portions of Polk County that are still picking up the strongest winds and the heaviest rainfall. As you can see, the center of circulation is right in here, right towards Cape Canaveral, and it's going to lift off to the north and east and continue to push out away from the state of Florida. But you can see some of these rainfall totals. These are significant. We're not just talking a couple inches. This was over about a 24-hour period. If you live north of Tampa, you really didn't experience that much rainfall. But just south of the Tampa Bay area, towards Sarasota, Manatee, Hardee, DeSoto County, 16, 17, 18 inches of rain. I do think there were some pockets. This is kind of a model or a generalization by the radar of where that rain was heaviest, but there were definitely some pockets in here that probably picked up even more than 16, 17 inches of rainfall. But thankfully, again, that area is starting to dry things out. You can see some clouds starting to dissipate later on this afternoon towards some of the coastal areas. So we will mix in a little bit more sunshine for the second half of today. And then by tomorrow, this is fantastic news. We'll see temperatures in the 60s to start off the day, getting into the 80s for high temperatures in the afternoon. A light breeze out of the north and more sunshine will continue right into the weekend. So for the next 12 hours, you can see again those breezy conditions this morning. Winds will try to relax a little bit more towards this afternoon and evening. And there we go. Finally, a couple glimpses of sunshine possible by late this afternoon and into this evening before the sun does set. So here's that 7-day forecast right now. Again, the worst is behind us. Still going to be on the breezy side. Still the chance for a couple rain showers, mainly inland. But guys, we're looking at some much better conditions by this weekend. Saturday into Sunday, sunshine, temperatures in the low to middle 80s, overnight lows in the upper 60s to low 70s.
All right. Thank you very much, Tyler, for that. A few things here as we are at the top of the hour. If you're just tuning in here, Frank Wiley alongside Josh Sidorowicz. We are expecting here within the hour, we know Governor DeSantis is scheduled to give the latest update here on the statewide response after Hurricane Ian. That's scheduled for 8:45. More importantly than that, though, here, at least for us in Tampa Bay, and if you live in Pinellas County, we've gotten word that coming up at 9 o'clock, Pinellas County is going to be lifting
mandatory evacuations,
and that applies to all zones that were under that mandatory evacuation. That's coming up at 9 a.m., so in about 45 minutes.
We've shown a lot of, some of the recovery efforts that are just starting to trickle in, right, as we've encouraged folks to showcase some of the video with our 10 Tampa Bay app on the Near Me portion of that app. Do it safely, right? Want to make sure you're safe as you do that, but download that free 10 Tampa Bay app. Also, want to get out to Aaron Parsegian, who is in Winter Haven at this hour, 8:15, 8:16 as we speak, and you have quite the mess behind you right there, my friend.
Yeah, we made our way over to Winter Haven, and on the way here, we saw, a few downed trees, some signs that were blown off of buildings. We actually just got stopped by a police officer who's driving downtown. He says they got on the road at 6 this morning to really go out and assess the damage, and they've seen much of the same, just that trees and stuff. We're here in downtown Winter Haven. You can see here this awning was torn down by some of the winds and rain that came through this area. And that's a lot of what we've been seeing here. Of course, in the downtown area, some of the stoplights and streets are working, but I can tell you on our way in here, a lot of those traffic lights, a lot of the lights on the businesses, they were turned off. So it's a lot of those, hey, when you see that, stop. It's a four-way stop. Make sure no one's coming your way if you are on those roads. But like I said, those emergency officials here, just stay off the roads for now as they continue to go out here and assess the damage that came from Hurricane Ian.
All right, so Aaron Parsegian there in Winter Haven. You talked about some of the outages in that area. Tell us the most daunting thing that you may have seen this morning, because you have been making moves over the course of Ian moving through the state.
Yeah, at least right now, it seems like the winds, the rain, they're starting to calm down. Of course, throughout the morning, as you saw live, we were getting those huge gusts of winds either in Lakeland and on our way here that were really kind of scary with how powerful they were. And then we obviously saw that car in Lakeland on Main Street. The guy was driving, a tree fell right in front of his car and he hit it. So that was kind of some of the dangers we've been seeing, especially on the roadway, and that's why the police and stuff are recommending people stay off it. But you talked about power outages. An hour ago, the emergency manager here in Polk County said there were still 200,000 people without power in the county. Obviously, that's something, as these winds are dying down, they're going to go out there and try to, the line workers are trying to get the power up and running so people can move on from this. But as you know, that's some of the biggest struggles now as this wind's dying down, is getting that power back up and making sure people have all the resources they need moving forward.
Looking behind you there, Aaron, it looks like you can see the traffic lights going. We've talked about the number of traffic signals that are obviously out across the area because of the power outages. But at least in your immediate area, the power is still on there?
Yeah, right here in the downtown of Winter Haven, all the power seems to be working. But as we were approaching the city itself on the road from Lakeland to here, many of the roads without working traffic lights, a lot of the businesses still without lights. Some were flickering here and there, but once you got to the city, it was okay. But the surrounding areas, they're still dealing with those power outages.
Checking out your Twitter feed right now, Aaron, and you have been multitasking indeed. What is some of the feedback, if you've had any, from some of the folks in that area? What are they saying to you in terms of the strength of this particular storm?
Yeah, well, a lot of the folks that have been around here for a while, they've dealt with hurricanes in the past, whether that was Charlie that kind of came through this area many years ago. And last night, I tell you what, tensions were high because they didn't know what was going to greet them. Today, I think a lot of people are grateful. Some of the stuff they're seeing is minor in comparison to what could have been if there were some of that more severe flooding and stuff like that. But as far as some of the fallen trees and storefronts, you can see here this awning that came down from this restaurant. This is some of the stuff they're dealing with, but obviously compared to what could have been had this been, an even stronger direct hit to this area, I think they're feeling a little more okay moving forward right now, just having to deal with some of the stuff like this and the power outages, of course.
Aaron Parsegian live there in Winter Haven, showcasing the storm damage, and we're seeing more people out and about on the roads. I just mentioned his Twitter feed. Jabari Thomas standing by for us with an update on what the social media scene is looking like as people are doing their best to navigate this situation.
And so many just incredible videos, Jabari.
Yeah, it really is. And, I've been keeping track online and people have been tweeting and posting. But I wanted to show you guys something that actually didn't happen on the ground, but it actually happened in the air. Check out what this NOAA pilot, he says that this was the roughest flight of his career so far. He said that he's been doing this for 6 years, and I don't know if you can see in some of this video, the turbulence is severe on this plane. He was aboard the Kermit when this had happened, and these guys basically are there to keep us safe. They gather all of this information out of the hurricane and they risk their lives and they leave their families and friends behind just to fly into a hurricane. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And guys, check out this. Our Tampa Bay's Aaron posted this as well out of Lakeland. Wind and rain still whipping in downtown Lakeland. This was earlier this morning. Almost every tree lining, the sidewalks in the section on Main Street toppled over. And this came in this morning as well from the St. Pete Police Department. 79 traffic signals aren't working. And they asked people to treat these intersections as a 4-stop sign. So you just treat it like you're at a stop sign, right? You get to the light and you stop, you look both ways, and you carefully roll past once you see that the route is clear. And guys, I just want to leave kind of on a little bit of a lighter note, because it's just been destruction all week. Check this out right here from Sunken Gardens. They said they got all their flamingos here in this bathroom, and they said they're all hunkered down. The animals are safe with staff on site, and they watched them through the storms. The flamingos are actually having a hurricane party in the bathroom.
Drinking and dancing.
They are safe, yes.
In case you were wondering if it's real, it's real.
It's definitely real.
Jabari Thomas has vetted this.
Oh, we love the flamingos at Sunken Gardens. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I hope you guys really stay safe out there. Really, don't go out on the roads until it's safe. And make sure you follow us. We're streaming right now on YouTube and our website, 10tampabay.com, and also our free 10 Tampa Bay app. And there's also a Near Me section on there where you guys can take your own photos or your own videos.
Yes.
And that will automatically pinpoint the area that you're in, and then we can share those locations.
What's your handle as well? Because they can reach you directly on Twitter.
Jabari_live.
That's right.
Thank you, Jabari.
Phenomenal job.
And
Thank you,
we appreciate the levity as well.
Stay flamingos there.
Who loves the flamingos? Come on. So thank you for that, and we'll be checking back in with him periodically here throughout the morning as we have. We spoke with Hillsborough Sheriff Chad Chronister earlier this morning. We have an update from him right now. Here's a video update that was tweeted out. Listen. And can we hear him? All right, we're going to re-cue that so we'd like to hear what he had to say. But we were talking to him earlier. He was saying a lot of the same things as other local agencies, that they had their deputies out assessing the damage, and that he was understanding that people are getting antsy, but let his deputies do their jobs and don't be a hindrance.
Let them do what they do.
Yeah.
And you know what? Profound words in that tweet right there. Thoughts and prayers with families who are getting some sad news at this hour. Sheriff Chronister has been with us 3 days running, right? Giving us live interviews, keeping us updated on the situation with his crews out in the field, and then his crews, of course, hunkering down because they couldn't get out to people who may have needed some help, but also imploring folks to heed the warnings on the front end of this storm. I think we have the sound now.
I spoke to my fellow sheriffs down in Charlotte County and Lee County where the storm made landfall. Our hearts, our prayers go out to the residents down there. I've been informed that it's total catastrophic loss. Hang in there, everyone.
All right, so talking about communicating with the other agencies here further south.
Yeah.
And, wouldn't be surprised we see it happen where there's, agencies assist each other in some capacity, and whether any of
all in this together, right?
Whether any of the departments down there need some help. I'm sure we'll see some of our local responders going there as well. I want to bring you this update that just came in.
Heartbreaking.
Out of Volusia County, yeah. Getting word here, a 72-year-old man in Deltona was killed overnight. Authorities say that he went outside during the storm to drain his pool.
Oh, no.
Deputies responded to his home. This is near Lake Bethel, again, Volusia County. His wife had apparently reported that he disappeared after he went outside, and searching for him, they found his flashlight.
72 years old?
72 years old, and he was unresponsive in a canal behind the home. Again, authorities saying that he went out in the midst of the storm to drain the pool. Presumably, it was probably nearing flooding if it wasn't already, given all the rainfall. But it's so unfortunate to hear stories like that, and it just gives you sort of a glimpse into there's still a lot of people who are dealing with a lot of heartache here today. While a lot of us feel lucky, a lot of others are dealing with incredible loss.
This is exactly why the governor was saying generational storm, right? Something one may never forget, and the impact stretching beyond days and weeks, but potentially years. And 72 years old, caught up in the midst of this storm. We have some more video that we want to show you. This is out of Inglewood.
Oh, this is live.
A live shot there. My heart goes out to the family of that gentleman who lost his life.
We certainly send our condolences to them in Volusia County. Sorry to hear that this morning. Looking live here, this is Englewood. This is that camera that we were showing you yesterday as the eye wall was sitting over this spot. And just showing the aftermath now. Then power lines down there, debris in the road.
Another rescue to tell you about.
So this is a good story here. This is Kissimmee, story of a grandmother that was rescued there. I want to take a look at this.
It usually, doesn't flood. I am not sure what happened. The canal must have gotten, out of control with all this rain.
Yeah.
But it's barely, I would say, like around 6 to 7 feet of water. So right now it's pretty bad. A lot of elderly people, they need help.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And you were actually trying to go and get your wife's mother.
Yes. My wife's grandmother out of the house. We were, able to get her safely out of the house. but I mean, I struggled. Yes, I was able to get back there. She was able to call 911. You know, unfortunately, they said they couldn't help her. They couldn't send no one, you know, dispatch to come out here pretty much to help her until like in the morning to further notice. You know, that's why I was like, you know what, let me just get it. I know there, you know, they said there was a curfew and whatnot, but that didn't, you know, like stand me behind, honestly. Okay. It's a family member.
Okay.
Okay, so rescued his wife's grandma. Wife's grandma, that's his grandma. Dialed 911 and could not get through. As we've been talking about this situation, crews can't get out and about in these winds, and he did the best he could, and
luckily,
it worked.
And luckily, a happy result.
Oh my goodness, these stories, Josh.
It really is. And again, that was in the Kissimmee area where they just got inundated with rainfall there.
And again, people thinking they could evacuate to that area from the Bay Area, trying to avoid Ian, but the storm's path unpredictable a lot of times.
Want to go down to Sarasota now, where our Miguel Octavio has more damage there from the roof that was ripped off of a building there. Miguel, what does it look like?
Good morning. We are on US 41 just north of the Bay Area, and we are waking up able to see just how much damage Hurricane Ian has caused here in Sarasota. It looks like the roof structure of this building came off this road. Just piles of damage everywhere from the roof. It's impossible to drive through these roads. And while it is much safer for drivers to be awake this morning and to be able to miss some of the damage we see here, we are getting a better look at the extensive damage from Hurricane Ian throughout Sarasota. We're seeing more trees that are down on the ground. We're seeing more power lines that are down on the ground. Yes, it's easier to see some of that flooding, but it's still going to take some time to fix some of the damage along Sarasota. So please be very careful if you're out here in the roads, because you are going to encounter roads like this one where it's impossible to drive through. And it's not just about the visible damage like the roof structure. There's probably nails, sharp objects that can be easily stepped onto and could hurt you or damage your vehicle as well. These are just some of the things we are waking up to here in Sarasota. Please be careful. This is not over yet. First responders are still trying to help those who are in need of support, and it's going to take some time before we can fully recover from the extent of the damage from Hurricane Ian. In Sarasota, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
He said impossible to pass, right, Josh?
Well,
in some spots.
The road was completely blocked in that case.
I want to tell folks about this right here, because we reminded people earlier today, but we cannot underscore this enough. As we were discussing generators, this was something that came from Polk County Fire Rescue, but this is a widespread message.
Okay.
As they were imploring people to be mindful of how they use their generators because of the power outages. You don't want to fall victim to carbon monoxide poisoning as you bring that inside.
You want to have it in a well-ventilated area outside. You don't want to bring that inside. And the reason that Polk had specifically brought that up was because they were already seeing some incidents of
gas grills too,
and gas grills as well.
So be mindful of that, please.
All right, this is new video here. This is out of the Jacksonville area. Two people rescued from a sailboat that was in the Fernandina Harbor there around 8:30 last night. Luckily, no injuries.
Josh, as if the elements were not enough, you factor in basically catapulting from one boat to another with treacherous waters.
Dangerous, yeah, on a good day, but and certainly dangerous for the professional rescuers who are there, but they did it and they got everyone out safely, and look at that. Certainly appreciative of that. Again, this is up in the Jacksonville area, the Fernandina Harbor, where two people were on their sailboat as the conditions up there. You think about Jacksonville, how far north that is. Conditions up there were worsening as well from some of those outer bands of the storm, and the Marine unit up there sharing that video of the rescue there, and another positive outcome to report here.
Positive outcome, and I think it's safe to say at this hour, those search and rescue videos coming in more or less a montage of situations that folks have been battling over the last several hours. But if you are just tuning in with us, we have been with you around the clock. Frank Wiley here for this extended version of Brightside. Josh Sidorowicz doing our part to inform you, keep you in the know, and want to remind you to go ahead and download that free 10 Tampa Bay app as well, because should you lose power, because those numbers keep fluctuating, you can still check out the newscast and keep up with what's going on because we have that live stream option for you.
Grant said there was a possibility. We're still getting gusts, and maybe some of the trees that are just barely holding on could very well, fall into a power line there. As we come up on the bottom of the hour, a few things that we're anticipating here. In about 15 minutes, the governor is expected to give the latest update on the state's response in the aftermath here of Hurricane Ian. And then we are expecting an update, too, from Pinellas County emergency managers at 9 a.m. And if you have our free 10 Tampa Bay app, you just got this alert. We told you about the fact that Pinellas County will be lifting all of the mandatory evacuations in place at 9 a.m.
You see all the notes I'm flipping through here because I recall you making mention of the fact not long ago, within the hour, I believe, the White House making mention of the assistance that will be provided for the state of Florida.
Yes, so the White House confirming that Florida's federal assistance request had been granted, and what that means is we're going to be getting federal funding in specifically for some of the hardest hit counties. So obviously down in the Fort Myers, Naples area, Lee, Collier counties, but also up here in the Tampa Bay area, I mentioned Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota counties. And we're talking, that's, grant money for if you need short-term housing in the meantime. That's low-cost loans if you had property that was not covered by insurance. A few other funding mechanisms available in there as well, and that's something that, and forgive me, and I don't have it right in front of me.
It's all good. I was looking for the direct quote right there.
That you can sign up if you want to apply for that aid. While you read that, I'm going to look for that address.
Okay, so just a couple of days ago, we were telling you about how the President Joe Biden, spoke with the mayors of Clearwater, St. Pete, and Tampa, and said, quote, whatever you need, contact me being him, the President of the United States, and Josh just giving us the update on that situation.
So designated areas can begin applying for that assistance at disasterassistance.gov. This is assistance through FEMA, and again, this is federal funding that will be available to the state, to some of the hardest hit areas, Collier County, Lee County, Manatee, Pinellas, Sarasota, Hillsborough, here in our areas. Again, that is disasterassistance.gov, the federal funding approved here. And you can see it at the bottom of your screen. Okay, I want to show you this. We were talking about airports reopening.
Yes.
Tampa International. We've got an update from them. Damage assessments are underway there at the airports, where they are working on trying to reopen, obviously, as quickly and as safely.
That's the key word, right? Safely.
As they can. Saying that they, working with their staff.
And here's another bit to that story there, Josh, because I mentioned earlier today, about 2 hours ago, talks of helping the National Guard by using airfield to fly in more resources because, of course, we can use all the help that we can get right now. We have some National Guard video that we can get to show you that effort that's underway.
And importantly, not just resources for here, but using that to fly then resources from here down to Southwest Florida as well. And this is new. This is National Guard video here. Okay, so this is some of the and this is the search and rescue crews here, along with the Coast Guard and National Guard. So this is the mobilization of those people now that were in position right before the storm, so that now this
couldn't go anywhere at the time.
Right, but now this is putting those plans into practice, that they can quickly now dispatch, that it is safe to do so, and go where they're needed.
Yeah, and your friends at home may be wondering, why did they keep checking those devices? It is because we are getting updates in real time, and yes, we are working with 2 phones, a laptop, and a tablet in some cases.
We could use a few more, honestly.
Yes, we are passing along the updates as soon as we get them.
But it is, case in point here, we are getting updates minute by minute, and we want to make sure that you have it as soon as we have it, and that's why we want to go now to Caitlin Lockerbie. She's down the hall in our makeshift newsroom here at our backup facilities, where with 3 things here, 3 things that we want you to know here as we head into the bottom of the hour. Again, just trying to condense as much of the information as we can into digestible format here for you.
Right, so here's another resource for you. If you have a pen handy, right? Florida Disaster Fund has been activated. Text disaster to 20222. 20222.
And that's, again, if you want to help support those who have been impacted.
'Cause every little bit helps.
And provide funds. All right, Caitlin Lockerbie, she's ready now. Caitlin, 3 things to know. What do you got?
Frank, you're taking one of my 3 things over here, but we are keeping it simple for you, trying to keep you updated with all the information that you need. You talk about assessing the damage, you talk about updates. Well, emergency officials want to hear from you too as you are out and about, Ken, very safely today. They don't want you out and about on the roadways, but if you're taking a look at your neighborhood, taking a look at your own home and you see damage, well, you can report that. You can report that to cclickfix.com. You can download the mobile app and do that there, or you can also dial 311 to report damage. Again, they're asking you to do that. Dial 311 to report damage instead of calling 911. You'll only want to do that in the event of an emergency, and that's to free up the line for those who really are experiencing an emergency and need officials to get to them quickly. So if you see damage, dial 311 to report it, or again, cclickfix.com. You can download the mobile app too. Again, Frank, you just talked about this.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Text disaster to 20222 to contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund. So many of our neighbors obviously going to need that help, especially to our south. We've seen that video this morning out of Naples, out of Fort Myers, out of Sarasota. So many communities here really experiencing that, really needing that help. First Lady Casey DeSantis announced its activation. Now that's the state's official private fund to assist communities as they respond to emergencies like this weather event that we just experienced here in Florida. And of course, we're awaiting the governor. In less than 10 minutes, we expect him to take the podium at 8:45 this morning. Governor DeSantis will speak to us for the first time today. Of course, daylight now, and he's getting inundated, I'm sure, with a lot of information from across the state with the aftermath of this storm, the effects to Floridians, and it's going to be a long road, guys, but we're going to walk you through it as we can.
We know you will. Our partner, Caitlin Lockerbie, getting us together there.
Appreciate it, Kate. And of course, as soon as the governor steps up to the podium, we will bring that to you live here in its entirety. Again, 8:45, so about less than 10 minutes.
Less than 10 minutes, yeah.
In the meantime, we do want to go back to meteorologist Grant Gilmore here is, again, tracking what is now Tropical Storm Ian, which you said could become a hurricane again.
Could, yeah,
and
a real possibility. You know, you guys were just talking about how, you know, we've been constantly getting you updated on new stuff coming down. We dropped the ball on something yesterday. We didn't tell you about Tropical Depression 11 that developed yesterday morning. So we've got another system that we're watching? It's yeah.
There's a but though, right?
Yeah, there's a but. I was gonna say a big but yes, there is Tropical Depression 11 out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Let me show you the track for 11. That's it.
Oh, okay.
We're fine.
You kind of buried the lead.
We're fine. Well, no, the important part was that we don't have to worry about it. It's in the Atlantic, it's out there, but just wanted to let you know, because we want to make sure we're getting all the information to you. We're keeping you connected to what's going on out there. We didn't tell you about it yesterday.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time we had this on 10 Tampa Bay.
Well, we know if it were worse, you would have had it higher, and there you go. Because you're on top of things.
So there's that. Just to know, there is nothing else out there, though. I'll let you know. So right now, obviously, still feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Ian this morning. Down to downtown St. Petersburg, the view from the Mahaffey Theater camera there at the Mahaffey Theater. Looking at overcast skies right now, we'll start to see these clouds thin a little bit as the day gets going, and then we might begin to see a couple of peaks of some blue skies come through later on this afternoon. But temperatures right now, right around 69 degrees. That sun rose at 7:22. Dew points are in the middle 60s. I will take dew points in the middle 60s. That's not a bad thing at all. Temperatures still in the middle and upper 60s for many of us across the Bay Area, still in the low 70s in Sarasota right now. Look at the 24-hour temperature change. Over the last 24 hours, temperatures have dropped on the order of 5 to 7 degrees. Now that the winds are coming in out of the north and northwest in some places, temperatures are a little bit cooler. The air is drier as well. Dew points in the 50s in Crystal River this morning. Mid-60s over much of the Tampa Bay region, even areas inland out towards frostproof, temperatures in the 60s this morning. That lower dew point is the drier air coming in on the backside of Tropical Storm Ian this morning. Those dew points have dropped on the order of 10 degrees from this time yesterday. And a couple of things that's going to do for us. It's going to, one, make us feel more comfortable as we get out and we start to rummage through things and assess the damage and see what's going on and hopefully not have to deal with too much of it. But undoubtedly, we're going to have to get out there and we're going to have to face some damage in some places and let those power crews get back up there and get our electricity back on. But I will say, it's nice to have that breeze out there, isn't it? I mean, without the power, we can open the windows up and let the breeze in, and that relatively cool and dry air is going to feel really nice for us, thank goodness. And honestly, the fact that we don't have a lot of sunshine is kind of nice too. It's keeping those temperatures a little bit lower. Wind speeds, look at these wind speeds, still gusting to 45 miles per hour in Clearwater at this hour, gust to 22 in Zephyr Hills. Downtown St. Petersburg reporting wind gusts around 33 miles per hour with those sustained winds at 18. It's that northwesterly wind that's just flying off of the Gulf of Mexico this morning. That's why it's windier along the coast. That will remain the same, and that's why we still do have a little bit of a surge threat on some of those northwestern-facing beaches and even up into the nature coast. We'll talk more about surge in just a couple of minutes, but you will definitely notice that the water is going to be a little bit higher in some places because of now that northwesterly, northwesterly wind, as opposed to that northeasterly wind, which was pushing all the water out of the bay yesterday. But what you'll also notice is because of the drier air and the cooler air, this wind is going to make it feel a little chilly. I've heard a couple of you say it, that it feels chilly out there this morning. And that's what happens when you go from a very warm and moist tropical environment like what we had before Ian arrived to now that drier air coming in behind it when it's a little bit breezy out there. To the combined effect is going to make it feel a little chilly. So not a bad thing, though, out there this morning. There goes Ian. I'm just showing you the satellite and radar with this right now. We have some lingering cloud cover, but farther out over the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, if you're right on the beach, you might even see some clear conditions right now with some clear skies out towards the west, some lingering low cloud cover, mid and low cloud cover over the Bay Area. And then obviously you get back into eastern Polk County, still working with some showers, still a little band with some gusty winds being found in the eastern part of Polk County right now. Orlando finding wind gusts near 62 miles per hour. Like yesterday, we saw, well, as Ian was making landfall, the eye wall was very well defined all the way around it, but some of the stronger winds, the eye wall itself was much thicker on the north and western side of Ian, and we're still finding a lot of the precipitation, a lot of those bands still hanging on, wrapping around to the western and the southern side of the center of that low pressure system. So Orlando reporting those wind gusts at 62, still tropical storm force sustained winds. It's still a tropical storm. It makes sense. It's right there in the Orlando area, Cocoa Beach, finding wind gusts around 31 miles per hour. Big picture, just in terms of the latest with that 8 o'clock advisory that we got from the National Hurricane Center, those sustained winds with Ian, 65 miles per hour. Pressures up to 987 millibars, 40 miles east of Orlando right now. Still tracking to the northeast, right around 8 miles per hour. It's a slow-moving storm. If this thing would just hurry up and get out of here, I'd be okay with that. But it's moving very slowly. Sometimes these 8. It's moving at 8 miles per hour. I'll go back to it there. It's only moving at 8 miles per hour. So I mean, I don't know if I can run that fast, but it's moving. It's moving slow. It's moving very slow. It's definitely taking its time to head out. I mean, we love visitors here in Florida, but not these types of visitors. We like to see these get out of here pretty quickly. Watch the Futurecast as we go throughout the rest of the day today as you're hoping to get some of that clearing sky and drier air to come in and help dry things out. No doubt we're saturated. We've got that flood threat that will continue because of all the heavy rainfall that we've seen. But those skies continue to clear as we head through the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours. We'll still see some little bursts of some clouds that'll spin through the area as we head through the overnight into the day tomorrow. I even think tomorrow morning, or rather tomorrow afternoon, we might find a couple of showers that could pop up just off the coast or near the coast into tomorrow afternoon, into tomorrow evening. Just a 20% chance of rain, nothing that's going to really be all that big of a deal. Speaking of rainfall, we just got a new update in from the National Weather Service. Gosh, they're doing a great job over there in Ruskin at the National Weather Service office here in Tampa Bay, which also covers the Fort Myers area. So not just the immediate area, but they're also responsible for the Fort Myers region. So they're sort of, you know, they've got a lot on their hands as well, keeping an eye on all the devastation going on down in Fort Myers and Naples and Southwest Florida. But Lake Wales picking up 16.99 inches of rain. We talked about how we would see feet of rainfall. We've certainly received more than a foot of rain in Lake Wales over the last couple of days. Nokomis, 14.2 inches of rain. Ona picked up 12.24, so a foot of rain there at all three of those locations. Frostproof saw just shy of it, but gosh, that's a lot of rain, 10.71 inches there. And Ruskin and Manatee County are reporting 7.48 inches of rainfall. So all that rain is going to be going somewhere, right? It doesn't just fall and evaporate. That'd be nice. But all that water is going to run off. It's going to find the lowest point in the ground, and it's going to eventually make its way into the rivers and our streams and our creeks. And that's why we are finding quite a bit of river flooding out there already this morning. So if you do live near a river, or maybe your commute might take you through or over a river, just know that we may find some areas where the roads are going to have to be closed due to that threat of some river levels rising up and climbing to levels, honestly, that they haven't seen before. Radar estimated rainfall totals shows you where the bulk of that rainfall came down. There from southern Sarasota County. It was on the north side of the track of Ian. Ian made landfall down here and has been tracking generally in this direction, and to the point to where it's right about here right now. So the bulk of the rainfall was on the northern side of Ian. In fact, that's where the bulk of the rainfall still is on the north and northwestern side of Ian, even into this morning. Let's talk winds now. We just talked about the rain. The wind speeds will be slow to wind down. The rainfall kind of shuts off, doesn't it, as one of those last bands moves through. You might get a couple of little spritz of rain here or there, but the winds are still going to be breezy. We've gone to a lot of our reporters out in the field as they go out and they survey the area, they look at the damage, and they're trying to get a picture of what our communities look like and give us an idea of what our homes are going to be looking like if we had to evacuate or we're not staying there right now. Those winds are going to be dying down, and a lot of our reporters are showing you that even though they don't have their raincoats on anymore, they're still getting blown around a little bit. They're still seeing those wind gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour, maybe even a little higher than that. This is through 2 o'clock this afternoon. Sustained winds anywhere between 15 to 30 miles per hour. I'll say it again, the coast is going to still be breezy. You will notice those breezy conditions. You'll notice the white caps out on the Gulf. You'll also notice some higher than normal levels of tide on the eastern side of the bay because of that north and northeasterly wind push. Wind gusts likely stay up around 25 miles per hour through early tomorrow morning, but I do think through the day tomorrow, finally the wind will begin to relax. It will seem more quiet tomorrow. When you walk outside tomorrow afternoon, you'll notice it. I mean, I promise you, you'll go outside tomorrow, and because the wind dies down, you're not going to hear the wind. We've been hearing the wind for the last 36 hours now, if not longer than that. So it will be quiet tomorrow. Good thing it's a Friday, right? Those wind speeds still between 5 to 10 miles per hour, maybe gusting up to around 15 miles per hour at times, but that's going to be small potatoes compared to what we've been dealing with for the last 36 hours or so. Meteorologist Tyler Moore put together a nice recap of Hurricane Ian. Developed into a tropical storm. This was Saturday, so we haven't even gone a week talking about Ian yet, right? Developed there over the central Caribbean, just north of Curacao, and then it was tracking to the west, did a couple of wobbles, went south of the Cayman Islands there, became a hurricane on Monday. It is Thursday, and Ian is still with us. But Ian there became a hurricane on Monday, and then it was on the cusp of rapidly intensifying. I don't think it quite made it to that into Tuesday, but it became a major hurricane right before making landfall on western Cuba. It actually weakened a little bit as it moved across Cuba. Remember that? It weakened. We were like, yeah, it's great, because originally it didn't look like Cuba was going to have that much of an impact on it. It weakened a little bit, not quite down to a Cat 2, but it weakened a bit in the lower end Cat 3. And then at the very last second, as we went through the day yesterday, Ian, at least originally, looked like it was going to weaken as it approached southwest Florida, but it did the opposite. I mean, the complete opposite. This thing rapidly intensified within just a matter of 2.5 hours. Its wind speeds increased by 35 miles per hour to give it the classification of a rapidly intensifying major hurricane. So Category 4 on the cusp of a Category 5 hurricane right before making landfall. Yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or around then, they were over southwestern Florida. And then it continues up to the north and east, and it's probably already the center of it moving back into the Atlantic Ocean. And from there, let's talk about where it goes from here, because we're not done yet with Ian. Ian may even become a hurricane once again. It tracks to the north. It's going to be very close to the Gulf Stream that runs right up along the coast, parallels the coast of Florida. That warmth from the Gulf Stream is going to give it a little extra energy. It's going to strengthen. The question is, does it strengthen back to a hurricane before making landfall somewhere likely in South Carolina, central South Carolina? So we'll be watching those conditions really closely. And let me go back. Tyler, could you just go back to the beginning of this graphic just to show that surge possibility here locally in Tampa Bay. We're looking at still with that northwesterly push with the winds, as long as it's so gusty, and thank you, Tyler, as long as those winds begin to shift more to the north and west, we still could see a little bit of a surge, minor, okay? Nothing that we need to be worried about. They've reopened the barrier islands. The evacuations have been lifted as of 9 o'clock, right, guys? 9 o'clock, they're going to be lifting the evacuations. Frank, is that right? 9 o'clock. Right, okay. Okay, so we're still waiting on the governor, is that right? Okay, so do we need to go to, okay. All right, Governor DeSantis is giving our first look at what he's been looking at this morning. Let's go to the governor.
Been so good in terms of what's happened. So as soon as that storm passed in the very wee hours of the morning, first responders from the local, state, and federal level descended on Southwest Florida. The Coast Guard has been performing rescue missions on the barrier islands consistently since the wee hours of the morning. We have Florida Guard assets on the ground participating in efforts, and we have our USAR teams who they got there even while the winds were going. They wanted to get in there, get on the ground across Alligator Alley, and they are performing rescue efforts, again, starting with those barrier islands, but also looking at the places that had the most inland flooding, and these operations are ongoing. In total, there's 28 large, mostly Chinooks and Blackhawks helicopters between the National Guard and Coast Guard that are already performing these active rescue missions, and there will be more air assets brought in as the day goes on. We've also been working with hospitals overnight who've been on generator power. We're in the process of evacuating 2 healthcare facilities to safer locations north. We're also surging more medical personnel into the area. As of 6 a.m. this morning, they have 2.02 million reported power outages, but outside of Southwest Florida, we may have additional outages from Central and Northeast Florida impacts, and people should anticipate that. If you look, there's 1.5 million outages in 7 Southwest Florida counties. Lee and Charlotte are basically off the grid at this point. Sarasota has 250,000 without power. Hillsborough, 222,000. Pinellas, 150,000. Manatee, 129,000. The Charlotte and Lee reconnects are really going to likely have to be rebuilding of that infrastructure. And so there are linemen, there are crews that are on their way down right now. But that's going to be more than just connecting a power line back to a pole. The other counties likely are not going to require the extent of the structural rebuild, but of course that's going to be assessed as the day goes on. But we do have huge amounts of resources that are en route and are going to work to get people's power on as quickly as possible. We've also had interruptions in communications as a result of the storm, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have 100 portable cell towers being deployed into the area, and those will be put up once it's fully safe to do so. FDOT is on the ground working on making sure that the roads and interstates are open. Alligator Alley on 75 across into Collier and into Lee County is open. The traffic is flowing. I-75 south through Charlotte County is open and flowing. portions of Lee County, they're still looking at. As you know, some of those areas, Cape Coral, city of Fort Myers, they got really, really inundated and really devastated by this storm. So the hope is that all of 75 will be open, but most of it is open, and it gives us what we need to be able to continue to move supplies into the area. We have 100 engineers on site to do bridge inspections, and they work in teams of 2. As they assess the damage and they can ensure safety, then bridges can be safely reopened. Now, of course, we do have reports of structural damages to bridges, such as the bridge going on to Sanibel Island, and I anticipate there will likely be other bridges that have suffered damage. But once bridges are inspected and determined to be safe, they will be reopened as soon as possible. But we know Sanibel Causeway, and we also know Pine Island Bridge. Those two are not passable, and they are going to require structural rebuilds. Right now, if you look in Central Florida, you're looking at potential major flooding in Orange and Seminole counties, St. Johns River, all the way up potentially into Northeast Florida and Jacksonville. The amount of water that's been rising and will likely continue to rise today, even as the storm is passing, is basically a 500-year flood event. And I know Seminole County has done evacuations. I know they've opened shelters, but we're going to see a lot of images about the destruction that was done in Southwest Florida, and obviously we have massive assets there. But people should just understand this storm is having broad impacts across the state, and some of the flooding you're going to see in areas hundreds of miles from where this made landfall are going to set records, and that's going to obviously be things that that will need to be responded to. We have, of course, massive amounts of food and water in the area. We're going to have probably close to 300 truckloads of food and water in the area today. Fortunately, most of our school districts will be able to reopen on Friday or Monday. Lee County is in a very difficult situation, Charlotte, so we're going to work with them and see when they can get back on their feet. But the damage there has been just so extensive that it's a very difficult situation. We have received a major disaster declaration for 9 counties, but we do expect more. I just spoke with the president this morning. He offered support. I told him thanks for this, but because the storm has moved inland and caused a lot of potential damage in the center part of our state, that we were going to be asking for those counties to be expanded and included there. But for now, we have approval for Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota. That will allow individual Floridians to seek individual assistance from FEMA. And that will be something that, as you have people that have been displaced due to the catastrophic impacts of Hurricane Ian, that's going to be something that's going to be necessary. We have been granted 100% federal assistance, Category A and B, up front for 30 days to ensure we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery situation. FEMA has, as I mentioned, activated individual assistance for those in need of help who qualify. You go to FEMA.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3262. Make sure you take a picture of the water line in your home, because if you can show that, we're able to get assistance to you faster. As people have emerged this morning, particularly in the areas that were hard hit, just understand this is still a hazardous situation. Those folks that were in there in the wee hours of the morning were taking big risks as first responders navigating this. You have power lines that are down, you have trees that are down, you have a lot of hazards right now. We do anticipate a lot of the water will subside in some of the barrier islands and some of the coasts, but some of those inland places off rivers and off these inlets, you're likely to have standing water there throughout all of today and even in the days ahead. So that is a hazard, and just please be aware that is something that if you weathered the storm to this point, going and doing and getting involved in that is just totally not worth it, and we want to minimize any harm to anybody as a result of what we're seeing right now in the streets. We have had 26 states provide support. We really appreciate that. It's going to be put to use. This is, I don't think we've ever seen an effort mobilized for this many rescues this quickly, but we appreciate it, and we will make good use of it. We want people to be safe. Those who have who are in need of life support right now, help is on the way. What they were able to do is look to see where the areas that were the hardest hit, and they've been focusing assets there. So obviously the barrier islands, but then you also have places along these different inlets and different rivers where people said the water was rising. They were calling into the county or calling 911. And so they have a pretty good sense of where those calls were coming from, and they're focusing their rescue efforts on those areas that were most hard hit. And again, I just want to thank the urban search and rescue teams, the National Guard, the state resources, and the Coast Guard for not waiting around, but going in there and understanding that time is of the essence, and we got a lot of people we need to help. For those looking to help, people say, what can we do? Well, the First Lady is spearheading our efforts with Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We've got a lot of items, and that resources, financial resources, can really help people get their unique needs met. We have everything we need in terms of supply, but if you go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222, you can provide some much appreciated assistance. And if you want to volunteer, you have official volunteer portal at www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. The impacts of this storm are historic, and the damage that was done has been historic, and this is just off initial assessments. There's going to be a lot more assessing that goes on in the days ahead, but I think we've never seen a flood event like this. We've never seen storm surge of this magnitude, and it hit an area where there's a lot of people in a lot of those low-lying areas, and it's going to end up doing extensive damage to a lot of people's homes. So there's going to be a lot of work to do. Today is about identifying the people that need help, who may still be in harm's way, but also beginning the process of rebuilding some of the things that we need to have services restored, to have fuel, and to have the things that people need in terms of communications. I want to thank Kevin Guthrie for having these assets ready to go. We're going to use every bit of them, and we're going to be there until all the tasks are completed. So, Kevin, you want to come up and give an update?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, First Lady, for your leadership across the state. Going into a little more detail this morning, obviously, as Tropical Storm Ian continues to move across Central Florida this morning, we have damaging winds and extreme rainfall expected throughout the Northeast Florida and Central Florida area. I want to emphasize that the storm still poses a major threat to the state, including Central Florida right now and Northeast Florida. Orange County Fire Rescue is actively conducting 9 wide area search responses on the water for rising water in the Central Florida area. That is happening right now as we speak. At this time, the division has received more than 1,500 resource requests from our local impacted partners, and we have filled or are in the process of filling 1,300. As the governor said, there are 300 plus truckloads of food and water that have been loaded out, and they are mobilizing to leave to the Southwest Florida area right now. In addition to the issues with cell phones, we are deploying cell phone towers, as the governor mentioned, over 100 assets in that arena alone. We want to reinforce, and we appreciate the fact that we have received over 15,000 inputs to our shelter-in-place system. So we want to encourage you, if you are sheltering in place, or you know someone that has sheltered in place, and you know that we need to have go out and check on them, please register that individual or register yourself at floridadisaster.org/report. That's floridadisaster.org/report. We have made that more specific. Yesterday it was info, but we made it a little more specific so you did not have to hunt around for that site. So again, I'll repeat it for the third time. floridadisaster.org/report to complete the shelter-in-place survey. I want to reiterate that is not a replacement for 911. If you are in an emergency situation, you need to call 911 in your local area. Our logistical staging areas in Central Florida have all the additional resources that we need to respond. We have tarps. We have medical supplies if needed in those warehouses. We want to make sure that all the available resources can get to the residents as quickly as possible. We are obviously in a situation now where we are starting our 72-hour clock, and that 72-hour clock is that we search first, we secure, and then we stabilize. So that is what the focus of the State Emergency Response Team is going to be over the next 72 hours. Again, that is search, secure, and stabilize. I want to thank the Governor and the First Lady for their continued leadership and support. They've been here nonstop around the clock. And again, sir, thank you for that.
Okay, First Lady.
No, I just want to say on behalf of the governor and myself, everyone here who's working at the Emergency Operations Center, all of the men and women who have not left since this disaster began, to all of those people across the state, our first responders, I want to say thank you, because the people across the state and the country have stepped up big to support our Florida Disaster Fund. So far, in less than 24 hours since we launched the fund, we've raised $1.6 million. I am in constant contact with two folks. One, the people of Volunteer Florida, to pledge that we are going to remove any red tape and bureaucracy from getting those funds deployed to the people who need them immediately. And then also we're working with a lot of businesses across the state to continue to build upon that. But thank you to the people across this country and this state for stepping up to help wonderful people who are in need. Again, there's a couple of ways that if you want to continue to donate, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, or you can also text disaster to 20222. But on behalf of so many wonderful people, thank you for stepping up, and please continue to do so.
So we will be having all assets marshaled until the job is done on this initial phase. I may be able to get down today to help to survey and talk to some of the folks down in Lee and Charlotte counties. But those were massive impacts, and so we are looking at. Kevin said, these 72 hours very important for safety for folks and rescuing people that need that, and eventually bringing some stability. But you're looking at a storm that's changed the character of a significant part of our state, and this is going to require not just emergency response now in the days or weeks ahead. I mean, this is going to require years of effort. To be able to rebuild and to come back. These are fantastic communities down in Southwest Florida with a lot of fantastic people, and they're very tough and resilient. Of course, they didn't ask for this, but they need our help now, and we're going to be there for them. And we understand that this is going to be a very, very long process, and we also understand that these effects are going to go throughout the state today, and you're going to continue to see effects from flooding and these other ailments, not just today, but in the days ahead. So thanks for the support for everyone around the country who's donated, and thanks for everyone who's volunteered the time, and thanks for all the other states who have lent their support to us. Okay.
There have been reports that maybe there were hundreds of fatalities in Lee County. Do you have any clarification on how
So
many?
none of that is confirmed. I think what that is there were 911 calls for people saying, hey, the water is rising in my home. I'm going to go up in the attic, but I'm really worried. Of course, those folks are now going to be checked on, and so I think you'll have more clarity about that in the next day or so as they're able to go to those locations and determine whether people need services or are able to be rescued. My sense is that that water was very, very high. But my hope is that if folks did go higher, if they were there, it's not comfortable, but now we're in a situation. I mean, if you're there, they want to come get you. And so hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of those people brought to safety. And I can tell you in the barrier islands, I mean, there have been a number of people that have been helicoptered to safety. And it's great because, these folks sprung into action and they're doing it. We have had the 2 unconfirmed fatalities in the sense that we don't know that they're linked to the storm. I mean, our assumption is it likely is, and so basically FDLE will make that assessment, and then that will be reported. But that's what we have. That number that was put out by Lee is basically an estimate of, hey, these people were calling, the water was rising on their home, they may not have ended up getting through. So we're obviously hoping that they can be rescued at this point. And I know the folks there locally, those were the areas that they wanted to spring into action to, and they really used the information that was coming, not just through those emergency calls, but also through signing up on the website to see. And I think it's safe to say, Kevin, there's a pattern that's developed about where those calls are coming from and where those people are signing up from. And you can see the areas. I mean, no one wants to see. I mean, you see 3 foot of water in a road. I mean, that's obviously bad. That's going to do damage. But you see the places where the water was 4, 5, 6 feet in a residential area, and that is really the life-threatening situation.
Details of what you're hearing from Central Florida as far as flooding and other damages?
Yeah, this morning at 5:45 a.m. I received a phone call from Orange County Emergency Management Director Chief Laura Lee Avery. She's actually technically assigned to the fire department as a division chief over the Department of Emergency Management there. She called me to let me know that they were actively responding to 9 widespread areas along the Colonial Drive area, I-4 State Road 46 area of Central Florida, and that they were requesting assistance for stuff that we may have staged in Orlando. So very quickly this morning, our overnight crew sprung into action and started moving National Guard high water vehicles as well as other assets that were staged there for urban search and rescue elements, swift water elements, and they started moving into action this morning. I do not have a total number of potential saves that they have done, but what it's linked to is the massive amounts of rainfall that are happening there. We were receiving reports that some creeks, tributaries, the area around the St. John's, headwaters around the St. John's area, and unconfirmed, may have been rising at about a rate to about 4 feet in a matter of hours. So lots of rain in the area, lots of instant action water rise. There's a lot of lakes in Central Florida, especially in that Orlando Kissimmee area. And it appears that these lakes were filling up and overflowing into the neighborhoods around them. So that's what is going there on in the Central Florida region. I will say, as a part of Central Florida and also as a part of Southwest Florida, do not come in and tour the area for damage. We have 20,000, 30,000 responders coming into area that need access to those roads. Stay at home. Do not get on the roads. Let the first responders have the roadways. Let the power crews have the roadways. We will get things open up exponentially quicker if we don't have to maneuver around individuals that are just coming into area to look around. So please, stay out of the area, both in Central Florida as well as Southwest Florida. Let the crews get in there, do what they need to do. We're coming in full force. We've got a lot of people coming in there. We need you out of our way so we can get our job done. Thank you.
But also just note, I mean, as this exits the state, it's going to go into the Atlantic Ocean, and it's going to impact other states in our country. And so you're looking at Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, they may be having impacts. This is just a lot of water, and you're going to have flooding in those other states as well. Of course, they're not going to have to deal with the catastrophic impact that Florida suffered on the southwest coast. But this thing is not done creating damage. I mean, this thing's going to continue to move. So I know they've declared state of emergencies in many of those states, and they're going to have to deal with this storm, which is wreaking havoc across our state, but it's going to end up wreaking havoc in communities across the southeastern part of the United States. Yes.
Governor, you made a comment about a pattern for the 911 calls and the surveys. Is there an area that you're looking at that you can share?
So I would say, and then Kevin can come in and do, I would say obviously the places that got the catastrophic storm surge. So you'd be looking at the barrier islands in Lee, Charlotte counties, some of the coast, even in Collier County. And then you're looking at, as you go inland, in kind of that Fort Myers, Charlotte County juncture, where you've got the Caloosahatchee, you've got these inlets, you've got the harbor. Those areas, because the storm surge can come on a barrier island, it's there, and then that is just the water is just building up. And so you see that they were absolutely consistent with Kevin posted. We have it in there in our room, the inundation map from 24 hours ago of what we projected. And what you'll see is some of those areas, you go inland even many blocks, and you have massive inundation that are off those areas. And so I think it was a pretty consistent pattern. And I think if you look at what's going on, it's going to be those communities in Lee and Charlotte counties that are close to those bodies of water that probably suffered the most severe flooding. And, there's people that had, the Coast Guard has had people that were in their attic and got saved off their rooftops in those areas because of the flooding. So that I think is pretty clear that was really that. But you also have, normally we would say, having 3 or 4 foot of flooding in some residential area was like a big deal. You see that in like Northport, I think I would say, in southern parts of Sarasota, but that's just a different degree than what we've seen in Lee and Charlotte counties. Okay, we will be back here likely later today, but we will be down in Southwest Florida as well.
Well, looking at that split screen of some of the damage, you saw some planes that were overturned. That is statewide damage.
Yeah, we're seeing damage up and down the coast. Of course,
Miami
Southwest
area.
Florida really got the brunt of this.
Several updates for folks right here. Heads up for people. Hillsborough and Pinellas counties just lifted the evacuation orders. Actually, that was effective as of 9 o'clock. Also, First Lady mentioning disaster relief and the number to go with text disaster to 20222. Again, 20222. We have the graphics so you can see it for yourself there. Also, she mentioned in less than 24 hours raising $1.6 million, saying they are going to lift that red tape so that they can get those funds to people who need it.
And a whole lot of people need it for sure. President Biden also approving the Florida disaster declaration, and that includes Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, and Pinellas and Sarasota, as well as
FEMA
Charlotte,
assistance.
Collier, DeSoto as well. And the governor just said, too, that he's asking for counties in Central Florida to be included in that as well, waiting for confirmation from the president, but of course going to need all the help that those areas can get.
Remember to take a picture of the water line. The governor's saying take a picture of the water line because that will speed up the process for you as you get some help with your situation.
All right, Manatee County, the EOC, we're hearing from them as well this morning. I think we're going to listen into that news conference.
But 5,000 311 calls during these past 2 days. Helping citizens navigate the issues and evacuations and shelters and now as we move into recovery.
Chief Fletcher, let me ask you a question about the operation of the EOC. Now that these evacuation orders have been listed, does that downgrade the activity here?
Not at all. I think we will step up, and let me take a brief moment to kind of explain where we were, where we're at, where we're going. With the help of Dr. Hopes and Kevin Guthrie, the Director of Florida Division of Emergency Management, we thought ahead. So pre-storm, we had FEMA representatives in our EOC. We had State Division Emergency Management recovery people in the EOC. What that does to citizens of Manatee County is probably put us 3 to 4 days or more ahead of where we would be to get the right resources, to get the right funding, to get the right support. We also have other assets from the state. As Dr. Hopes alluded, we just came from a meeting with over 190 National Guard who staged last night in Ocala for the storm to go by. They're from in the Panhandle that were deployed directly to Manatee County to work with us whatever we need. And we have the support of all the law enforcement agencies, all the fire agencies in the county. So we believe that gave us the step ahead that as soon as not even light came, normally as Dr. Hopes alluded, we would wait to first light. He took it and stepped it forward and get it out there. But now we're shifting. Obviously, we're still in a response mode,
but we're gearing up and entering in that recovery mode, which means we're there to help the citizens. What can we do? We need to evaluate. I think we have about 15 damage assessment teams out in the community assessing the damage to see what we might need. Do we need to provide housing? Do we need to provide food, tarps, whatever we need for those people? Because again, we don't know yet, but we're out there looking to help the citizens, whether it's medical care, housing, food, whether we need to set up what's called points of distribution. That's another resource that the National Guard can assist with. And as we've been told both by Director Guthrie and the Major of the National Guard, if we need more, all it takes is an ask. So through the current leadership of the county and the state, we're addressing what we know now, and it's available. If we need more resources, we will get more resources to assist the county.
This appears to be citizen-centric, but what can citizens do to assist with this recovery effort?
Well, number one, don't panic. Communicate to us what their needs are. FPL, they spent the night or the actual 2 days. They've had personnel, again, just like some of y'all, locked in the building, acting now, not waiting till it's over. I believe at one point we were about 160,000 people without power. That number's coming down. In some cases, have patience, because it takes a while to get that power restored. In Irma, we saw 2 weeks or more. So have patience with us. As Dr. Hopes alluded to, the water and the sewer system, that takes time. Again, have patience. Know that we're working on it. Conserve water. Conserve your flushing, because until those lift stations gets working. But have patience. Know that we're getting there.
And you know, as Chief Lischauer mentioned, we were fortunate that we had these on the ground assets from the federal government and the state government. Governor DeSantis, his office called me before the storm was about to make landfall to ensure that I had cell phone numbers of our key contact people. In addition to that, this is the first time where the cities in the county have all been on the same information system for damage assessment. So we spent a good bit of time in preparation, and so now all of the city damage assessment teams in all the municipalities in Manatee County and Manatee County government are using a centralized damage assessment system. So as it goes in real time, we will have everything in a central system with the ability to aggregate damage assessment, get it to FEMA and those entities. And about what citizens can do. If you come upon a down power line, you come upon a tree crossing a street, a damaged road, anything, you can take a picture with your mobile phone and you can text it to 311 and it will go into the system. We go through every single 311 communication and we address it and we hand it off to the departments that can deal with it. So if everyone plays their part and does that, we will far quicker be able to address those needs. So use our 311 system, take a picture, you can email the 311 system, you can text the 311 system, give us the best location to identify it, give us a picture, and that will help us expedite. Our goal is to get the community back to the quality of life that we had before this storm. And that's what we're focused on. That is our primary focus, is to meet the individual community citizens' needs and get this completed as excellent as possible.
You said it was 8 a.m. officially that all the shelters were closed?
Yes, sir, and I've just got a call from the superintendent. She was going building by building to affect the plan for people to get out. And for those individuals that have been in the shelter and you get to your home and you feel that you cannot stay there, reach out 311 and we will get you connected with the resources to help. We do know that we have a number of homes, especially out east, that are not going to be inhabitable, and we're working on temporary housing for those individuals. Look, we're all in this together. You know, we're a large growing county, but we're one big happy family, and we help out each other in Manatee County.
And again, on the early damage assessment, is Hurricane Ian the storm that you were expecting?
It's the storm I was expecting. I was pleased that we did not get the direct impact of it, but this was the storm that I have been talking about for the past week, and it was a very strong, powerful storm. And you know, our thoughts and prayers go out to those people to the south, in Lee County and Charlotte County and in Collier County, that were hardest hit. I think it made 2 landfalls in the south in a very short period of time, and it did so at near Category 5 strength. And it could end up being like Michael. You know, if you recall Michael, about 6 months later when they ran the data, they determined that it actually was a Category 5 when it made landfall. And this one was within a mile or 2 miles an hour. And let me tell you something, when you're trying to figure out, is it 155 or is it 157 or 153, that's a tight envelope there. So we'll see, but it was a very strong storm, and yes, this is what I was talking about. And quite frankly, for anybody who was, you know, critical of the decision that I made to evacuate the islands, just take a look at what those islands look like when daylight comes up down south, and you understand why that decision was made.
Where can people go if they do get back to their place and they can, you know, do that significant damage?
First would be 311. The first place they should go is to a friend. You know, identify a friend that can help you out for a short period of time to allow us to look at a different solution. But just like when you have to evacuate, you're going to be more comfortable with friends than you are in a shelter, as long as it's a safe location. But reach out to your friends and reach out to your neighbors, and we all should be helping each other. You can contact your church. A lot of the churches will make space available during a short term. We're now mobilizing, you know, those organizations that help with that and temporary housing placement. If you go through our 311 system, it'll go into Community and Veterans Affairs. And that's the department within the county that addresses that. And we have a team that's assigned here at the EOC specifically for temporary housing. All right, thank you much. Hope all your own families and homes are safely made it through the storm. All right, and we appreciate you hanging out with us.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, so we are just jumping out of 2 press conferences happening simultaneously. There, one in Manatee County, several updates there, as well as one with Governor Ron DeSantis that we read
we just
moments
heard from
ago.
the governor. That was the first time today, just a little bit ago as well. I want to let you know, St. Pete Clearwater International, they're assessing reopening plans. Thankfully, didn't sustain any damage, although we did see damage to Sarasota. We've been showing you that this morning. Out of that news conference there from Manatee County, they say they're trying to move into recovery mode right now, obviously in response mode, making sure that everyone's okay. They have 190 National Guards staged from last night for the county to help with the area, 15 damage assessment teams. They're going to be assessing the needs for food, housing, tarps, anything that's needed in the aftermath of this storm.
Move from that to point of distribution. Also, at one point, 160,000 people or so without power, and that is still the case for a lot of people down there. They're urging folks, conserve the water, and they emphasize this, that includes flushing.
Yes, and you said I saw in your notes too. We've been saying this morning. as you see damage, especially in your own backyard, if it's not an emergency, you want to call 311 to report
311.
that, let them know. You don't want to bog down the 911 line for those very needed emergencies in the aftermath of this storm. So call 311.
Great resource.
Let them know, that there's damage that you see in your neighborhood, in your own backyard. Again, not getting out and about today, please.
I want to backtrack to the governor here as well. He used words like historic, unprecedented.
Yeah.
Also saying this is basically, quote, basically a 500-year flood event.
Right, saying it's changed the character of a significant part of our state. Of course, Southwest Florida getting the brunt of this storm. Again, they're out doing rescue missions as well, and have been, he said, since the wee hours of this morning. The Coast Guard doing rescue missions. They have Chinooks, they have Black Hawk helicopters, 28 large helicopters out and about. Of course, we know so many people are without power this morning. Perhaps you're watching us because you're streaming. We encourage so many people to download our app and to look at our social media platforms as we continue to update you because so many homes are in the dark right now.
This is another update right here, Caitlin, that grabbed my attention. Evacuating 2 healthcare facilities currently, as we speak. And more than 2 million power outages statewide. The governor is saying more or less Lee County, quote, off the grid as he's talking about outages.
That's what's really stuck out is, of course, we know this from the video that we've been showing you, inundated with storm surge in the area. Lee and Charlotte County is what he said are basically off the grid right now. They're going to have to be entirely rebuilding infrastructure there, whereas we have linemen throughout the area, throughout the Tampa Bay area, that are going to be connecting power back to a pole. Those counties are really going to be experiencing a whole rebuilding effort in the aftermath of this.
I said 26 states. That means volunteers from 26 states showing up here to do their parts. They couldn't move around because of the weather situation, so now they are being deployed. Also, have you had some trouble getting in touch with friends and loved ones? Well, because of that, they are setting up more than 100 portable cell towers.
Right, all these things in place to deal with everything that we're experiencing now. Again, going to need to reconstruct entirely the Pine Island Bridge and Sanibel Causeway. We showed you Sanibel Causeway earlier, really eerie video there. The bridge entirely damaged to Sanibel, so that's going to have to be rebuilt. And of course, people want to help in any way that they possibly can right now. More than $1 million, 1.6 already coming in 24 hours. First Lady Casey DeSantis of our state, she enacted this yesterday, the Florida funds, and that is private funds that they want to direct initially, like right to our communities to help out quickly. Sorry, our producer's talking to me too.
So we have another update. This is from Sarasota County, but I want to throw this out there. The governor says search, secure, stabilize. Those are the goals. But let's go ahead and check in on that EOC update in Sarasota County.
Members are taking calls from people who evacuated outside of our community and wanting to return. We ask those individuals as well to please stay where you are until we can say that it's clear and we give that green light for our community to return. Obviously, we also have damage assessment teams that are out there in the community assessing our county infrastructure, which includes our water and wastewater system. There's going to be some issues for our community as far as water and wastewater. Our water is currently still shut off to the Keys. As we go through the process of making those assessments and trying to restore those services to our community, we ask that they please be patient. At this time, I can't tell you how long it's going to be, so patience is really important. Once we do restore water service, there's going to be boiled water notices. It's really essential for you to pay attention to those boiled water notices, as it's essential for your health and your well-being. We're also wanting to let the community know that as you start to get that green light to go out, and you might even see this just from your own home as you're standing out in your front lawn, that our teams that are out there clearing those roadways, their first priority is to clear the roadways. So there's going to be debris that's just put to the side. We're going to come back for that later. At this time, I don't know how long that's going to be, but it's really important. Our first priority is to clear those emergency routes. We're also getting reports of individuals going out and starting to work on their properties and trying to take their debris to the curb. Please do not take your debris to the curb at this point. Please do not take your trash or recycling to the curb at this point. Our solid waste team, they're diligently working on a plan of when we can resume service. And once we can, we'll let our community members know, and then that'll be the time. Right now, I know that Hurricane Ian has passed, but the real work begins. and it's going to take all of us. Here at our Emergency Operations Center, we are working diligently with our partners across the county, our local municipalities, our law enforcement, our state partners, our National Guard, and we're going to work together, but it's going to take some time to recover. We're Floridians. We know about hurricane season. We prepare year-round for this. This is what our team does. All right, so we ask that you follow our notices, you take heed to our warnings, and you work together. Most importantly right now, we're asking our community to work together and to check on your neighbor. All right, take this time not to worry about the debris, all right, to worry about your friends and family. Spend this time with your friends and family. Go check on that neighbor that you're worried about. All right, you can call 311. We'll provide you with updates as services become available. But for right now, let's just take a breath. Let's just take a pause. We've got a lot of work to do. I'll take some questions at this point.
Jamie, you said that the south part of the county, the worst part of the damages. What are you seeing there as far as damages? What do you know about what's going on in the south part of the county?
So reports are coming in. I mean, this is a minute-by-minute situation that's changing, and we are facing some challenges. We know there's structural damage, there's water intrusion, there's down power lines. All right, so there's some areas in our South County that still aren't safe for our emergency responders to even go into. So our 911 operators, they're doing the best job they can. They should be commended for their hard work, as well as our 311 customer service representatives who are taking calls 24/7. It's going to take some time to be able to get to everyone across our community.
Are you all dealing with or getting reports of people who are stuck inside their houses, and then these first responders are having to go out and rescue them? Like, what are you all doing in terms of that type of helping folks who are stuck in structures?
So as I mentioned, and I think, you know, we had Caitlin Perez, our PIO partner with the Sheriff's Office. She explained that up there in our 911 Public Safety Communications Center, they actually have a medical director that's triaging calls, right? And going and working those and trying to provide assistance. When we find out that there's individuals that are stuck in structures, working with our first responders, depending on where they're located, if they're above, if they're north of 681, we're working to make those responds and respond to those calls. Right now, we're asking for the community to be patient. There's still a lot of work to do, especially south of 681.
Are you guys getting any reports of people who may have died in this storm?
At this time, I'm unaware of the reports, but this is a changing situation. Any other questions?
The roofs that were blown off that we were told about yesterday, are those mobile homes? Are those regular homes that also lost their roofs?
We're seeing damage reports across the community on all types of structures. We are aware of some collapses of certain buildings at different locations, and we're getting additional reports in. So this is a minute-by-minute situation, but I want to reassure the community that this team is working very diligently and moving as fast as they can to help our community recover. This is going to be a long process. Everyone just needs to take a breath, and we'll do the best we can.
And are there any specific streets in certain towns that you guys are focusing on right now where maybe the worst of the worst damage is?
So we have a great, in our information, enterprise information technology group, we actually have a mapping team, and we're working on creating those maps that we're going to share with you, our media partners. We're going to post on our county website at scgov.net. We'll share them on our social media accounts that's at SRQ County Gov, and it's going to kind of show you the community where we are, right? So where we are, there's going to be a red, a yellow, and a green, all right? So wherever the red is, you need to stay where you are. It is not safe to go out at all. You're putting your life in danger, right? When you go into the yellow zone, that's when it's for our emergency personnel to go out. You might see some vehicles, but those are our authorized personnel. If you see those vehicles, that doesn't mean that for you to head out. Just know that those authorized county staff, those local law enforcement and first responders, they're responding in that yellow. When we get to the green area, that's the green light. That's when it's safe for everyone to go out. It's going to be a phased approach. You know, our South County was hit harder than our North County. When you think about how large our county is, that's 725 square miles. We factor in over 30 of that is a coastal. You know, so it's going to be a phased approach, and it's going to take longer for some of those areas to go green.
James Hill with ABC 7 out of Sarasota. In terms of the trucks that were the crews that came in to help out from around the country that were staged outside Robarts, have they been dispatched? Are they moving around trying to help, or are they waiting as assessments are being made right now?
So where the teams can get to, they're going to. I'm sure you guys are seeing the numbers from FPL. Just a few hours ago, we were well over 200, and it was, I think it was over 280,000 still without power. If you look at those numbers now, we're under 200,000. So there are teams out there where they can get to, they're going out there and making a difference and making those repairs.
You had some challenges yesterday as far as communication in parts of the county. Are you able to communicate with everyone across the county at this point?
So we're working diligently with our partners, especially. I have been in touch with all of our PIO partners, our public information officers, and our communications officials. As I mentioned, yesterday, all of our evacuation centers have those sat phones. So even though for those areas that have lost power, we do have communications set up to where we can reach out. I would say for our community members, you're going to probably experience some difficulties with cell reception. Just know that there's, cell services, disrupted in some areas, and some of our cell towers may be impacted.
And for people who are looking, when they are able to go back home and see the extent of the damage at their properties, what do they need to know in terms of helping to get assistance and helping to kind of recover from this?
So we're eager to move forward in recovery, and we have a lot of programs and services available for the community. So in the coming hours, once we give that green light that it's okay to return and assess those damages, we're going to be sharing information about those program services. We have, when you think about how large our county is and our public servants that are dedicated, they're going to be out there in the community setting up different locations. We call them points of distribution. When you think about our planning, development, and services department, someone right now might be thinking about permitting or what they have to do there. So we're going to have teams that are going to be located throughout our county. They're going to be set up to assist the community. We're partnering obviously with all of our nonprofits and our local health officials, as well as our health centers and hospitals. So we're going to have services that necessarily where you don't just need to go to that actual facility. We're going to do our best to bring the services to the community where they need them.
In terms of FEMA, should they call or try to email? How can a person reach out to FEMA at this point, or is that something they should wait a few days for?
So right now, we've asked that they stay where they are if they're in the evacuation center. FEMA has a lot of great information available on their website. If they're in our community, I would advise if they can to call 311 and our team members will assist them. If for some reason, if they're outside the community right now, we know that some individuals left our area, they can also dial 941-861-5000. Last question?
With the 681, you mentioned you guys can't get south of there. Is that an issue with roads being out, still major areas of standing water? What's it look like down there?
So there's some areas where we don't know exactly what it looks like, but our teams are moving as quickly and diligently, but as safely as they can for themselves. So they're clearing debris. I'm sure you guys have saw the sheriff's office video of their tactical first in team that they reported. So they're seeing all sorts of things: power lines down, roadways being blocked, and standing water. So it's just a matter of working through those areas, identifying the routes that are safe, making alternate routes if the primary emergency routes aren't safe.
Are there any collapsed roads anywhere or bridges?
I currently don't have any reports of the bridges and collapsed roads, but that's something I can follow up with you afterwards. Any additional questions? All right, so just for our community members, we thank you for heeding the notifications to stay where you are. We're going to be communicating with you on a regular basis. Hurricane Ian has passed, but now the real work begins and we're in this together. So take a pause, meet with your family, with your friends, and with your neighbors.
Okay, so let's take a look at our power outages out of that. Again, what they said during that news conference too is that for those without water, there are going to be boil water notices in place once water is restored. And we want to take a look again, power outages. The governor said earlier during his news conference, more than 2 million Floridians are without power as of this morning. They're expecting those numbers to climb too throughout Central Florida, but taking a look at Sarasota County right now, total customers out 193,000, more than that. Total customers in the county, 287 without power. That's in the county, excuse me. About half of them, more than half of them, in the dark right now. So, my goodness, it is going to be a continued problem here, and of course, easier said than done right now, right in the aftermath of this storm, to be patient. But that's really what we have to be, as so many people are in the dark.
Multiple times over, we're thankful for First Light at this hour, so that they can kind of assess some of their damages themselves. But a minute-by-minute operation, and they also reiterated this. take a moment to take a breath, right? Because they want you to commend the 911 operators. As you can imagine, they have been inundated with calls.
Right, and of course we've seen the storm surge, and so we're sending help and resources south. As of right now, we know that Pinellas County, the Sheriff's Office, they're sending Marine and land units. That's going to go down to Charlotte County to assist with rescues there and to assist with their needs. Their help
This is that right
is on
there.
the way, as they have tweeted there. You see them leaving earlier this morning before the sun even rose. And that happened at 7:22. I remember us saying the sun was coming up at 7:22 this morning. So
that's the cue.
Just after 7 a.m.,
Yeah.
before it rose, they sent help on the way. And obviously so many Floridians are in need of it right now.
Okay, so we hit you with 3 press conferences back to back to back, one with Governor Ron DeSantis giving us several updates. We had another press conference in Manatee County giving you updates. Important reminder here out of Sarasota County, don't take trash to the curb because clearly they have other
they'll let you know
things
when
to
the
take care of right
services
now
are-
as well. Oh, look at this right here, Kate.
Okay, so this is out of Fort Myers, right, guys? Okay, Fort Myers video, obviously inside of a home, not what anybody wants to see there. That storm surge just ravaging
And
that
then
home.
the winds, right? I mean, you don't really have any place to go, and people trying to go to higher
Devastating
ground.
video. You just feel for these families. We've been saying this all morning. Yeah, you have to take a breath, but there are so many people in such a tragic situation right now, not having a home to go back to, losing all of their belongings, all of their sentimental items. We just really feel for them this morning. Obviously, so many different ways that the state, the government, FEMA is trying to help get people here to help.
This is why they're saying it's a minute-by-minute operation because along the spectrum, this is, well, I hate to say some of the worst video we've seen because we've seen several structures just like that.
Yeah, seen so much of that very video. As I was saying with that, talking about that help, the president did speak with the governor this morning. So the FEMA administrator will be here in Florida as of tomorrow. Again, this is really a day of assessment that started in the wee morning hours. A quote from the governor that they've been working around the clock to assess the damage
A
here.
reminder to folks, too, take a picture of the water line. The governor advising people to do that so that it'll maybe speed up the process as they get assistance with FEMA.
Oh, looks like we lost that shot there.
Can we bring that back?
I think the shot may have gone out. Can you guys update us?
We're getting
Talking to our
instructions
producers.
minute by minute as well as we are keeping you abreast of the situation that
Yeah.
we're dealing with out here.
Trying to get you guys as many images as possible. Again, this is a day to assess the damage, but a day for emergency leaders to do that. They want everybody to stay home, hunker down as they can, and not to get out and about as there's so much to clean up, so
Perfect
much
segue to this right here.
check out today, those down power lines.
Let's talk bridges because the governor is saying 100 engineers inspecting bridges because of the winds, but because of Ian, right? The storm
Right.
in and of itself to assess the damages.
So Chris Rogers has been all over Pinellas County, and now you are at Tropicana. I think the good news there for people who are without power right now, Chris, is that there are so many linemen here to help from other states. We need all the help we can get when it comes to those power numbers, the outages.
Yeah, Caitlin and Frank, that's absolutely correct. We do need all the help we can get. Right now, at last check on the Duke Energy website, there's over 170,000 people in Pinellas County alone without power right now. As you can see behind me, hundreds and hundreds of power trucks are ready to go. Crews are here. They're being fed by multiple food trucks. They're ready to go to be deployed to get the lights back on in Pinellas County. Right now, they're still assessing damage. They need to assess the damage, and they also need to monitor the conditions. I don't know what the wind speeds right now are in Pinellas County. I know that our meteorologists have been tracking that, and they can probably update you in a little bit, but there's a certain threshold they have to meet. I spoke with a Duke Energy spokesperson a little bit earlier, and they said they definitely need to be below 30 miles per hour. Those gusts need to be below 30 miles per hour before it's safe for crews to be up in the buckets. Understandably, you wouldn't want them up there in dangerous and windy conditions. But right now, they need to assess the damage, they need to assess the conditions, and then they will deploy all of these trucks across Pinellas County. This is a scene that is going to be similar, I'm sure, in Hillsborough County as well, as most of the damage has been looked at right now. We've shown you damage throughout the morning. The danger really has passed. Wind conditions have died down a little bit here right now. It's not as gusty even as it was this morning. So the name of the game right now, get the lights back on. This was a huge issue back in Irma. It took a long time to get some of those lights back on. We spoke with Pinellas and Hillsborough County officials before the storm hit, and they said they had a good plan in place to get the lights back on in the most efficient, effective, and quick way possible. So we'll see what ends up being the case this time in terms of timing of turning power back on. But we've spoken to you all morning long and throughout the day yesterday. There certainly is a lot of wind damage across Pinellas County. Of course, we didn't get the brunt of it here in this area, but we saw down power lines all morning long, multiple down power lines. Just driving through St. Petersburg, as we did extensively, we hit most streets in the downtown area. There are so many down trees that need to be cleared before they can go up and reconnect some of those power lines. So even though there's a plan in place to make sure this is efficient, effective, and hopefully quicker than what we saw with Irma, this is still an extensive process, with a lot of moving parts and a lot of things that need to be checked off the list before crews can get up in those buckets and start turning lights back on in homes. I know that there's 170,000 people plus that are waiting with bated breath right now. Some of them potentially have left the area and are waiting to come back when the power comes back on. Some of them chose to stay here. And of course, it's not easy living without the lights. Our lights have not been on in St. Petersburg at our hotel location for the past couple of days, and it certainly is something that changes quality of life. So this is something that these crews will be working hard to do over the next couple of days, weeks, and potentially even months.
Are they giving you an anticipated timeline right now? Because I just checked with our meteorologist, and Grant was telling me 32 miles per hour in St. Pete, Clearwater. Clearwater Beach, though, seeing gusts up to 43 miles per hour right now.
Of course, it needs to be below 30 miles per hour, as you said, to get up in that bucket there, Chris.
Yeah, guys, so I spoke with the Duke Energy spokesperson, and I asked for a timeline. They said, and this was about an hour ago, they said no clear timeline right now. They really do need to get out there and assess the damage, assess the situation. But they said they will provide minute-by-minute updates on their website to make sure everyone's informed as to how this timeline will work. If you actually check on their website right now, it still says they're in the damage assessment phase. So things still need to happen before these guys can get out there and start repairing the damage. As for a timeline, we're going to keep checking in with Duke Energy throughout the day to get a clear picture of when they expect to let these crews get out there and up into those buckets. But right now, they're still in the first phase of this, so there is going to be quite a wait time until power's back on.
It's also, Chris, this is where people get impatient, right? Obviously, this is going to be a process here, but when it comes to reporting them, because we spoke with Duke Energy as the storm was approaching, and they were saying, you know, report your outage. Do you continue to do that? Do you continue to update them, or do they say once is enough and you know, they'll come help you as they can?
I think the most up-to-date information is important. I think that if you have an outage, I haven't spoken to them directly about that, but I know that they have encouraged people to, in the past, to report their outage if they have it. So if you haven't reported an outage, it can't hurt to add to that information just so they have up-to-the-moment awareness of where power services need to be restored. Of course, the big question here, and as we've seen with storms in the past, is many people ask, you know, why haven't you gotten to my neighborhood yet? Why haven't you gotten to my house yet? You know, my friends, my family across town, they've had power for a couple days, and we're still waiting here with the lights off. Well, there is a very stringent process when it comes to selecting which areas go back on first. They've got a very efficient system in place to know where to service first and where to service after that. So it's going to have to be a situation where you just have to be patient. And I know that's easy to say from someone who does have the lights on or from someone who's out of town, out of state. But for people right now waiting at home, it's not going to be today. It's probably not going to be tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of people that are going to have to wait a long, long time to get the lights back on. And that's not because these crews are not going to be out there working hard to get it back on. It's just because there's a system in place and it does take time.
Thank you so much. Of course, it definitely feels encouraging at least to see all the manpower behind you there lined up and at least ready to go when it is safe.
Chris Rogers there live at Tropicana Field. Clearly, the frequently asked question is why, but Chris also used the word efficient.
Efficient.
Yes, efficient.
Let's take a look at the outages too, because Duke continues to update those. And again, reiterating what the governor said, the state of Florida, the hard-hit areas, more than 2 people are waking up still in the dark this morning after so many
Two
lost
million.
power. More, is that what did I say?
2
2 million. Yes, not just 2. 2 plus a whole lot. 2 million. A little lack of sleep this morning.
I'm with you. More than 2 million people without
More than
power.
2 million people, yes. Okay, we apparently also have a clear water transformer that is blowing right now. This is the issue. This is why they're saying stay home if you can, because there's still a lot of hazards out there in our area. This is Clearwater Police. This is a transformer and pole issue that closed Sunset Point Road. Of course, there's so much damage in the aftermath of this. And again, Grant just told us moments ago, Clearwater Beach is still seeing gusts up to 43 miles per hour. So those are strong wind gusts out there.
You see the smoke
Still
right
coming
there.
down. We've been saying this morning, you know, we saw so much water. Even if the rain has stopped in your area, we've seen so much water come down. The ground is saturated. The roots are very saturated. And so these gusts can topple branches. They can topple the roots of trees.
That
Trees
is
can
the
come right on
recipe
down.
for
So-
more disaster, right?
Right.
And all the more reason to avoid the standing water and those lines you may see, because you don't know if those are active lines.
Right, of course. Safety first for
Mhm.
here as well. Active wind speeds right now, taking a look at this too. So this is sustained winds.
Just off Pinellas County right there.
Okay, sustained and gusts. So this map showing it's dropped just a bit, 39 in Clearwater, 28 sustained winds, 22 in St. Pete, up to 39. And as you heard Chris Rogers say, in order for those linemen to get up into the buckets to help restore the power,
Yeah.
it's got to be 30 miles per hour and below those
Grant,
gusts.
what-
Gusts.
That's what I was going to ask.
Gusts.
What constitutes sustained, Grant? Like, can you break that down for us? What is the time period for sustained?
I believe is it 10 seconds? I think it's 10 seconds. So those wind speeds have to be at that level for 10 seconds. If it's shorter than 10 seconds,
Okay.
it's going to be a gust.
That's good to know.
If it's longer than that, then that's going to be a sustained wind.
So you gotta see
that
those
means
drop.
that for longer than 10 seconds in Clearwater Beach, in Clearwater there, they're feeling those wind speeds at 28 miles per hour. With those gusts, those ones, you're feeling the wind, and all of a sudden you get a big push. That's going to be that gust that gets up to close to around 40 miles per hour. It's important to note too that they say 40 miles per hour. That's the same as the Skyway.
So 30 miles
Oh,
per
30
hour.
miles,
30
sorry,
miles
excuse
per
me,
hour.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
in
Yeah,
order for the linemen to get in the bucket to help
Okay,
restore the power, that's 30. You're right, though, Grant. The bridge, the Sunshine Skyway, that's 40 miles per hour or lower. Now, we are just getting some breaking news.
We were warning folks about this. You mentioned this in your 3 things to know, I believe. We were talking about this, warning people to be on the lookout for how judiciously use their water. Conserve the water. You see the tweet right there.
City of Bradenton.
Here's why.
Yeah, just receiving word that our public works staff and our wastewater treatment plant is full and in danger of overflowing. So they're asking you to conserve the water. Frank had just said that momentarily ago. That said just moments ago. So don't do dishes or laundry. Flush only when necessary.
They kept it all the way real with this warning, and
Yeah,
for
they
good
sure
reason.
did. So be advised of that. That's out of the city of Bradenton. We also want to show you Orlando, also experiencing a whole lot of wet weather, records amount of rain there, major street flooding in the downtown area, this associated with the hurricane as it moved through central Florida as well.
Kate, I believe Grant said since 1960?
Grant, are you listening?
About Orlando?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that was yesterday's rainfall. So actually, meteorologist Chris Bianchi was looking at today's rainfall, was also set a record.
It's the most on record, most 2-day rainfall on record in Orlando.
Ever. Right?
Oh,
So that, record rainfall for the most ever received in 2 days.
Yeah.
Jaw-dropping
Major
information
street
there,
flooding
Chris
near the
and Grant.
downtown area of Orlando. So that was also what you heard DeSantis say earlier, is that we are going to have FEMA help. We're going to have help from the government here in the state as well. He's now requesting Central Florida to be added to that list. Right now, President Biden has approved Florida disaster declaration federal funds. That is for Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota. This is for hazard mitigation, but of course he is asking for Central Florida to be added to that as well.
And I believe we have the tweet from the White House that, there it is right there.
Spoke with the governor earlier this morning. He said that, and of course also going to be bringing the FEMA director here to Florida as of tomorrow, is what I heard at last check. So we'll be closely monitoring that as well.
Okay. So coming up on 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah, we're
we've
listening
had
to our
a lot
producers
of
minute by
updates.
minute here. Christian Benavides has been here in Florida with us prior to this storm as well. I know he was in Pinellas County. Yesterday he was in Tampa having an assessment of this damage.
Good morning. I'm in Orlando where we are feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Ian as it is making its way out into the Atlantic. Now, the biggest concern here is for the potential for historic flooding because remember, Orlando is essentially swampland after this storm has already caused so much devastation down in southwest Florida. Jacob! Some Good Samaritans in Bonita Springs, Florida jumped into action, rescuing an elderly man trapped in his car in rising floodwaters. Scenes like these, somewhat common, as Ian roared into southwest Florida with a vengeance as one of the most powerful storms ever to hit the U.S. This morning, Ian is still churning its way across the state after making landfall yesterday as a Category 4 hurricane with 150-mile-per-hour winds. The streets and the sea became one and the same across the region, like in this neighborhood near Naples.
It's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet.
This woman from Kissimmee says she was afraid she might drown inside her home.
The water was so deep I had to swim in order to get to safe ground here.
You had to swim?
Swim from the house to halfway down the street to get to Napa.
In Tampa, strong gusts sent this traffic light crashing to the ground. Even though the storm has weakened, the danger certainly has not passed. The National Weather Service warning as this storm moves north and east, there's the potential for significant to catastrophic flooding in areas like here in Orlando. The Orlando airport began canceling all flights yesterday until further notice, stranding some passengers.
Now we're just gonna kind of hang out until Friday.
Nearly 100 search and rescue crews from South Florida are on their way to the hard-hit West Coast, bringing with them rescue dogs to help locate any missing or lost family members. Remember, Florida isn't the only state in the crosshairs. The governors of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia have all already declared states of emergency as Ian now makes its way out onto the Atlantic, where it's expected to strengthen once again. I'm Christian Benavides in Orlando. Back to you.
We'll continue tracking that situation. I want to take you to Lee County because earlier this morning, Governor DeSantis saying, quote, practically off the grid, talking about the outages there.
Yeah, getting a sheriff update here. Command staff are meeting to address search and rescue efforts right now as we speak, trying to figure out the next steps there. Yeah, he did say off the grid in that area, just really a devastating situation for Lee and Charlotte counties, which he said are basically off the grid. Sarasota close behind that in terms of power outages today. And of course, we were just talking to Chris Rogers, who's in Pinellas County with those linemen, who many of whom want to get out there and help restore the power, but safety first for them as well.
Safety first, has to be below 30 mile per hour sustained winds. Grant broke down what that means exactly. And you said next steps, right? So we're going to turn to Josh Sadorowicz with 3 of those steps that we should keep in mind this morning. Josh, good morning to you.
Hey, Caitlin, Frank. Yeah, so this has just come down here, updates on evacuation orders. We can tell you that as of this hour, all of the mandatory evacuation orders in Hillsborough, in Pinellas, in Manatee, and also Citrus counties, those are now officially lifted. Again, as of this hour, the Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, and Citrus County mandatory evacuation orders, those are lifted. Want to talk about something that the governor brought up during his update just a little while ago, cell service. He said that the state is going to be setting up portable cell towers, at least 100 of them, up across various parts of the state, certainly with a focus on some of the hardest hit areas of the state, Lee and Charlotte County, which both of you just reiterated what he said about those areas being off the grid. They're going to start doing that as soon as they safely can get in there and put those up, because obviously the storm just decimated some of the cell phone towers down in that area, and you've got to be able to keep people connected to some of those basic services. And finally, you see number 3 there. We just got an update from St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. PIE said that they are happy to report no damage there to the airport. We're hearing similar from Tampa International as those assessments continue, but neither airport wanting to give a firm time or day on when they expect to resume normal operations. However, Sarasota, Bradenton International Airport, SRQ, does have damage, and if we can, control room, bring up some of the video that we were showing you from earlier this morning, where part of the roof had actually been ripped off of the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport and was over on the side, and then we were showing you video looking into, there you go, you're seeing it now, looking into the airport, and it looked like once the roof was ripped off and water got into other parts of the ceiling, it then managed to wreak havoc on the inside as well, with a lot of the debris on the ground looking through those doors there from parts of the ceiling. So not quite sure then when Sarasota Bradenton would even be looking at seriously reopening there. Those are your three things here at this hour. Of course, minute-by-minute updates coming in. We want to make sure you have the latest information as soon as we get it. Caitlin, Frank, send it back to you.
Yeah, we are getting minute-by-minute updates here. You were talking about the damage at some airports. I know also this morning TPA was saying that they would be helping as well with the National Guard, giving them landing space. But the city of Treasure Island has said that they're assessing damage too, and the good news there, no major damage reported. You know, Treasure Island, such a beautiful area there, the beaches, another treasure on our coast. Mandatory evacuations have been lifted for that area as well. So some good news there.
Good to know there. And remarkable video there that Josh was showing us as, you know, extreme structural damage. And then, of course, the water that gets in there, the one that is... Okay, so another update from our producer from Hillsborough County. We're going to listen into this news conference to find out the situation there regarding power and rescue.
All of our partners, all of our agencies have served our community quite well. Thank you for everything that you've done to make this a safe event for so many. And for those of you that are still in need of resources, help is continuing to be on the way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. Thanks for everything that you continue to do here at the Emergency Operations Center. Have to start with just a few thank yous. Thank you to our County Administrator, Bonnie Wise. It was her vision, it was her sense of urgency that she issued these evacuation orders, and the fact that our community heeded these warnings. I've never seen this community get so well prepared and over my 30 years of law enforcement experience. It's because of our county administrator's vision and her diligence and all the community partners that we continue to speak about is the reason that we haven't had one loss of life as a result of this storm. I have to also take a quick moment, thank our governor for strategically placing assets throughout the state of Florida. That will help us be expeditious in returning that service, whatever the needs may be, including fuel. We had to close the port down. We'll get the port back open. It's fully stocked, and there shouldn't be long lines or any type of gas shortage here in Hillsborough County. I also have to take a moment to thank our Attorney General, Ashley Moody. The General has been in constant communication, I know, with all 67 sheriffs, and I'm one of them who remained in constant contact, offering any type of resources her and any of her office could provide. And I know she'll speak about some of that we have seen and will see, and how she plans to combat that here momentarily. Lastly, thank you. Thank you to the men and women of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I know you've been away from your families for several days, and you have remained diligent leading up to the storm, even during the storm, and now after the storm, as we continue into this next phase of our hurricane plan. Thank you. It was you, when the storm was reaching 48-mile-per-hour winds, who went out and cut a tree off of an individual to rescue them and rush them to the hospital as our deputies used the chainsaws to free them. Thank you. I know some of you, not all of you, will be able to return to your families as now we start our contingency plan on what assets and resources we are able to send down south. I talked to Sheriff Marcino from Lee County last night, and he took the phone call standing atop of a roof of one of his SWAT Bearcats on a satellite phone. And he told me that there were catastrophic loss and total devastation. He believes the loss of life is in the hundreds. So yes, I know all of us are anxious to get down there and help, and just got off the phone with him momentarily. All of us are anxious to go down and help. That's what first responders do. And we'll figure out what that plan looks like. We'll get with our county administrator and deploy those assets as quickly as possible. So what's the sheriff's office doing now? As we suspended service temporarily last night and then early this morning, gave the order for them to go back, as you can imagine, our deputies were extremely anxious to get back out there. We are still in those evacuation zones. Our residents are slowly returning. Some won't return till maybe the beginning of the week. We will be out there, have a heavy patrol presence again to make sure anyone tries to take advantage and victimize one of our residents that had to evacuate. So we'll be out there being diligent. We're out here. Our cut teams are out here. They're helping Tampa Electric. They're working with, again, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, and our partners with the county, trying to free up these roadways. So we passed several as we were out early this morning, cutting trees down, again, trying to get these roadways open so emergency vehicles can flow to anyone who may need assistance, and people who have evacuated can get back to their homes. Businesses can open, and we can return to some sense of normalcy. If you don't have a reason to be out in the roadways, please don't. I know curiosity is getting the best of you, but all you're doing is causing more traffic for our first responders who need to get somewhere, for Tampa Electric, whether it's some of the cell phone companies, whatever needs to be restored, you're actually hindering those efforts. Continue to remain hunkered down. It's not going to be long, and we'll be back to that sense of normalcy and get our families back, and hopefully with the weather going to be so gorgeous this weekend, start enjoying the weekend. Also, there's still a lot of power lights, power to traffic lights that are out and are inoperable. Just a friendly reminder, that's not just a free-for-all. We've made it through the storm unscathed. We don't want to lose a life now because no one's treated that light that's out as a four-way stop. Take just a moment. None of us are in that big of a hurry to take a moment, treat it as a four-way stop, look all ways, and then continue to move forward. So again, thank you to this community for heeding the warnings. Thank you to our our county administrator and all our partners here that you see represented here today, and this community that we proudly serve. It's because of you and by the grace of God that we sit here proudly. We haven't lost one life as a result of this storm. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister giving us an update on the situation.
Thank you, sir.
Out of Hillsborough County.
We'll
There's
now
more to
hear
this
from
news
the
conference.
Attorney
Let's
General
listen in.
Moody.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to hear from are we hearing from the Attorney General right now? Okay, let's listen in.
Wondering what is going on in their state, how their family and friends have fared within our own county. And I just have to say, being involved and watching this county specifically, being a fifth-generation Floridian, and this is my home county, I have been intimately involved in what is happening. The sheriff, the chairman, and I were discussing how well organized and prepared Tim Dudley and Bonnie Wise were here during this emergency situation, and the residents of Hillsborough County can be comforted that they have folks in charge that don't just have the requisite experience, but they have been passionate about protecting this community. And I think that you will see over the coming days as we assess the damage to our county that their preparation efforts paid off. We went into this, as you remember, on Monday, being very fearful that the storm coming would be the storm we always feared here in Tampa Bay, in terms of what that might bring, in terms of a storm surge and flooding. And we did not see that here because in the very last moments and days, it shifted south. Our friends in Lee County, in Charlotte County, they are waking up this morning and assessing. I've been on the phone with law enforcement, and while our sheriff here is assuring everyone in Hillsborough County that we have not lost life, and that is a blessing, and we thank God for that, our friends in Lee and Charlotte may not be so lucky. And they are saying that this morning is an assessment period for them. Not only are they diligently checking their infrastructure, their roadways, their bridges. There are reports of injured and other issues going on with their roadways. They are primarily focusing on saving lives and assessing how many they lost. And that is a moment that we all fear as Floridians, knowing that hurricanes are always a risk to our state. And so this morning is a time of assessment for those counties. We have about 2.5 million homes without power right now in the state. Luckily, in preparation for this, we were able to strategically place assets to come in immediately following the storm. And we know as the storm is leaving the east side of our state, we can now start deploying those. We have thousands of National Guardsmen, thousands of linesmen ready to go in. We're receiving assistance from FEMA. And so the state and the Federal Emergency Administration are working well together. And I think this morning we will start to have a better understanding of what our damage looks like, not the financial effects on our state, and sadly, the numbers of loss of life. So pray for those counties that weren't as fortunate as Hillsborough County. And please send your prayers to the first responders that are in it right now in standing water, trying to rescue people, trying to assess loss of life. These are the moments when law enforcement and other first responders and fire rescue that tragedy. And I am so proud of them through this storm. They have acted heroically and are doing so this morning while we're here giving reports and you're watching from the safety and structure of your home. They are out there saving lives. So we thank them very much. The Attorney General's office is working with ACA to make sure that we are assessing our nursing homes, our residential facilities. We are also still manning our price gouging hotline as people start hunkering down for the storm. That wanes a bit, but as people are trying to get back into their homes, if they are displaced from their homes during this time of emergency, please still, you can always call, let us know. We start looking, while it was primarily gas and water, that may start shifting into hotels and others. So you can always call 1-866-9-NO-SCAM or download the statewide reporting app, No Scam, to any Android device or iPhone. Again, I thank not only the amazing folks behind me, Sheriff Chad Chronister, and all those that we have mentioned before, but all of the first responders working so hard throughout our state right now to assess where we stand. And you can imagine over the coming weeks, they will be away from their families, working to protect yours and help us recover from this storm. This is going to be one of the worst storms to have ever hit our state. So the recovery efforts will also be historic. So thank you very much. And I send my congratulations and job well done to the officials here in Hillsborough County, though we know it's not a job over. There's still a lot of work to do. They have performed admirably thus far, and we're so proud of them.
Thank you, ma'am. And perhaps the most important person here this morning, Sherry Jacobs, spokesperson for TICO.
No pressure. Good morning. Good news. Restoration has begun. We, at first light today, our damage assessors and our troubleshooters were in the field looking at the damage from the storm. Our line crews came out a little later, and they are already restoring power. After Hurricane Ian passed through this area, we had about 295 or so customers affected with power outages. That number's already starting to tick down for those folks who are getting their air conditioning back. I know they're very relieved. We have a complement of 3,000 workers joining us in the force to restore power. They come from states as far away as Oklahoma and Texas and Indiana, and they are line workers and tree trimmers and damage assessors, and they are here to help supplement our crews and help get everyone's power restored as quickly and safely as possible. Two things I'd like folks to remember. One, particularly in these early days after the storm, be very aware of any downed power lines. Please report them to us and stay away from them and alert your neighbors to stay away from them. They don't always crackle and wave around even if they're live. So report them to us, let us take care of it. That's your number one priority. Second priority, patience. This was a big storm. It's going to be a big effort to restore power. Customers should expect extended outages, but rest assured, we got this. We'll get your power back as quickly and safely as we can.
Thank you. In conclusion, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the leadership throughout the county, here in Hillsborough County, and just throughout the community. I'd like to thank the community for heeding the warnings and doing what you needed to do to make sure that we were safe and able to respond. And I'd like to thank all the folks you all don't get to see in the background, my team and all the folks who, on orders, make their way here to the Emergency Operations Center. That's a couple of hundred folks that's here, and all the folks that man the shelters out there and made those last-minute emergency runs, even as we saw impacts. Folks didn't like to hear me say it, but we are still in the season 2 more months. We're going to go back, reset, and make sure that we're able and ready to respond. And also, as the sheriff mentioned, we're going to sit down with the leadership so that we can definitely take a look at how we can assist our neighbors to the south. And all our prayers go out to them as they begin the Herculean effort in recovery. That concludes this update. Thank you.
All right, that was an update out of Hillsborough County. Get better news there, much better news there. No loss of life, and that's the biggest sigh of relief for the county, especially heeding all the warnings and listening. That was a big prompts from the sheriff there, Sheriff Cronister. We've heard from him several times during the midst of this storm, saying people planned appropriately and really executed well, too, throughout this storm.
Says in his 30 years, he's never seen an effort like this, people coming together. Also hearing from Attorney General Ashley Moody. She is from Hillsborough County, also expressing her appreciation for the fact that people have come together to make this work collectively, and also discussing lives and livelihood. So not just talking about structural damage, but injuries that may have been sustained by people in the community. So we will get an update on that for you as well.
And we told you earlier that Hillsborough County has lifted its evacuation. So as people do return, and they're not urged to do that very quickly because, of course, the roadways are not in perfect condition. We're still monitoring a lot of down power lines and just seeing the debris left in the aftermath. But Sheriff Cronister said they are we'll have deputies out helping patrol and bring people back safely as that happens. Let's also head down to Sarasota. We're hearing from the police department there, community not as lucky as us during this storm.
Good morning, this is Chief Trochet with the Sarasota Police Department. I just want to give you another update for those that are following us on social media. Late last night into the early morning hours, we sent out police officers as the wind started to die down to start assessing the damage in the city. They then relayed that information so that this morning at first daybreak we could start taking action with respect to clearing roads, down power lines, communicating with our other partners like Florida Power to make sure that they had people en route to help us out. The other thing I want to make sure, after getting a lot of information back, referenced last night, is we continue to stay in place, shelter in place. I'm going to walk over here. We're in front of the police station right now, and you can see that the winds are still gusty. I know people are saying, oh, the winds have stopped, it's not a big deal. That's not really true. We just stepped out here a few minutes ago, and we have gusts of wind that blew me back. So I just want to make sure that we're safe. That's a main priority for right now. The rest of this stuff can be rebuilt, can be repaired. I know people are getting antsy, and they want to get back into their homes. I understand that. We have been here through the night, and we have been monitoring. Regarding the bridges, we have the Ringling Bridge, we have the Siesta Bridge. I'm asking that everyone be patient. We have officers out there. We're not letting people through right now. We're still assessing what's out there. We have to make sure that the water is running properly. We want to avoid contamination. I know everybody wants to get out there. I understand. Our officers want to get home as well, but they're still here making sure that we're safe. So I'm going to walk you back over here. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we're in this together. We're one community, one family, and we want to make sure that we recover as quickly as possible. And I also want to say to the other agencies in the cities that, our hearts go out. to the damage that we've seen. But we're going to be here. We're going to be here for all of you. Thank you.
Getting choked up right there
That'll
for
get you.
obvious
Yeah,
reasons.
my gosh, man, oh man, he's right. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. A lot of
reports
communities
coming
just
in.
devastated by this storm. Going to take years to really rebuild. Not just about getting out and recovery efforts, but about rebuilding and the future.
One thing to say it, it's another to process it, and you could see that happening right there in
Yeah.
real time. I want to get to Miguel Octavio, who is in Sarasota, with a look at the situation down there.
It's getting much lighter out, and I just want to show you just how extensive the damage here in Sarasota has been and how strong Hurricane Ian has been here and the impact. This is a massive tree, as you can see, and it has fallen off the ground from those strong winds because of Hurricane Ian here in Sarasota. While the brunt of the damage is further down towards south, this just goes to show how damaging those winds are even as far north here in Sarasota from the Fort Myers area. I mean, this base of the tree, it's almost, I want to say, double, triple my size maybe. That is how large this tree is. And this is just showing you the sheer force of those storms that passed by yesterday from Hurricane Ian. And this is just one of many, many, many impacts we've seen from Hurricane Ian across Sarasota, from fallen trees, from down power lines, from power being out, and even from flooded waters. It just goes to show how strong Hurricane Ian has been and how much work needs to be done to fully recover from the impact of the hurricane as well. In Sarasota, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
Widespread there, and our meteorologist Tyler Moore, Grant Gilmore just got up to look to because they've been dealing with this hour by hour.
The setup for that put into place several
catches
days
their
before the
attention when they
storm.
come running to the screen too. That tree was massive, the roots massive, and just another indication of the damage, the extent of this storm. That was clearly a tree that had been there for quite some time, saturated ground. Grant, you said that had to have been just what knocked it right over.
When you see the tree didn't break, but it just pulled up from the ground.
Totally uprooted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have more of that. I want to show you something else here. This is, I believe, in Northport, another down tree.
Far smaller, but yes,
Much
another
smaller,
down
but
tree, yeah.
Just as big a problem there, making roads impassable. We have crews that are dispatched to try and get to some of these situations here. First responders are prioritizing emergency calls. Again, prioritizing, that is the operative word.
Yeah, we've been reminding you, if you see damage in your area, call 311. Leave the line 911 open for those emergency calls so that responders can respond appropriately. Boil water notice is in effect until further notice. This is again from Northport Police this morning, and they're working to get critical supplies to the community that you and your loved ones need. Help coming from all over the country, from our government, from areas across the state as well, Floridians, all banding together in the aftermath of this horrific storm.
And you know what? Aside from just having in common the storm damage, the common thread that we've noticed from officials across the state was a collective thank you to the 911 operators out there, because they are taking in those calls. You can only imagine the stories that they're having to record so that they can get crews out to people.
And we've seen, you just heard not long ago from Sheriff Chronister saying that their emergency officials, like so many others across the state, they had to stop at different points during the storm. They had to hunker down themselves. We saw video out of Fort Myers earlier this morning too. Thankfully the waters receded there, but a fire department there inundated with that storm surge as well. So you've got your first responders who are dealing with their own emergency situations before they can even remotely start to help
Appearing
others.
as though they may need someone to
Rescue
respond to
them,
their
yeah.
call. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we also want to take you out to Sanibel Causeway. The Causeway Bridge going out to Sanibel destroyed during this storm. The governor made mention of that during his news conference this morning as well, talking about the rebuilding that is going to have to happen after this, saying Lee and Charlotte counties basically off the grid this morning, saying also Sarasota not far behind when it came to the power outages. They're going to be rebuilding infrastructure in the aftermath of this, and that includes the bridge, the Pine Island Bridge, as well as Sanibel Causeway, which we're showing you now.
You ask how, right? He says 100 engineers inspecting the bridges right there. Some bridges much easier to assess because they look like that.
Right. Oh, yeah, this one is done. Yeah, 100 engineers, teams of 2, that'll be reopening bridges slowly impacted by this devastating storm. Sorry, our producer talking
So we have
to
a
us
time
again.
lapse
Okay.
of some, is it storm surge? Is that what we're looking at? Because it's one thing to talk about the water rising. It's another to see it happen gradually, just like this right here.
Oh, the city of Sanibel. This is that storm surge in the area. Yeah, Sanibel, and you said this, Grant, that this was going to happen yesterday. We were anticipating this. Tyler, I remember you saying this as well, that this would be completely underwater, and it sure was.
Yeah, and it looks like, you see that, but going back to the video that we're getting out of Sanibel right now, I mean, it looks like an utter war zone.
Yeah,
I think, Caitlin, you said a water
I said, yeah,
war zone.
you and I were talking earlier when you showed me the bridge, and that was before the sun had come up, so it was a dark image of the bridge, the Sanibel Causeway, and it's eerie. It looks like, the end times, those video, it looks like a movie. It looks like it could not possibly be real. This is a nightmare for so many people.
And we heard that the officer in the sound that we had just moments ago get choked up when he considered what you just described right there.
Of course, these are,
It's hard to
these people
fathom.
work hand in hand. These are, communities themselves that rely on one another. They're their backup plan, right? When one emergency, when those responders need help, they rely on one another throughout the state. And so they're going to be leaning heavily, our communities to the southwest area of Florida, really going to be leaning heavily on others for help at this time. And it's going to take a long time, guys.
It will take a minute there. Grant Gilmore leaning on you to give us an update on the weather situation, because as we know, some of these crews cannot get up in that bucket until, the sustained winds are where they need to be so that they can help the people out there.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what we want is to get our power back on. But gosh, when you see the damage down there in Sarasota and Southwest Florida, it's remarkable. We were looking at a feed coming out of Sarasota. They've got a helicopter down there looking at the Causeway Bridge. The video that we took right there by the toll plaza, right before you go across the bridge, the Causeway, over into Sanibel. I mean, just multiple chunks of that road, just completely destroyed. I mean, it's the beach was brought up onto the road, the asphalt stripped off, and the water won that battle and just ripped it all up. So there's going to be a massive effort to get that water, or to get that road back in place, to make sure that that area of land is sound and is going to be able to sustain just normal high tides and low tides. Speaking of the tides and the surge down there, this confirmed from the National Weather Service that the Naples gauge was rising to a surge of 9 feet before it failed. So this is preliminary reports right now, but the gauge failed in Naples at 9 feet. Fort Myers had a tide gauge of 7.3 feet, so that was their surge level. So this is all above ground level. Meanwhile, here in Clearwater Beach, we had a tide gauge record of a reverse surge of 3.86 feet. St. Pete Beach of 5.14 feet. I believe actually this is St. Pete, so I pardon the error there. This is just St. Petersburg, 5.14 feet. But East Bay, which is up in the northeastern part of Tampa Bay, recording a reverse surge of 7.13 feet. So that's the part of the bay up there in Bayshore, but also it was more dramatic in the eastern part there, just almost due east of the part of the bay there by Bayshore, where the surge was at 7.13 feet. So it's just incredible right now. We're starting to see some of that water return, and we're not seeing nearly that reverse surge like what we saw yesterday, but still it's lower than normal with somewhat of a northerly wind right now out of the region. Live view from the Mahaffey Theater in downtown St. Petersburg. We're still seeing overcast skies. We do have a camera over in Clearwater Beach, but because of all that salt spray, it's sprayed up onto the camera and you really can't see anything. So it looks like it's overcast, even though we are starting to see the satellites show that some clearer skies are out to our west right now. But 69, it's still 69 degrees in downtown St. Petersburg. What a contrast to the weather that we had leading up to Hurricane Ian. Dew points are in the middle 60s now, with those wind speeds in St. Petersburg actually being reported at the airport. That's the control tower for Albert Whitted Airport. out there in downtown St. Petersburg. But north-northwesterly winds right now at 22 miles per hour. Temperatures across the rest of the area, all there in the 60s, save for Sarasota is at 72 right now. But everybody else in the middle and upper 60s. And I'll say, for the amount of people in our area that don't have power right now, this right here is something to be grateful for, because we all know there are times where you can get a hurricane that comes through, and by this time we're already seeing temperatures in the 80s, on their way into the 90s with searing conditions. So we can be grateful for that. Temperatures still running about 5, 6, 7 degrees cooler than this time yesterday. Dew points in the 50s in the Nature Coast, even in areas where we're seeing greater impacts through Pinellas County, farther south into Manatee and Sarasota County. Those dew points are also in the 60s, which is very, very comfortable compared to what we were used to, especially what we've seen recently with dew points in the low to middle 70s. That dew point drop has been significant. They're more than 10 degrees in many places, so a significant drop with some drier air. Riding on those northerly winds, here they come. Wind gusts up around 30 miles per hour from Zephyr Hills to Brooksville into Crystal River. Wind gusts near 40 miles per hour in Clearwater and in St. Petersburg. Caitlin and Frank, you guys talking about how those wind gusts, they need to drop below 30 miles per hour for the electrical crews to be able to safely go out and begin repairs. They're able to do some other repairs, maybe outside of the... to go up into the buckets, right? So those gusts have to be below 30 miles per hour to go up into the buckets, but maybe they're able to do some other infrastructure repairs before getting up into the buckets. But ultimately, they kind of need to get up in the buckets to get up to those power lines to be able to get the power restored for most of us. But they are working, they are getting those repairs done, and power is coming back on. Your AC is coming back on. Your TV, perhaps, maybe that's how you're able to watch us right now, is coming back on as well. So satellite and radar showing you still some trailing showers. We've got some water rescues going on, or at least needed, in portions of Kissimmee. So that's something that we're watching, and it's going to be tough with that outer band still lingering over what's trailing into eastern Polk County right now. But the rest of the area, maybe some very light showers in northwestern Polk County, now over Polk County along the I-4 corridor. But the farther west you go, the drier it is. You still might get a little bit of light rain in some places, but on the whole, that rain is finally beginning to taper off. Still seeing some significant wind gusts near hurricane force in Orlando right now. Wind gusts up around 70 miles per hour. It's right in that band. Even though it doesn't look like much, it looks like just kind of a light to moderate shower. There are some pretty good gusts within that band as well. And it's slowly moving its way to the east. Ian right now only moving to the north-northeast. I think at last check, 8 miles per hour. So it is moving still very slowly to the north and east right now. And wind speeds are at 65 miles per hour with those gusts around 75 miles per hour. So certainly a slow-moving system yet, and it will likely continue to be. It might pick up a little bit of speed as it starts to move back over the Gulf or over the Atlantic Ocean, but still, it's going to be a slow-moving system for the time being. That's just the way this system has been. Clear skies as we go through the overnight hours into the day tomorrow. Temperatures will be a little bit warmer as a result of more of that sunshine. We'll likely see high temperatures somewhere in the low to mid-80s tomorrow afternoon. Maybe a couple of afternoon showers along the coast. We'll call it a 20% chance that you see some rain out there tomorrow afternoon. Let's talk about storm total with how much rain we've actually seen. Actually, Chris Bianchi, do you have your microphone on? Yeah, Chris, you've been monitoring this. Chris, actually, from our sister station out in Denver, he's been kind of our stats guy behind the scenes. If you want to, you can use my remote control here.
Yeah, and so
Chris, but first of all, man, thank you so much. I mean, you've been a tremendous help to our team here at 10 Tampa Bay, not just the weather team, but the whole 10 Tampa Bay team on keeping us updated. You've been monitoring power outages. You've been looking at a lot of the stats with the rainfall and just keeping us posted and abreast of the situation. So we can't thank you enough. And our sister station in Denver, guys, Yes, we appreciate you, Chris, so thank you. But you've been monitoring the rainfall. You've been looking at not just our area, but of course the stats over in Orlando, seeing incredible flooding over there too.
No doubt about it here, Grant. By the way, thank you all for having me. Obviously a high impact situation and one not to be taken lightly, but certainly keeping close tabs on the amount of rainfall that we've seen. Perhaps at times maybe a little bit overlooked, especially the winds and the storm surge that we had yesterday. The rain really making just an enormous impact here, especially in the Orlando area and just off to our east. So some of those rainfall estimates, in fact, going back to this here for a quick second, what we tend to see with these tropical systems, we tend to get these kind of narrow bands of really intense heavy rainfall, and that's what we saw specifically here into southern parts of Sarasota County as well as into kind of Manatee, northern Charlotte County. And that's where we saw some of these rainfall totals perhaps on the order of 12 to as much as 17 inches worth of rain. Fortunately for us here in Tampa, St. Petersburg, especially in the kind of north side here of Tampa Bay, we mostly missed out on those really high rainfall totals. We were pretty worried about this freshwater rain and the regular rainfall here that we saw into the Orlando area. We were worried that this would nudge kind of 50, 75 miles to the north and west and perhaps lead to some of those extreme rainfall totals here in the immediate Tampa Bay area. Fortunately, we didn't get it, but unfortunately for friends off to our south and east, again, Orlando, 12.8 inches worth of rainfall. And for us, by the way, in Orlando, our wettest 24-hour period on record there in Orlando, and records there, by the way, date back to the early 1890s. So the wettest 24-hour period in Orlando in the last 130 years. Unbelievable stuff out there in the Orlando area, not in a good way. Now, those winds we've been talking about, Grant's been talking about. Another key point I think that Grant picked out as well is that I think we can all be a little grateful about that forecast. The next 7 days, it's going to be fairly not exactly cool, but low to mid 80s, and generally speaking, lower dew points. It shouldn't be that bad. I know a lot of us probably going to be without power for a few days, but at least we do have, again, relatively cool temperatures for this time of year to keep us, to make it not insufferable over the next little while. Winds right now, as we head over the next little while, Orlando, Grant was showing you this, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust there at the Orlando airport, still within the last hour, so it's still been really, really windy here from Orlando on east. For us here, those winds have been, generally speaking, been about 35 to maybe 45 miles an hour, and it's not going to be sudden. We're not going to, snap, get rid of all the winds. What's going to probably happen is this kind of gradual tapering of the winds as we head through the rest of today, and that will last into tonight as well. Those winds dying back down to maybe about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So in terms of the Skyway Bridge, does look like later on this evening we should have those winds dropping back below 30 miles an hour and hopefully allowing for the bridge to reopen. Certainly by tomorrow morning, take a look at these winds. This is by midnight tonight. We're already seeing those winds sustained. That means we're talking about a 2-minute average below 20 miles an hour for the most part here. Maybe a few spots, maybe a little bit above that. Some of those gusts maybe getting on up to about 25 to 30 miles an hour, but certainly much lighter winds compared to what we're seeing right now, and obviously compared to what we saw last night across central and western parts of Florida. Those winds by tomorrow, they won't really be much of an issue at all, even by tomorrow morning. So overall, again, those winds, it's not going to be necessarily, it's not those winds snap, poof, go away. It's going to be a gradual process in terms of getting rid of those winds. Now, let's take a look back at Hurricane Ian and its history, its origin out here in the eastern Caribbean Sea, just to the west of the Lesser Antilles. That's when this storm first turned into a tropical storm at first, and then you might remember as it passed off to the south and west of Jamaica, it becomes a hurricane, and then it turned off to the north and west. And this is where we had a lot of those questions about exactly where Ian was going to go. This was the point where we knew that Ian was going to be a major issue somewhere. By kind of, if you might remember, by last kind of Friday, Saturday, it looked like the track was going to start to move its way back here into the Tampa Bay area and pass just off to our south, of course, here, but very, very scary situation, obviously, for us throughout much of western Florida as the storm becomes a major hurricane right over the western tip here of Cuba. And then right before landfall, you might recall that we had this extreme strengthening right before landfall. We had a storm that we woke up to yesterday morning, max sustained winds of 120 miles an hour. And by the way here, folks, that's no joke of a hurricane. That's still a major Category 3 storm. But then yesterday morning, this storm went from an 120 mile an hour maximum sustained wind storm to 155 miles an hour just before it made landfall here into the Punta Gorda area. Yesterday afternoon around 3 o'clock, it makes landfall as a high-end Category 4 storm with max sustained winds of about 150 miles an hour. Again, we had this kind of rapid bit of intensification right before landfall. Another thing to kind of take away here, looking at research over the years, when you have a storm that's intensifying, so let's say you have an 150 mile an hour maximum sustained wind storm, and if it's intensifying at 150 miles an hour, it tends to have higher impact than a storm at the same speed if it's decaying. So again, a storm that's intensifying tends to have higher impacts. There's more momentum with the water. There's more wind speed, of course, and you're getting some of that intensification right before landfall. That, unfortunately, probably contributed to what we saw. And then the other big thing, we've been mentioning this all morning long, is just how slowly Ian moved as it came on shore. It was moving at roughly about 7 to 9 miles an hour as it came on shore. So keep in mind, the storm, almost 24 hours later, it's kind of up here. So we've got, what, maybe a 200-mile difference between where it made landfall and where it is right now. This thing has just been crawling across Florida, and that's one of the big issues here as well. So the storm pulls its way off to the north. Obviously, some of that decrease here in terms of those winds, but the unfortunate impacts from Hurricane Ian here, Caitlin and Frank, we're unfortunately not going to forget about this storm anytime soon. The cleanup will take weeks, months, and perhaps in some cases, years.
Years, right? That is what really drives the point home right there. Thank you, Chris. I want to get you an update here. This coming in, just 6 minutes ago into our newsroom. Hernando County rescinds mandatory evacuation orders for zones A, B, and C.
This is all of them, yeah. They're
that
asking
includes coastal and low-lying areas and manufactured homes.
Right, all able to go back, but obviously do that with a whole lot of caution. We are expecting a news conference from the county at 11 o'clock this morning, so we'll bring you the updates from that. We're going to head back to Chris Rogers, who is live for us on those power outages in Pinellas County. You're outside Tropicana Field, which is where a whole lot of linemen are set up, but as you said earlier, they got to wait until those gusts of wind drop below 30 miles per hour in the area to be able to get up in the buckets and restore power, Chris.
Caitlin, they do, and I'll tell you what, I don't have a wind speed assessor out here right now, but we have felt some gusts that have felt pretty strong over the past 10 minutes or so. So we'll see what those wind speeds are coming in at and when they can go out there. Let's talk through the process right now as these hundreds and hundreds of power trucks are filling up Tropicana Field. If you've been to the parking lot here, you know how big that is, so you know the magnitude of the amount of manpower that's out here ready to restore power. So before they can even start the process, they have to have confirmation that the conditions are safe enough for crews to go out. Then they assess the damage. What are they looking at? What do they have to repair? Then it's the repair phase of the process where they actually have to make repairs on some of the damaged equipment. And then they can begin to start to restore power. A big question we always get is, how do they decide who gets what? And I know that a couple of our officials, a couple of the spokespeople, and certainly we've heard about this in press conference, have touched on this, but it's worth mentioning again. It really comes down to location. For example, they like to go through the emergency, the essentials first. So if it's a hospital building that lost power, something like that, they would restore that first. They also have to work through the main lines as well, so to restore the main overarching system. And then they start going through areas and residential areas. And here's the deal, it's a real possibility your neighbor could have power, but you don't. And people say, well, what's the deal with that? If my neighbor has power, why don't I? It's a complete possibility that your power source is entirely different from their power source. So this is going to be a situation where a lot of people are going to be asking a lot of questions because power might not be on for quite a while. We haven't even seen anyone move right now. And again, I'm sure that Grant and Tyler have been talking about all day long. Just because some of the main storm hurricane-like conditions are out of Pinellas County, we are still seeing some pretty significant gusts. So it might be a while before they even get deployed, and then that entire process begins. And remember, a lot of times when they're moving through these neighborhoods, they restore power, and that might only be restoring power for 5 to 10 homes. Well, you multiply that by the amount of people living in Pinellas County alone. It is certainly one of our more densely populated counties in the Bay Area. This process is going to be quite lengthy. We've been in constant contact with Duke Energy and some of the other power companies as well to try to get a more clear timeline for you. But right now it's just a waiting game on those conditions. And as we're on the air right now, you can see winds picked up. If we can pan to some of those trees, that certainly wouldn't be a safe environment for someone to be up in a bucket restoring a power line. This is a very risky job. It comes with a lot of risk. So they do have to make sure the conditions are safe, they're proper. And again, you mentioned 30 miles an hour. That's the key number right now. And I'm sure that they want to make sure it's quite significantly beneath that, because if it picks up again, they have to recall the crews right back here to Tropicana Field parking lot and start that process all over again, guys.
You don't want those kinds of problems there.
Like the palm trees were right on cue. For
Yeah, right on cue, as Chris
showing
mentioned
the
the
gusts.
wind. I want to do a little comparison here, a little compare and contrast as we bring up a bit of a split screen there between Clearwater with a live picture, right? And then we want to show you what it looks like on Florida's East Coast. Do we have that, team?
Yeah. Okay, Clearwater first for you right now. Obviously, still overcast weather out there. The water coming back in just a bit today, but gust of wind. You can see the trees. Definitely breezy. Earlier today, if I can find it, so many notes in front of me now. I know it was over 40 mile per hour gusts of wind off Clearwater Beach is what Grant said. I want to say it was 43 not too long ago. And we also want to show the East Coast this morning.
Whereabouts?
To New Smyrna Beach as well.
Okay, can we bring that up there as well so we can compare that with Clearwater to show you the picture?
Looks like they may be getting to that. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, much calmer on the West Coast.
Yes, as the storm has crawled, as you heard
Less than 10 miles an
Chris
hour.
say just moments ago, yeah, going through the rainfall totals in the Orlando area too, historic for them. And then as this has moved over to the east coast of Florida, crawled over is probably the better way of saying it. You're seeing the storm there, the effects of it on the water as the waves crash in and a whole lot of water dumped on that area as well. I did want to say after Chris Rogers, we just heard a little update on Duke Energy. We also heard from TECO not that long ago during the Hillsborough County update, and they said that restoration crews are out and about. That's begun in that area if you are a TECO customer, so that is good news for those who are in the dark.
Great news.
Yes.
Another update for you as we were talking about Hernando County rescinding the mandatory evacuation. The number to call for some help there. Call the Public Information Center to let them know about your situation with evacuation there. 352-754-4083. Again, 352-754-4083. And speaking of Hernando County, want to get to Sarah Rosario, who has been spending a lot of time there, familiar with the area. Good day to you, Sarah.
Hey, good day to you, Frank and Caitlin. So we're here outside Emergency Operations Center in Hernando County where we are expecting to get an update. People here are kind of breathing a sigh of relief after the storm appears to not have had a big impact across the area as what they thought would happen. So lots of people are just kind of coming outside. It was very windy earlier today. We did get reports of some downed power lines and some trees that were covering roadways, but in the grand scheme of things, it is minimal. No reports of any damage to people that are hurt or injured. As far as damage to property, I haven't gotten any reports of that either, but we are going to get the latest information from emergency operation crews here who've been working around the clock here to make sure that people stay safe, answering calls, questions, anything that people have. We've checked out a couple places that were damaged, and they were off of rural roads, off of the main highway, and now that the sun's up, we're getting a better look at how things are looking out there. Thankfully, we talked to a couple people who said, you know, we dodged a bullet, and we're so glad that this tree that fell down near our home just didn't fall on top of our home. So some good stories here coming out of Hernando, positive ones. We also went to an area that local officials are worried about along the eastern portion of the county. It's the Withlacoochee River, and the water is rising. And over the next couple of days after the storm moves out of the area, that's when we see the greatest concern for the rivers to be rising across the area. So They're going to be monitoring that. We talked to someone, he still had his truck, his boat. He said, Hurricane Ian's not going to stop me from boating. He said, I've been stuck in my house the past couple of days and now I just want to get out on the water. So he has every intention to go hunt, and we'll keep you updated with how it's impacting local communities, because that is the greatest concern. It's one thing if you get out on a boat, but if it's flooding your home, that's obviously a very serious thing. So we'll be keeping you updated step by step and let you know what officials say here. We've got Duke Energy that's going to be out here because they provide power to portions of rural Brooksville, and then with Lakuchi will be out here as well to give us the latest power outages and give us an update on everything happening within Brooksville and Spring Hill and all of Hernando County. Reporting live, Sarah Rosario, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. We appreciate it. Also going to get a lot of help from other people as well. Feeding Tampa Bay, helping to assess the damage in counties. They're going to bring food, water, other resources to the hardest hit areas, including Lee County. Distributions will begin tomorrow for 10 counties. Again, food, water, other resources in high demand. Lee County in such great need this morning.
I want to point this out too. In addition to this, Feeding Tampa Bay is coordinating with other Florida food banks to bring all the resources to areas like you just said, Lee County there. So this is really a collaborative effort. We've heard from state officials, city officials, the president.
Right.
Everybody's saying it's all hands on deck, and we are indeed in this together.
It's going to take a community effort here. You heard from the governor earlier today too, saying that if you want to volunteer. If you want to give in any way that really funds, money is the best way of doing that right now. Of course, people are going to need so many different things, and they can distribute those funds where they need to go to get the resources they need.
First Lady mentioned that earlier in the news conference there with the governor, saying that in less than 24 hours, $1.6 million raised to help people out. In fact, if you want to help out, here's what you do. Text disaster to this number, 20222. Again, disaster to 20222. And they say they're going to remove that red tape so they can expedite the process, get those funds out to folks who need it.
Yeah, especially for Lee County, that area needs it desperately. I think we also wanted to get to Tampa, right? Do we have some video out of Tampa? Tampa police clearing debris in the area there. We did just hear moments ago from Hillsborough County, from the sheriff there, Sheriff Cronistard. TPD also out clearing debris from the roadways there. For Hillsborough County, those evacuation orders that were in place, those mandatory orders, have been lifted. But of course today, obviously a day of kind of reconnaissance, going through the area, assessing the damage. And this is what we're seeing in some areas. This is right off Bayshore Boulevard, where they're removing debris, tree limbs, down tree in that area. If you want to report damage, 311 is the way to go with that. 311 to report any damage that you see in your community. Leave the lines open for 911 so those people who really have an emergency situation that they need addressed immediately can call that line.
And we have this tweet up as well. I want you to take note of that right there. I'm glad that we were able to leave this up so folks at home can see this. Sometimes when it's tangible, it makes it easier to record numbers. 311, a great resource. This is as well. 1833 TPA info. That is to report a downed tree. And officials telling us repeatedly, and for good reason, they need you out of the way so they can do what you see being done right there on your screen. They can reach the problem and clear the roadways quicker.
All right, Liz Crawford has been all over the place for us.
Yes,
right now
has.
she's in Hudson Beach with a look there.
We are back here at Hudson Beach in Pasco County. I've been all over the county since 3 o'clock this morning. This by far is the windiest it has been. So take a look. This is the Gulf of Mexico here. I wanted to come here to check out the water because 24 hours ago we were here. I'll show you those pictures from yesterday when all of the water was sucked out of the Gulf. So Hurricane Ian came in. It was happening all across the Tampa Bay region. It was happening here, the Gulf of Mexico being sucked away by Hurricane Ian. Well, now here we are, Thursday morning. All of that water is back. And this is considered low tide, the locals tell me. So it will probably get even higher here, of course. But now the water is back. It's choppy. But the biggest thing right now is the wind. Again, I mean, I can feel some of that sand hitting me in the face. So there are some folks out here, some people, some families, some kids. There was a kid over there on the swing. But I would have to tell you, I would caution you, because there are still some debris, some of the palm tree fronds that are down, that with this kind of wind, it really could whip you. It's actually a little hard to talk. But again, that phenomenon, water sucked away, the Gulf of Mexico actually moving, is now moving back to where it belongs. In Pasco County, Liz Crawford, 10 Tampa Bay.
Wind took her breath
Man,
away. The
getting
hair
blown
test is
away there.
everything, isn't it?
That kid on the swing set doesn't need a push from mom and
No,
dad today, right? The wind's
not at
doing all
all.
the effort for them. My goodness, that wind gust out there, no joke this morning. Wow.
She really has been everywhere.
She has,
for
working
us.
hard. Our Liz Crawford.
Jabari has been everywhere on social media, connecting with our friends at home who are trying to find out what's going on and find a sense of community, find out and remind themselves that they are not alone in this situation. Good day to you, Jabari.
Yeah, good day to you guys too. Hey everybody. So yeah, I've been looking on social media, trying to find some videos that are coming out and of, all this flooding and just disaster that's all around us. Check out this tweet right here from Kissimmee here. It's unbelievable. Most of the city here looks like it's underwater. It says extensive flooding in our area remains a serious situation for Kissimmee residents. Shelter in place. They're asking people to shelter in place as first responders continue to rescue operations. They also ask if you have an emergency to please call 911. Look at that. That is just amazing video out of Kissimmee here. Let's go to a little bit further south here, down to Sanibel. I know you guys have probably seen this on Twitter already, a section of the Sanibel Causeway that collapsed. But I got an updated image here that somebody tweeted out. Somebody just called this a hunting image here. Check out this. The pavement, the road is completely gone here, the Sanibel Causeway here. And I've had people reach out to me saying that they know people that are still on Sanibel Island. They're still trying to get people out of there. It's very difficult, I was told. So they're asking people to just hang in there as people try to get in there to get people out. Now, also, I don't know if you guys remember earlier, but this was a rescue video on a lighter note of somebody rescuing this cat off of this AC unit here. Very dangerous, might I add. And you see the water behind him just gushing in there. Not only that, but this guy could have been electrocuted, But we've seen all these videos of people rescuing dogs and cats all morning, and there's an update to this video, or to this guy saving this cat. I want to show you that this guy and the cat, they're totally fine right now. So yeah, that's what I have coming in. And guys, make sure you follow us on Twitter, on Facebook and Instagram, and there are ways, we have resources and tools on there where you can find information on how to report things, how to donate money, how to volunteer. Just head to our website at 10tampabay.com and also download our free 10 Tampa Bay app. And also there's a section on there called Near Me, okay? So if you head to the Near Me section, you can upload your own photos and your own videos, and it'll tell us in the area that you're in, and we can share that here on Brightside. I hope you guys stay safe out there.
Yeah, Jabari, thank you so much. We all need moments of levity throughout this. This has been a historic and tragic storm, and so when you see something like that, the cat being rescued, I think just a moment, a sigh of relief.
So next today,
a small sigh of relief. Let's get right out to this Hernando County update, a news conference there.
Progress they have and our damage assessments. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Heather Dannenhauer, and I'm a spokesperson for Duke Energy. It's really great to see you all. I wish that we could see each other under some better circumstances, but it's always wonderful when we're all able to get together and pull together during emergency situations. Duke Energy did experience significant power outages across our service territory. Give you a little bit of insight about that territory. We have 35 counties from Highlands County to the south into the Florida Panhandle, with our largest customer base being in the St. Petersburg area and Orlando area, and then all the areas in between. I checked the outage map just before coming on here today. We have more than 500,000 outages across the area. In this Brooksville, Hernando County area, it's significantly less, about 200 outages, but certainly if you're the person who's experiencing that power outage, it's you want to know, when are you going to be able to return to normalcy? We all know that power is a life essential service, and sometimes we forget that until the power goes out and we can't wait to return to normalcy. And that is a mission and a passion that our line workers have, is restoring power as quickly and safely as possible while also keeping our customers informed along the process. We do ask our customers to be patient. We do expect that the power outages will be an extended period of time. And I will go over some of the process of why it takes the time that it does. First thing that we do is we assess the damage to understand what we have so that we can make sure to send the right crews to the right areas with the right tools. It takes a little bit of work on the front end to do that, but it saves us time on the back end to make sure that we do that. In parallel, though, we do have power restoration that is ongoing and will be ongoing as the conditions allow us to be so. Our rule is as long as the wind is below 40 miles an hour, we can have our line crews out there restoring power. The other part I want to mention to you is the sequence of events. We start with life essential services first, and that would be your hospitals and your fire stations, those who provide those life essential services. We start with them. Then next up, we go to what we call the backbone of our system. Those are the large transmission lines, the distribution systems, the substations. And part of the reason why we do that is because literally with a very little amount of work, often flipping a breaker, switching out a transformer, we can restore hundreds, if not thousands of customers at one time. So the idea is to restore as many customers as we can all at one time. And then from there, we get into kind of the restoration into the neighborhoods. For our customers, I want to make sure that you understand is even though you don't see line workers in your neighborhood, that doesn't mean work isn't underway. Often the work is happening in locations that are not immediately visible. The other thing that you might see is you're going to see license plates from all over the country: Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, even as far as Ontario, Canada. You're going to see different logos of line workers. All of those workers are here because Duke Energy has asked them to come help our customers restore their power. Let me go into a little bit of, we have done a lot of work in investments to our grid, some hardening, some self-healing technologies, and also some customer communication technologies. So if you have not been aware yet of what these are, let me mention them to you. One is, of course, being able to access the Duke Energy website to report an outage, report any concerns that you have with your power restoration or the process. You can do that online. You can do it on your mobile device, so as long as you still have some juice on your cell phone, you'll be able to do it there. You can also download the Duke Energy mobile app, which is a great resource for our customers. You can text OUT, O-U-T, to 57801, or of course you can also call us, with that number being 800-228-8485. A few safety tips for you. One of the things we want to make sure, especially as we go out and assess the damage, you could see power lines down. We always recommend that you assume that those power lines are live. Report them to us. We'll make sure to get a professional out there and take care of that for you. We know a lot of people also are relying on generators. I think our fire rescue teammates would appreciate the safety message here is making sure that you put your generators outside and also away from eaves, because carbon monoxide is a silent killer. It doesn't have a smell, you can't taste it, you don't see it, and it seeps into your house, and it can be catastrophic for a family. So making sure you do that. I don't know that we had a ton of rising water. I know that the county administrator mentioned that a little bit earlier, but just being aware if you do have standing water, just assume that you shouldn't be going through that, and that there could be some power lines in there. So those are my updates, and I think a little bit later on we will have some opportunities for questions.
Good morning, everyone. David Gonzalez from Withlacoochee Electric. Of course, you covered it all, pretty much a lot of the things that we preach as well. I'm just going to give you some quick totals for Withlacoochee Electric. We do serve in 5 counties. Right now, we have a total of 20,339 members out. Our crews have already been out, already assessing the damage as we speak. Most of them were started a couple hours ago. The wind conditions seem to be favorable for us right now to restore power. In Hernando County, we have 2,652 members out. Citrus County, we have 3,589 members out. Pasco is our hardest hit area. Of course, they were closer to the storm. In Pasco, we have 13,507 members out. Polk County, we serve a small portion in there. We have 425 members. In Sumter, we have 166 members. Down power lines and transformers and certain facilities that may be on the ground, please stay as far away as you possibly can from them. You'll never know if they're energized or not. We can't see electricity. And so please consider them all hot, energized, and stay as far away as you possibly can. There's many people that are killed after these type of storms that go in areas where they shouldn't be and going across down power lines and not realizing those lines are energized. And there's a lot of fatalities that happen after storms like this. So if you need to report an outage, please just call your local number, or you can actually go on wrec.net and you can report an outage that way. You're going to see a lot of our crews, our local crews working in the area. If you happen to stop by them and talk to them and let them know that you're out of power, please understand, please do not try to get in long conversations with them. They're doing their very best to try to restore power as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Hey, good morning. My name is Gordon Onderdonk. I'm the Utilities Director for Hernando County. I'll give you an update on our water and wastewater and solid waste facilities. I'm happy to report that everyone in the county has water and sewer service. There are no boil water notices at this time. The water and wastewater treatment facilities are all operating normally, and we have no known sewer discharges at this time. So everything seems really good to go right now in our water and sewer. For solid waste, the landfill and convenience centers will be opening tomorrow with normal business hours, and our trash collection will resume tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Good morning. I am your Hernando County Emergency Manager, Jim Coleman. We're going to talk a little bit about preliminary damage assessments. We have crews coming out now from the Community Services Department. They're all inspectors, and they're going to be assessing damages. We want to make sure that all the residents in the county understand that these people will be easily identified by their ID badges, by emblems on their vehicles, and by the yellow tags on their vehicles as well. Be aware, though probably the bad actors are going to be going south, where some of the more severe impacts of the storm occurred, but there are bad actors that go out and try to pose as government inspectors or people that are contractors, and their intent is to fraud you. So be aware of that. If you are unsure of any of these individuals, please call the Public Information Center. It's 352-754-4083. We'd like you to report your power outages and any damage you may have to your home or structure. When you report damage such as downed trees or debris, be ready to give details, report locations and/or addresses, the size of the downed tree, and whether or not it's a complete or partial blockage of the roadway. Please continue to report damage, flood damage, trees, debris, etc. by calling, again, the Public Information Center, 352-754-4083. Enjoy your day.
So Hernando County, we appreciate your diligence and patience during the storm event. We appreciate you following the orders from the government and sheltering and allowing us all to get through this event together carefully. As we move forward, please remember to call our information line if you have any questions and report any damages or utility outages so we can help restore Hernando County and get back to business as soon as we can. Thank you. With that, thank you. Take questions.
Any questions? Any idea when we could have power fully restored?
You want to take that individually?
Sure, we can both come up.
Sure.
You want to go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, the power restoration process is a very sequential process. We always start with our damage assessors, and then we send the right crews out to the right locations with the right tools so we can immediately get to work. It takes a little bit of time on the front end to do that damage assessment process, but a lot of that work is already underway where it's safe to do so, and then we'll be rolling the crews out. I would anticipate that in the coming hours that we would have a better idea of the estimated restoration times for local areas, with our hardest hit areas being in the St. Petersburg and Orlando areas, which is still, even Orlando is still getting some of the effects right now.
Okay, so Brooksville may not be, someone may not be out here right now. Are crews currently in Hernando County working that you know of?
Yes, we have crews here working in Hernando County. I would think that the majority of our members for Withlacoochee Electric will be on today or tomorrow. Depending on, as we mentioned, with the assessment, we have to determine exactly what it is that has caused the power outage. I would predict that we would probably have the majority of our outages in Brooksville completed by tomorrow.
Any local hospitals, and you're saying you guys, try to restore power to hospitals first, any local emergency services without power that you know of?
We do not have any. Oak Hill, Brooksville Regional, or Brevera now, and Spring Hill, they are on power. They have power right now. So we're in good shape.
The hospital sent out a press release saying that they were going to take a patient that needed care to Oak Hill Hospital from other places if they needed it. And do you know of anybody needing care through the hospitals?
Yeah, so we're aware that HCA Hospital, there was a hospital down in the impacted area that suffered significant damage. And so we are, our hospital here is coordinating with our fire and emergency services and our sheriff's office to allow for transportation of some individuals, like 24 individuals from the hospitals down in Fort Myers area that was impacted to HCA Oak Hill Hospital here currently today. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, everybody's question right now, especially if they're in the dark, is when is the power going to be back on? And he just said, yeah, St. Pete and one of the hardest hit areas, as well as Orlando now this morning. Unfortunately, we are being told, really, it's a product of patience right now. An extended period of time as they assess the damage in the Hernando County area. Going to be the same thing for St. Pete, and we've been continuing to tell you that the wind gusts for a lineman to be able to go up into the bucket have to be below 30 miles per hour for them to safely get up there and restore power.
We did get some good news though from TECO. They confirmed that they had crews that were out and starting the process at least in Hillsborough, so that's something. But nonetheless, top of the hour here, 11 a.m. Josh Sidorowitz joining Caitlin Lockerbie here as our coverage continues of now the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and the recovery and getting back to some semblance of normalcy after what's been a pretty tough and long few days. I know for a lot of people who we've had to uproot our routines.
Right.
A lot of people had to evacuate.
Ourselves included.
Ourselves.
We're in our backup studio because we were in an evacuation zone, and now Hillsborough, Hernando, you just heard from.
Pinellas and Manatee, all of those evacuation orders are lifted, which means, slowly but surely, people are going to start, returning and assessing if they've got any damage, if they've got power, and trying to get back to normal.
I think the reality, though, is really just hitting hard today too. You and I were just talking about this too. Some of our friends to the south of us, Southwest Florida, just devastated by this storm. Things are not going to be going back to normal for them anytime too soon. They're going to need a whole lot of help, and that help is on the way. It's in the works.
From so many different aspects, from line workers to the National Guard,
funds,
private donation funds, the Florida disaster fund, which has raised more than $1 million already overnight. So, you know, there's a lot of things happening in the works. Yeah.
Help on the way. All right, our weather team has been working diligently around the clock. You guys have been incredible.
Grant?
How are you? Yeah, I was just going to say, Grant.
Well, I was just thinking, you guys were talking about the change and how, you know, life isn't going to go back to normal for, you know, weeks, months, and years. But it's, you know, I'm thinking the next time that we all go down to Sanibel, right? Or we all go down to Fort Myers, because so many people from the Tampa Bay area, if they don't have property down there, a home or, you know, families, certainly.
Yeah, friends, family, yeah.
Right, all of that. Maybe it's going to be a year or something like that before we get back down there and come back off of, you know, everything else that's been happening before this hurricane, from the pandemic to you know, we've got the housing crisis and what's going on with the economy. Before we get back down there, Sanibel is going to be different. It's not going to be, it'll never be the same. It'll never be the same than what it was before Hurricane Ian. And Fort Myers, the Naples area, all of that will never be the same. So they're going to rebuild, and obviously that's going to take a lot of work and a lot of time, but certainly it'll be back, right. Right. An update, though, from the Hurricane Center, 11 o'clock advisory. It's trying to become a hurricane again. It's been marching across the state of Florida. It's now back over water, which it likes warm water, and certainly that's what it has. The water is a lot warmer off the east coast of Florida than it is over the land, right? And now 70-mile-per-hour winds, so went up from a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm, still a tropical storm at the 11 o'clock hour, but gusts are up to 85 miles per hour, 25 miles northeast of Cape Canaveral, Florida right now. And we're finding those wind gusts are still very much so tropical storm force, now moving through the Daytona area, even in this little curved banded feature, which is one of those outer bands, is producing some wind gusts up around 70 miles per hour in some places. Out ahead of this just issued hurricane warnings in effect for the entire coast of South Carolina, which is where the storm is heading. There is a hurricane watch in effect for coastal Georgia, including portions of the Jacksonville coast there in northeastern Florida. Meanwhile, tropical storm warnings remain in effect for a good chunk of the Florida peninsula, including us here in Tampa Bay. There you see that hurricane warning in effect for South Carolina, with now tropical storm warnings for not just coastal North Carolina, including the Outer Banks, but also inland North Carolina up into the Piedmont of North Carolina. So this storm just continues to march its way ever so slowly, producing more and more issues, and will continue to produce issues as the storm is now forecast to become a hurricane once again. This new forecast cone from the Hurricane Center saying, yeah, as it moves over, the warm waters, that's what I'm showing you here, is that sea surface temperature, those warm waters of the Gulf Stream coming up off the east coast of Florida, originating in the Caribbean. That Gulf Stream goes through the Florida Straits and then loops up off the east coast of Florida. So as Ian once again moves over water from the Caribbean, it's going to strengthen once again, which is ultimately what caused it to strengthen to a major hurricane in the first place. Go figure. The irony in that is really not lost, is it? Cat 1 hurricane approaching Charleston, South Carolina, as we head through the next 24 to 36 hours. Here's the actual cone without those sea surface temperatures on there. By Friday morning, Cat 1 hurricane, becomes a hurricane potentially later on this afternoon into this evening, maintains Cat 1 strength. It might even strengthen a little bit more than that as we head through Friday morning. And then becoming a tropical storm as it moves through the lowlands of South Carolina up into the Piedmont of North Carolina, where those tropical storm warnings are in effect. And then it'll rain itself out, likely producing more flooding over the mountains of North Carolina, Virginia, even into eastern Tennessee, and potentially as far north as West Virginia. So the story continues, right, of Ian, the long tail story that just will not go away anytime fast. Still a little bit of surge concerns. We were checking in with 10 Tampa Bay's Liz Crawford. She was up there in Hudson Beach and Hernando County, and then parts of Pasco County as well. She's been all over the place up there. But there's still a little bit of a concern for some surge as these winds begin to shift. Yesterday, all the winds were out of the north and east, and it was pushing the water out of the bay. Some remarkable reverse surge in the bay yesterday. But as those winds begin to come back around from the north and west, we could even see a little bit more water, at least a little bit higher than where it would normally be. Still a concern down through southwest Florida. The latest projections from the Hurricane Center are saying, yeah, we still have to watch those conditions. But now a growing concern for some surge up into the southeastern part of the U.S. So a 3 to 5 foot surge potentially there into the Charleston area, up along the coast of South Carolina, and then into North Carolina as well. Jacksonville has already seen a little bit of surge. We've shown you some video actually of a sailboat rescue earlier on this morning because of those rising water levels. On the north side, you have that counterclockwise circulation around the center of that low pressure system. So those easterly winds are now beginning to push some of that water from the Atlantic up against the southeast coast. I do want to talk about a couple of things. We actually had a viewer submitted question. Meteorologist Chris Bianchi, you had that question?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's actually a pretty relevant one. Maybe I'll step in
come
here
on,
and give it to you.
We'll chat about this.
The viewer question we got in here, and I think a lot of you might be asking us this, is whether or not you can remove those sandbags. A lot of people obviously putting those up. We told you to do it. Should we do it now, Grant?
So a tough question, or I say a good question, but a tough answer, because ultimately I think it depends on where you are and why did you put up the sandbags in the first place. Ultimately, sandbags divert the water. You depends on how high you put up those sandbags. But the sandbag, did you put it up for river flooding, or did you put it up for the surge? And I think that's the question. So I can't specifically answer that question, but I think for the larger question of can I take down my sandbags, you see here we've got some places over the Nature Coast that may see still surge or water levels rise up about a foot above their normal levels. So we have to look at those conditions through the Nature Coast. Where are you located for those sandbags? If in areas inland, if you're looking at river flooding, keep the sandbags there. We're still going to see some river flooding as we head through the next week, even maybe 2 weeks or so. So I think that's the question. And then let me show you this a little bit farther south, even into the bay. If you look closely here, and I'll step out of the way so, I mean, you can point to it here, Chris. You see, even in parts of the bay, if you look closely there on the eastern side of the bay, there's some blue that shows up there. And then even over into Pinellas County, you see over there by the bridge right here. The Howard Franklin Bridge. We've got a little bit of blue showing up there too. So the forecast model is saying that with this wind coming in out of the northwest, there still may be some places that see water rise a little bit higher than normal. Nothing like what they're going to see down to southwest Florida. So you see southwest Florida still obviously with that potential for more of that water inundation as we head to the next several hours. I think into tomorrow this flood threat's going to go down, but it depends on why you have your sandbags up, right?
So would it be safe to say that if you're right on the coast, it's more of a just in case thing? We're not entirely out of the way yet, but then if you're on a river, especially one that's maybe flooded before, you definitely need to keep those up.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the river stages earlier. Some of these rivers are already getting to levels where they've never been recorded before, record flood stage. So yeah, if you're near a river, keep those sandbags there. If you're closer to the coast, just give it another day. I think after today, take the sandbags down and we should be able to start, getting our homes and our yards looking a little bit normal again. Yeah. Great question. Keep the questions coming, guys. Post them on Facebook. If you're on Twitter, you can send us a tweet on Twitter as well. I'm on Twitter at GrantWTSB. What's your Twitter?
At Bianchi Weather, and I'll take your
Bianchi,
as well.
B-I-A-N-C-H-I,
yeah. Josh saying, yeah, you're probably right. B-I-A-N.
Josh, how do you spell your last name?
Time for that.
All right. So I mean, needless to say, though, I mean, the story of Ian continues, not just in the stories that we're telling here, but to the future impacts as it moves up into the coast of South Carolina.
Yeah, and I was just taking a look, by the way, at the sea surface temperatures out there off the first coast and on up off the coast of southeast Georgia.
Let me go back to that graphic. Keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the sea surface temperatures in this area here, running about kind of 3 to 5 degrees above where they should be. Generally speaking, the low to mid 80s, so about 83 to 85 Fahrenheit. The general rule of thumb, of course, is 80 degrees or above can sustain or strengthen a tropical system. So the waters out here pretty favorable for continued development. We're already basically at hurricane strength once again. Maximum sustained winds here with Ian at 70 miles an hour, 74 miles an hour above. It's classified as a hurricane. So as it moves its way off to the north, and Grant, I think you were just saying this a second ago, and I kind of agree. I think maybe Category 1, if this trend continues, maybe even on the low side, could be talking about a storm that perhaps gets back up, maybe a low end 2 before it makes landfall here in coastal South Carolina.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a little bit of bias just by what we saw with how it behaved as it approached Florida. But it certainly has a history of intensifying. And I think for it to be over the Gulf Stream for looks like about 12 hours or so, I think if it's already at 70 miles per hour now, what's to say that it can't get up to 80 or an 85 mile per hour hurricane? I mean, it's not going to get to a Cat 2. I just don't have time to do that. We say that, but we saw what happened yesterday. But I do think South Carolina is going to be working with, it's a significant thing. A Category 1 hurricane approaching the South Carolina coast tomorrow.
The other thing I'll say to that, and think back about the last 5-6 years, it feels like every storm seems to be intensifying over a lot of these forecasts. Again, it's a little anecdotal. I'm not saying that with any sort of specifics in mind off the top of my head, but I do think back to Harvey, to Irma, that really, of course, Ian yesterday going from what, 120 to 155 miles an hour in 3 hours.
Yes.
These storms, it does feel anecdotally like they're exploding more and more in the last 5-6 years.
They are. There is research, and I could pull up the data. In fact, I have something available. We can talk about that where we are seeing more major hurricanes. Of the storms that are becoming hurricanes, more of them are becoming major hurricanes. There's more research that has to be done for the ones with the rapid intensification, that we have seen that a lot more, though the research is showing that we just don't know enough details to even know when that's going to happen. We know when it could happen, but we don't know when these storms will actually rapidly intensify. Chris, if you would, I'm gonna put the forecast cone back up here for you.
Yeah, so we'll have the forecast cone back up
Talk
here.
about this cone and the intensification of it, and let me look for that map talking about the major hurricanes here.
Yeah, so just kind of continuing that thought. So here's what we got with Ian. I wish we could say we're done with this storm. We're simply not, for a couple of different reasons. One, the relatively slow movement. This is going to be one of the big takeaways with Ian, is how slowly it churned its way across Florida. Yes, the winds. Yes, the storm surge was there. The story, I think, ultimately that'll come out from Ian, kind of similar-ish in a different way, but similar-ish to Hurricane Harvey back in Southeast Texas 5 years ago. It's just how slowly it was moving as it moved its way across the coast. That exacerbated a lot of those impacts, so certainly keeping an eye on that. And then as the storm moves its way off to the north and west, now hurricane warnings in place for the entire South Carolina coastline.
Okay, so Chris, we have to actually get over to a press conference over in Tampa right now, I believe, so we'll get over to that.
We did overnight. We had trees down, as many of you know. I saw you out there reporting in the streets last night about some of the hazards, trees down, lines down. We had power outages, and was stated, Archie Collins is here to talk about the power outages and what TECO is doing to get everybody back up and running. The evacuation order was lifted at 9 o'clock this morning by Hillsborough County, and so everyone is free to come back into their residences. We are asking everyone to stay alert, stay vigilant, paying attention to any of the hazards that are out there still. Any down line specifically, any standing water as well. Our push crews were out at dawn making sure that our roadways were clear, taking any fallen trees out. We have TECO personnel on each of those push crews, so they're out there assessing if down lines are live and making sure that they're logging all of those so that those can be fixed as well. The wind, I believe, has died enough for us to get our drones up to be able to see any damage that we haven't been able to assess already. The airport, I've been on the phone with Joe Lapano from the airport, and they are looking to have the airport open again by 10 o'clock tomorrow. FAA requires they take down certain equipment, so they have to put that back up and make sure that all the runways are in good working order. Spoke with the captain of the port, who is the head of the Coast Guard, and they are currently ensuring there's no debris along the shipping channel. They have ships staged that have gas, different types of fuel, and perishable items that they're going to be bringing in, hopefully starting tomorrow as well. Spoke with Paul Anderson, the director of the port, and we have our fuel trucks moving, and they're going to have FHP escorts to wherever they need. As you know, they service all of Central Florida and may be servicing a lot of our southern neighbors as well, dependent on how much fuel they may need down there. So our crews, the city of Tampa, is on it. We are out there attending to all the needs of our community. What we're asking everyone right now is to keep an eye out for your neighbors. You know, if you want to be helpful, help your neighbors that are around you. We're asking that you don't go and get in your car and drive around, because we still do have some of these hazards out, and we have our first responders out and about in the community. But you can go and help your neighbors right now. So one of the things I would like to recognize First Lady Casey DeSantis for activating the Florida Disaster Fund. That is a great way for us to be able to help out those that were devastated by Hurricane Ian. And we can text disaster, the number is right around here somewhere. Text disaster to 20222, or go to the website www.floridadisasterfund.org. We know that our neighbors to the south would have come up here if that original prediction had held true. They would have been right here to help us. We need to be there to help them. So with that said, I am going to bring up Fire Chief Barbara Tripp.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Tripp here, Tampa Fire Rescue Emergency Manager for the City of Tampa. As the Mayor has stated, we have definitely been fortunate with Hurricane Ian. We did expect a lot of rain, and we know that our other cities to the east of us as well as south of us received a lot of rain. As Mayor stated, we are in the process of gathering our urban search and rescue team to help be deployed down to South Florida or wherever the state required the assistance to be needed. With that being said, here in Tampa, we are still reviewing and assessing the area as we still deal with emergencies. Tampa Fire Rescue is still responding to calls. I would like to thank the entire Tampa Fire Rescue team as well as the entire city of Tampa who's been working for the last 24 hours, day and night, to make sure the community is safe. We have responded to all requests for services and just want to make sure everyone knows that Tampa Fire Rescue is here to support you. With that being said, let's talk about some hazards that could have taken place. As Mayor talked about the down power lines. You do not know if that line is alive or if it doesn't have any power to it. Please do not take a chance. If you see wires down, do not try and go and move them. Make sure that you contact TECO with the numbers that's been given to you, as well as TECO will talk today to assist you with resources that will be available to you. But make sure you do not touch the wires, as well as standing water. Make sure you are definitely being safe with going into puddles that you cannot see the ground on. Let's talk about generators. We know some families are without power at the moment, which TECO is definitely working very hard to make sure we get that power up. But if you have a generator at your home, make sure that you abide by the rules for operating that generator. If you need an assistance, go to tampa.gov/hurricane for some safety information concerning generators. Once again, please be safe out there, and thank you. We will now bring up the police chief.
Good morning, everybody. Mary O'Connor, Tampa Police Chief here with you. I think the message here is safety, safety, safety. We want our residents, as they're returning home from evacuations or as they are venturing out, to please take it slow, please be safe, please be cognizant of your surroundings. You know, particularly with the down power lines and the down trees, obviously you have to, you know, be careful as you're going around those obstacles. Let's just speak just for a minute about any traffic intersections that may be out. If you come across a traffic intersection that does not have power to the light, you have to treat that as a four-way stop. Okay, obviously, you know, without the power being on, it could be very hazardous without people knowing which way to go when they come across a major intersection. And we do have some major intersections out. We do have Tampa PD out there deployed, helping you and directing traffic. However, when you're coming up to the intersection, stop, make sure everyone around you is safe, and then proceed with caution. But most importantly, I think it's you know, it's best practice to just stay off the roads if you don't have to be out until we know that, you know, that everything is all clear. The city has established phone lines for down trees and down power lines. We ask that you please keep 911 reserved for true emergencies and instead call 1-833-TPA-INFO. That's 1-833-872-4636 to report down trees and down power lines. And like Mayor Castor mentioned, we are making our plans, finalizing our plans to deploy Tampa PD down to our south to help with rescue and recovery efforts. Thanks, everybody.
All right. As you guys have heard me say at just about every briefing, we have great collaboration on the local, regional, state, and federal level dealing with these storms. And one of those partners that is always there for us actually has individuals embedded in our EOC 24/7 is TECO. So Archie Collins is here to talk about the electricity outages and what TECO is doing to bring everybody back up with power. Archie.
Thank you, Mayor Castor. Thank you, everyone. So for those who don't know who I am Archie Collins. I am the president and CEO of TECO, Tampa Electric. And just before I kind of get into what we're dealing with currently, just to give you a sense of the company, we serve customers across Hillsborough County, Polk County, Pasco County. We serve 815,000 customers. At the peak of the storm, you know, we certainly experienced some pretty heavy Category 1 hurricane force winds, especially out to the eastern portion of our service territory, and a significant amount of rain. Before I go any further, though, I do want to I'm going to repeat something that I think I've already heard from Chief Tripp, Chief O'Connor, and Mayor Castor, which is, as a company at Tampa Electric, while we're disappointed that we have I think we're down to about 279,000 of our customers currently without power. We feel very grateful. It was just as recently as 48 hours ago that the forecasted track for Ian was intended or forecasted to make landfall due west of us or even farther to the north, which would have resulted in a very significant storm surge in the Tampa Bay area. And that surge was very concerning for us. Flooding waters and a storm surge don't necessarily mix with electricity. And so I think our prayers in this area certainly were answered. Unfortunately, when you're wishing a hurricane away from your own area, you may be inadvertently wishing it on somebody else. And so our thoughts are certainly with the citizens down in the Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Venice area, where you see the devastating pictures of the storm surge that they're dealing with this morning. And I know they're in very, very good hands with FPL, who are very skilled at this sort of hurricane restoration. For Tampa Electric, the hurricane planning and recovery process, quite frankly, is a year-round exercise. Our emergency management team is a small group, but the emergency management process, quite frankly, is a machine. And we've been working to prepare for Ian in earnest for about the last 7 or 8 days. And a lot of work has come to this point to get us where we've got the number of resources that we currently have ready to assist us. I think it was Chief O'Connor said safety 3 times, safety, safety, safety. And I'm going to say the exact same thing. For us, the threat of downed power lines in the aftermath of a hurricane is a real threat. As you're traveling through a hurricane, people tend to stay indoors. And once the winds settle down, everybody wants to come out and look around. And they want to begin the process of clearing debris and removing tree limbs. And I can't implore all of you enough to be vigilant and to stay away from downed power lines. You do not know if those lines are energized. Our teams are now out today conducting damage assessments, and we'll be able to identify which lines are energized and get those circuits taken out of service and made safe. But in the interim, please, everybody stay away from anything that's down on the ground. From a resource perspective, we have, just no different than our fellow utilities at Duke and FPL, as we plan for an event like this, we lean on all of the other utilities across the United States. And we were fortunate enough to be able to secure roughly 3,000 resources that have been brought into our service territory. They rode through the hurricane in a safe location, and now this morning they are going through the process of being oriented and getting out and hitting the ground running. To put that into perspective, what does that mean? Our regular complement of line workers at TECO is 162. So when you hear that there are 3,000 who are coming in from Indiana and Oklahoma and Texas and many of the other states, it just gives you some perspective on the scale of the resources that are brought to bear so that we can, as quickly and as safely and as efficiently as we can, get everybody's power back. We know how inconvenient it is when the power's out, and as I said, we're around 279,000 customers without power right now. We apologize for that. We take our obligation to our customers really, really seriously, especially at a time like this. And so we are moving with urgency to ensure that we get the power back. We do have a very disciplined process we follow to actually get power restored. We don't restore power based upon where you live or who you know. It's a very disciplined process that actually starts with, we need to make sure that our power plants are operational. We then need to make sure that our substations are operational. And then we begin the process of restoring power to what we call critical services. So that would be fire stations, water plants, hospitals, shelters. And then we move to the next layer, which is what we refer to as public services. So all of the services that the residents require to feel some level of normalcy: supermarkets, hardware stores, gas stations, etc. And then we move into restoration at the residential level. And so it's a very disciplined process that we will be putting into effect this morning. Our crews are out there now. We rolled our crews at 7 o'clock this morning, and our employees are now spanning out across the service territory in order to complete the assessment and then undertake the repairs. I know the question on everybody's mind is, so when will my power be back? And it would be irresponsible of me to stand here today and say, we promise you're going to have your power back by X. We really don't know until we complete all of the damage assessment. We've got to get out there and get our eyes on it and get a sense of what the resources is, how big a task is it. I think it's fair to say it's going to be at least a couple of days before we can have everybody back. But I don't want to stand here with and make any promises that as an organization we are unable to uphold. As soon as we do know, with some specificity, how community by community or customer by customer, what the returns to service are, we will be certain to share those. Before I leave the mic, I would like to make 2 other points. One, yesterday we had a devil of a time with the TECO outage map. And I'm sure there were many of you who were trying, throughout the evening to access our outage map to see how many customers are without power, and does TECO have me? First of all, I want to assure every customer we have you. We know where the power's out, and we've got that accounted for. We had trouble with our outage map yesterday, which made it difficult for some customers to access it. We have since rectified that, but we apologize for being unable to really communicate as efficiently as we would have with all of you in the aftermath of, or as the hurricane was passing through. And then just finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't just acknowledge the commitment and the dedication of the employees across Tampa Electric. At a time like this, we've got 2,400 employees who work for the company. And during a hurricane, whether it's the planning phase or the restoration phase, everybody has a storm assignment. Outside of whatever your regular job is, everybody has some other job to do, whether that is finding hotels for people, or doing laundry, or cooking meals, or delivering meals, going out and working with our EOC partners. Everyone has a role to do. And so to the employees of Tampa Electric, thank you for your commitment, for your dedication. We will get the power back on just as safely, efficiently, as quickly as we can. Thank you all very much.
All right. Questions? No, we didn't. We were able to, as I stated previously, we were able to drain a lot of our stormwater ponds and clear out ditches. And so we didn't have a massive amount of rain, but we didn't have any significant flooding either. Yes, same with storm surge. Yes. Right. Again, I would like to thank everyone in our community. I am so proud of Tampa and the way that everyone prepared and everyone heeded the warnings to evacuate. And I would say to anyone that may be second guessing the choices that they made, just sit down and take a couple minutes to look at the video and the photographs that we have all seen from Fort Myers, from Punta Gorda, from Venice, and think that it could have been worse if the original prediction had held true. So we had the benefit of having time to prepare, and we were fortunate that it didn't hit us. So we are doing all that we can to help our neighbors that have just experienced devastation. We've all seen those videos, and it just breaks your heart. Mm-hmm. I'm texting. I don't want to make a call. I know that everyone is incredibly busy, and the last thing they need is to be disturbed. Just want everybody to know that we're still thinking about them, and that we are ready to provide whatever resources that they may need. No, nothing that we haven't had any fatalities at all that I'm aware of. Not reported yet, but people are just starting to go out. And as we've discussed many times, that the majority of the injuries come after the storm. When people go out, they start cutting up limbs. They're around down power lines, standing water. They don't know what's on the other side of that. So just looking at all of that.
Normally, we deploy 40 to 60. We rely on the Florida Police Chiefs Association to evaluate the number of officers that all the surrounding agencies can send, and they'll advise us on how many they think they need. Normally, when other agencies come into a devastated area like this, it's very mission specific. So we will get a specific mission of what they need Tampa PD for, and then we'll internally assess how many, we will need to fulfill that mission. 40 to 60, yes.
So with our Excuse me, Florida Task Force 3 is a combination between 3 agencies. That's Hillsborough County, St. Pete, along with Tampa Fire. And we're looking to gear up a swiftwater team as well as a Florida Task Force team that would be task specific as well. And it will be anywhere between 40 to 70 people.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's, I talked to Adelie LeGrand several times over the last couple of days, and I haven't spoken to her yet, but I'm sure they're back up and running because their concern was the wind speed as well. So I can confirm that for you.
So we have an update on that. ARC is currently not running regular service. Their teams are currently clearing the routes, making sure the routes are available, and they will then decide when to start. There isn't a schedule, but service is running right.
Okay, and it should be up rather quickly because I know they were doing on-demand service up until the winds became too great. All right, the last thing I will say is that we are doing all that we can to keep the Bucks game here on Sunday, and I've assured the NFL that the only wrath that we will see in the city of Tampa on Sunday is what the Bucks bring down on KC. So hopefully we have a little good news that day. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Tampa.
Josh
Tampa's
was
mayor
just
hadn't
saying,
said anything about
what about
Sunday's
the Bucks
game yet.
game?
So there you go. She's doing her best to keep that game as is in Tampa. Mayor Jane Castro, along with the police chief and fire rescue chief there, just hitting on. They're working on
Right.
power outages.
No definitive answer right now. A lot of that is assessing the damage and then getting out there. But the good news is that TECO does have that underway, which is not necessarily the case for Duke Energy.
Right.
Waiting for those gusts to die down. We do have a lot of information to get to. These news conferences, really, information is coming in minute by minute. So let's start with this. TPA at 10 a.m. tomorrow plans to reopen, and then Clearwater will open tomorrow morning as well. They've said on their Twitter page to contact your airline for flight information.
Yeah, St. Pete Clearwater and as well as Tampa International both say that they plan to resume operations tomorrow morning. Tampa International specified 10 a.m. We're working to see the specific time from St. Pete Clearwater. They just said tomorrow morning with the addendum to contact your airline.
We've had a lot of people asking about road closures. I do want to get to that, but I do also want to get to this out of Sarasota. We were just getting information. Sarasota County is using a system, an approach for reentry into the community, by color system. It's going to be green, yellow, and red.
Yeah, this is important here because we've been telling you all these other counties are simply lifting their mandatory evacuations, which you can add Pasco now to that list. But yeah, for Sarasota, it's going to be this color-coded system, and I'm hoping that we can put this up on the screen. Okay, we're going to put that up on the screen here. So Caitlin alluded to it. So red means if the area where you live is red, unsafe, not ready to return yet. Yellow.
Taking a look here at the map, this indicates it as well.
Yellow means power is out, trees and power lines are down, and traffic lights could be out. And then green means there's no limiting factors, that it is safe, and you can see that everything then south of State Road 681 is in the red right now, meaning the county considers it unsafe, that emergency services may not be available, extensive damage could limit travel, and access is limited to residents and business owners. So not saying that you can't return if you live there or you work there, but saying that be advised that these are not ideal conditions there still.
All right, so our producer's really working hard behind the scenes also to give you visuals as well as really outline for you the latest information coming into our newsroom. And right now, we're learning more about road closures. I know a lot of viewers have asked about that, especially with these evacuations lifted. When can they go home? When can they go home safely? How can they get there? So let's talk about the roadways right now. I-75 is open primarily. We heard from the governor earlier that I-75 South is open in Charlotte County. A lot of it is open, which is going to be good news for moving supplies. We also have a look here.
Yeah, do you want to start? We'll just start in Tampa. I don't know if you need us to read all of these. Just find kind of where you are and see if these are near you. We have what we've been told is not passable. Some like Annie and 24th to 26th Street in Tampa, flooded but passable. standing water on some, but passable. Others, you can see Manatee, the Cortez Road Bridge, that remains closed here at this hour.
So does the Skyway, I believe. I haven't heard otherwise. The Skyway, I believe, does remain closed at this point.
Yeah, we're still waiting for those winds, upper level winds, to
die down below 40.
To die down below 40 before they can open that. And then there you're looking at Polk and Sarasota as well. But again, I know that we've gotten a lot of questions from all of you watching, eager to get back, wanting to know what the roads are looking like as you head back in. So there is your look there. We'll give you a minute. Maybe take out your cell phone real quick, click a picture.
Snap a photo here. Look at your county, look at where you're headed and how this impacts you. Again, this is continuing to get updated, so we're going to let you know as soon as we learn more.
And important to note, this is what we have reported from Florida Highway Patrol traffic updates. So there could certainly be others. You know, that's a lot of moving parts, but this is what we have so far, at least from Florida Highway Patrol.
Right.
All right. What are we moving on to next year? Do we want to?
Oh, that's right. Okay, let me get to that too.
Right,
this is for debris down in your yard. If you want to take that.
So if you are in Pinellas Park, here we go. While you look, they've opened up a vegetation debris drop-off location.
There's the address on your screen.
On 78th Avenue there. They're saying that if residents enter, if you know the area, enter from 62nd Street. And this is important only for Pinellas Park residents. If you're commercial contractors, you won't be allowed in. This is a 9 to 5 site, and it is now open.
Right.
Again,
as of this morning, and it remains open until 5 o'clock. Okay, so Frank Wiley is standing by across our studio here, and he's got an update for you. 3 things to bear in mind right now. Frank, what do we need to keep in mind this day after the storm for many of us?
as we hit noon here. Nope. All right.
Looks like we need to get that mic working.
Got some pesky microphone issues.
I know.
All morning.
Man, oh man, from
they might
technical
just be
difficulties.
as tired as everyone is
It
right
is
now.
a day, yeah, a day of just sitting back and seeing the aftermath of this. I also we'll get to soon. The president spoke with DeSantis earlier today as well.
Yes, we're going to work on getting that for you because obviously the White House has approved the state's federal funding request, emergency federal funding request. Okay, while we're working on getting Frank, I want to show you this new video that we're just getting in. Now this is from St. Augustine, so northeast part of the state, which is also feeling the effects of Ian. As soon as we have that for you. All right, there you
go. Oh, submerged cars there. Wow.
Okay, so you're looking at, again, St. Augustine. This is video from, do we have a timestamp, guys? I know timestamp earlier today, yesterday?
Today.
It's today. This is today.
2 hours ago.
So, Grant, is this because of where the storm is in the wind direction is now blowing back at the, yeah.
Right,
so,
yeah. I'll check the...
Hold on, wait, I want to make sure we can hear you,
Make sure your
Grant.
mic is up, Grant.
So Grant is going to explain this here based on where the storm is now in rotation.
Look at that water
Now it's the
pushed in.
northeast coast of Florida that's getting storm surge from Ian, tropical storm Ian now, and you can see it. There's that car. I hope no one was inside of there. You know, roads are impassable in this area.
Wind gusts. You see the trees.
And you can see, yeah, you can definitely see trees like toothpicks. It always amazes me that they can stay standing like that. Do we have more video from? Okay.
Almost above the seawall in downtown St. Augustine. We haven't hit the peak of high tide yet, too. So from our sister station in Jacksonville.
So, okay, hold on. Grant's looking at the latest forecast.
Saying 1 to 3 feet from Patrick Air Force Base, which is Space Coast, up to Flagler County line, just south of Augustine.
Okay.
And then anywhere between essentially the Flagler Volusia County line all the way up to South Carolina, essentially 4 to 6 foot of storm surge possible there.
Wow.
And that's that easterly wind just north of the tropical storm Ian that's pushing all that water up against it.
Which you said is a pretty good bet, could strengthen back into a hurricane.
Well, forecasted to become a hurricane now. Yeah,
okay.
if not maybe right now forecasted to be a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane, but I think it could get even stronger than that.
And here's what's already happening. Again, new video here, St. Augustine. Downtown St. Augustine, gorgeous. I love
beautiful
it's gorgeous
area, yeah.
city. And now to see these roads there are
just
impassable.
Water inundate the area, yeah.
Before we've even hit high tide here.
So yeah, I was just going to say, I was looking at the president. I just retweeted the president saying that he spoke with the governor earlier this morning. Governor DeSantis made mention of that during his news conference earlier today, saying that they are taking the steps to support Florida in response to the hurricane here, also directing FEMA, the administrator, to travel to Florida tomorrow to check in on response and survey where additional support is needed. And as you can see, we're going to need that additional support. The governor was saying Central Florida, now obviously St. Augustine too, going to need the same support that we've seen in other areas, especially Lee County, areas south of us. This is the call with DeSantis,
that
a
is
photo
the photo
of that.
with the governor. And again, I wanted to go through this, Caitlin, real quick. So this comes as the federal funding, again, as you said, was approved for individuals in Charlotte, Collier, right, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, Sarasota counties. This is money for temporary housing, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property, other programs for maybe business owners who need help recovering. This could help with debris removal, a lot of different resources that this federal funding is going to assist with here.
And available to the counties that you mentioned now, we're obviously going to need much more additional help as well. And the governor was saying he's already working with the president to make that happen. But I do want to let you know, you can use the FEMA app if you want to request assistance. The FEMA app, 800-621-FEMA is the number as well. Or you can go online, www.disasterassistance.gov, to get individual help from FEMA.
Really important resource.
Yeah.
Let's try to get back to Frank Wiley here in our newsroom with 3 things here at the top of the hour that we want you to know about. Hey, Frank.
Hey, what's up, friends? Yeah, you guys were talking about that FEMA map and all the opportunities for folks out there. Also want to remind people to grab a picture of the watermark. As the governor said, that might expedite the process. But as you mentioned, 3 things, because we have a lot of information for folks to keep in mind. But for the people in Bradenton, here's a big warning that has been thrown about, and for good reason. The wastewater treatment plant on the brink of overflowing. That is exactly why they're saying avoid watering your lawn, be judicious about the showers, the laundry, dishwasher, and they said specifically flush judiciously, okay, because you don't want that water treatment plant to overflow. That'd be catastrophic for them to clean up as well as they're trying to get to other issues. We put that up on your screen for you. Also an update with the schools. Many schools closed, right? That's for obvious reasons. Manatee expected to open Monday, but they're going to take the weekend to assess the situation. Same for Pasco, closed Friday. Hillsborough, Pinellas, all closed until Monday, but they're going to take the weekend to reassess this situation. Keep in mind, families have been sheltering in many of these schools. They're also going to have to clean out the schools to make sure they're available for students to take part in classes. We have a full list of that on 10tampabay.com or that free 10 Tampa Bay app. A good time to download that as well. Also, there's this right here. Just got this from producers. MacDill Air Force Base. Even though counties lifted evacuation orders, this does not mean you can return to MacDill. So they too are assessing safety before lifting the full-fledged order. So a lot of updates and a lot of reason to stay posted. Stay up to date on that 10 Tampa Bay app, and we know y'all are going to update people right there on the news desk. Those are your 3 things and then some, guys.
All right, thanks very much, Frank. We appreciate it. A lot of information. This is a day, again, of assessing and really seeing the aftermath here. We're going to take a look at Fort Myers Beach. This is just devastating video we're seeing on social media and crews there.
I'm not quite sure what exactly we're going to be looking at here. We'll be seeing it as you do here for the first time. Again, a new video from Fort Myers Beach. And it just so happens to be
leveled.
So if you're familiar with the area of Fort Myers Beach, Times Square, and where there used to be obviously popular restaurants, beachfront restaurants, parks, other areas there.
it's just
can't really
awful.
even make out what was once there.
This is the wild thing about these storms. If you were just blindfolded and dropped there, sometimes you'd have no idea. You could have grown up there your whole life and have no
Sure.
idea where you are.
Well, you've
because
lost
it's
all of your landmarks.
So disorienting, yeah.
All of your points of reference even, and it's really, between all the mangled debris, where even the road once was through this particular area here. But again, this is Fort Myers Beach, and we are working to get hopefully a live look at this area here as well. I mean, no harm in keeping that up just so people can get a really good look at this. Everyone gathered around the TV here. I was curious to just get Grant's take on what we were seeing here, guys. If we could put that video back up.
Tyler and I were looking at that video, and if we get it back up.
Yeah, they're working on it.
See it elsewhere.
There we go.
One thing, I don't know if it's this feed or another one, Tyler, you notice how even the thin bark that palm trees tell them what you noticed.
You almost notice too the water level, right? Because all of that debris gets sucked in and gets sucked out too. So sometimes it can be some rain that can take bark off, or other times too, debris that's flowing through the water.
Tyler, we can't hear you.
Tyler,
Sorry.
you got your mic? Oh, that's all right. So you were saying, sometimes it could be the water that strips the bark off that tree. Sometimes it can be debris even that strips the bark off those trees. And again, it's very disorienting.
You don't even know what's on the ground. I mean, it's such a disaster. Just the remnants there left of all the debris, of all the dismantling of businesses there, restaurants. You were making mention earlier too. You just feel for the community there. People. This is just, of course, now sinking in because this is the day after the storm. People are just really getting visuals of their community.
I was listening to some of the coverage down there because we know people down there, and one of the reporters was commenting that they were looking at where once stood a restaurant that he and his wife went to for their anniversary just a week or so ago, and now it's gone. And that's the reality as people see what daylight is bringing here, that these places that are staples in the community, these places that have been there for a generation, are not there anymore, and it's really striking.
It's really devastating. And the governor said earlier, this storm has really changed the character of a significant part of our state, and that's just a visual of it, truly.
All right, so as we've been doing all morning, as we get that new video, we want to bring it to you because I think it's important to see what this storm has done in some spots.
Especially, I think what's so poignant about it is that this could have been us. This could have been the Bay Area too. We were anticipating all the storm surge.
Yeah.
And if your backyard, you are so blessed if you are not seeing damage like this. We're also blessed if we're not seeing damage like this, and our friends to the south are going to need a tremendous amount of help for a very long time.
Puts things into perspective. Meantime, we do continue to have our reporters fanned out here at home, giving you a look at some of the debris and damage that we are still experiencing here, particularly in Polk County, where as the storm moved inland, still made quite a mark there. We've got 10 Tampa Bay's Aaron Parsegian with an update on conditions there. Aaron.
Yeah, we've talked so much about the impacts, right, of Hurricane Ian passing over the Polk County area. We've talked a lot about how the wind caused some tree damage, bringing down trees, tree limbs, debris as well. We also have to talk about some of the flooding concerns and the ongoing flooding concerns that are happening, right? So I'm here on the Peace River Village Mobile Home Park. It's right on the Peace River in Bartow, and this is an area folks in Polk County are concerned about because you can see here, it's already beginning to flood this neighborhood. And on top of that, the nearby Peace River, just off to its right, is also reaching record flood levels and will continue reaching that over the coming days based on all the
I think we lost Aaron.
done in the past before, but now to even new heights. So we're going to be talking with Polk County officials later today to see how they plan on addressing some of these issues, but I can tell you they're already dealing with some flooding at these mobile homes, as you can see on the ground here, as well as some of the tree and wind-blown damage that has come down with Hurricane Ian overnight.
Aaron, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, because we wanted to talk to you a little bit, but are you running into anybody in the neighborhood there? Anybody who's in the community? Have you talked with anyone?
Just seeing people here and there. We just got here a few minutes ago. We did notice that a lot of these mobile homes were boarded up, so they were ready for what was to come. And then we've also seen some people out on some of the other side roads in this park here that they were kind of brushing water aside, making sure it wasn't getting into the bottom of your homes. But on some areas like this, the closer you get to the river, it's starting to get pretty deep. I mean, there's several inches of water here on the ground, and this might get worse over the next few days if there's any more rainfall and that river level continues to rise.
And we've talked about, Aaron, as well, how there's sort of that delay, right, in the rivers at least. As we're seeing flooding and stuff elsewhere, it could be another few days before those rivers really fully swell up to what they're going to be. And so people need to be wary that if they're thinking that they can go home, there's a good chance, what we're seeing there is exactly what's going to happen. And sure enough.
Is that the deepest area?
Yeah, and I think we saw Grant. Yeah, sorry, I think we saw Grant talking about it a little bit earlier too, right? He was saying, when is a good time? When can people start removing those sandbags? Well, if you live by rivers, and you live by the Peace River especially, it's going to be concerned over the coming days. Levels continue to rise in some areas where it's already starting to pile up.
And you were saying, is that
I was just wondering how deep it gets there. If he could tell, I don't want him to go.
Yeah, be careful there, Aaron.
Yeah, but if just you can tell by the car behind you, Aaron, how submerged that is too. It looks like a minivan.
Yeah, you can see that minivan back there.
Oh yeah.
That red-colored minivan back there. You can see it's almost above the tires completely.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Exactly. Well, I guess it sounds like they prepared as best they could in that particular spot, Aaron, considering they boarded up, and it doesn't seem like you're seeing many people there, so
right,
they
that's
heeded
the good
the warning.
news there. Getting people out of the area. Aaron, thank you so much. Want you to get to a safe place too.
Aaron Parsegian in Bartow there by the Peace River, which is still swelling as we speak.
Right, and he just said it. What Grant said earlier too is that so many people are wondering. Two main questions we're getting right now is what do the roadways look like? When can I go back? Especially now that many mandatory evacuations have been lifted, but also can I remove my sandbags that I worked so hard to place diligently? And it's really a case-by-case situation, as Grant had said earlier.
It really depends on where you're at.
And why you did it. Did you do it, because you lived by a river, because you lived right by the water, or are you in a flood zone? So
exactly.
It really does depend.
We appreciate that look, Aaron. So yeah, again, as we continue to take you not only around our area here today, showing you the aftermath, but also across our state. And we've been talking about Southwest Florida, right? But we just showed you Northeast Florida, which is now feeling effects from the same system up in St. Augustine.
The storm surge there is incredible.
And storm surge there. Want to show you Tampa now?
Yeah, we heard from the Tampa Mayor Jane Castor not long ago. Apparently, they have a 5:30 EOC meeting that has been canceled there. We did get some updates a little bit earlier. The airport, TPA, does intend to open tomorrow morning. This is a tweet from Mayor Castor. We made it through. Now the recovery efforts begin. And that's going to take some time. It's going to include power restoration. You heard from the TECO officials there too. Work is underway to restore power there. I think for Bucks fans too, she said the hope is that the game will take place here.
Or I believe she said, or there would be a wrath, the same wrath that I guess our opponents, Kansas City Chiefs would face against the Bucks. So, again, trying to bring some levity too to everything. And I would, presume it's kind of a good sign if Tampa's canceling their 5:30 EOC meeting, that things are fairly optimistic in their view in terms of how things are shaking out and how response is now shaking out here today. They've already got, as you said, TECO workers are mobilized and starting work on restoration.
Definitely in the restoration process in the Tampa area, a much better scene there than in many other areas around Florida. We also spoke with earlier this morning, and then also heard from Sheriff Cronister too, updating us. And no fatalities, a huge thing for the area as well.
He said how many times he was so impressed in all his years here.
30 plus.
How prepared he felt everyone was, and how serious he felt that everyone took the evacuation warnings, the preparation warnings, and that's a testament
Right,
that
right.
as well.
So proud of his deputies too, who are out. I know at some points, as we told you would happen with this storm, they did have to hunker down themselves. The deputies had to, because of their own safety, they weren't able to get out and about. But he said they were eager to get back out on the roadways to get back and help, and that's what they've been doing, and that's what they'll continue to do. Obviously, as these evacuation orders have been lifted, we know that people will want to make their way home as quickly as possible to get back to their own comfort zone. And he said deputies will be out patrolling the area to help people safely do that, make sure people aren't loitering either, or making sure that people aren't preying on the vulnerable in the middle of all of this. Hannah Deneen is live for us, I think.
She is in Sarasota, which obviously was hit fairly hard. It has got the bulk of the power outages, I think, here in our Tampa Bay area.
Nice.
So
some more damage.
Hannah is on the ground here with a look at some of the damage. Hannah, what are you seeing there, and where exactly are you in Sarasota?
Hey Josh, well I turned the corner here on this road and I had deja vu because I've been here before to this building just this past March. This building, Alvis Industries Custom Cabinetry and Furniture, was hit hard by an EF1 tornado here in Sarasota, where it tore the roof off and severely damaged the building while people were inside of it. Now, once again, it's unclear how much construction was done since that tornado, but you can see looks like they were rebuilding this building here, and now the roof has come down again on top of these business vehicles. Just unlucky. This building in major storms is once again hit hard by a major weather event here. Now, the emergency recovery efforts are underway in Sarasota County. Since 2 o'clock this morning, people have been assessing the emergency routes for those first responders. We told you last night there was a backlog of 911 calls that had come in throughout the storm. In the northern part of the county, I'm told they are caught up on those 911 calls, operating now as they come in. But in the southern part of the county, that is the trouble area where they're still having issues, in some cases even reaching parts of the southern part of Sarasota County. The sheriff's office says most of the damage in Sarasota County is south of Venice Avenue. Sarasota also looking at county infrastructure like water and wastewater systems. Once water is restored across the county, they do tell us there will be boil water notices. Some other updates here at last check, outages across the county were still at 67%. Officials, they're just asking for the public to be patient at this time as they work to get power restored. They're also asking you to stay off the roads if you can. They're operating on a system where they have red, which means no one should be going out. That's still where the southern part of the county is. Yellow, where you can go out if you are essential travel only, and then green when it's okay for everyone to be out. No part of the county at this point is in green, and they're asking people to stay home, to not do, and I'm sorry to call this guy out, but what we're seeing a lot right here, which is people driving by on their phones, looking around at the damage. We've had a dozen cars driving by at this point, looking at these downed buildings here. Hey there. But again, they want you to just stay put until you get that all clear, the green light from county officials. We're in touch with them. We'll make sure you get that notice as soon as we hear it and it's safe for everyone to be out. Live in Sarasota, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Oh, all right, Hannah Deneen, in front of a building, she said just a few months ago she covered that had storm damage then as well, a bit of deja vu. And thank you, Hannah, for hitting on something too that we had mentioned earlier, because again, we want to help you get back to your homes here. We know that people are eager to do that, and while the mandatory evacuation orders are being lifted in other counties, where Hannah is at in Sarasota, they're doing it a little differently. They're doing it based on a red, yellow, green model, and I on the fly here, control room, I don't know if we can pull that graphic back up from a while ago, but most of the county is in red still in terms of who they're allowing back in red, meaning that it's unsafe, that emergency services may not be available, that there is still extensive damage that limits travel, and access is going to be really limited to residents and business owners. And then the other half, so that's south, everything south of State Road 681, if you know Sarasota, is in that red. Everything north of that is in yellow, where they're saying power is out.
trees, lines down, traffic lights may be out. There's potential damage to drinking and wastewater as well, so safety precautions in place. You want to limit that to really essential needs as you return. But we do have all of this information. This is a great time for you to download if you don't already have our 10 Tampa Bay app, because it's been a tremendous resource for you, for the community. We're going to continue to update it with all the information that we have. We're updating that for you online as well to make sure that you are as connected as possibly can be to all the information that we receive as well. Because I know, yes, you want to get back to your home. You want to get back to some sense of normal after this.
And we are here to help do that as best you can. And we've been trying to answer your questions too. You were asking us about road closures. We've been trying to gather that information. We'll have to go over that here in a minute when we have a moment. You were asking us about sandbags, and we had Grant sort of talking about, there's a lot of variables as to why you put your sandbags up and where. But if you have questions, message us on Facebook, tag us on Twitter. We're here to get those answered. In the meantime, we do have some new video.
Yeah, looking at the information here that was just sent over to us. This is out of Sanibel, a house fire there. If we can get to that.
Is this aerial footage?
Waiting on the video. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
This is aerial footage, and this is as that flooding, as you can see, in the area. We also had
oh my goodness. So I think the roof actually
tremendous fire. My goodness, engulfing the whole thing.
There.
Footage, pictures, severe damage.
And again, so you look at all of these houses here. This is Sanibel area, South Lee County, and these houses aren't underwater, but every way, as it zooms out, every way into this neighborhood is underwater. So you sure hope that no one stayed behind, because there's no way that emergency crews were going to get to this, whether it was to rescue someone or whether it was to put out this fire, because as the camera zooms out, you can see the roads around it are all underwater, leading to it.
Totally demolished too by those flames.
And you've got heavy smoke coming out of that particular home. These almost look like maybe duplexes or something.
Yeah, fully engulfed.
But again, this is new aerial footage from South Lee County. So, the Sanibel area, that part of the state.
Which already has seen so much tremendous damage from Hurricane Ian as it moved through the area. All of the flooding, the storm surge to the area, bridge demolished too.
Right, the Sanibel Causeway. And I know we saw some of those initial pictures. We were thinking it was maybe just one area. And then when we got a better look through some of this aerial footage, there's multiple collapsed sections of the Sanibel Causeway down there that
need total reconstruction.
That are gone. And that's a problem. That's the only way in or out of that area. And so I don't know how many people didn't evacuate who are there still, versus people who want to and need to get back to start cleanup. How they're going to handle that?
Yeah,
that's just one of the many obstacles that we're facing
devastated
here this
area,
morning.
and going to be a lot of time of rebuilding. It's going to take a whole lot of effort from the community, a whole lot of effort from the state, and going to take our resources and. I would say, I keep thinking we have better weather over the coming days, but that's really for cleanup efforts in that area. It's going to take such a long time to really rebuild and get back to any sense of normal for the area. It's going to be a completely new normal for the area. Waiting on a meteorologist.
Meteorologist,
we're just watching the video with you guys. And there's so much video that seems like it's really starting to flood in now. No pun intended, but. Really looking at just incredible damage, incredible disruption to any sense of what our communities were down there.
Right. And we were showing you earlier that video out of St. Augustine. That was 2 hours ago where the storm surge was coming in.
On the opposite side of the state.
Opposite side of the state, now seeing that devastation as well. This slowly moved. And this is gaining steam now. Ian, what was Hurricane Ian, a tropical storm, now set to become another hurricane.
Probably later this afternoon. We'll get the next advisory at, we'll get a 2 o'clock intermediate advisory. Theoretically, they could upgrade it if it looks like it strengthens. They'll look at the satellites, they'll look at some of the wind speeds that they're finding offshore, but they could upgrade to a hurricane.
Remind us the threshold again.
74. Yeah.
74. And where was it at?
It was at it's at 70 right now.
The radar here for you.
Yeah, so you're seeing how it's within just 4 miles per hour of becoming, and it was like the second that it moved back over the ocean, was strengthening again. So back up to 70 miles per hour. It's forecast to become a Category 1 hurricane later this afternoon. So whether that happens at 2 or 5 o'clock, we'll see.
Okay.
But looking there, and then just get a little bit closer, and it's really kind of weird because here we were so focused on, and rightfully so. I mean, almost a Category 5 hurricane heading to Southwest Florida. We were so focused on that, and here we are. Quite honestly, I didn't look much beyond impact to our area, right? But here we are. It's moving over the Atlantic. It's strengthening once again. And as you look at some of these bands here, they're gusty conditions within those bands. We're looking at still some 40, 50 to even some 70 mile per hour gusts along the coast. Within these bands, up along Daytona, farther north, St. Augustine, the Jacksonville, some of those places reporting wind gusts near 80 miles per hour. So this is still very much a strong tropical storm, and there's hurricane warnings in effect all along the South Carolina coast. There's hurricane watches along the Georgia coast with tropical storm warnings in effect, and then there's still tropical storm warnings in effect all along the east coast of Florida, which, by the way, I'm happy to pass along to you that all of the tropical storm warnings for the Tampa Bay area, including Polk County, have been discontinued. So now no longer any tropical storm warnings in effect for us, but my goodness, dealing with strong tropical storm, if not near hurricane conditions off the east coast of Florida. And this is all because it moves back over the warm waters of the Atlantic, not just the Atlantic, but moving over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, which is being fueled by water that originates from the Caribbean, which is essentially the same water that fueled Ian initially to have it become not just a hurricane, but that major hurricane, ultimately leading it to rapidly intensify right before it slammed into the southwest coast of Florida. So, a storied past there, this tropical storm. So, it goes up to the north, and then, so that counterclockwise flow, here we go again, talking about the rotation of those wind speeds, right, around the center of any tropical system, any low-pressure system in the northern hemisphere. Now those winds are being pushed, blown up against the coast. We've got that storm surge threat, and we're going to continue to see that storm surge threat. Though, here on the backside, and I'll bring in meteorologist Tyler Moore here. Tyler, let's come over here, and I'll let you talk about this as well, because you've been looking at a lot of the video of the surge down in the southwestern part of the state, and they're still potentially going to see that, as well as obviously more people up on the east coast of Florida and beyond.
Yeah, and I really think that's the bigger thing that we take away from this is how lucky we were here in the Tampa Bay area. Just a couple miles down to our south here doing a significant storm surge, and now portions of the other side of the state are also going to be seeing some significant storm surge too. So let me.
All right, so it sounds like your mic's not on. Want me to check your mic, or maybe we have somebody else check your mic, and I'll come over here. So yeah, Tyler's what he was saying was essentially just, you go back just 2 days ago, and we were looking at the greatest threat coming to Tampa Bay. And arguably, the threat for surge is even greater for us in Tampa Bay because just the way our coastline is so shallow, combined with the fact that all that water then gets pushed up into the bay, and it's that funneling effect that just pushes it up even more. So, you don't want to let your mind go there, what it would have been like. But still, we could see a little bit more surge here along our coast as those winds begin to shift to the north and west, and we could see a little bit of a push up into the nature coast as well. Still a potential for some surge along the southwestern coast as well. And really, you call it a surge, but it's post-storm, so it's really on the back side of the storm, and the wind speeds are now just keeping that water at a higher level. So it's kind of a residual surge, I guess you could say. But now we're beginning to see a greater threat for some surge along South Carolina's coast, including Charleston. So here we have another historic city, one that many people vacation to, just like Fort Myers, Naples, Sanibel, Captiva, and all the places down in Southwest Florida that we're seeing those pictures of. Now another place potentially working with 4 to 7 feet of surge as they go into their Friday into Saturday as well. And this part of South Carolina, we were talking about a little bit ago, very lowland. Tyler, is your mic back on? Or are we?
I think we're good.
Tyler
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Can you guys hear him?
good.
All right, great. Yeah, about how South Carolina, the terrain there is so flat, a lot of marshy land there through through Charleston.
Yeah, I was just looking at the elevation of the downtown area. It's only 19 feet, so you got to think there's a lot of areas that are closer to the shore that are going to be a lot less than that too.
Yeah, that whole area, the marshy land and that water is going to be pushed up into that brackish water. And you hate to see something like that. And forecast not to strengthen too much, but still, you still have a Category 1 hurricane approaching the coast of South Carolina. And you're looking at 2 to 4 foot surge, even being pushed all the way into portions of the southern Outer Banks, all the way up to Duck on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. And even into the Sound there, they could see 1 to 2 feet of some surge pushed in. So just an incredible reach. You think about Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, now North Carolina, seeing some of the impacts from all the same storm. And I'm sorry, I back up even farther. How can we forget about Puerto Rico, right? And all the damage that we saw in Puerto Rico from the flooding.
Cuba.
And you're right, Cuba. And it's yeah. No, I'm sorry. Puerto Rico was Fiona. I'm sorry. Fiona. I'm sorry. But Tyler is right. Cuba was with Ian.
You'll be forgiven that there's been a lot going on.
We brought Tyler in here to keep me straight.
We've been locked inside this newsroom now for multiple days. We don't even know if it's sunny outside, if it's dark outside, what day it is. So they all kind of just blend together a little bit. Yeah, but a lot of these areas in the coastline, like Grant was mentioning, not very far above sea level. I just looked too. Hilton Head, South Carolina, another popular vacation spot. That island itself is only about 10 feet above sea level. So you're looking at the potential for close to 7 feet of storm surge in that area. So unfortunately, that's going to be leading to impacts in those areas as well. And it all depends on that exact center line like we just saw across our area. The eastern side of that center is where the worst storm surge is going to be as it kind of pushes that water once again into parts of the Carolinas. So that's something we'll be watching very carefully. Now, because the storm is exiting our area, we still have a little bit of storm surge that could develop towards parts of the nature coast. You're seeing this light blue right here. We're going to see those winds switch a little bit more westernly, and because of that, we are going to be seeing the chance for maybe an isolated foot or two of storm surge up towards, say, Citrus County, and even in the Bay Area, there could be a little bit as things get back to normal, and then again, that water tries to pull back in as the storm exits off to our north and east, but we're still looking at that water trying to recede down towards parts of the Fort Myers area where all that devastation has been coming in. It does look like those water levels have finally receded as people are finally getting in there, but hopefully emergency crews can get in there because there's a lot of people that are going to be needing help. I really hope no one in the Tampa Bay area is thinking, oh, what happened with this storm, or the boy who cried wolf and saying that, oh, this storm wasn't anything. The next one I'm just going to forget about because this one was a piece of cake in the Tampa Bay area, because folks down to our south, they're going to remember this one forever because of how bad it was. So keep that in mind, that this easily could have been us, as you see some of those videos that roll in from parts of Southwest Florida there. You can see the coastal areas that we were just talking about here, Charleston, Savannah, all these low-lying locations. You can see the potential for several feet of storm surge as now Ian is forecasted again to intensify back into a Category 1 hurricane. And like we saw just a day or two ago, it can intensify pretty quickly with how warm the waters are this time of year. So it's something we'll watch very carefully. Unfortunately for them, it is heading towards them. The good news for us is that it's heading away. So we're going to see those winds slowly die down, 20, 30, 40 miles per hour for the rest of the day. But really by tomorrow, it'll feel more like a normal breeze, with every now and then getting gusts close to 20 miles per hour. But Josh and Caitlin, at least the worst of the wind is behind us, and we'll start to see those water levels on the river start to go down. But as of right now, we're going to start to think about other locations that are up along the southeast coast.
Meteorologists, but a team of reporters too, working really hard to keep you up to date with our area, what the impacts are, and the updates and the aftermath. So many questions to answer, and our Sarah Rosario has been in Hernando County.
Yeah, we appreciate the work that all of you
are
doing
I know
too.
you're working so hard.
Worth putting out there. So thank you guys. Yeah, Sarah Rosario, she's been up in Hernando County. Sarah,
still gusty there.
It is.
Yeah. Caitlin and Josh, we're still feeling wind in Hernando County, where I'm at in Brooksville. A couple minutes ago, I was just working to keep the hat on my head, but things are now okay here. I think people here are taking down their boards. We just talked to a couple people who are saying we're so glad that we didn't get the impact of the storm that we thought we would. It's sad to see the pictures coming out of Southwest Florida. But people here are trying to get back to life, to normal. They're taking down their hurricane shutters and they're returning to their houses because many people evacuated. We're just off State Road 50, which is an evacuation route here, and it's busy. People are driving back to their homes, back towards Hernando Beach, which is this way, towards the west here along State Road 50. And then we did take a look. We had an update from emergency operations just about an hour ago, and they told us that there are still power outages that are impacting residents in Brooksville for Duke Energy power customers, and then people here in Spring Hill and the Hernando Beach area, they have with Lacucci Power. And so all of them are still dealing with several power outages. It's minimal in Hernando County compared to where it is in other portions of our viewing area, like Pinellas and Pasco and Polk counties hit hard, further inland areas where Hurricane Ian's effects were felt in a greater capacity. So they're saying that they're going to restore power to places like hospitals first, and then transmission lines, and then residential areas. So as far as when power will be restored to people who live here in Hernando County, Duke Energy said just because you don't see a lineman on your street, it doesn't mean that someone's not working to restore power to your area, but they are going to take priority of emergency facilities that need the power the most. And right now, Hernando County isn't that great of a need. So don't worry, wait it out for a couple of days, and hopefully power should be restored by then. With Lacucci is giving a little bit more surety for people who live here, saying that they do think that it'll be restored by the weekend. So that is good news for some people. We stopped by the medical shelters, as you saw earlier, and people there are now being allowed back to their houses if they have power in the area, and those evacuation orders are lifted as well. So still a little bit of wind here. We also recently stopped by some of the damage reports that we got. There's a tree down. We talked to a man. He posted a video on Facebook. We'll show it to you guys in a little bit, where he's like, man, I woke up to this at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you see a tree that's down. It was like just feet away from the power line, just feet away from where he and his wife were sleeping overnight, and they heard a big noise, and they went outside and they saw this massive oak tree down right next to their house. And they just moved there 3 weeks ago. So they're thankful this morning that they now are okay, and that tree didn't fall on the bedroom that they were sleeping in, and that everything is turning out a lot better than what they thought it would be. So things are trying to get back to normal here in Hernando. We're dealing with this wind and people returning home. We'll keep you updated throughout the rest of our coverage here on 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Sarah. So many stories going to be coming out of this,
Yeah,
too.
it's like, sorry about the new house, but perspective, right?
Right.
And as he said, thank goodness it didn't fall in the bedroom, and we're happy to hear that. Thanks for that, Sarah.
Yeah, we appreciate the update. I also wanted to say, you're seeing the gusts of wind there, too, and to give you some hope, too, because so many of Duke Energy's customers are in the St. Pete area, and I asked Tyler and Grant a little bit ago about the gusts in the area tomorrow. We are seeing high wind gusts in St. Pete still, which many of those customers are in the dark.
Which is limiting the bucket trucks that can go up, right?
But the forecast for tomorrow looks a whole lot better for those gusts in the days to come. So they should drop, and that should help linemen get up in the buckets that they need to restore the power to the poles and to get the lights back on, the air conditioning, of course.
And they've got a small army of people to do it, so
massive army of people.
They will work quickly.
Let's get to the roadways. I know a lot of you have been asking us questions about getting back, and we want to focus on the city of Sarasota right now. We do have some updates for you here. Bridges that are opening, the John Ringling Causeway and Siesta bridges now open.
But do want to point out, so Ringling Bridge access, though, that is still limited to just residents and business owners, and you've got to have your ID as well. So just keep that in mind. It's not just anybody. They are going to check and make sure that you do either live there or work there, and you've got to show proof of that. Though in Sarasota, water and sewer services, those have not been restored yet. The city just also noting to be aware of that. Now, on the topic of road closures.
We'll get back to that in a moment. I did want to say, because we've been talking about this as well for Sarasota, that they have a phased approach of letting people back into the area, red, yellow, green. You can take, as I'm saying this, you can take a look at your screen here too, because these are a number of roadways throughout. If that includes your county, if you're trying to get back.
And we've got
poor computer technology.
Everyone's running
running
on
a
low
little
battery
bit low battery for sure, all of
metaphor.
us. But I do want to finish saying this, that red in Sarasota, it means it's unsafe. And this map, I don't know if we have access to that right now because of the computer system, but north of State Road 681, that's in yellow. Everything south is red. So let me tell you what yellow means. Yellow means that the power is out, trees and power lines are down, traffic lights may be out, and there's potential damage to drinking and wastewater. So safety precautions are required, and travel should obviously be limited there. Red, unsafe. And again, we don't have the map to show you right now, but State Road 681 in yellow. Everything south of that is in red right now.
The county's saying you're at your own risk if you do choose to come back, which, you compare to, we can tell you that Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Citrus, Pasco, they've simply just lifted all of their mandatory evacuation orders as of this morning.
Deputy is going to be helping you out. Okay, so speaking of travel, airports trying to get back in business as well. TPA planning to do that tomorrow. St. Pete Clearwater planning to do that tomorrow morning as well. TPA has said 10 a.m. I don't think we have a definitive time from PIE, but that's where our Chris Rogers is joining us from now. Hopefully, maybe you can give us an update. Chris, what are you hearing out there?
Hey Josh, hey Caitlin. We do have a definitive time for TPA. They said they're going to be opening tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and resume all normal operations. There was not a definitive time for here at the St. Pete Clearwater Airport. They just said that they're going to be open, the parking lots and the terminal tomorrow morning, and to check with your respective airline about the flight status. As for TPA, they say to make sure if you do have a flight tomorrow, get there at least 2 hours early. You can imagine there's going to be a lot of people who are waiting to get out, to fly out, or who had scheduled trips and those plans changed when the airports shut down. So 2 hours early if you're flying out of TPA. They didn't issue the same guidance here at St. Pete Clearwater, but I would advise you to get here pretty early, as well as lines may be pretty heavy here as well for an airport that is not obviously as heavily trafficked as TPA. So tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. and just tomorrow morning for the St. Pete General Airport and 10 a.m. for TPA. Now, the good news is both airports reported they didn't sustain any significant damage. Obviously, that would have really hindered reopening efforts, so no significant damages at either TPA or the St. Pete Clearwater Airport, and that's why they're now opting to fly out. Of course, the weather conditions have significantly calmed down as well, so now it's safe to fly commercially. So good news for people who are waiting to get out of Southwest Florida or who had scheduled trips that Hurricane Ian just got in the way.
All right, Chris, thank you for that. And people are wondering too, you just said, and we've seen, and the airports have reported that no significant damage. Well, what's taking so long? It takes a lot to
get things back up and running,
ramp an airport back up in business, and you got to staff air traffic control, right? I mean, there's a whole lot that goes into that.
I was looking to see if we had any updates either. I know Sarasota's airport was damaged. We've been showing the video of that this morning, so that's why things aren't getting back to normal.
They did have Sarasota, roof damage and significant damage inside from the roof being torn up. Chris, thank you for that.
Yeah, we do appreciate it. Okay, we want to get to what social media is inundating us with a whole lot of information. It's been a wealth of information throughout the storm.
You want to start?
A whole lot of cleanup. What are we looking at first? This is Mayor Ken Welch out of St. Pete. There with Duke Energy, Florida, at our St. Pete Emergency Operations Center now, hard at work to restore power across our city. Power outages can be reported to Duke Energy. And of course, we've been showing you the linemen. Chris Rogers moved from Tropicana to the airport. He was with all the linemen who are in from out of town to help restore that power as quickly as they can. And I think
important as you're looking at this picture, you may not see a line worker in a truck in your neighborhood, but know that the work is happening behind the scenes to coordinate, to determine exactly when they can, hit the go button to really start working on restoring power there. So that was from Mayor Ken Welch in St. Pete.
This, unfortunately, you always have people preying on those who are vulnerable, especially after a storm like this, avoiding insurance and contractor scams. Yesterday, I remember us saying the BBB had information about avoiding, as you're assessing the damage in your own backyard, if somebody comes knocking at your door, pressuring you into using their services, take a breather and talk with your insurance company, see what's covered, look and make sure that it's an accredited business.
And don't give out any of your personal information to someone who you don't know is your insurance company. You don't know what they could do with that information, obviously. And if someone even claims to work with your insurance company, there are very specific ways, right, that your insurance will contact you, and ways that you can verify that through your official policy and number. So just be wary of that. And again, there's a way, if the contractor is licensed, you can verify that.
Right.
And those are all just things to keep in mind here. because unfortunately there are always people who are going to take advantage. All right, this is about debris collection here, because we've seen, and Chris has been showing us around St. Pete this morning, there are certainly some good, instances of isolated debris. So here are directions on what you can do. That garbage pickup will resume tomorrow, that crews will pick up through the weekend to ensure that all pickup of all the routes that were missed here this week will get picked up. But if you've got debris, fit it in your garbage container if you can. You can drop it off if you'd like to do it that way.
I pulled this up. I don't know if we have the graphic, but Pinellas Park today, you can bring items over. That started at 9 o'clock this morning. It goes until 5 o'clock today. People who live in the area, this is 62nd Street, they can drop it off.
And that's specifically, you've got to be a Pinellas Park resident.
You do have to be a Pinellas Park resident. Excuse me, the address is 6101 78th Avenue North. Again, you do have to be a resident of Pinellas Park, but that's open until 5 o'clock. Again, the address 6101 78th Avenue North, right there on your screen. You have until 5 o'clock today. If you're doing some cleanup and you want to get rid of that debris, vegetation that all fell into your yard as we start to regroup after this storm.
I know we were working too, if you're thinking, well, wait, 5 p.m. today, we're trying to figure out if it'll be open still tomorrow too, because we only got information on 9 to 5 today. So bear with us, because I'm sure some people are looking at that going, I thought it's 1 o'clock now.
Right.
So, but in the meantime, that is a resource available to you to drop that off, because now that is the natural next step here is the cleanup process, and hopefully not many of us will have too much in terms of damage and debris that you'll need to clean up.
And if you don't, really encouraging you all to help your neighbor. If it's not your yard, I'm sure there's somebody else in the community. There's so many other ways that you can volunteer to help in the aftermath of the storms. Yeah, many hands make light work.
Yep. And
good call, Josh.
That's true. So we're going to lift and pull together, and we're going to get through this together. It'll all be good. So in the meantime, we are here for you. We've been here for you not only through the duration of the storm itself and its approach and riding it out, but now focus turns to, let's get you home, let's get everyone back to school, let's get things up and running, and that's what our focus is here from here on out for all of you watching at home, and we certainly appreciate it. If you're just tuning in here as we approach the top of the hour, 1 o'clock, Josh Sidorowitz alongside Caitlin Lockerbie with your meteorologists, Tyler Moore and Grant Gilmore here.
Chris Bianchi from Denver as well. We got
reinforcements.
We got reinforcement in the building. Our sister station sent their meteorologist. We're very thankful to have him here to help us get through this storm. You've been a wealth of knowledge, all the facts too, and associated with this historic event.
Very humble. Look at him back there.
Just smile.
Okay, thank you, Chris. But our job is to keep you informed, prepared, and connected, and to do that as best we can. We've mentioned this. If you download the free 10 Tampa Bay app, as we've been saying stuff on air, I'm getting, my phone is dinging because we're sending those alerts out.
We have a
to you as well.
Team of producers and directors, everybody working behind the scene, our executive staff, managers, all trying to update us.
Okay, hold on.
Clearwater Marine Aquarium is the latest.
But I do want to tell you this, Florida 511 reporting that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is now back open.
Good news.
That was a big one that we were waiting on. It's a sign that those winds aloft are
much better
dying
news.
down.
Yeah, Sunshine Skyway Bridge open. Going to be a big relief for people trying to get back to their homes and assess the damage there.
And real quick, I just want to go back to Clearwater because I did have, as I scroll through this here. So Clearwater Marine Aquarium reopens tomorrow, 10 a.m. They are offering $5 off ticket prices as everyone recovers and is stressed out trying to maybe help you out. You can go spend a nice day with the family.
I love animals, and the video has brought a little levity, right, to the whole awful situation we've been seeing. The cute animal, the animal rescues, the dog rescues, and then we had a video from Clearwater Marine Aquarium too as they made their way through this storm. They hunkered down with the animals to care for them as well. We had the dolphins, the otters, the sea turtles. We've had video from them as well. And man, oh man, we could use anything to make us smile, right?
We do. So that's okay. So that's good news. As more things start to open up here again, the Skyway Bridge we just mentioned here, and I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, and City of Tampa garbage collection that resumes tomorrow as well. So same deal. We were just talking about St. Pete, right? Debris removal and garbage. If you're in Tampa, same deal tomorrow. It resumes, and let me just make sure I'm not missing any information on this. So that includes yard waste. Oh, I'm sorry. Residential garbage collection resumes. Yard waste and recycling collection, that is still delayed until further notice.
Okay.
So they're saying to place all your debris curbside in preparation for that resuming, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to come
Won't
and
be
get
picked
it
up just yet.
as things resume tomorrow. That is the city of Tampa, just down from them.
Things slowly getting back to normal, back to some sense of normal, but it's going to be a long road for those to our south. Guys, where are we headed to next? Waiting for a little update from our producers. Okay.
So we're going to check on social media. We've got Jabari Thomas. I know that we were also waiting on an update from Florida Power and Light. Last I checked, and they apparently were having technical issues.
Imagine that, right?
Join the club. But, you know, Florida Power and Light had, I think, arguably the
more than 2 million.
The most outages across the state, and because a wide swath of their service area is sort of Manatee, Sarasota, south and east. So you think about that quadrant that was where Ian went up through the state, and Lee and Charlotte and Collier counties. So
it's another resuming to normal. This is another update here. Advent Health hospitals in Hillsborough and Pasco counties have resumed normal hospital operations, including regular visitation as well. Again, that is Advent hospitals in Hillsborough and Pasco counties. Let's get over to Jabari. He's been keeping an eye on all things social media for us throughout this storm. Jabari, what are we looking at now?
Yeah, and you know what, guys? I hope you guys are doing well wherever you are. But more videos now that daylight is here is starting to come in. Especially in the Fort Myers area. A storm chaser, actually got a chance to get on the beach and check out everything that's left, basically. And I want to show you guys this here. It was posted here on Twitter. Somebody captioned this, more footage from Fort Myers Beach. But if you take a look at it, wow, it's destroyed basically. And you don't know like what begins and what ends as somebody, you know, takes a walk through these areas. And it can be very dangerous as well, because you don't know, there could be like sharp things. It could be like nails or just anything, you know? So that's why they're telling people, you know, not to really go in there just yet. Check out this other tweet here. This is from the same person right here of this boat. A few boats, all the boats basically are capsized here in this marina here in Fort Myers Beach. And then check out what a reporter, what they captured at their hotel down there. They said water was creeping up to the first floor of their hotel. Looks like they're inside the Titanic, one said, and cars, they said, were fully submerged underwater in this. Thankfully, they're okay. And then check out this aerial video right here. Basically translates, it's just a massive, you know, hurricane, and just the images of the impacts is just, and the damages is just, it's insane. This is out of Bonita Springs, Florida right here. Just take a look. I'm not sure if it's playing yet, guys. We're trying to get this thing to roll, but it's basically aerial footage of this area. It's devastated basically, and there it is right there. So we're just asking people, you know, to stay safe, you know, listen to authorities, and also if you need any more information as far as, you know, how you can volunteer, how you can donate, visit our website, 10tampabay.com. We have really good resources on there, and also our free 10 Tampa Bay app as well. We're streaming live constantly on YouTube, and there's a Near Me section on there where you guys can click on that on our free 10 Tampa Bay app and 10tampabay.com, and you can take videos and photos and you can send them in to us, and they'll come directly to us and let us know where you're at. So until next time, guys, I hope you guys really stay safe out there.
Update, Jabari. Thank you for that. And Jabari mentioned if you want to help out, if you want to volunteer, right on the homepage of 10tampabay.com.
Right.
Here's
All
how you can
resources
volunteer
there.
and help out those impacted, from the disaster fund we've been telling you about to Red Cross. I think Feeding Tampa Bay is even on here. There's a few different organizations that certainly use
the
help.
governor was saying earlier during his update, you know, of course your time is absolutely needed, and whatever you can do to help people who've been devastated by this storm, but financial resources is what they're going to need as they rebuild. And that's what he was encouraging for those who can give. That would be very, very helpful.
We have some new video just in here from Venice.
Yeah.
So south of Sarasota there.
Bear with us, guys at home.
Okay, so looking like this looks like one of those
oh my gosh.
Like a boat storage
marine
facility.
facility.
Marine facility. Oh,
there was a Walmart sign.
Okay. Again, this is new. These are new photos now, and some video in from the Venice
Very
area.
hard hit area from this storm. Seeing the storm surge.
Looking like, okay, that looks like it used to be a street. Yes, and okay, so that's a neighborhood. Again, this is back to that what I assume was like a boat storage facility of some sort, or some kind of industrial building.
That looks concrete.
And yeah, Tyler mentioning that's a heavy concrete
sign toppled over by the winds and rain and the storm surge in that area. Tyler Moore, that's the voice you just heard standing by there, with a look at the gusts there. And Tyler, that's played such a large factor. We're still seeing it in so many areas of our county. We saw Sarah not long ago in Hernando County, still the wind blowing there as well, and that's been a huge hindrance in getting the power back on for a lot of people in St. Pete.
Yeah, the power of Mother Nature is just incredible when you think about the force that water has and that wind can have too, and you see large, heavy objects like that get moved or toppled over, and then you look at the sides of buildings, they're just getting completely destroyed. I mean, that looks like something you would see with tornado damage, but that's from a hurricane. That just shows how strong these winds were with this system, Hurricane Ian. Yeah, that's a great point. Some of southern Sarasota County, Grant mentioning that was where we had the extreme wind warnings, which we were saying you got to treat like tornado warnings, and that's the reason why right there is because it was just ripping some of those buildings apart there. Obviously, that upper portion of the building, we know that wasn't water damage. That was all wind damage that was whipping through that area there. The good news is winds are coming down. Like we mentioned already, the Sunshine Skyway opening back up, so that's some fantastic news. You can see those wind gusts are going to start to drop a little bit more over the next couple of hours. They're eventually going to settle in the 20s by tomorrow morning, and these are the gusts. So then your sustained winds are also going to be a few miles per hour lower than that, guys. But the good news is those wind speeds are finally coming down.
And that is great news. Yeah, thank you, Tyler, for that.
Yeah, I think we're going to get, are we ready to get, yep, Malik is speaking with Mayor Jane Castor there.
Take it away, Malik.
Yes, we're here in Tampa, just off of 30th Street in Hannah, and fortunately the scene behind us here is a cleared row in this area. And Mayor Jane Castor joining me here. Can you talk with us a little bit about the work that you guys are doing to keep these roadways open?
Well, you got to see yesterday firsthand one of our ERCs, one of the three, the emergency response centers, and this is exactly what they are tasked with doing. Once the storm comes through, as soon as possible, the sun comes up, they are out, and we literally call them push crews because that's what they do. They have certain roads that they have to ensure are cleared. They push all the debris to the side, and then we come back later, cut it up, and have it taken away by the debris crews. But you can actually see some of the gouges in the road where they've pushed this giant oak tree off to the side of the road.
And we've been talking a lot about the concerns surrounding downed power lines in this area. I know TECO crews, you had said in that press conference, joining them out there. Yes. Can you tell me about the role they're playing too?
Yes, TECO is playing a huge role. They have around 200,000 of the over 800,000 customers that they serve are without electricity. So they're looking to get the hospitals up and running. Most of those have generators. And then the ports and the things that we all need, gas stations, those types of things, and then taking care of individual customers. And so I know people are coming back online as quickly as they can get them back online, but they really have been a great partner embedded in our EOC and embedded in these ERCs as well. So they can tell the crews which lines are actually activated and live so that we don't have any injuries.
We heard you say yesterday just how fortunate Tampa is to only be experiencing Cat 1 force winds in this area. Unfortunately, at the expense of our southern neighbors. Can you give us any updates for the conversations and messages that you've shared with those mayors?
Yes, just talking to them, letting them know that we're here for them. It's a time, I haven't personally been through it to the level that they have down there, but I can only imagine how isolated that they feel right now and really helpless. And so we want to ensure that they know that Tampa has their back, and we are going to be down there with whatever resources they need to make sure that they can get back up on their feet.
And we heard from Police Chief Mary O'Connor and Fire Chief Barbara Tripp about them having crews on standby ready to go down there. Can you explain in a little bit of detail the resources that the city of Tampa can offer to head that way when needed?
Yes, very well organized on the state level. And so law enforcement through the Florida Police Chiefs Association. And what they do is they say we can send you anywhere from 40 to 60 officers, and then they get plugged into whatever tasks they have to perform down there. Usually it's things like traffic control, those types of things that we can free up the local officers to take care of the issues that they know their community. It takes that community knowledge. And then clearly our Tampa Fire Rescue has USAR, which is Urban Search and Rescue. They have dogs that can be utilized. They have a water unit that can go and make any rescues off of some of the islands. And so they are prepared to head down there with a large contingent. And that consists of Hillsborough County, St. Petersburg, and the city of Tampa.
Unfortunately, just driving around here, conditions looking pretty safe, roads reopening for this area. What's the message you'd want to send to residents here as they're venturing out, trying to check conditions out for themselves?
Well, the message, we don't really have a lot of standing water, if any, around here. So the message really comes from the power lines, not getting anywhere near down lines. You don't have the ability to tell if those are live or not. So you see down power lines, just make sure you give us a call and we'll get somebody out there as quickly as possible. And then just imploring everyone to be safe. A lot of people are going to be pulling out chainsaws and taking care of a lot of these down trees and tree limbs and those kinds of things. So just be very, very careful. If your power's out and you have a generator, carbon monoxide and humans do not mix together. So make sure that your generators are very well ventilated and that they are out away from the home. You can't put them under your pool enclosure. You can't put them by open windows. So you just have to be very, very careful.
Well, Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for joining, for the communication and preparedness you provided this city. And, we've also heard from TECO's CEO and president today. They told us roughly 280,000 people in their service area, customers, I should say, not people, because it's more people than just the customers, those households they're providing service for, without electricity. About 200,000 of those are in the Tampa area. And now when we heard from the CEO and president of TECO, he said they're not able to make any promises, but they're going to be working over the next few days to have power restored to that area. We'll keep you guys posted as soon as we get updates. I'll send it back to you guys in studio. For now, live in Tampa, Malik Rankin, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thanks, Malik. Been a wealth of information from the Tampa area. She's been embedded with the emergency responders as well as the mayor throughout the storm.
Yeah, we spoke with us several times, so thank you for that. And good to see, already a lot of progress being made, getting that debris out of the way, bringing in the big equipment to do that. So
still pretty windy out there, though. Let's get back to Tyler Moore, who's been looking at the wind conditions, the current ones out there.
Yeah, right behind me here, some of those wind speeds that we're seeing. The good news is they have dropped down pretty good, so I do think we're kind of beyond that point of adding more damage or adding more power outages. But the mayor brought up some great points there about safety. And too, if you have some debris, maybe some fallen limbs that are on your roof, just make sure you're being very careful with either that chainsaw or if you got to use a ladder to get up high somewhere, make sure you're being very safe out there with the conditions that we have, and ask for help if you need it, right? You don't need to do everything by yourself. So ask your neighbors if you need a helping hand so that you and your neighbors can all stay safe as we work our way through part of this cleanup process. But yeah, those wind speeds out there right now, they're starting to drop a little bit more. We've seen more 40s throughout the morning hours. Now we're starting to see those gusts come down into the 20s and 30s. Clearwater and St. Pete, just because you're along the water, you're seeing a little bit more of a breeze closer to 40, but most inland locations are seeing those gusts right around 20 to 25 miles per hour. And overall, this is going to be the trend throughout this afternoon and right into this evening. You can see wind speeds, those shadings of yellows and oranges, they push off to the north and really subside. And then by tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, it's just a normal breeze across the area, and it's going to be a nice breeze too because it's out of the north at right around 5 to 10, maybe 20 mile per hour gusts here and there, but it is looking a lot better as we head into tomorrow. Going to be a completely different world as you step outside compared to the last couple of days with bright blue skies and really comfortable temperatures. That is one thing that this storm is bringing on the backside, is it's dragging down some cooler and drier air. But there's the center right there of Ian now moving offshore. Officially, it is back offshore That means it can start to gain a little bit of strength, though. We'll have to see that latest advisory, the intermediate advisory coming in at 2. We'll see if maybe they increase those wind speeds or keep it the same, and they'll wait for the 5 p.m. advisory, too, for any further updates. As again, Ian is going to sit out over the Atlantic now and towards that Gulf Stream, which has some very warm water temperatures. But tomorrow afternoon, look at this. This is into the evening hours. High temperatures in the 80s. Then by sunset, we're going to drop those temperatures quickly down into the 70s with mostly clear skies across the area. So those cleanup efforts, again, are looking fantastic. And how about this? Finally, starting to see some of those blue skies that we love so much here in Florida. They are out there returning across the areas. We get that drier air starting to mix in. And that's going to give us a little bit of sunshine as we finish out the day. But you can still see a lot of those lower clouds out there really racing through the camera. That just shows how strong the winds still are up aloft right now at the moment. The temperatures right now are looking pretty comfortable in the lower 70s. Those dew points sitting in the lower 60s. There haven't been many times over the last couple of months that you see the air temperature and the feels like temperature match together. Even during the overnight hours in the middle of the summer, you normally see that feels like temperature in the 80s or even some 90s at some points too. So it's nice to see that cooling trend that we have out there right now. Hopefully this is a start of a very nice fall heading our way, and we'll enjoy some of these cooler temperatures because we have waited a long time for some of this air to arrive. It's just unfortunate it had to come on the backside of a very powerful hurricane. Current temperatures out there, though, you can see some upper 60s still towards Newport Richey. We're still staying at 71 in St. Petersburg, 74 in Sarasota, 61 right now in Polk City in the middle of the afternoon, hanging in the lower 60s. That's one of the spots, though, that do have some rain-cooled air. Pretty similar to yesterday, though, even as the clouds clear, temperatures haven't warmed up much for today. Here's some of those rainfall totals, though. As we're finally wrapping things up, we can get a good idea of just how much rainfall we saw across the area. I do think most of the area was spared from some of those 20-plus inch rainfall totals that we were anticipating in a few isolated spots. It looks like the highest was in Lake Wales, right around 17 inches of rainfall, but even near the National Weather Service office in Ruskin, you can see over 7.5 inches of rainfall. And Frostproof, too, was one of the locations that got hit pretty hard with close to 10 inches of rainfall from Ian, and that fell in a pretty short period of time, too, about 24 hours from really when those heaviest rain bands rolled through. So again, we're going to keep things on the dry side now. The rain is behind us. Temperatures hanging in the 70s for this afternoon. We'll see partly cloudy to eventually mostly clear skies developing tonight. And look at those temperatures as they start to dip into the 60s past midnight tonight. So here's that 7-day forecast looking fantastic for the next several days. Saturday and Sunday, plenty of sunshine, lows in the upper 60s to lower 70s, highs in the low to middle 80s, and really no major rain chances in the forecast anytime soon. That was one concern that we were looking at, is that we were going to be seeing the chance for some flooding rainfalls from this system. And after this rain has now finally moved out, we're worried about the chance for more rain that could add to a flooding threat. But it looks like, at least now for the moment, guys, we are going to be seeing the flooding threats at least start to subside a little more.
All right, Tyler Moore, thank you. You know what? Things have changed, but one thing has not. We are still here for you, but we want to quickly get to this sound because President Joe Biden joining us from FEMA for an update on this situation with relief.
All right, you are looking
response
live.
And recovery work with the full expanse of our resources and our capabilities. Our work in support of those affected by Ian will continue in the days, weeks, and months to come. This is not just a here today and gone tomorrow. We are here, as the President has articulated, throughout the need for full recovery. In that regard, with respect to Puerto Rico, as the President mentioned yesterday, I approved a temporary and targeted Jones Act waiver to ensure that the people of Puerto Rico have sufficient diesel to run generators needed for electricity and the functioning of critical facilities as they recover from Hurricane Fiona. We are in it for the long haul. Now, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Administrator Deanne Criswell of FEMA.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would first like to, again, begin by thanking the President for being here in FEMA's National Response Coordination Center. This is the heartbeat of what we do right here. This is where we bring the federal family together. These are some amazing public servants. I'd also like to thank the President for signing the CREW Act earlier this morning. Mr. President, behind us here are dedicated public servants from across the federal family. Behind us are the dedicated public servants who have been working tirelessly, day in and day out, to get help to those who need us most. These are the dedicated public servants who have put the needs of others before their own. And these are the public servants that we count on to respond to America's worst day. This is what the full force of the federal family looks like right here behind me. I'd like to recognize every single person here, as well as those on the ground in Florida and those supporting from our Region 4 office in Atlanta, for the extraordinary efforts that they have put forth during this historic emergency response. So we have been brought together here in a moment when millions of Floridians are navigating the aftermath of what is going to be one of the most catastrophic events they've experienced. My heart aches for those people who have been in the path of Hurricane Ian, for the lives that have been forever changed by this storm, and for the communities that will simply never be the same. America woke up this morning to images like Naples, Punta Gorda, and Cape Coral submerged underwater. Homes across Fort Myers that have been torn from their foundations, and boats that have been found blocks away from where they were moored. But Hurricane Ian is still a very life-threatening storm. We are expecting the storm to continue making its way to Georgia, South Carolina, and into North Carolina, maintaining tropical storm force winds, deadly storm surge, and rainfall of up to 12 inches. As many have said, Hurricane Ian is going to be a storm that we talk about for decades. But from the moment Hurricane Ian became a threat, we already had the right teams in place who were ready to answer the call of those that need us most. To the heroic first responders and search and rescue teams that have been running towards danger to save lives, to the brave medical teams providing compassionate and life-saving care, to the local, state, and federal emergency managers working side by side to tackle challenge after challenge, to our meteorological partners who have been providing us with critical weather data hour after hour, and to the voluntary partners providing food and shelter to those who have just lost everything. I thank you, all of you. We thank you, and our nation thanks you. Now, we know that the next few days are going to be difficult. We have some very complex problems that we are going to have to solve. But like I said, we have the right teams in place who are ready to help those who need us most. And as I shared with the President just moments ago, search and rescue missions are already taking place across the impacted areas by land, air, and sea. We have teams ensuring critical health facilities like hospitals and adult care facilities have the support they need to care for their patients or evacuate them if still needed. We have power restoration teams making their way into devastated communities that help bring communities back online. And while we are focused on life-saving and life-sustaining response operations, we are already launching our recovery mission. An interagency recovery group is already planning for the long-term recovery needs, such as housing, debris removal, and critical infrastructure repair, as we know this is going to be a complex recovery. As you heard already, the President signed overnight a major disaster declaration that unlocks critical assistance to help these communities jumpstart their road to recovery. Individuals and families right now in Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota, they can now register for assistance and begin their recovery process. You can register by visiting disasterassistance.gov, through our FEMA app, or by calling 1-800-621-FEMA, 1-800-621-3362. And now that the sun is up and we are continuing to do our assessments, we will add more counties for individual assistance. The next few days, they're going to be difficult. We have some very complex problems to solve. But like I said, we have the right teams in place who are ready to help those who need us most. And regardless of how bad it is, I commit to everyone here today that FEMA and our partners across the federal, state, and local levels remain ready and prepared to help these communities in their greatest time of need. Thank you.
Let me add one more thing. We didn't mention the Red Cross. The Red Cross is there. They're always there. They stepped up, and they continue to step up. So I want to thank them as well. Thank you.
President, how would you describe your relationship and your conversation with Governor DeSantis?
It's totally irrelevant, but I'll answer it, okay? Very fine. He complimented me. He thanked me for the immediate response we had. He told me how much he appreciated it, said he was extremely happy with what was going on. This is not about whether anything having to do with our disagreements politically. This is about saving people's lives, homes, and businesses. That's what this is about. And so I've talked to him 4 or 5 times already. And it's not a matter of my disagreements with him on other items.
Do you hold Russia responsible for the rupture of the Nord Stream pipeline?
Let's stick with this, okay?
This is an important international issue.
There's a lot of important international issues, but we're here to talk about America. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Just listening into a news conference here from FEMA. President Joe Biden addressing the issue with Hurricane Ian, the destruction across the state, signing an order allowing for assistance to come to folks who have been impacted directly by this storm.
Yep, that major disaster declaration, which we had that address for you and number up on the bottom of the screen, if we can put that up again, because if you are in those impacted counties, you can start applying for that relief. It was
a number for you as well.
All right, there you go. And it was, we're talking Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Lee, Manatee counties. If you go to that website or you call that number, you can start then applying for this disaster relief, grant money, loans if you need it for uninsured damage. If you're a business owner, there's some aid in there as well. And then I believe we understand too that FEMA is going to be on the ground here in Florida tomorrow in a pretty significant capacity. And you heard too, boy, this has been an active season because we started out with that. They were talking about aid for Puerto Rico from Fiona. That was right before all of this too. So a lot of need happening right now from these natural disasters.
Well, officials from FEMA saying this is still a life-threatening storm, right? Because as Grant and our weather team has told us, it's going off the coast of Florida and can very well come back ashore. But also, President Biden saying their direct quote, this is about saving lives, homes, and businesses. And if we could just put that, producer friends, if we could put that graphic back up just in case people are maybe scrambling to see where they need to, there we go. Disaster assistance, all one word, disasterassistance.gov, or call this number. We'll leave that up there for you as well. We'll likely put this on the 10 Tampa Bay app so folks can grab a hold of this. But 1-800-621-FEMA, 1-800-621-FEMA. So again, check out that 10 Tampa Bay app. We will make sure you have all of those resources.
Very good resource. So all morning long, we've been trying to move some of our crews a little further south to survey the damage down there, obviously given the path that Ian took. And we now have Miguel Octavio, who is in Venice Beach, with a closer look at what he is seeing there on the ground. Hey, Miguel.
We're here at Turtle Beach, further to the coastal areas. Same kind of damage we're seeing across the Sarasota area, flooded roads, down trees and power lines. But neighbors say they're thankful because they understand yesterday these waters could have been the ones surging to the coastal areas into their homes, much like it did further south to the Fort Myers area. Neighbors say they're really feeling for the folks hurting from the brunt of Hurricane Ian.
And I feel bad for those people, and we'll figure out some way how we can help them. That's the other thing I think they will do. But that's it, to help them,
Yeah, that's tough. It's sad to see especially some of those areas close to the water and, communities, restaurants, tourist areas, some of those islands out there. It's heartbreaking. I mean, to see some of that stuff, and I'm sure it's going to take quite some time to rebuild it all.
And at this moment, County EMS says they're working to restore power throughout the county. The majority of Sarasota County still does not have power, and first responders are trying to catch up on their backlog of 911 calls. We know that patience is a virtue when it comes to these moments, but first responders are asking for patience at this time as they try to catch up from the damage that Hurricane Ian has caused. In Sarasota, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
Patience, because of course they are going to do the best they can. Your time now, 1:21. Want to take a sec to reset because we have been playing musical chairs, if you will, because we want to relieve one another. We want to let you know that we are here to relieve you as well as we provide resources, as we just did about FEMA and anything else that comes into our newsroom. But Frank Wiley here for an extended version of Brightside, if you will.
Does it count as Brightside at 1:30 in the afternoon?
We'll call it that.
Sure, okay. And I'm Josh Sidorowicz, but either way, we're happy to have you here. And our goal now is to help you either, whether it's get back to your home, whether it's find help that you need if
we got your back.
If you've got damage.
Around the clock coverage.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we've got meteorologists Tyler Moore, Grant Gilmore here as well. And Grant and Frank just hit on this. We're watching Ian, which is re-strengthening. And there are now other communities in its path of potentially more damage and
beyond the shores of Florida now. Actually, looking at our friends to the north, from Georgia to North Carolina, with South Carolina right in the crosshairs of yet another potential landfall. I say potential; there will be a landfall into tomorrow. At the 11 o'clock advisory, wind speeds increased from 65 to 70 miles per hour. It's now moving to the north-northeast at 9, so still moving very slowly. And with that, we're seeing more surge conditions and more flooding concerns over on the east coast of Florida as we go into the afternoon hours. Meanwhile, we're actually starting to see the sunshine return out there. If you're still shuttered up at your house, maybe take a peek outside. We're starting to see some of that blue sky return with just a few more clouds out towards the east. But on the whole, our focus is now shifting to the recovery and the cleanup. Meanwhile, the focus of many across the coastal areas from Georgia to South Carolina, they're looking at a strengthening, well, now tropical storm, but ultimately likely to become a hurricane again as it moves over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. Now likely looking at a landfall somewhere near central South Carolina through midday tomorrow, maybe late tomorrow morning, and then it'll weaken to a tropical storm and bring a lot of rainfall. Tropical storm warnings actually in effect for the Piedmont of North Carolina. We aren't completely out of the woods yet by any means. It's still gusty out there. We still have some onshore, at least some northerly, northwesterly winds, and those will produce a little bit higher than normal water levels along the Tampa Bay coast. You might see a little bit of that as well down through the southwestern coast of Florida, but still we're dealing with much better conditions, obviously, than those conditions that we were dealing with this time yesterday. A great surge concern through coastal South Carolina as well, where as Ian approaches as that Category 1 hurricane, forecast with winds near 75 to 100 miles per hour. That area along the coast of South Carolina could see a 4 to 7 foot surge, which ultimately could be pretty devastating for some people there as well. I mentioned the blue skies that we have out there. It is a gorgeous afternoon, all things considered, isn't it, though? Notice the palm trees. It's not a continuous feed of video, but you can tell it's a little breezy out there outside of the Mahaffey Theater in downtown St. Petersburg. That's Albert Whitted Airport right there, where temperatures at the airport are at 71 degrees. Dew points in the lower 60s. That feels nice, doesn't it? A little breezy, though. As I mentioned, north-northwesterly wind right now around 25 miles per hour. Everybody's asking, getting a lot of questions. People saying, hey, when are those winds going to come down? I'm so tired of hearing that wind blowing, right? The good news is it's already started to come down. So these are the gusts. So we're still seeing some gusts, especially along the coast, guys. The coast is going to see breezier conditions for a little bit longer, but those gusts that are currently up around 35 to 40 miles per hour closer to the water, they'll begin to subside. The farther inland you are, even there comes a point where you're still going to see some gusts with the result of Ian. But overall, our gusts will begin to decrease as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Even in overnight, we may get an occasional gust that's up there around 20 miles per hour. But those sustained winds will gradually be decreasing into the evening hours. Eventually, 5-10 miles per hour. Probably through the day tomorrow, we'll see a 5 to 10 mile per hour wind with those wind gusts, maybe climbing up to around 10 to 15 miles per hour. But I mentioned the coast, a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust right now in St. Pete, 37-mile-per-hour wind gust in Clearwater Beach. So those wind speeds will gradually decrease as Ian moves off the coast of Florida, and then we'll likely begin to see more of those blue hues with those wind contours arriving through the day tomorrow. I mentioned those more normal wind speeds out of the north, generally from 5 to 10 miles per hour, looking like a really nice start to our weekend. The rain also clears out. We'll send that off to the north and east, but flooding concerns will persist from the Space Coast all the way up to Jacksonville and beyond, with that onshore flow likely continuing their surge concerns. We've seen some crazy video out of the St. Augustine area, Fort Myers, but also up into Jacksonville, seeing some significant surge issues and just freshwater rain flooding concerns also. We could see a couple of isolated sprinkles out there along the coast tomorrow, but overall, just a 20% chance for a couple of those spotty coastal showers. On the whole, temperatures in the low and mid 70s through the evening tomorrow, and that's about where we are right now. The sunshine coming out will start to warm these temperatures a little bit more. Temperatures in the low and mid 70s around the Bay Area. Still some upper 60s along the water near Newport Richey. Polk City has had rain for quite a while. The rain just now beginning to clear out, so their temperatures much cooler now at 61 degrees. We are about 5 to 6 degrees cooler than this time yesterday, but yesterday was really when everything began to really deteriorate across the area. But the rest of our afternoon gradually improves. Still a little breezy over the next few hours, but into the evening hours we'll see a partly cloudy to variably cloudy sky with temperatures cooling into the upper 60s, mid to upper 60s for you by tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow afternoon, that high temperature of 80 degrees, maybe that isolated shower with plenty of sunshine leading us through the weekend. And look, we've got a lot of work to do, don't we? We've got to get back out there, and we've got to keep cleaning up. We've got to keep assessing the damage. We've got to get the power back on, so those power crews will have good weather to get the electricity and the power back on. We'll keep just a small chance for temperatures or chance of rain as we head through the first half of next week. Josh and Frank, man, I mean, much
we
better
like that
weather
wind forecast.
That is a welcoming forecast.
Good news for power restoration, good news for our bridges. The skyway was back open. Real quick, I just wanted to correct because we had Miguel earlier. I said Venice is still a little north, closer to Siesta Key. It was in Turtle Beach. We do have a crew in Venice Beach.
Yeah, we do. But I want to let folks know quickly
I'm sorry,
at 1:45. No, it's all good because at 1:45, expecting an update from Governor Ron DeSantis.
Okay, yes, and we will bring that to you live as we have all of them. But again, we continue to check in on our crews as they head further south, trying to assess the damage. And we want to go now to Venice, where Jennifer Titus is.
We are just getting down here to Venice this morning, and it truly is the worst destruction that we have seen. Lots of flooded roads over here. This road, totally impassable. We are seeing some cars drive onto the sidewalk trying to go behind these trees because behind there is a mobile home community, one of the largest mobile home communities in Venice. I've talked to people who have been down there. It's about a mile down past. Trees are littering this road, literally probably 400 yards. People who are making it past there are telling me that it's not good. They're just making sure they're checking on their property. They're saying there's, lots of damage to the RVs, to the mobile homes that are behind there. I'm told over by the Venice Theater, filled with water. It's about a mile down the road, and then going more into Inglewood in Northport. I just talked to a woman from there, and she told me she just made the drive up, that her home is completely filled with water down in the Northport area. Same for people coming up from Inglewood, going down more again to downtown Venice, to the theater. Just one person told me over by 681, he literally described it as a war zone. So we're just making our way now again through Venice, being safe. And when that's what Sarasota officials are really asking people to do. If you don't have to be out on the roads, stay, because they have a lot of emergency calls that they are catching up to. Remember, they spent so many hours not able to get on the road, so they're trying to make up for those calls. And truly, people that are stuck, people that have damage, people that have roofs ripped off that we are seeing. We've seen plenty of trees. You don't have to go a few steps and you'll see a tree down, you'll see a fence down, you'll see a roof shutters torn off. So lots of damage, lots of floodwaters here down in Venice as we continue to make our way down south here in South Sarasota County.
All right, Jennifer Titus, thank you for that. Real quick, I just want to let you know,
Sure.
We were talking about this earlier. It is official. We just sent this alert to your phones that the Tampa Bay Bucks announced that they will play Sunday night's game against Chiefs at Ray J, just as planned. So that is on.
Okay, so now you know. There's the update that a lot of people have been waiting for right there. And we want to get to Liz Crawford because she is in Tarpon Springs with an update out there with a different vantage point.
Here in Tarpon Springs now, where we spent some time driving up and down that main road and really hardly anything to see out of the ordinary. I did talk to some people who were just getting out and about, walking the dog, getting back on their scooter, and really so many of us feeling the same way, kind of torn. And in one sense, let's admit it, we feel relieved here in the Tampa Bay region. But on the other hand, our hearts are so broken for those Floridians just 100 and 120 miles south of us.
I was here for Elena in 86, 85, whatever it was, and 92, and I was in Miami for Andrew.
Were you relieved?
Oh yeah, definitely, big time.
I was definitely relieved that my daughter is a first responder in Charlotte County, so I'm nervous for her, of course, and I haven't heard from her because no cell service, so.
We're very much relieved. In this area up and down the coastline, it's the return on investment. You get the quality of life of living in Florida, but you have to put up with Ian. But we get through it. You stay strong. I know there's been a tremendous amount of damage that we still haven't even seen yet.
That's a lot of water. That's a lot of water. And
what are your words to people down there?
You'll be all right. As long as you're alive, you're good.
Stay strong. Everyone's with you.
You have to stay strong, and you realize that we're all in it together, that you have people from all over Florida and outside Florida that are going to come down and help you get through this. And in the end, it'll make us all stronger.
Some people here said, look, we're still not out of the woods yet, especially in this area of Tarpon Springs that floods so easily. So depending on what the storm does as it continues to pummel our state, and then what the river does, really could have an impact if we see flooding in the Tarpon Springs area over the next day or two. Liz Crawford, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, so that was Tarpon Springs. We want to head back south now.
Okay.
We've got Hannah Deneen. Hannah is live in Sarasota right now. Hannah, can you hear us? All right, and wow, and so
look at that backdrop.
Hey guys, I am in St. Armand Circle near Siesta Beach. And here we just came over the Ringling Causeway. The buildings around here, the businesses around here, they're in good shape. A lot of them are boarded up. There are sandbags in front of their doors, and they look like they survived Ian just fine. But take a look at this downed giant tree here. This is indicative of a lot of the damage that we're seeing throughout of Sarasota County. Large trees that have been blown over, or tree branches. Lots of debris on the sides of the roads here. We spoke with an arborist from Tampa just a little while ago who says that he and his crew have been working since 4 this morning. They initially went down to Lee County to try to help there, but with the high waters and the downed power lines, they turned right around and started helping out here in Sarasota instead. They said they've just been flagged down by people on the side of the road who need their assistance. Their calls ringing off the hook. He says that the damage here is as bad as he's seen since he worked Hurricane Katrina recovery. He says it could take months for them to clean all of this up. Here's a little bit of our conversation.
I look at this to be probably 3-4 months, to be honest, and it's not going to be easy. As I tell any potential customer, it's not going to be easy without damaging any other thing. That's the problem. You don't want nobody to come up in here and damage anything else.
Now, he said in addition to seeing tree branches on homes, they've also been able to help some people who had trees that had fallen on their homes or cars and they were stuck in there. And he says they've been working to cut those trees, get people free. He says at this point, what they're trying to do is go around, find people who need help, and give them a fair price, and also not try to damage their homes any further than they already are. We are going to be out here reporting on damage throughout Sarasota County throughout the afternoon, showing you the worst of the damage that we're seeing, and that's so you don't have to. What we're seeing a lot of this afternoon is people driving around here, recording what they're seeing on their phones, and we want to remind you that Sarasota County officials, they're really urging everyone to not do that, to stay home and to stay put where it's safe. They're still out here working their own cleanup and recovery efforts. And again, we're going to be out here reporting on everything that we're seeing throughout the afternoon and keeping you updated on everything going on in Sarasota County. Live in Sarasota, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Are you able to still hear me there, Hannah?
Hey, yeah, Frank.
All right, so amazing picture right there behind you. I want to make sure I heard that properly. The gentleman that you spoke with said 3 to 4 months from the experience that he has had that it's going to take to get to some semblance of normalcy.
Frank, can you try one more time?
3 to 4 months is what that gentleman told you to clean that up just to get it back to something like normal.
All right, she might.
I'm not hearing your question clearly, Frank, but absolutely a 3 to 4 month estimate to clean up is certainly indicative that people are going to have to hang tight and be patient as we get back to our normal, especially the southern part of our coverage area. It's going to look a little different for some time.
Yeah. And it's I don't know, if, Hannah, if you can take us just a little bit around that tree and just give us another angle of that uprooted tree. I mean, that's a massive tree behind you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We can walk you through the area here. I'm going to just step out of the way so we can show you a little bit further of this tree. You can get a sense of how large this is. And this is not unusual. On our drive here over the Ringling Causeway, we saw a lot of trees just as large as this that had fallen over. Fortunately, none directly in the roadway, so those roads were clear. But just lots of debris on the sides of the road, lots of downed trees. If you take a look around here, a lot of people are going to be familiar with this area. They know these shops intimately. Their doors are boarded. Everything's still closed, of course. Sandbags in front of these doors, and everything's in good shape. If you take a look over here, I mean, some down stop signs, which is pretty crazy to see. They certainly saw a lot of high winds when you're driving over the Ringling Causeway. It almost seemed like these palm trees are frozen with the momentum of the wind. They all have their branches swayed in the one direction where the wind was blowing and pushing them throughout the night. So we're going to continue to look around here, head over closer to the beach and see what kind of damage has taken place over in that direction. But again, we're staying safe as we're bringing you all of this coverage so that you don't have to get out here and take a look for yourself.
Thank you. Hannah Deneen, live for us near Siesta Beach. It's odd to see St. Armand's that desolate, right? Because we all know
the foot traffic.
It's such a popular place, such a beautiful place as well. So appreciate the look there.
Yeah. I want to get out to Orange County because we're talking about some rescues. That is what we're seeing coming into our newsroom at this hour. As you know, the front end of this storm, we were telling people to hunker down. And then some people found themselves in dire straits as they needed someone to help them out. So you've got about 8 pictures rotating in and out of your screen. Amazing images right there as crews doing the best they can to reach people and take them out of a situation that includes pets.
People and pets, yeah, absolutely, which are part of the family. You can see, again, this is from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, just some of the snapshots of what is happening over in Central Florida right now. And again, you see all of that flooding because we were talking this morning about the record rainfall that Orlando received just yesterday, and then again, you add it up with what they got today, and that's the result. And keeping rescuers very busy out there.
Amazing images. I want to give you a timestamp here because it's 1:40. We are expecting an update from the governor in about 5 minutes or so. Meantime, I want to tell you about this because the Orange County Sheriff's Office put this out earlier. Because of the power outages, widespread, those numbers keep fluctuating. But in terms of stop lights, I should say, being out, they gave you some instructions on how to handle that situation.
Sure.
They put it on Twitter. We shared it. We've been sharing it throughout the day because if you're getting out and about, you'll need to know this. So treat it like this. If a light is out, treat it like a four-way stop. By the way, if you get a flashing red, treat it like a stop sign, right? You do that. Flashing yellow, slow down. Use caution, which you should be doing anyway in these circumstances, as we saw those downed trees that Hannah Deneen just showed us, that humongous tree in her live shot. Also, if a stop sign is down, well, you treat that like a four-way stop as well.
All good things to remember, and we've heard that reiterated from several of our local officials here today. And just for a visual there, you can see exactly what Frank was just discussing. Again, about 5 minutes or so, we are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis again. In the meantime, we do have some other new photos we want to show you here. These are from the Coast Guard chopper photos taken by the Coast Guard over South Florida, which, my goodness, and
that's the aftermath.
That is the aftermath. Fort Myers, Naples area. And you can see you can't tell in some cases where the roads end and boats look like they've been tossed like, kids' toys. I mean,
we showed the storm surge, Josh. We showed the winds. Some of these homes coming off the structure.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned right there, just off the foundation, I should say, and just floating about. And this is what happens when all of those high winds leave the area.
And we've talked about, too, the Sanibel Causeway down there, which has been destroyed in several parts of the causeway, making that whole area impassable, too. And even in some spots where we showed you that house that was on fire there earlier, the house itself didn't have water up by it, but the street and everything else around it was, and so there was no way that you were getting any sort of emergency response out there. But that is exactly what we're seeing right now.
We talk about that roadway out, right? So the governor telling us earlier that 100 engineers will be out and about inspecting the area to make sure that these structures are sturdy enough to use again, and if not, they're going to do what they need to do to rectify the situation.
Let's take a live look now at the Skyway Bridge, which we told you, a picture of the Skyway, which we mentioned, and I'm sorry I've lost track of time. It was within the past hour we told you that it had reopened to traffic because we'd been talking with Grant about waiting for those wind speeds, not necessarily the ones that you would see at ground level, right? But the wind speeds up higher where they measure that on the Skyway to finally drop below that threshold.
That's where it matters most because you're going to be traveling.
Yeah, below that 30 mile per hour threshold, and certainly they finally have, as Grant has been forecasting, we're going to see those wind gusts continue to drop.
It's the last part there, though, for me. Because there's debris that could be around the way as you're trying to travel that bridge. You have to be mindful of that.
Well, and something, we've said to just be mindful of, right, as you are starting to head out again. And just a reminder, too, in the city of Sarasota, other bridges open now, the John Ringling Causeway and Siesta Bridges, those are back open. However, Ringling Bridge access, that is limited. You've got to be a resident or a business owner, and you've got to show proof of your ID to get on.
All right, so there you have it, and we will, of course, have that for you on the 10 Tampa Bay app. Our web team doing an amazing job to keep you up to speed on what's going on. By the way, go ahead and download that free 10 Tampa Bay app. We are in it for the long haul to keep you up to speed on what's going on, and so is this gentleman right here. He is in it for the long haul, has been for several days, several hours. Grant, you know what time it is?
I don't know. No, I don't even know if the sun's
exactly.
Right
that's
now.
my point.
No. It's look.
Yes.
It's our honor to be here with you guys. Taking you through every step of this because we feel fortunate here at 10 Tampa Bay to be able to get this information, pass it along to you guys at home to make sure that you guys are staying informed and you're staying connected with what's happening in your communities because it's tough, right? There's a lot changing and you're being asked to stay off the road, stay put, and all you want to do is just go for a drive, right? And the best thing to do is just stay at home and let these workers and these officials get out there and survey damage, clean things up, and make sure everything's safe for us to start to get back to normal. It's been a long haul, though, not just over the last couple of days, but let's take you back to Saturday. We just had Tropical Storm Ian develop. Tropical Storm Ian developing just north of Curacao is tracking to the west, past just to the south of Jamaica. It did a couple of jogs to the left, to the right, and then all of a sudden Ian becomes a hurricane. By Monday, we had Hurricane Ian tracking toward Cuba. And then it strengthened pretty quickly there up to a Category 3 hurricane right before making landfall in the western tip of Cuba by Tuesday. Today's Thursday, so this was just 2 days ago. It was making landfall on the western tip of Cuba. From there, it moved across Cuba, actually weakened slightly. And then all of a sudden, we thought we were going to be actually working with a weaker system. We had some wind shear that looked like it was going to come in, and boy, did Ian throw us a curveball here. Not to mention just the track. At first, a lot of the forecast models were saying it could maybe parallel the coast. We had our definite concerns in the Bay Area with that huge threat for surge that was going to come if it came up and went in that track. It took more of a northeasterly track straight off the coast of Cuba, and as it did so, it moved up the timing because it took the shortcut to the coast of Florida, and then it started to rapidly intensify. Ian strengthened 35 miles per hour in just the matter of about 3 hours. It was, going gangbusters yesterday morning when we were tracking this thing, and the intensification of this was just scary to watch it happen, almost becoming a Category 5 hurricane right before landfall there yesterday afternoon. Almost, not quite 24 hours ago, but just about, right around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon when it made landfall. And obviously, since then, the videos and the accounts and the stories and those impacts are really beginning to be realized and probably won't fully be realized for days to come as we really start to get down there and sift through things. But since then, it's been traveling across the state of Florida. It became a tropical storm. It is still a tropical storm. However, once it moved off the coast of Cape Canaveral and it moved back over the Atlantic, it's actually started strengthening again. It's just about 4 miles per hour off of becoming a hurricane once again. But certainly it's not going to be as strong as it was. At one point, nearly a Category 5 hurricane producing actually observed wind gusts of 140 miles per hour in Cape Coral. Punta Gorda reporting 135 mile per hour gusts. And Naples, you see there, 112, 110, and Grove City and Tarpon Point reporting 109 mile per hour gusts. Just some other maximum wind gusts from around the area. You see those maximum wind gusts right there near the center of the storm where that eye wall was moving through the area. And then you head up the coast. We had these extreme wind warnings in effect in portions of southern Sarasota County where that eye wall was located, or at least some of those really inner bands of the hurricane, producing significant damage along the coast of Sarasota County. 82 in Venice, 86 in Sarasota, impressive 77 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete. Ruskin reporting 85. Tampa International Airport reporting a 75 mile per hour wind gust. Lakeland 78 as well, even as far north as Brooksville, seeing a 52 mile per hour wind gust. Right now, it's about 25 miles to the north-northeast of Cape Canaveral, moving to the north-northeast, still very slow. This thing has been moving about 8 to 10 miles per hour for 36 hours now, maybe even longer than that. Just a very slow moving system. And that's what brought on that big threat for just the rainfall accumulations, where at one point we were looking at the potential for 25 inches of rain. We haven't seen that actually verify. We've seen upwards of close to a foot of rain, if not a little bit more than that in some places, but still a very slow-moving system, still with the bulk of the precipitation on the northern side of this tropical storm as it's moving to the north, meaning that on the southwestern side, we're actually seeing the rain taper off. The blue skies are coming back, still a little gusty in some places out there, and we'll see those winds gradually die down over the next probably 12 hours or so. But tropical storm warnings remain in effect for the east coast of Florida, including Orlando right now, but all the Tampa Bay area, we are clear of that tropical storm warning, much less the hurricane warning. Meanwhile, our friends to the north from Georgia, where they have a hurricane watch in effect offshore, they have a hurricane warning in effect, but all the coast of South Carolina now underneath a hurricane warning as what will likely soon be Hurricane Ian once again begins to turn to the north, turn to the northwest, and they'll be doing the same thing we were doing, is when does that turn occur? And exactly where will that landfall occur? And it looks like it's going to be very, very close to Charleston. The storm continues to track to the north-northwest. It heads up into the Piedmont of North Carolina. They've got tropical storm warnings in effect, and then a lot of rainfall. This system slows down again as it rains itself out over the Appalachian Mountains, and they're likely going to be seeing quite a bit of rainfall out there. I am not sure what happened to our Mahaffey camera. That is the wishing tree at the Dollar. Oh no! So Bobby, you just zoomed in there. Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins here. Bobby, let me. Okay, all right. We'll talk. Bobby's just coming in. We'll check in with him in a bit. We actually have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about ready to hold a news conference. Let's listen in.
County at the Emergency Operations Center, EM Director, Sheriff, some of the local officials. We're also able to go out and tour some of the areas in Charlotte County and inspect some of the damage. From the wee hours of the morning, there have been people that have descended on Southwest Florida to be able to offer assistance. And so we've seen a number of efforts on the barrier islands to bring people to safety, particularly in Lee County, but also in Charlotte and in Naples and in Collier County. And you have people, the electrical, the power, they're all here. We have Eric Szilagyi from Florida Power and Light, which he'll give an update on what they're doing. But from the minute they could get in here, they've been in here working on being able to get people connected again. I've talked to two of the major CEOs for the telecom companies about their restoration services. And fortunately, some of their infrastructure has done okay. They do more our DEM is also putting the mobile cell phone towers to be able to help restore communications, and we've got an inordinate amount of food and water that is either here or is very close on the way. Life safety, of course, is critical. Anyone stranded on one of those barrier islands want to make sure that they're safe. And I know here in Charlotte, any of the neighborhoods that experienced a lot of wind or water damage, these folks are there. They're working to make sure people are safe, and that is true in Lee and Collier County as well. So that's really, really important. We also got to just stabilize the area with these key services, and so we've got a huge amount of resources that have been brought to bear to be able to do that, and we're going to continue doing it. This is going to be a 24/7 operation because we realize how important it is. We also understand there's a lot of people that have asked what they can do to help the people of the state of Florida, particularly down in this region. And the First Lady will talk in a minute, but we have a fund, FloridaDisasterFund.org, FloridaDisasterFund.org. You text disaster to 20222. You can make a contribution. And at the end of the day, we've got supplies that have been pre-staged that are being used, and that's important. We don't necessarily need people to send us stuff. What we need is to be able to help those relief organizations help the folks. I mean, we're surveying the damage right now. Some people that evacuated, they're going to go back and look at their homes and see, is there flood damage? Is there wind damage? Is it going to be habitable? And so all those things, as those happen, we're going to get a clearer picture of some of the unique needs that individuals in this region may have. And so your financial contribution can make a world of difference. And so we're happy that so many people have done. I think we're over $2 million already within less than 24 hours, and I know many more people want to do. But I'm really impressed with the resiliency that we're seeing here in Charlotte County. This is not anything anyone wanted to deal with. I mean, if you go back 72 hours before landfall, most of Southwest Florida was not even in the cone, and then you have a situation where you're staring down the barrel of a hurricane making landfall at 155 miles an hour. So the response here and just the way people have reacted has been very, very impressive, and we understand this is just the beginning. There's a lot more that's going to need to be done, and the state of Florida is going to be good partners with the folks here at the local level. I'm going to let the First Lady talk about relief efforts, and then we'll have Kevin Guthrie and then Eric Szilagyi from FP&L will give an update on the power situation.
No, I just have to echo that. We are just so proud of the people of Southwest Florida, the resiliency and the courage and strength that you're exhibiting, the people here at the Emergency Operations Center, and frankly, people across the state of Florida. We just couldn't be not more proud of what you have done to support your fellow Floridians and also the people across the country. So the governor mentioned a second ago the Disaster Recovery Fund, disasterrecoveryfund.org. You can donate there. It's a 501c3. Why that's important, again, is because we can take those resources and micro-target them and get them directly to the ground as quickly and efficiently as possible. As I said this morning, and I reiterate this, we are going to cut through any red tape and bureaucracy because we know people need those funds and they need help. And so we're really committed to making sure that we do that. The other thing is you can text disaster to 20222. Those funds will obviously go to the same spot, and we'll be able to deploy those resources very quickly. But again, on behalf of the state of Florida, the governor, myself, all the people, the first responders, the EOC, thank you to the people across the state and the country for stepping up big. We are at $1.6 million, less than 24 hours after we launched the fund. That was at 8 a.m. this morning. We are well over $2 million as of a little while ago, and I think we're going to have even more funds at the end of the day. And again, that goes directly to the great people here in Southwest Florida and all the way across the state. So God bless you.
Yeah, thanks. And some of the responders who are ready, the storm has got to go before you can really get in there because it's very hazardous. And some of these guys are coming across Alligator Alley like midnight, like literally knocking on the door of tropical storm to be able to get in and help people. And so you look at these USAR teams that we've had over from Miami-Dade. We want to thank them, thank the National Guard, thank the Coast Guard. They've been able to do a lot of successful missions already, and it's really been great to see everybody working together. Part of the reason that happens is because of the coordination at the state level, and that's under the direction of Kevin Guthrie, who's our Emergency Management Director, and he's going to provide an update.
Thank you, Governor. So I got here first thing with the governor, obviously talked to Sheriff Crummell, talked to the fire chief, talked to Emergency Management Director Patrick Fuller. Obviously, everyone very thankful of the resources that have been provided. There were a handful of missions that have just come up in the last couple of minutes. I'm proud to report that we are already mobilizing personnel for those missions and also providing the resources. One of those is a generator. So that is already been sourced and already being mobilized. So we hope to have that here by midnight tonight on the generator at a minimum. The mechanic for the generator that's in question, that is having some issues, is already only 30 minutes out. So I'm very, very proud of the men and women in our logistics section, specifically at the Florida Division of Emergency Management. They have been very, very flexible, and they have been very, very responsive and far exceeding our expectations in a normal disaster like this. So to have a mechanic almost 30 minutes away when you make a request about an hour ago is just fantastic. So again, that comes from great leadership, and it starts with the governor, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Great. Part of the preparations for this storm was to have as many resources pre-staged that could go in and help with critical infrastructure like power. And we were able to go meet with some of the linemen up in Lake City in North Florida, thank them. These are people coming from all over the country. I mean, they're coming from Louisiana, Alabama, Texas. And we had over 42,000 at landfall. I'm sure there's more in the state right now. When we were going back to Tallahassee from Lake City, you saw truck after truck after truck on I-10 eastbound coming in to be able to help respond to this. And part of the reason we're able to do that is because we've got a lot of utilities that this isn't their first rodeo. They take this very seriously. They learn from past storms, and they put that knowledge to good use. And so Florida Power and Light has the biggest footprint of personnel that have been brought into the state to help get everybody back. And Eric Szilagyi is here, who's the president of FPL, and he's going to provide an update on their efforts.
Thank you, Governor. So we have deployed about 20,000 crews across the state of Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power. But we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that I've seen a little bit further to the west of here is in good shape. At FPL, we did not lose one single transmission tower, so that is critical. The backbone is up and operational. We are now in the process of getting the distribution system back up and the substations that had flying debris go into them cleared out so we can get them back online. There are sections of our territory close to the beach along the Barrier Islands that will require rebuilding. There are some destructive areas that simply cannot be repaired, and they'll have to be rebuilt. Unfortunately, there are also homes and businesses that will simply not be able to safely take the power once it's ready. But the 20,000 plus men and women who are already here are staging and getting out in the field currently. They will work 24/7 until we get the lights back on. Again, as the governor said, not our first rodeo, but every storm is also different and always poses different challenges. But appreciate all the support from the state. Governor, thank you. From local law enforcement as well, the National Guard. This is a team sport and a team effort, and we're going to all work together until we get Florida back up on her feet and where we all want her to be. Thank you.
And when when FPL and the other companies have crews in, the extent to which that infrastructure has remained is just critical, because it's a lot easier for them to reconnect an existing system than to have to rebuild it. So to see some of that was able to withstand is encouraging. It's also just a testament. I mean, some of these folks put money into the resilience of the infrastructure, and this is like the ultimate test. I mean, you got a hurricane that's a massive hurricane coming in at 155 miles an hour, producing this type of storm surge, dumping rain, causing flooding. If you can make it through that, then you probably did it pretty good. And so this is a 24/7 effort to stabilize and to restore. And so we're going to do whatever we can to assist with that effort. And so I'm happy to take a few questions.
Governor, in our area, Sanibel Island, Fort Myers Beach, the images are devastating. And we know that from our local agencies that there have been confirmed deaths. We don't know exactly how many. What have you heard from the local agencies about the scope of the tragedy in that sense?
Well, Sanibel is destruction. For those of you who haven't been, it's a beautiful place, really neat community, and it got hit with really biblical storm surge, and it washed away roads, it washed away structures that were not new and could withstand that. There have been a number of people that have been identified and brought off the island safely, and those efforts are ongoing. Not only with the Coast Guard has been involved with that, our USAR teams, and as well as local law enforcement. I think most people have seen the images of the bridge, the causeway going out to Sanibel, where you have destruction of that. And that's something that we obviously will rebuild, but that's not something that will happen overnight. And so most of what's being done to assist is air operations, since you can't get there on the ground. I think Kevin will probably have more boats head over there as well. But the important thing is I was able to speak to the mayor this morning, and she and her key staff did evacuate, and so they've been operating off more of the mainland in Lee County. And many people did leave Sanibel, and they did heed the call, which is good. Obviously, I think it's a very seasonal community. We're not quite in the high season yet, but I think she made the point, hey, it's Florida. More people want to be here year-round now, so you do have a contingent of people that stay there over the summer. So that's going to require a lot of effort to get that back. Because they took a huge wallop. And it's interesting, you can look in a span of like 40, 50 miles, some places that got the storm surge versus some other barrier islands, much less. And that's just kind of the way some of this goes. But those were really difficult images to see, especially just given that's a place that I've been fortunate enough to go out and have some friends and do events there in the past, and really a great part of the Southwest Florida community. But we're committed to restoring the infrastructure as needed. That is not going to be an overnight task. That is going to be something that is going to require a lot of love and care. It's going to require a lot of resources, but we're going to do it because we understand how important it is.
Governor, piggybacking off that, Governor, what are some of the federal and state funds available to make that happen, to kind of speed this up?
Well, in terms of infrastructure, I think, Kevin can, and we also have Grace Check from FEMA who's here. We've gotten approved for 30 days they approved us?
30 days on Category B and A at 100%.
Okay, and that's more of like the immediate...
So that's on the public assistance side, but this particular county is under an individual assistance major disaster declaration, so we will set up the disaster recovery centers, and we'll have people be able to register for that.
So that's on an individual basis, and so somebody loses their house, and they may need temporary assistance, a hotel accommodation, something like that, they're going to be able to do. Jimmy Petronas, who's here, our CFO, as part of those recovery centers, they're going to have insurance villages. If you look at what Lee County had to deal with, these are massive, massive flood events. And so most of these people who have mortgages and they're in a flood zone probably had to have flood insurance. So they're going to have people that could help with those flood claims. You also have wind damage with the traditional homeowners insurance policy. So that's going to be important. In terms of the overall infrastructure, obviously we'll seek federal support for that, but we're also, Florida, we're well positioned financially right now to get through this. I mean, we have the largest budget surplus we've ever had. We've worked very hard, of course, to keep the economy open and make this a state people wanted to be in. And so we're seeing historic reserves, even as we've continued to break records with the revenue coming in with no income tax and low taxes. They revised it in August saying, okay, Florida's getting more revenue. And then in September, we're like $300 million over what they estimated. So we have put an emphasis on infrastructure, partially because the state is growing, but we understand in a situation like this. We had a bridge knocked out with Hurricane Sally because you had a barge that was left loose and it rammed in the bridge. So we were able to fix that, but it's not something that happens overnight. So to me, I think the more issue is, we'll have resources between federal and state and local. I'm pretty confident that, but it's okay. This is an island that you're not going to be able to access by car until that is done. And so what's going to be the plan to do? And that's just going to be something we're going to consult with the local leaders at the city level and at the county level to try to figure out what the best is. But when you deal with these things, you stabilize, you provide the help with people, but you want to get back to some semblance of normalcy as quickly as possible. And it's going to be harder in some areas than others, but I want to, let's work on Sanibel and let's bring it back to where it was as soon as we can.
Governor, for properties that were totally wiped out, how should it be determined if flood insurance or wind coverage should be appropriate? And how was that determined during Mexico Beach?
Well, so that's kind of an age-old thing on these storms. I mean, you'll have disputes because obviously if you have both policies and you file a flood claim, the flood is going to want you to file the wind claim. The wind is going to want you to file the flood claim. What I would say is when you have surge that's 10, 14 feet, when you have 6 feet of water in somebody's home, to me, that's a flood claim. And it doesn't mean that they may not have also suffered wind damage, because as we know, it was a really significant thing. But wind alone is not going to cause the 6 feet of water. I mean, that's a flood event. And it's not just in the barrier islands, which of course had a lot. You go in some of the places in Lee County, that are close to the river and some of these inlets, you had massive, massive rising waters. And so that's just something we do. I mean, that's what was happening with some of the folks who did not do the evacuation. They were hunkering down, and their homes, I think, were totally fine to handle even a really strong wind event. The problem is if the water is rising, you're in your living room, it's a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, they're the ones that were calling saying, hey, this is a big problem, and of course it is. So I think at the end of the day, in Lee County, I think most of the claims are going to be flood claims. I think in Charlotte, maybe the mix will be a little bit different because I did see, some wind damage, and I think that those claims would be appropriate. But clearly, when you're in those flood areas and you have the water rising like that into your living room, that is a flood.
Governor, speaking to people today about the insurance, they worry, sometimes, the insurance companies will shuffle their feet on a normal stance, on a normal situation. Now we have this where everyone's going to be flooding the insurance companies. What's your message to those people who might be worried that the insurance companies might not be acting fast enough?
Well, Jimmy, where's Jimmy at? Yeah, so, and I'll let him say, but part of the disaster recovery are these insurance villages. He's done a great job of leading. He's getting the carriers all together. They're going to have a footprint in all these affected counties. People are going to be able to go and they're going to file claims. There's already been things done with our insurance regulation agency. Go back 10 days, none of those cancellations are valid, and you can't cancel going forward for another couple of months. So there's already actions being taken, but I'll let Jimmy come up and do that. And look, at the end of the day, we've had a lot of issues with property insurance, but a lot of that is because of lawsuits and a lot of things that don't focus on the core business. This is the core business of paying these claims, and we understand the time is of the essence.
Thanks, Governor.
Yep.
So we've got a preliminary site set up. We'll make sure it's coordinated with Kevin Guthrie's team in the county. But we'll probably pick a large spot. Initially, insurance carriers will come in. We'll probably have somewhere between 20 and 25 carriers come in. They'll probably set up in RVs and they will start writing checks initially that will be living expense money. This will be the dollars just to help people go find a place to live, sustenance dollars. Then you'll be signed up where adjusters will come and inspect the damage. Now, here's the most important thing I need you to take away from this conversation, is the predators that are going to come up, that are going to initially try to sign up construction management contracts, public adjusters. They're going to come in like a bunch of locusts, and they're going to try to hit the neighborhoods, and people are vulnerable right now. They're going to look for a solution, and their solution is always going to be important, but that solution is not going to be knocking on the door every time. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. So please, that first phone call that you're going to make needs to be to either your agent, your carrier, or to my office at 1-877-MY-FLCFO. If one of the first 3 phone calls you make in your house in order to get an insurance claim solved is to one of those 3s, there's almost zero chance you can be taken advantage of. But Panama City was my hometown. I lived through Hurricane Michael. We did 12 insurance villages there over a year span. So we're going to be here bringing the carriers back, and they will write checks on site, okay? But when you start complicating the claim because you've allowed predators to get involved with your claim, you're going to drag it out. So the best solution is between you, your carrier, and us. The more people you bring into it, the harder it's going to be to get a settlement that's going to be fair for everybody. And look, at the end of the day, if your carrier doesn't want to work with you, that's when you'll call my office and we'll take them to task.
And I think what I've asked Jimmy to do is also, have people with assistance for the National Flood Insurance Program claims. They obviously have their homeowners policy. Many people have both. But I think the issue is that some people live in areas where they're told you don't need flood, and so they don't do it. Well, now they may be in a situation where that is so. But bottom line is those who have the flood insurance want them to be able to file those claims. Take pictures of the damage of your home and have those so that you can present those and so you can get paid quicker. If you took pictures of the water line, if you have 4 feet of water, you took pictures, bring that with you. If the water's gone down but you see where the line was, take pictures and document that so that you can go in, present it, and there's not going to be any questions. But Jimmy made a good point. You start signing up, some of these people will swoop in and they'll want you to sign this stuff. It just hasn't worked out well in the past in Florida. Unfortunately, when you have disasters, there's some people that want to prey on people when they're in vulnerable situations, and we do not want that. The other thing I would also say, just from looking at some of the images that we've seen on TV, there's going to be a lot of automobile insurance claims potentially. I could tell you, my wife, we lost a car in Irma, and thank God we had USAA because they literally cut us a check very quickly. So hopefully all the auto insurance are going to be able to do that. But we literally we're seeing cars washed away, cars totally submerged, and so we understand that people are going to need to be able to get that claim. But when we did it with Irma, we got the check within like a week. They came out, they did it, they gave us a check, and honestly. It's not like losing a car only is like the worst thing in the world. I mean, we were fine, but I mean, to be able to have that, what you have to do. You need to buy a new car. You need to do. So I appreciate what Jimmy's doing. I think it's important to get the carriers in to let people go, make these claims, and let's get these things processed as quickly as possible. All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
You've been listening live there to Governor Ron DeSantis with an update there as we bring in my usual co-anchor for the evenings, Courtney Robinson here. They were talking about the next big hurdle for a lot of people once they come back from evacuation, start assessing the damage, is going to be going through the challenges of filing all of those insurance claims.
Yes, and I was sharing with you, in the hotel where we were staying just nearby, there were adjusters that had come in from
town.
Louisiana that represent several, I think they list off 4 insurance companies that were here, ready to go, and in all support capacity. So they are here, and there's going to be a lot of claims. But as they have warned, and I have heard you all morning as well with Frank and Caitlin, warning people to really be aware of potential scams.
Exactly, and it's even more of a challenge considering what the industry is like right now in this state. We also brought you into, because eventually we want to talk more about Sanibel and Fort Myers, and given your connection and familiarity with that. But before we do that, if it's all right, I do want to go to Chris Rogers, who is live at the Trop, because the other big hurdle for people immediately is getting power restored, and we know there's a lot of crews staged there. Have they started to move out yet, Chris?
Yeah, Josh, they actually have started to move out. That's the great news here. So that's a step forward here in Pinellas County. I want to bring in Anna Gibbs with Duke Energy. Anna, thanks for joining us. I know that you're very, very busy right now. So talk to us a little bit about the start of this restoration process.
Sure. So right now we're doing critical facilities. That means places like hospitals, 911 call centers, law enforcement. But right now we have trucks on the road and they are in fact restoring some of our facilities.
And a lot of people will ask about the prioritization process, and I know that you've talked about this extensively. You mentioned healthcare facilities, those first responder facilities. What comes next?
Sure. So after that, we'll go to areas that have the most number of outages. So when you see clusters with lots of customers out, that would be our next step in the restoration process.
And then areas that we've seen, certainly in the Pinellas County and St. Petersburg, saw obviously more damage than some others. Will those customers living in those areas have to wait a little bit longer because of some of the trees, the debris in the area?
Sure. So each individual outage is very unique. So for example, these restoration times often depend on how long it's going to take to actually make the repair. Something like a fuse, which is like your breaker, is really easy to fix and can come on much faster. However, if we need to replace an entire pole and there's vegetation involved, that means there's a tree that needs to be removed. Those types of repairs can take hours. So it's always difficult for us to say this is how long it's going to take in a very generalized way. We encourage our customers to sign up for the outage alerts. That's through your text and through your phone. We can actually proactively communicate with you and tell you about your specific outage and what you can expect and update you on the progress of our restoration.
And I think that's a good segue here, because I want to talk about those outage alerts. There's oftentimes misconceptions with them. Some people might say, hey, I got an alert on my phone here that you're working in my area. I don't see any trucks around. What's going on in that situation?
So there's a very specific method to how we actually restore power. So you may not see trucks near your home, but that may mean that we're restoring power at what we call a larger infrastructure location. So even if we were to turn on that fuse that I talk about or work on your transformer, if we have larger lines down, what we call further down the line, unfortunately your power would not come on. So we have to very methodically turn on power. Starting from, if you start at the plant, then next up is what we call transmission lines. Those are the 100-foot tall lines that you see along the highways, then to our substation, and then to the lines that are about 30 feet tall, we call them distribution lines, before we get down to those items that are a little bit smaller, transformers, and things like that are closer to your home. So please don't think that if you don't see trucks that we're not working on it, it may just mean that we're working further down the line so that when we do get to your neighborhood, the lights will in fact turn on as we're fixing things closer to your home.
So I know it's very difficult to pinpoint an exact timeline, so I'm not going to make you do that. But if you look at the progress, people already out in the crews are already out there in the field making those repairs. How does this stack up as compared to the timeline in years past?
So again, it's really difficult to say because there are people that just this morning, their lights are back on. So it is very individualized. So again, some people are, I'm sure, very thankful that they're flipping the switch right now in their home and the lights are on. We will basically, I can commit to you this, we will not stop working until every single customer is back on.
Okay, great. Anna, thank you so much for joining us here today. Obviously, power top of mind, certainly for people here in Pinellas County, as that's been kind of the main hindrance as we miss the brunt of this storm. So we'll continue to update you. And again, you mentioned, Anna mentioned a moment ago, all those updates are also available. It's updated every 15 minutes on the Duke Energy website as well. But we'll continue to monitor this situation until those lights come back on. Josh, Courtney.
It's really just being patient, and of course,
which can be so difficult, we know, but
they're going to get to you. I was speaking with a woman this morning who lives near me. I saw her at the hotel, and I said, "Hey, do you have power?" I heard that our neighborhood had power. We're near a fire station, and she said, "We don't, but it's going to be fine, and we'll get it when we get it." So different neighborhoods, different places, and as we've talked about, the prioritizing of it.
You just mentioned you're near a fire station, and she was talking about that too. It's going to be those vital areas that need it first, and then they move down the line. If you are in need, though, maybe to charge your phone, water, snacks, there is a place to do that in St. Petersburg now. USF St. Petersburg campus is opening up the student center there to the public.
Not too far from where Chris was for us at the Trop. I mean, the USF St. Pete campus to help with food and power as well.
Charge your phone up. It'll be tomorrow opening up tomorrow. That'll be from noon to 8. Again, that's the St. Pete campus. That's on 6th Avenue South there.
Yeah, and we're shortly you are going to see video that we are getting in exclusively from Sky 10 over Southwest Florida, and we've heard from these power companies when it comes to before the storm. They said if you're evacuating, please turn off your power at the breaker, or if you know that you're in a flood zone, a flooding area, turn off the breaker. It might be uncomfortable, but do so. And there's a reason for that, and it's because of what we're now seeing in certain areas of Southwest Florida, where there are fires.
Naples.
There are fires. There are a lot of fires that are happening. We do have some images that we want to share with you. Now, these are coming from the AP. This right here, okay, so this right here, I believe, because I've gone through quite a bit of video, and what you were looking at just previously, that is, one of the marinas going into Fort Myers Beach.
I think we'll keep looping through these here.
And it's really difficult. I was saying to Josh, it's really difficult without some of these major landmarks. I mean, this is Fort Myers Beach right here. I can tell you that for sure. That's Fort Myers Beach.
You've lost all your bearings.
Yes. So this is an area where when you're going over the bridge into Fort Myers Beach, where they obviously hold a lot of those boats. I'm trying to see exactly where that is. I think that might be one of the outlet areas. Okay. But again, it's really hard to get your bearings when you don't have the landmarks that you're so used to seeing, because they're under this layer of sand and debris, and also they've been leveled. And so everything, different areas look different, but when we look at all of this, it's just absolutely heartbreaking for Fort Myers. Many of these houses have been there for some time.
It's hard to fathom, and it's such a gorgeous area. You used to work there. You vacation down in that area in Sanibel. I know it's near and dear in Captiva. Excuse me, it's near and dear to your family, and we've spoken many times about the fact that that was your Christmas destination. And it's a special place. It's a special place to a lot of people. This area, and so to see it in this kind of condition is really.
Well, and you think about I've reached out to so many of my friends who live in Naples and live on the canal in Naples, the canals in Naples, and in Fort Myers, just off the Caloosahatchee. And one thing I was talking with, one of our coworkers, Eric Burks, who also is very, very familiar with Fort Myers. We were talking about the Edison Ford Estates. We don't have video of that, but if you're not familiar, the Edison Ford Estates, they have been there hundreds of years, more than 100 years, and they're beautiful, but they're right there on the Caloosahatchee, and you just wonder if they're still there. We do have some video now exclusively from Sky 10 flying over parts of Southwest Florida. I'm going to try and walk you through what you're seeing. We know that our pilot, this right here is the Sanibel Causeway. This is Bridge A where there was the collapse. So this is part of the causeway right here. And on the left right here, you see those pilings? That is that's the old causeway. So to give you some perspective, and we're going to get you some more video here, but in 2003, there were severe cracks that were found on, there's 3 bridges that make up the Sanibel Causeway. There's Bridge A, Bridge B, Bridge C. So on Bridge B, they found severe cracks, and they started to monitor all of that, and they realized that they needed to basically replace the causeway bridges, all 3 of them. And so they started that in 2004. In May, and then Charlie came, but it was okay. And then in September of 2007, so 15 years ago, that causeway, that brand new causeway reopened. And what happened to the old portion, they sank it. So.
And those were the plans.
And that was what you were seeing right there. So there's different things, and then there's little islands where people park and fish. Our pilot, he started in Naples and went up, and then he went to Estero Island. I believe we're seeing Estero right here, Estero Island right here. But Naples, when we saw Naples earlier, it was devastated. And Naples, those beachfront homes are multi-million-dollar properties. So it's difficult to know exactly right now, Estero versus Naples, and then, but you can see the pool's there.
And nothing else.
and nothing else. And yeah, and then there you are, looking again just at some of the homes, and so much damage. And when we zoom out, we can see a little bit more. Okay, this I believe is part of Fort Myers before you're going over to the beach area, where you have a lot of manufactured and mobile homes. But again, he also started in Naples, so we're trying to figure out, is this part of Collier County where we also have that? Now this right here, Estero, Bonita Springs, you start to see communities like that. We saw a lot of fires, and they were just burning.
Right, no one's able to go out there and put them out, obviously.
This is Fort Myers, and you're going to see it in a moment. If you look, you'll see the bridge going onto Fort Myers Beach. We cut it off, but here's another fire. Again, I believe this is one of the communities in Estero. Many families live here, young families, and it's just devastating to see. I mean, just heartbreaking. I mean, next to that, there's a emergency vehicle in the home right next door, and goodness, just destruction. Of course, another.
It's like a boat storage.
Yeah, a storage. That is a storage facility. Again, now this is where we should be able to see again the bridge that will take you onto Fort Myers Beach, because this is before you go over onto Fort Myers Beach. There you go. There's the bridge right there, taking you on to Fort Myers Beach, and that's one of the other boat facilities as well. And all these boats just completely pushed on. And piled up, crushed. I mean, just tossed by the winds and the surge that we saw with Hurricane Ian coming on. Absolute devastation, and gosh, just look at that right there.
Yeah, again, this is exclusive Sky 10 video you're seeing here from Southwest Florida. The governor just a few minutes ago, he described the damage here as biblical.
It is,
and because yeah.
I mean, okay. So now this is back again to the causeway, as I explained. Like this bridge A, that was the collapse, and then what you're seeing right there, that's the original. That they decided wasn't safe, and they needed. I think we also have a sound. We have sound from someone. We're working to get that for you. We do want to take a listen. I can also tell you, because we're going to get you to Sanibel in a little bit too to see that. Let's take a listen right now.
Probably at least a half a dozen hurricanes that I've flown over, the aftermath, and in this particular case, this is probably one of the worst, if not the worst, that I've seen at the Fort Myers Beach area. It's not going to be good. It's going to be a lot of sad news coming out of Fort Myers Beach. There are homes and apartment buildings that are totally destroyed, ripped off of foundations, roofs where they're not supposed to be, boats up in people's yards, large boats, the fishing fleet's damaged and aground. There's hazards to navigation in the waterways. We did not see much sign of life flying over Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel. We did see a few people walking around. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad one.
And right there, you were hearing from Captain Al Frazier, our pilot, who again did this for us. Exclusive Sky 10 video, made this flight for us, and saying that the worst he's seen on Fort Myers Beach, certainly the worst that any of us have seen on Fort Myers Beach. I can tell you those fires, that the reason that we know what general area, Estero, Bonita Springs, likely I believe it's Estero, he told us that, so Al said that the fires that he was seeing were southwest of the airport, and that's that community which is southwest of the Fort Myers Airport. In that area, also he did. Additionally, as he flew up, kind of north, Fort Myers north, going up toward like Babcock Ranch, that area, there are a lot of cattle farms.
Okay.
And it is heartbreaking video. One of the farms, just dozens of dead cows. And it is heartbreaking video. And you just see the standing water, the flood water there. And again, this is inland north, not Fort Myers Beach.
Right.
North, and not on the water. and and seeing the devastation there
that far inland
from the winds. Not terribly far inland, but yes,
but
inland.
Far
but
enough
inland.
That you...
Yeah, and that's in Lee County that happened. We do have video, as he talked about not seeing signs of life. That was exactly what I noticed when I went through this video earlier to come in here and talk with you all. I noticed no signs of life. Fort Myers Beach, Naples, and Sanibel. There was one video of a few people that were kind of standing out, and as he said, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, especially if it's Sanibel, because the way to Sanibel just is the causeway. If you're driving, the only way to get on and off is to go over the causeway, which is impassable at this point. And but the other way that a lot of people get there is they get there by boat. And there you see right there, this is the collapse of Bridge A. So Bridge A taking you over. And you approach the causeway, you're going over, and then they have little islands where people will fish off of. Some people will hang out and kite surf, or they'll lay out, and they not necessarily go all the way on to Sanibel Island or up north to Captiva or into the Santiva area. But this right here is the causeway. Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
And he's going to take it. So he's going to take us right now over. There you see, that's like kind of the height going over, and then down again, and that's the toll bridge right there. That's tollway going up. Here you go up, you're driving up, and there it's down. It's collapsed. And that is one of my favorite views when driving over the causeway. It is absolutely stunning. We roll down the windows, and you just take in the air, and you look out, and you can see, Sanibel, and what was the lighthouse
For
over to the
left. For anyone who's done that drive, I know it's exactly.
And it just is like you just have this, relief, and now to see something like this, it's the complete opposite feeling. It is absolutely unbelievable. And I did share with you, because I told you, what you were seeing there was that old bridge, right? When they had to reconstruct or rebuild completely. It took 3 years to do that, but remember, they did it in portions, right? Mm-hmm. And so getting to Sanibel, getting to Captiva, that will happen by boat. At this point, and then on Sanibel Island, I was able to see some of the homes that are there, and these homes, there are really magnificent, beautiful homes. There are a lot of celebrities that have homes on these islands, but there are also homes that people have had for generations, and they're just quaint and beautiful.
Family home, yeah.
And there are also, resorts, but but it's not fancy schmancy. I mean, there are nice areas, but they're comfortable and they're nice. Mm-hmm. And those I was looking at, I believe,
a bit of old Florida feel in some
of them too.
And
those have. I mean, you just really what you see is a building demolished, and you see a pool, and then you see sand, and it's really hard to kind of figure out exactly what you're looking at in that situation. But yeah, Sanibel, Captiva, absolute devastation. That Sanibel Causeway, 3 miles. I mean, and then the boats just all that destruction, and then boats tossed up, and buildings on fire, and all of this. And this is not one here, one there. These are entire communities, and these are where people. It's not just vacation properties. People live here.
Yeah.
These are homes, and to see something like this is something that we have not seen before in this area, and I just you feel for them, and look, see, you're not seeing anyone. You look, there's a pool again. Like I said, you see a pool.
Again, I think so many people are feeling what you're expressing too, because this is such a special spot to so many of us.
And working, so
so you used to work down in that area. So
to reset a little bit. Courtney Robinson here with Josh Sidorowitz. My husband and I both worked in Fort Myers for, my husband was there for many, many years, and I was there for about 3.5 years. Mm-hmm. And we have wonderful friends, so we're down there constantly with our friends. It really became home to us. And then there you see those fires again in the Bonita Estero area. But it is an area that has so much charm, and replacing that is very, very difficult. And it's as I said, an area where I worked and I reported and I anchored, and also where we lived, and we have great friends. Those friends, luckily, were able to get out, but of course, they're coming back too.
It's just destruction. Nothing. I mean,
when they're able.
When they're able to.
When they're able to come back. And so, and we know assistance is on the way, but I mean, look at that. That's not flood damage, it's fire, and to clean all of this up and what that takes. Think about that.
It is monumental. I mean, it's kind of hard to wrap your head
catastrophic,
around.
Monumental.
And where you start and ultimately where it ends is going to be a long time from now. To recover from this, and as the character of this whole area is changing.
I know, and I'm like what you can't see is like over there. There's like a Dock Fords where and you go and have a cocktail and meet with friends, and you sit out and you don't have to go out onto the beach. I will say, so we're looking at all this damage. We also do want to get to weather because, of course, we do know that now Tropical Storm Ian is still inflicting some damage. And we'll get to weather in a minute, but because I was talking, my sister is in the St. Augustine area, just north of that, so I was checking in with her.
And how is she? Because they are getting some horrible storm surge in some of those.
So she's not in an area where there's storm surge, but I did reached out to her, and actually that was where I wanted to send my family. We did not.
Yes, that's right.
And so she said it's just like a lot of wind kicking up. A tree came down right behind her. That's again what you're looking at. This is exclusive to us. This Sky 10 video is exclusive to us here at 10 Tampa Bay. Captain Al going up, flying over for us to really give you the images so you can understand from the sky, from an aerial view, what has happened in Southwest Florida, from Naples to Estero Island to Estero to and the other communities that are inland, to then Fort Myers Beach, and then over to the Causeway, and then on to Sanibel Island and up, and then the airport. He was there and he went a little southwest, and that's where we saw those fires. But then going north, and there's, like I said, so many cattle farms, and to see that as well. It is so widespread, and the damage is.
And to your point, you said this earlier too, just trying to get your lay of the land.
It's
so much more difficult now because you don't have those
right.
common points of reference anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't.
Well, because roads are out too,
roads,
right? And like
yeah.
this is covered. So whereas I would see a road and know, okay, that bridge is there and that's coming up, or coming up to this, it's hard to know. Is this Immokalee? Is this, where am I looking? Is this Fort Myers?
Well, in some cases, the water was the landmark, and so now you can't tell where it ends and where it begins.
This one I can say I know is
that
Bonita Springs, Estero, that area. But this right here. Again, this is Fort Myers Beach, I believe, because I saw the bridge at the back of one of these videos, and when you go on to Fort Myers Beach, there's an area where there are mobile homes and manufactured communities right before you go over that bridge. And just to think, gosh, you just hope that the reason that we're not seeing signs of life is that people left,
heeded the warnings,
and they were able to come here. They were able to go inland, the storm surge, and then now it's how quickly it came back out too. With it, because what was interesting is we showed you the Naples fire station last night. We were sharing that with you when it flooded, but very, very quickly that water came back out, and but look, this is these boats just tossed up, pushed in.
They look like children's toys the way they're tossed like that.
And it's the fishing fleet. That's the fishing fleet that he's talking about. And Bobby, you were over here, when some of these boats weren't just like left out. A lot of these boats are actually you store them in facilities, right? And so some of those were in facilities and then tossed up. Others, of course.
And the big ones you just don't move. I mean, they're just.
Well, that's part of the fishing. I think that we were seeing.
What happens with the surge? And if you remember yesterday, we were showing time lapses of the surge coming in from Fort Myers Beach. So initially, it comes in just kind of like high tides coming in. There's not a whole lot of wind. Mm-hmm. The wind is offshore. But that wind offshore, the higher wind offshore, is pushing water ahead of it. Right. So then it lifts up slowly, like super high tide. Then it just starts flooding in the streets. Then as the eye wall gets there, that's when you have the incredible amount of wind, a much larger wall of water that's coming through, and that's what could really push things around. Now, the wind's pushing the water. Those
Right.
boats, you can't blow a boat, right? You
That's
can't,
the storm
but
surge
not like
pushing
when you
those
have it
boats
in the water, and then with high winds, that water is carrying it.
Right.
The water is picking these houses off the foundations.
It's the water doing inflicting that, and then again, this here he started, so. Our pilot here for Sky 10, he started because I wanted to try and get an idea of what I was looking at, because again, my bearings are off, right, of what we're used to. And some of those canal communities in Naples, like Tent City near that area, there are wonderful homes, but they were built many years ago, and then there's also brand new homes. But I was trying to get bearings of all of this, and I know that he started in the Naples area, and then he moved up to Estero Island, and Estero Island right there. I think that's what we're looking at, and then here bringing it back. This one is a little more difficult to determine, but to me this could likely be like the Immokalee area potentially, or Estero Island as well, underwater.
A lot of that water, though, is still standing, which is amazing. It gets into areas. The wind pushes it into low-lying areas that don't drain very well. That would flood.
Those are the boats that, and you're saying that was not the wind, right, Bobby? That's that storm surge just throwing them up.
Yeah. Yep.
This is like Fort Myers right before you cross over. And then now taking it back southwest past the airport. This is, again, 10 Tampa Bay sharing exclusive video with you from Sky 10 and seeing these fires in these homes. And look, how are they going to get there? How are they going to put that out? And also what are we able to do? And, there are
all the roads leading to that house were underwater. So.
And then, it is important to share these images with you so that you can truly just understand what we are seeing.
And what these storms are really possible,
Mother Nature.
Yeah, the kind of potential here. This is not something to mess around with. This is
right. And just again, right? This could have been us.
And that's
This
I
could
think that's
have
the part
been
that gets a lot of people.
Us. Yeah. And this is now when we have to step up and help, because this is going to take a very long time. And you know what? I said this earlier, especially when we talk about some of these communities, the discrepancy in poverty level is incredible. There may be, some of those individuals that, as you heard the governor say, they have a mortgage, so they have to have flood insurance, so they're insured, and then it'll get taken care of. There are others who have nothing and had very little to start with, and again had nothing. And then remember, Irma hit Collier County, Naples area,
exactly.
And they were, still having to rebuild
and
from
that was 5 years ago that they were still working on recovery from that.
And that was when we were also bracing again, and then you see this right here and just, wiped out. I do want to get over to meteorologist Rich Fields, because Rich, as we are looking at that video right there, and when we see the just homes leveled, is that Bobby said that the water taking those homes, just I also, is it the wind though, with the sheer amount, knowing it was 150 miles at Cayo Costa.
Everything, altogether, everything. You're talking about the surge, the winds, everything. This is incredible. A lot of us that got off the night shift late last night, early this morning, and probably didn't get to
Me
bed
and you?
4 or 5. Yeah. Exactly.
Hi, good morning.
Oh, sorry, I still have my coffee, the first cup of coffee in my hand, but this is incredible footage that we're watching. We knew internally inside the weather department, we were talking as Hurricane Ian was approaching the coast as a 4 and possible wind speeds at 150 miles an hour. So we talked internally about how devastating this was going to be. We really didn't sell it on the air that way, didn't want to scare people or oversell it, but wow, this is just incredible footage to wake up and see this morning, or I'm sorry, this afternoon, morning for us, but it's just unbelievable. But now that we're seeing what is the future of the southwest coast of Florida, we're able to take a look back at Ian and the propagation of Ian and how everything came about. So I just want to step through a couple of things for you. This is Monday. We're talking this past Monday. Ian becomes a Category 1 hurricane with that really warm pool of water there in the western Caribbean Ocean, and really picked up steam and intensity. And by the time it hit western Cuba, it was already a Category 3. By Tuesday, it crossed over Cuba and started heading toward the west side of Florida, and that's where everything was really up in the air. All the spaghetti models had different plots for Ian, and it rapidly intensified as within a couple hour we into a Category 4 hurricane. And look at the wobbly track that this thing took. I mean, that's why we kept saying, gosh, we can't pin it down. We can't tell you where this thing is going just yet. It's Mother Nature. But then Category 4 hurricane, sustained winds at 150 miles an hour, makes landfall just north of Fort Myers through the southwestern part of Florida there, and just wreaked havoc. And then Category 1 hurricane, and now exiting out over the Atlantic, already a Cat 1, I believe it is already, right guys? A Cat 1 as it exited out. But let's take a look at some of the maximum wind speeds as it wreaked havoc through part of the west side of Florida. Cape Coral, 140 mile an hour. Maximum wind speeds. Look at Punta Gorda, 135 mile an hour wind speeds, 77 mile an hour wind speeds locally in St. Pete. Tampa had hurricane force winds last night, 75 mile an hour winds. Ruskin, where the National Weather Service office is, 85 mile an hour winds. I mean, just an incredible storm, and the breadth and width of this storm just wreaked havoc for the entire state of Florida. Yeah, and as we continue to go forward through much of Polk County, look at this. These are hurricane wind speeds, 76 miles an hour, 78 miles an hour in Lakeland. And even the Nature Coast, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco County, which initially some of the models were saying that it could go up to the Nature Coast and make landfall. You guys came out relatively unscathed, but still very high wind speeds and lots of rain. So let's compare Charlie. Remember, Ian and Charlie have a lot of similarities, and check them out. Charlie, landfall wind speed, 150 miles an hour. Look at Ian, landfall wind speed, 150 miles an hour. Charlie, landfall location, Cayo Costa. Ian, landfall location, Cayo Costa. And then look at the central pressure. I'm sorry?
I didn't realize how similar.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But also, Charlie, though, 10 miles wide, right, the eye wall?
At least,
It was, about 10, 12, I think was what Bobby said, again, hours and
At
hours
least.
ago. But Ian, 30, right?
Just a mat.
Yeah, exactly. And then look at the central pressure. Standard surface pressure where humans lived, 1013 millibars. Check it out. And as the pressure falls, the bigger the storm gets. Charlie was at 941 millibars, and Ian 940. I mean, these storms are absolutely identical to each other. So here's the current location right now, about 40 miles northeast of Cape Canaveral. Central pressure at 987 millibars. Sustained winds right now at 70 miles an hour, so not hurricane status just yet. It might regain a little bit. Remember, the Gulf Stream goes right around the state of Florida and then wraps right back up in here. So it may, in fact, re-intensify and become a Cat 1 hurricane again. But there you see as it exited out last night, early this morning, out over the coast, and this thing is going to wrap back up. As it gets out over the Atlantic, it's going to wrap back up and into the United States again, somewhere in the South Carolina area, all because of an area of high pressure way up to our north. There's an area of high pressure, and remember, high pressure rotates in a clockwise manner, so it's going to grab Ian and push Ian back into the United States coastline, and we'll have to wait and see whether it's going to be a tropical storm force status or a Cat 1 hurricane. But we have hurricane warnings all the way from Palm Bay. These are offshore through Daytona Beach, and then now we've got hurricane watches for portions of the northeastern coast of the state of Florida through Jacksonville, and then on up into South Carolina. It looks like Charleston may be the potential landfall for what is left of Ian. So here's what we expect as it gets out over the Atlantic. It's going to regain some strength and intensity as a Category 1 hurricane and probably make landfall into the Charleston area as a Cat 1 hurricane. Then after that, tropical storm status. After that, as it moves further to the north, it's going to be just a massive low pressure system with a lot of rain and wind, and that would happen sometime early Saturday and throughout the day on Saturday. So Ian's not done. We're still going to be talking about Ian and the aftermath for a while. But take a look locally. I mean, beautiful picture from St. Petersburg. You really wouldn't know unless you saw all that video the devastation that Ian left behind. Current temperature now at 73 in St. Pete, feels like 73. Forecast winds the next couple of hours, everything's going to start trending down, and then late tonight, early tomorrow morning, we'll be in very low wind speeds. I want to take a look at wind gusts. Again, we're gusting about 34, 35 miles an hour. All of that's going to taper down again until about 3 o'clock tomorrow morning as well. So let's take a look at current wind speeds for you. And again, everything really starting to calm down. Look at frostproof. Again, we're still missing a lot of our reporting stations info, but frostproof is in single digits, sustained winds, gusts at about 15 miles an hour. Clearwater double digits, 20 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts at about 31 miles an hour. Remember that low is circulating in that counterclockwise manner, so some of the coastal area is still receiving some gusty winds. Forecast wind speeds about 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can check out what is in white are sustained winds. The smaller numbers are gusts. And as we step through, you can see how things change dramatically as Ian exits out of the area. Then we go back into single-digit sustained wind speeds and even single-digit gusts as well. So let's go through Futurecast and step through it. There she goes, or he goes, or it goes, Ian, exiting off the coast of Florida, right along the Daytona Beach area. We'll continue to traverse up through the Atlantic Ocean as it gets closer and closer to South Carolina. It's going to regain some of that speed and intensity as we talked about. And then for the rest of us, look how it's going to leave behind very cool temperatures for us all over the area. Currents now from Crystal River, about 70 degrees. Same for Newport Richey, St. Petersburg at about 73, Wesley Chapel about 73, inland, Bartow 71, frostproof. You're at 72. Look at Polk City. 62 degrees, wow. And the temperature change in the last 24 hours, late last night, early this morning, we were talking about how cool it was up in the Nature Coast area. It was in the low 60s, so anywhere from a 4 to 5 degree swing cooler than we were yesterday at this time. There's your planner for the next 12 hours. You can see how as we start heading into the late night hours, everything's going to really ramp down, and we're going to hit overnight low temperatures into the upper 60s, maybe even mid 60s for many areas like the Nature Coast, and those wind speeds are going to come down. So here's your 7-day forecast. Mostly cloudy, some gusty winds still, as Ian is still wrapping around some of that wind into the Tampa Bay area, but that will all start to die down. 77 for the daytime high today. Friday, 80 degrees, 20% chance of rain. Look at your weekend up here in the Tampa Bay area, 83, 85. Very little chances of rain. As a matter of fact, our chances of rain for the next 7 days very low, and with the ground being so saturated, we don't need any more rainfall, do we?
Yeah, no. So yeah, and it's not very often you see 0% chance on the 7 day there. So,
exactly.
Quite from one extreme to the other. We appreciate that, Rich. We do want to revisit though that exclusive Sky 10 video that we have.
I want to share this with you really quickly, just for perspective, because obviously we're here working. We have families, you have families, and we're all trying to protect our children and our loved ones. And my husband just texted. He just got back to our house. He said, hey, just some limbs down, all good. We got power. Everything's great. So he's sharing that and some pictures with me. As he shared that, my very, very, very dear friends who live in Fort Myers on the Caloosahatchee River in a home in downtown Fort Myers, just off McGregor Boulevard, if you're familiar with the area, I was concerned about them. They evacuated, and so I've been asking about their home. Yeah. And so I said, do they know about their house? And the response was in the river somewhere. And so that is the perspective. We were expecting to come back and maybe have to rip out drywall or whatnot. It is just astounding. And these are our friends and even if you don't know people in that area, you can help, of course, because they're going to need your help, because at this point they're having to rebuild from literally nothing. We did have we have exclusive Sky 10 video. We had Captain Al Fraser, a pilot, go up for us and fly over to show us that damage. And I want you to listen to his takeaway after he landed. Listen.
Probably at least a half a dozen hurricanes that I've flown over, the aftermath, and in this particular case, this is probably one of the worst, if not the worst, that I've seen at the Fort Myers Beach area. It's not going to be good. It's going to be a lot of sad news coming out of Fort Myers Beach. There are homes and apartment buildings that are totally destroyed, ripped off of foundations, roofs, where they're not supposed to be, boats up in people's yards, large boats, the fishing fleet's damaged and aground. There's hazards to navigation in the waterways. We did not see much sign of life flying over Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel. We did see a few people walking around. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad one.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing to not see anyone walking around like that. And
well, when you look at this, right, I mean, and to give you his path, Al flew Naples up to a sterile island. I believe right here you're looking at a sterile island. He then, went on up to Fort Myers Beach. He was southwest of the airport where we saw those fires. That's like the Estero, Bonita Springs area. Those looked like Estero homes to me. And then he also flew to Sanibel and to the causeway, which is what we saw. Of course, there's 3 bridges and part of that collapsed and then the others, covered. And that is the only roadway on and off. You can get there by boat, obviously, but that's the only way by car to get on and off. And if you can bring the video back up of just to show, because people need to see this. The pictures tell the story, right? And when we look at that, and this is again, these are the beach communities. And we've seen, that right there, a lot of the mobile home, manufactured homes right there. You hope that people got out. This, again, one of the many, many fires that he saw. That was a different fire, actually, than the one we saw earlier. This Fort Myers Beach, we're getting ready to get onto Fort Myers Beach, that area. And when you look at, all of those homes, right? Mm-hmm. And you see nothing. No one. You see no one. And you just hope that people got out. And behind every single one of these homes, because people live here, this is not just a vacation area. Well, yeah, while a lot of people vacation, and you may be familiar with Fort Myers Beach.
And we were talking too how astounding it is how quickly a lot of that water moved back out. The storm surge moved back out, which is what caused obviously all of this. But you see that now, and it's just all the sand and the debris and dirt that washed away.
And Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskin's explaining, that storm surge is what really pushed all those boats up and pushed those homes off foundations. You see just a pool left, right? Yeah. Pushed all of that off, and you have to
6 inches of moving water can move a car.
Yeah, 6 inches of moving water can move a car, and of course,
this was probably 10 to 15 feet.
Right, and. Think about it, right? Like when we look at this, behind every single one of these homes, a friend of mine said this to me. There's a heartbeat behind every single one of these homes. And it's just breathtaking, the amount of, because it's not just the city of Tampa, or it is such a sweeping portion of our coast, from Collier, and when we talk about Collier, I mean, there's so many different communities. You got Naples with the beaches and the resorts and whatnot, but you also have Immokalee, and you have then Estero and Bonita Springs with family homes, and thousands and thousands and thousands, yes. And then you're going up into Lee County, right? And you have Fort Myers Beach, and then you have downtown Fort Myers. And I said, and this, of course, Fort Myers, going on to Fort Myers Beach, and the boats just tossed up. As Al said, boats where there shouldn't be. But I was talking with one of our coworkers, and we were questioning when it comes to downtown Fort Myers, in that area of Fort Myers proper, right? Mm-hmm. The city, just what that might look like, because, having lived there for so long, and that's where I met my husband. It's where we had our first date. I know that the business where we had our first date, I believe, is no longer standing at all. And
it's those little connections, right?
Right, and then you have a lot of history, right? You have the Edison Ford Estates, where Thomas Edison came down looking for a winter estate in 1885 and found a piece of property, and he had his lab there where he created rubber, right? That's where he created rubber. And then you have the Fords that later came down 106 years ago, and they built it. And these two properties, if you've never been, it's so cool because they're one house, the Edison house is literally just right almost next door, and they would have grand parties as they wintered in Fort Myers. And you only wonder if those, after hundreds of years, more than 100 years, are still standing. And once we get that video in from downtown Fort Myers, or the Fort Myers area, we'll share that with you. But right now, again, looking at the islands right here, from Naples up to Estero, and then on to Sanibel, and of course, eventually you're going to see the causeway right there, and it really is, perspective, right?
Can't really put it into words in a lot of ways.
Think of Ike. Ike hit Texas, the east coast of Texas, just leveled everything. And that oceanfront part there along the Gulf is just gone. I want to show you some numbers, guys. Look at the wind gusts that we had. We'll start up in our area. They weren't terrible, right? We had 53 in Land O'Lakes. Tampa did get to hurricane force. 85 mile per hour gusts in Ruskin, 77 in St. Pete, 69 in Wauchula. But let me take you down south. So here's the track where the storm went in. Punta Gorda, 135 mile per hour wind gust, 140 in Cape Coral. Now keep those in mind, 135, 140. And think of how large that area is. This is the scale that we use to classify tornadoes. All right, 135 to 140 is like an EF3 tornado. Now, those are some of the higher ones that we saw, but the storm came in at 150, right? It came in as an EF3. But you can bet that widespread 111 to 135 is what most areas around that center saw yesterday. So it's like having a large EF2 tornado move through the area. That's just the wind damage. This is for folks even away from the immediate coastline that had damage, of course. It's just like an EF2 tornado coming through the area. And of course, when it's blowing all that water around, it's going to cause that type of flooding, or that type of storm surge damage that we've seen. Some of the video that we saw there is actually a little bit of river flooding that's happened as well, too. They saw incredible amounts of rainfall. The wind field is now, has expanded. The yellow is tropical storm force winds. It keeps the wind here for us just a little bit longer. It's dying down. It's nothing bad out there now. But because it was expanding as it moved away, and we're on the backside, it never really just pulled away quickly, right? It just kind of stuck there. But what's happening is now this thing is going to move off to the north. Watch this. It actually will redevelop, we think, into a hurricane. It's very close to it now. And then by tomorrow morning, landfall near Charleston. 4 to 6, 4 to 7 foot storm surge in that area as a Category 1 hurricane, we're thinking, 75 mile per hour winds. But you got tropical storm force winds going all the way up to the southern Outer Banks, up through the Pamlico Sound. And then this area in the orange here could be 60 mile per hour winds or so as it moves in. So places like, obviously Charleston, but Myrtle Beach, Sunset Beach. You get up into Oak Island as well, too. That, especially southern South Carolina coastline is the one that's going to get it more than anything else. I'm going to push one of these graphics back because I want to start with our kind of forecast here. It's nice out there right now. One of the things about getting a hurricane this time of year is usually there's some different, cooler, drier air around up to the north, stuff we haven't seen for a while. That started to get pulled in yesterday, and that trend will continue. As this system pulls up in this direction, it's pulling down cooler and drier air on the backside. And so that's what we've been seeing happening, and that's what will continue to occur. In fact, it's going to give us a really nice stretch of weather. Here's the latest forecast track, 75 mile per hour winds, which is a minimal hurricane, right? 74 and up, considered it a hurricane. But you can see that's going to be happening Friday and into Friday night, and then it just kind of falls apart. But it's going to be a rainmaker. There's going to be a big-time tornado threat, I think, in the eastern half of North Carolina. Wilmington, Wrightsville, all the way up through Morehead City, Atlantic Beach, New Bern, those areas, going to have a decent chance to see some tornadoes starting really late tonight, but certainly during the day on Friday. For us, you can see it's pulling away. We do have some low clouds on the backside of this, but it is going to continue to pull away and drive in some of that cooler and drier air. Rain from this is now gone for us. We'll stay dry. We do have some flood watches, some flash flood warnings over on the East Coast. But the breezes for us are going to stay up. They are coming down, but it's going to be a breezy afternoon and into the evening hours. Gusts are still in the mid-30s. 29 mile per hour gusts in Sarasota, but 35 in St. Pete, 36 in Clearwater. By the way, the wishing tree at the Dali fell. That's kind of a sad thing. That's right there by the Dali Museum. That fell with the wind that we had there yesterday. Peak wind gusts. You can see this is just today. They're in the 40s. So and we won't see much of that for the rest of the afternoon. In fact, here's the wind forecast for the next 12 hours. These are steady winds. 15, 25 mile per hour winds now. They'll go down to about 10 to 15, and then things will really calm down through the evening hours. Now, temps. We had so many comments yesterday like, well, it's a hurricane. It's 63 degrees outside in September when the average high is 89. We had some slightly cooler air being pulled into it, but it was also drier. And so when the light rain got in ahead of it, that light rain fell down through that dry air and evaporated, and that cools that air. And that air came down. So we had temperatures in the lower to mid 60s here at one point yesterday, especially, Clearwater was at 63. We had 61 in Crystal River. It was 70 up in the Panhandle because they didn't have the evaporative cooling effect that we had. We're comfortable in the 70s now, and you can see the dew points are in the upper 50s to low 60s north of Tampa. Even south of there, they're generally in the low to mid 60s. Now look at the rainfall over the last 48 hours. You can clearly see how it went along the north end of the track, okay? That is where obviously we saw the heaviest rain, and I think it's going to be a similar situation when it moves into the Carolinas. Look at some of these numbers. This is radar estimates, right? But near 20 inches down near Port Charlotte where it came on shore. That's southern Sarasota County. Then good 15 to 20 in this range. Obviously the Bay Area didn't see as much, couple inches right along the Media Coast, but many areas are about 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. So that is all gone for now, but the problem is it's now going into the rivers. So this is the Alafaya River at Lithia Pinecrest Road. Major is right here. It's just below Major, or at least it's forecast to go. This is where it is right now. So it's going to continue to rise. This is right now. It's going to continue to rise until late Friday night, Saturday morning. It should crest sometime during the day on Saturday and come down just shy of major flood. So this is going to be something, if you live along the river, you need to be watching for that. Prepare for flooding. You may not know exactly what it looks like if you're new to that area, but check with your neighbors. So they're going to be able to tell you 25 feet of water is a lot. Look at the Peace River at Zolfo Springs. This is where it is right now, 27 feet. That's a record. It's never been that high. The record was 25 feet. It is cresting now and starting to come down. It will gradually come down through the next 2 days or so, but it's going to stay high. I mean, we're just talking at getting back down to a moderate flood stage. It's going to stay flooding above what it normally should be for a week at least. All right, so we're going to keep a lot of water around along the Peace River. Now, those are those winds I was showing you earlier. That scale is just amazing. Just consider when this came through, most of that area around the eye saw what's considered an EF2 tornado. The winds that high. It came in with 150, by the way, at landfall, right? And then we also have those gusts confirmed at 140. It's just amazing. There's that wind field once again. The tornado threat will be on to the right side of this. So if you have friends or family in Charleston, up in the Myrtle Beach and the Wilmington, they'll have to watch that. We're talking about where it's going, but St. Augustine is getting beat up right now. Now, St. Augustine on a good high tide will flood along the waterfront there. But they're talking 1 to 3, almost 4 foot of surge happening right now in St. Augustine, and that's picking up down towards Jacksonville, of course, kind of the same area. But Jacksonville can see 4 to 6, and it's going to go 4 to 7 in this area right in here. So there's going to be more storm surge issues for folks over on the East Coast. It will not be nothing like what we have just seen in Southwest Florida. And then Ian, by the way, will move off to the north and the west. This will be the last time that we see the name Ian used for a hurricane. They will retire this, I'm sure of it, with all the damage that they've had. All right, here's the forecast from Futurecast. Watch as we go through the evening hours tonight. This is about 7:30. We keep a north to northwest wind, but we keep dry, and we'll keep some low clouds around as well, too. Low to mid-level clouds. Be very comfortable temperature-wise. That's tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. center somewhere out in here. There's Charleston, there's Myrtle Beach, and you can see, yeah, look at that. It's coming through right around noon tomorrow afternoon. Looks like our forecast model is actually trying to take it up towards Myrtle Beach more than Charleston, and this one actually did a good job on it. Courtney?
Pull up my mic right here. My sister is just north of St. Augustine, so obviously I was very concerned about the storm surge that we had seen earlier that video that was coming in, you saw that as well. And she sent video of the wind. Really, it's still really kicking up right there. It's just, Ponte Vedra Beach, that type of area. So it's literally like 15 minutes north.
And the worst that they're going to see is right now.
Yep, I told her to get back inside. Do not send me video, go inside.
Yeah, it's not terrible. They've got winds in the 40s, 50s with gusts in the 60s.
Yeah, the trees were...
But the water is the big deal over on the coast there as well.
Hey, Bobby, you were a surfer. Maybe you still surf a little bit, but I know this is so tempting.
I was. I surfed
right. At one point you were. Yeah, we've all.
He just surfs a different way now.
I do the longboard now.
Yeah,
we do the longboard now.
We've all seen the pictures. We've all seen the pictures, Bobby. But you've come a long way since.
He hung out with the Dawson's Creek crew, guys. Okay, he's so cool.
So, getting back to surfing out there, I know a lot of people are tempted to go out there. What is the danger of rip currents right now, both on our side, on the Gulf of Mexico, and also over on the Atlantic side?
I'm going to have Rich pop up, or Natalie, if you could pop up the Clearwater Beach cam when you get a chance. So on our coast, we still have the winds coming in from the north and the west. It's bumpy, but that's when we get surf. So there'll be surfers out there. The water is really churned up. The water down in southwest Florida, all of that water that came up onto those homes and onto those beaches and all of that went right back out. It's an environmental disaster down there. That water is not clean. The bridge went out the Sanibel, so you can take boats over there. There's all kinds of stuff floating around in that water in the Gulf of Mexico down there.
And it's dirty.
It's dirty. Well, it's dirty, of course. You talk about the environmental aspects of it, but physically, driving a boat, you're going to hit something because there's a lot of stuff in the water. This is the live shot from the Wyndham Grand right here at Clearwater Beach, and you can see, those winds are still blowing pretty well. But it's just very rough. The other side here, this is actually pretty decent surfing right here, Sand Key, because with the wind the way we got it now, that little jetty there blocks the wind waves, so you get some waves wrapping around. It's a little bit cleaner, but you don't even see a whole lot of people out there. The folks over on the East Coast are actually going to be dealing with the surge. We're talking 4 to 6 foot surge, and that is going to cause some problems from St. Augustine all the way up through South Carolina.
All right, Bobby Deskins, thank you so much. Throughout this storm, a lot of people did seek shelter in the shelters that were opened in many of the communities and many of our counties, whether it was a special needs facility, pet-friendly facility, general population, they were able to hunker down through the storm. And many of those shelters, Hillsborough County, 45 shelters, I believe we had, and many of those are schools. And so we have Hillsborough County Superintendent Addison Davis with us by phone. And so, Superintendent, first of all, thank you so much for taking time to talk with us this afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Thank you for having me. You know what? We talk about shelters. We opened up in totality 60 shelters. We opened up 45 being for the community, and the remainder being for first responders. So, our team has been remarkable. So proud of them working collectively with a local EOC in order to create safe places for this community.
Well, Superintendent, let me just ask about school, because that's top of mind for a lot of parents out there. No school tomorrow, correct? But when do you think these kids can get back in classrooms? Do you think you can be up and running early next week?
Yes, sir. I mean, our focus is to make certain we can get students in front of high qualified skilled teachers every single day that we can. And this week we're so glad that we know there was some concerns about closing on Monday, but we really needed that time to be able to set up our classrooms and shelters to be able to accept our community for those in need. And, right now we're started the post-assessment audits of our facilities. In the initial numbers, we see that 28 of our facilities are without power. We have 4 facilities that are potential flooded areas. We have 15 facilities that have the debris down in the car riding zone, the bus loading zone, and then we have reported 45 roof leaks, and that's just the initial stages. So, we're going to be working over the next, this afternoon, tomorrow, and over the weekend in order to open up, safely in a flawless manner on Monday. So that's our target right now. So, we're so happy of all of our staff members and the hard work they put in order to create safe places for this community.
Yeah, and of course, many of the parents, too, of children who attend Hillsborough County schools are also some of our emergency workers as well, and so they've been out through all of this. So target for Monday to reopen. I do want to ask you, Superintendent Davis, because obviously we've talked about funding, right? And and the need for Hillsborough County schools, and obviously the referendum that failed to go through in the August primary. When it comes to having to deal with 45 roof leaks and potential flooding and whatever damage that caused and debris and whatnot, how does that tax the school district? I mean, is that federal funding, state funding, going to come in and assist you all in making these repairs?
It's a great question. We have to use our general funds that we currently have to be able to address any type of damages that are caused by any type of disaster or undesired behavior that we have to deal with from a weather perspective. And then that money has to be calculated to be able to reimburse from down the road for using and leveraging FEMA. And, we haven't been paid back for many of the disasters that we've been impacted over, the last few years. So, it's going to impact us financially. We'll continue to make adjustments along the way, so we continue to make certain that our students have a high-quality experience. But that's all money that we have to spend, openly, that we don't we forecast it, but we just don't have the money. This is an uncategorical fund to be able to address it as we move forward. And, our operations teams out there, our maintenance teams, our food nutrition, our school-based leaders, and our bus drivers, they're out there every single day during this process trying to create a safe place.
You have a lot of people who work in this district. Not all of them live in the district. Have you heard from folks? Is everybody okay? Have you heard from employees? Are there problems out there for them right now? How have they handled the storm?
There definitely are. We've had it. We're our ears to the ground, communicating, and with our employees, and it's just all contingent on what community in which you reside in. We know that South County and East County had some power outages, which were impacting a lot of traffic control signals, a lot of homes, employees without power at their homes, a lot of employees that are in particular areas that have flooding. So, we'll spend the next couple of days and through the next week determining who needs that assistance from a residential perspective, who may need the essentials, all to be able to wrap our arms around them. But you know what? My thoughts and prayers go out to, Lee County, Charlotte County, Collier County, down south that have had major impact and life's lost. So, we're blessed we didn't have that major impact. But at the same token, we do have community members locally that have suffered and will continue to need our assistance.
Superintendent Davis, I'd like to ask, because children have been out of school since Tuesday, right? Monday. Since Monday they've been out of school. Okay, so since Monday they've been out of school, and here we are Friday. So many of your students depend on those free school the breakfasts and school lunches. Yeah. What, if anything, has been done for those children and those families? Is there anything?
You know what? We've tried to lean on our shelters. Having 40 plus shelters open. Those are areas that can provide the essentials for our families. The biggest thing, our food and nutrition staff, they will work in the shelter. So we didn't have sufficient number of employees to be able to expand in the communities. So lean on our shelters, and partner with our community partners through the county and the city as well to make sure some of those essentials will be able to be met. So we stand ready and primed to stand up on Monday to get back to somewhat of our normalcy, because we had awesome instructional momentum this year. It was the first time we opened our doors in the last 2.5 years, where we felt instructional momentum, excitement, and we'll get that back on Monday to try to continue to do some special things for kids. And thank you for our teachers. They're remarkable. That's the biggest thing. Getting students in front of teachers and allowing them to take the lead, they do some really good things.
Yeah, they're going to be excited to be back in school. That is for sure.
I know,
absolutely.
You cannot turn this district around on a dime. Give me an idea of the numbers we're talking about here in terms of the numbers of students, the numbers of teachers and employees in this district.
Yeah, so we serve over 220,000 students in Hillsborough County. We have a little bit under 25,000 employees, in which 14,000 plus are teachers, and the other 10,000 are support staff to our schools. So it's a rather big district, 7th largest school district in the nation, and I'd be remiss to say that last year, a record high, moving from number 35 in the state to number 19 in the state academically.
Well, I'm very proud of it, and I know you want to get those kids back in the classroom, continue that trend of success.
Superintendent Davis, is there anything else that you'd like to add? Anything that we didn't ask, that you would like to share?
Yeah, I just want to make certain that, to highlight all the hard work of our local EOC, with also with our law enforcement, fire rescue, our operations teams, our safety security. They've all done a really great job being able to manage through this very trying time for us. And for our parents, thank you for your flexibility. We know it's not always the most attractive to be able to signal that we cannot open schools, because we know this community leans on us to be able to help and serve. But, we had to reach out of being school leaders to being civic leaders and open up our facilities for the community, especially for those in need. But we'll get right back on track, and thank you for trusting us with your children, and we look forward to a reopen on Monday.
Well, I hope you know that we are here as you move forward. If we can do anything to help on our end to get the word out about anything, I hope we're behind you 100%.
I do have one last question for you, because you talked about Southwest Florida. I'm curious. Seventh largest school district in the country. Have you reached out to the leadership in Charlotte, Lee, Collier counties to talk with them?
Absolutely. As superintendent, I have. We've been playing phone tag, but, called them, and I know they're in the midst of a lot, and also send them a text and let them know that our team is ready. If we need to be able to send personnel down from maintenance, from operations, from security, safety security, we are willing to do that in order to help them. We know that their road in front of them is going to be long, but we know that we can't do this in isolation, that we have to lean on each other. So, they're remarkable leaders in those 3 counties and other counties, but, we're going to continue to be there to stand up and stay united in this approach.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that, it could have been us. Could have been us very, very possibly if this storm track had changed a little bit. So, boy, we're grateful for what you do, grateful for your leadership in this time, and I know students are all, and parents are wanting to know, get the official date. So not officially Monday, but that's the plan at this point, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Superintendent Davis, thank you so much for your time. We really, really appreciate it. I hope that you and your family are well and are able to take this time, to do any cleanup that you may have to do. I know you have to deal with teachers and students as well. Thank you again. So just to recap what he said when it talks about, they had 60 shelters, 45 of those for the community, the others for first responders. Now, of the schools, 28 without power at this moment. We know schools are among the priority on the list. They go under that, and then especially as shelters. And then 4 with potential flooding, many with debris down, and then 45 roof leaks. And what we heard from the superintendent is he said that, yes, they have to use their general funds to make those repairs, and then they calculate them up, they submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But he also added that in past situations they still are waiting to be refunded for that. But as you pointed out, Monday target date to get those 220,000 students and 25,000 employees in Hillsborough County schools.
Tough to turn it around. Let's take a look at this exclusive video right here, Sky 10, over the scene of some of this devastation. We've been showing you this all morning, early afternoon here. Really shocking stuff, and we sensed that this was going to be the scene last night when we saw some of the first images out of there, but it's overwhelming. Look at the damage, the destruction. Obviously, good percentage of these homes are uninhabitable, and these people are going to have to find a place to live. The president talked today about the dire need of these groups like the Red Cross coming in and helping some of these folks.
So we had, Captain Al went up for us again in Sky 10, bringing us this exclusive video so you can really see the damage that has been inflicted on Southwest Florida. This is in Naples. So he's, and we have his path of how he flew. So this is Naples, what you're seeing right here, some of those beach homes. And they're not just vacation homes. People live here. And, Dave, you've been in this community for a while. You know that down in Naples as well, people are there, whether it's the beach or further inland, maybe on some of the canals as well. There you see the beach. Again, this is Naples that we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it is a community in some respects, and a lot of communities are haves and have-nots. Naples, Fort Myers, there are people who are, wealthy retirees, and there are people who are very much living month to month.
Well, there are migrant workers that live just miles away from Naples Beach and live in Immokalee, and they're still rebuilding from Hurricane Irma just 5 years ago. And so Al then flew up to Estero Island as well. And when we heard from him, he said there were apartments, apartments and homes, obviously homes, storm surges washing away those homes with the wind as well. In some cases, you just see a pool that's left behind, right? Yeah. Or then, others just, wood left behind. But he also said the thing that stuck out is no sign of life. Right. No sign of life. And that's what stuck out to me when I looked at this. So he went up Estero, and then from Estero, he went to Fort Myers Beach as well.
Yeah, you hope that people got out before the storm hit. The president talked today about there being significant loss of life. We don't have exact numbers on that. We hope that it's not extensive, but certainly we know from looking at the damage there, if anybody stayed in those homes, the kind of danger that they faced. The flooding, you see the floodwaters here. This reminds me a lot of the storms I've covered over the years, hurricanes.
Yeah. So this right here, what you're looking at, this is the Estero area. That was what you were looking at. Now you're looking at Fort Myers Beach, getting ready to. This is like right as you're getting ready to go over onto Fort Myers Beach, and you'll see the bridge in a little bit. Well, earlier you would. And this is some new video that we're getting in, again, exclusive from Sky 10 to us. That video of the fires, that was just southwest of the Fort Myers airport. So that's the Estero, Bonita Springs area, likely Estero. Those look like Estero homes. Then going, look at that right there. One standing and then none. And he also pointed out that apartments just leveled, and sometimes people say, "Oh, I'm high up, right? I'm high up in this apartment. I'm going to be fine." Yeah. Not necessarily the case.
I know we talk about when my house has hurricane-proof windows, or I have a roof that's secure. I mean, that's helpful, but in a storm of this magnitude, it's not going to save your life. And when I've covered other hurricanes, a lot of people felt safe in their homes because they were told that they were sort of hurricane proof. There's really no home that's hurricane proof, unless you're nowhere near a hurricane.
Bobby Deskins explained earlier, because when we were looking at this, it's just boats tossed in different places. Again, new video. This is new video. There's a few people down there walking, right? And I was trying to get my bearings because I lived there for a long time, and we go down quite often. We have so many friends. I'm trying to get my bearings. It's really hard when streets are washed out and you don't have landmarks anymore to know exactly where we're looking. Is this Sanibel? Is this Fort Myers Beach? Where exactly are we looking? But you see a few people, and Al said earlier, he's like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is really devastating. And Bobby Deskins earlier, our chief meteorologist, was explaining the storm surge. It pushed these boats up, just tossing them up. The fishing fleet, tossing the fishing fleet up over, as you get ready to head over onto Fort Myers Beach, and washing these homes off their foundations. And as you pointed out, you may have hurricane-proof windows, but it's not going to stop storm surge. We're still trying to get, I think, exactly 12 maybe feet. Bobby, is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, at one point they were saying 12 to 18 foot.
12 to 18 feet of storm surge in certain areas, and that, just unbelievable. And that water is still there. Again, this was just shortly ago when Al was up in the air.
That right there looks to me to be river flooding.
Yeah, and that's what because when he was saying he was going up towards Estero, so this may be like in that Estero area because you've got the Estero River right there.
River, rainfall, flooding.
Yeah, sure. This right here is Fort Myers. Yeah. And then can we, in the booth, if you all could pull up the causeway, because I'd like to go through that. If you're just now joining us, Courtney Robinson here, Dave Wagner, and we are, here to make sure that you are informed, that you're prepared, and that you are connected, because, right, you're here this is what we were expecting in our area, and we want to make sure that you're connected with your friends, your family potentially, and others who are.
And you're seeing a fire right here of a house, and part of the challenge here is that all kind of utilities are interrupted during these times. Electricity, sometimes gas, propane tanks. They're just all kinds of liabilities, and that's why
they say turn off your breaker.
They really encourage people not to go back in there right now because you really don't know how dangerous the scene is that you're going into. This is very, very common with hurricane damage where boats are taken up onto city streets. Boats are moved for far, far distances. So you see these, I mean, these are large boats.
Shrimpers.
Very large, right, shrimpers. And these are the livelihoods of many, many people right there.
Do we have the video of the Sanibel Causeway? We're waiting to hear from Tampa International Airport, as they talk about resuming operations. I think that was set for a firm time for 10 a.m. tomorrow. They had to do a few things. Maybe they'll have some. Here's the causeway. Okay, so I want to give you some perspective on the Sanibel Causeway. It's 3 bridges. So right there on the side right there, that is the old bridge. That's the old Sanibel Causeway. And so in 2003, there were severe cracks that were found on Bridge B. So there's Bridge A, Bridge B, Bridge C. Bridge A, they found severe cracks. They kept monitoring it. They found more. They determined that the Sanibel Causeway, the only way by car onto and off of Sanibel and Captiva Islands, by car, if you can also get there by boat, but by car, that causeway. So that was Bridge A that collapsed right there. In 2004, they decided, again, all bridges need to be replaced. So they started construction. Then came Charlie. Charlie didn't really inflict that much damage. 2007, September 2007. So literally 15 years ago, that causeway, that brand new causeway, reopened. And of course, you see the collapse right there, and having to, of course, and rebuild and whatnot. But then obviously the other areas of it covered as well. So just for that community, there are people who live there and then commute in to Fort Myers to work, and vice versa. And so there are people, again, dealing with complete devastation and then no longer having
those fires really,
works.
They worry me because
and no one's putting them out.
Well, nobody can get to it.
Right.
And it could just go from house to house.
Sure. Yeah. It is. So many people from all over the country have converged on Sanibel and Captiva. It's a favorite place. It's a place where people go to shell. It's a place for people to go to honeymoon. If people get married there.
We go twice a year, every year. It's for our children. And
sure.
And Josh and I were talking earlier. Queen Waters Inn is one of my favorite places. And I was explaining, when you go onto the causeway, right? You go from the toll booth. You drive up that causeway, you roll down the windows, you see the pelicans flying next to you, and you breathe it in, and you realize, you're on island time. And it's just a place of just pure relaxation. It's such a treasure, and
yeah, it is. You really recognize, if you've ever driven out there on the causeway, you recognize the vulnerability of this area. It is surrounded by water. A lot of people like to shell out in this area, but right now you see the devastation surrounding it.
Devastation they've never seen before.
Well, and most communities haven't, but they will get through it with the help of the country and people all over the world seeing these images and taking it in. But you see some of these manufactured homes that we've witnessed here. Really no match for a storm of this size, and really the bigger homes as well. Really no match for a storm of this size. Hurricane Hugo was a huge storm, hit Charleston, South Carolina, and these homes on the battery there that were made of brick and had stood for centuries were really severely damaged. So you really cannot make a hurricane-proof home, and that's the challenge of living on the water.
Well, and you look at this, and this is not easy cleanup. This isn't just going in and fixing a home here, a home there. I mean, look at all of these homes. Look at everything that's left behind, right?
Well, they're going to come down.
Yeah. No, obviously, but I'm saying, like, picking up all of this, all of that debris, and having to clear all of that out from island communities, from beach communities, and getting that off where you have, it is not an easy task, and of our coast, where we are talking about, and even going inland, because Al was able to fly up as well to the North Fort Myers area. There are a lot of cattle farms. And he was able to see a cattle farm, and it was absolutely heartbreaking. There were dead cows, and so that inland, not even not on the beach, not a waterfront home. This was a ranch that had standing water. We are, of course, monitoring the situation in our area, because we do want to keep you informed about operations, especially if you're out of town. You're joining us online here. We're going to take you to Tampa International Airport. Let's listen in.
Tampa International Airport. I am happy to tell you that we will begin operations, commercial aircraft operations, tomorrow morning, and we are just lucky. That storm, as everybody knows, a few days ago, we were very, very, very worried about the storm. Fortunately for us, it made a shift to the east and the south, and our hearts go out to our neighbors in Fort Myers and other airports to the south of us. But now it's time for us to reconstitute our operations. So our crews were out very first thing this morning. Operations, maintenance folks were out inspecting all the runways, taxiways, all of our buildings, whether that be the main terminal or the air sides. And we're very happy to tell you that tomorrow morning we will begin operations. We will have cargo operations that will begin tonight at 7 o'clock, but passenger operations will start tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So again, that's passenger flights will begin to arrive at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Again, thank you for coming out and helping us get that word out to all the people of Tampa. And I'd like to bring up now my Executive Vice President of Operations, John Tiliakis.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Tiliakis, Executive Vice President of Airport Operations, Facilities Maintenance, and Customer Service. And as you heard from our CEO, we are reopening for commercial passenger operations tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And just a couple of points I want to share for the benefit of our passengers. We expect very high passenger volume tomorrow, since we've been closed since Tuesday at 5 o'clock. And so we urge our passengers to arrive at the airport at least 2 hours before departure to give yourselves ample time to check in. Passengers should also check with their airline regarding the status of their flight. The airport has no control over airline schedules. We simply manage the airport, our facilities, airfield terminal facilities, so please call your airline to check on your flight. And I'd also like to share with you the process by which we have followed to reopen our airport. We have today hundreds of employees here at the airport that are preparing our facility to reopen, and those employees are made up of Aviation Authority employees from various departments. We have our FAA employees here, TSA employees, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, really all of the key and essential personnel that it takes to run the airport. The inspection process, so following a severe weather event such as this, and we've done this several times in the past, we go through a damage assessment as part of our preparation to reopen the airport. And that damage assessment really consists of two parts. It's an assessment and inspection of our airfield and an inspection of our terminal facilities. So with respect to our airfield operations, we want to make sure that our navigational aids are up and running, and that's the responsibility of the FAA. We want to make sure that our lighting on the airfield is working the way it should. Our pavement is in good condition. There is no standing water or ponding on any of our runways and taxiways. So all that it takes to make sure that we have a very safe airfield for flight operations. On the terminal side, we obviously want to make sure that we have nothing that could significantly impact our customer experience when they arrive at the airport at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We want to make sure that our jet bridges are functional, that our concessionaires are ready to go, and that we have no major water intrusion, no power issues or anything like that in the main terminal. Our parking facilities, we know, are in good shape. So that really encompasses at a very high level all that it takes to complete this damage assessment and inspection process. And I'm pleased to share that the airport has suffered minimal damage. And we'll be ready to go for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for passenger check-in.
All right, thank you, John. We'll take any questions you have now. Yes, ma'am.
Minimal damage. What was the damage, just to put that in perspective?
I think the damage was essentially just roof leaks, and we got a lot of roof here at Tampa International, so just getting roof leaks is pretty good, I think.
Do you check on any of the aircraft yourselves, or is that a kind of a flight issue for the actual airlines? Or?
Yeah, there weren't any aircraft here. The airlines took the aircraft out when we closed on Tuesday. So those aircraft were in other cities. They will be back here tomorrow, though, at 10 in the morning.
Is that for, for people who have flights out, who are supposed to have flights out today, and wondering why they couldn't, maybe fly out later this afternoon, why you're not opening earlier? Is it because of all these factors that you just talked about?
Yeah. It takes a while for the airlines to get their crews in place, to get the aircraft scheduled and flown over here. We took a little time to get the FAA and TSA going. The FAA tower is manned, and we will take cargo flights tonight at 7, but it takes a while for the passenger airlines to get their crews in place. So the first flight will be in here tomorrow morning. It'll be a Delta flight from Atlanta, and it'll land right after 10 o'clock.
We spoke with a passenger who had to leave. You guys shuttled passengers to shelters, hotels, whatever, when the airport officially closed. I believe the shelters are closing today. So I'm just wondering, is there any plans in place for those passengers?
I don't think so.
No. So first of all, we had a number of passengers when we were closing the airport that were stuck here at the airport, and we arranged to get them to a shelter. As all of you know, this is not a place of refuge for a variety of reasons. So we hope that those passengers will check with their airline before coming out to the airport.
Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you.
All right.
Thank you again for coming out and helping us get the good news out to our audiences. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
So there's Joe Lopano with Tampa International Airport there, talking about they're going to resume cargo operations 7 o'clock tonight, and then 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They're going to resume airline passenger travel, which is great. I know a lot of people are stuck here. A lot of people need to get somewhere. So that will resume tomorrow. Minimal damage, they said, some roof leaks, which is a good thing.
Compared
to that. But they say they have a lot of roof. No aircraft were at the airport, so you don't need to worry that maybe your plane was damaged that you're about to go on. So that's the good news, but they'll start back up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, closed Tuesday at 5 p.m., reopening Saturday at 10 p.m., cargo starting tonight at 7. And then, some of the takeaways that we heard, they're expecting high passenger volume, as you mentioned, people trying to either get in or get out. So arrive early. You hear that, especially during the holidays. This especially is the time when you really need to arrive early. Make sure that you can get in there. Also, make sure you check with your airline for the status. As they pointed out, TPA runs the operations. They maintain the facilities. They do not control your flight schedule. And then, they also talked about the damage that we talked about. But they said, parking is good. And they said there were things that they had to look at, right? Sure. And Chris Rogers talked about it earlier this morning, citing TPA. He was over at PIE in St. Pete Clearwater. But, we heard Joe Lopano talking about you got to look at the lighting, right? The pavement and all of those things, and then
taxiways, jet bridges, all those.
And make sure concessions are there, right? Because we all need our Chick-fil-A and Wendy's at the airport.
Yeah, we all need that fixed. You look at the airport there. It is a big facility there,
beautiful facility.
And so a lot of folks were stuck there, and so they said they arranged for those passengers to get into shelters, shuttle them to a shelter area there. Obviously, that's not a facility you want to ride out a hurricane in. And as Joe Lopano said, it's not safe for a number of reasons.
Yeah, and you're taking a live look right now at Tampa International Airport from our Renaissance Hotel camera. And as we're panning around, you can actually see some of the movement with the workers that they already have in there, making sure things are ready to go for you again tomorrow at 10 a.m.
It's not very often you see the taxiways and runways there empty like this, no planes around at all. That's a very unusual sight. We just don't see that very often at Tampa International Airport. But obviously they took the precautions, and we'll start back up tomorrow morning.
Moving it over, that's the Southwest Air Terminal.
Okay. This is Bob. So Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins helping us with the camera here, and he says this is the Southwest Airlines terminal right there, and so we'll see the planes start to come back in, and maybe some of our neighbors who left and went to see family in other cities will be returning, and those of you who are here and are heading back, you're hopefully you're able to get a flight. I haven't checked to see what that availability looks like.
They are recommending people get there at least 2 hours in advance tomorrow. That's what they normally say, so it's going to be challenging. But let's take a look at some more of this video that we have here. Coming in, exclusive video from Southwest Florida, some of the damage, the debris, the destruction there, and the heartache that we are seeing. It is, these are shrimpers right here. We've seen a lot of fishing boats damaged, so just an awful lot of vessels pulled up onto dry land, and they didn't start there. So it's shocking.
Yeah, this is this is Fort Myers Beach, and so to give you some perspective, when you're going on to and a lot of you are familiar with this, right? You are when you're driving onto Fort Myers Beach. If you ever look down to the right, you'll see these homes, these mobile homes, manufactured homes, and so that's what we're seeing right here. Now you are seeing the Sanibel Causeway and the collapse that happened there, and to the left, I think it is interesting to point out that is the old causeway when they sank it when they finished the new one, which was literally 15 years ago. And now taking a look right here at I believe this is Estero Island that we're looking at right here.
Yeah, I mean, so many people just either vacation here, or they're the dream homes for them. People just visit and get on these beaches. Beyond the damage to the beaches, we think about the damage to the environment as well. All this debris ends up, a lot of it anyway, in our waterways. And oil, gas, all kinds of things. So Bobby mentioned, in some of these places, it really is an environmental disaster. It is a real mess. It's an overwhelming thought. How do you begin the cleanup of something like this? But we have seen it in Hurricane Andrew. We've seen it with Katrina, but it takes years.
Yes, and again, exclusive Sky 10 video here, all different areas of Southwest Florida. And, there is state assistance, there's federal assistance that's being deployed right now to these areas. And some of the homes boarded up. We were seeing fires again, the Cerro Bonita Springs area, homes on fire southwest of the airport, the Fort Myers airport. And then again, when we look at this, the federal state assistance, again, all of that on the way, hopefully to assist. But there are also, I do want to share right now, as you're looking at this video and understanding, because you see this, right? And a friend of mine said this, behind each of these homes is a heartbeat.
Sure.
These are families. This is our community, and this is when we can help. And there are ways that you can help. First Lady Casey DeSantis opening up that Florida Disaster Fund several days ago, and that is a way that you can donate financially. And that's an easy way to donate financially if you are able to and you're feeling compelled to do so. You can text DISASTER to 20222. Additionally, if you'd like to volunteer your time, because I heard from some former military guys who are definitely planning on heading down to provide their assistance. And if you're planning on doing something like that, we say just don't just show up. And we saw a lot during Hurricane Katrina where a lot of people came to help, because there's going to be a lot of assistance that's needed. You can go to volunteerflorida.org and you'll find ways that you can volunteer your time, your energy, your efforts. And we're working to get you back. Again, that exclusive Sky 10 video. Do we have the sound from Captain Al? If we're able to find that sound. We've lost our video. We're working with our technical issues here, but if we have that. Al Frazier went up for us earlier today, flying over many, many parts. I shared the path with you, and to share it with, if you're just now joining us, whether it's hopefully on your television now, maybe you have your power back, or if you're watching by phone or on your tablet on our 10 Tampa Bay app, or you're listening by radio, we certainly appreciate that. I'm Courtney Robinson.
I'm Dave Wagner. It's good to have you here. This is our continuous coverage. We've been on live now for, a couple of days. We're sort of losing track of time, to be honest with you.
I have to keep reminding, I actually had written a note to myself earlier that it's Friday. I want to share this with you because I said this to Josh earlier, so if you're just now joining us, and you already heard it, apologies. But as I was coming on, I came in earlier and they said, hey, we just got this video in. I spent a lot of time in Fort Myers. This is where I met my husband. Sure. We spend a lot of time there. We have so many friends there. And I was looking at the video, and I shared with Josh Sidorowicz. I said, as I'm sitting here, my husband's texting me. He's gone back to our house now, texting me pictures of our home. There's, some limbs down, that sort of thing. We have power, right? As he's texting me that, our good friends who have had a home on the Caloosahatchee, I said, how's your home? Right. And he responded, somewhere in the river. Right.
Yeah, and a lot of homes down there are in that kind of shape. Natalie is keeping an eye on things from a weather perspective for us. Natalie, around here, it's pretty comfortable, but this storm continues to make its track up to the northeast there.
Yeah, it breaks my heart to hear stories like that, just because folks have worked their entire lives to earn what they had.
And some had so little, Natalie. And now?
Yes, 100%. So I'm glad that we're talking about now things moving forward that we can do to help our neighbors. It's so much bigger than just us, maybe even here locally, maybe even helping your neighbor, making sure that they're mentally okay, making sure that everyone is connected with each other and connected to their families. Because we were talking about not only tropical storm force winds, hurricane, and then major hurricane force winds that battered portions of southwest Florida. Let's talk about what are some of our maximum peak winds were when Hurricane Ian just scooted its way through just near Punta Gorda yesterday. We actually saw those winds closer to about over 130 miles per hour. Again, those were our maximum peak gusts at times. St. Pete, it was anywhere between 75 to 80 miles per hour, and same through Tampa, down through South Tampa. They were feeling the exact same thing. Our National Weather Service in Tampa Bay is actually located in Ruskin, and they were recording maximum gusts there at 85 miles per hour. Same through Polk County. But then as we go further down towards the south, all the way around South Florida, near Charlotte Harbor, back through Cape Coral, and then all the way through our inland spots. I mean, you're talking about major hurricane status, that wind was felt. And that was something that we just saw those images of how powerful water can be when wind is also thrown in the mix. But this is the latest on Tropical Storm Ian. At this point, as of the 2 o'clock advisory, we still have maximum sustained wind speeds at 70 miles per hour. Guys, this is flirting just 4 miles per hour away from a hurricane status. And it is forecast to actually make it to that status. It's technically 40 miles northeast of Cape Canaveral. It's pulling away from Cape Canaveral, but man, oh man, they are going to be dealing still with few of those very gusty winds, gustier than what we're seeing even right now here at home. And I know it's still breezy. They're going to be dealing with that for a few more hours ahead. And that is why all up and down along I-95 from portions of Palm Bay, just south of Palm Bay, all the way up into Georgia, we are still dealing with on land those tropical storm warnings. For the coastal regions, already some hurricane warnings taking into effect. Let's bring this a little further to the north, because I actually want to show you how those hurricane warnings are extending into South Carolina this afternoon, with hurricane watches along the coastline already for the coastal areas of Georgia. So this storm is forecast to push right up along the east coast through this region and then actually try to make a bit of a turn into South Carolina. This is what is left of Tropical Storm Ian, again, forecast to make it just near that hurricane status. You can see still some of the eastern portions of not only St. Augustine, the eastern portions of Florida, St. Augustine all the way down through Daytona Beach, back up through Jacksonville, the coastal areas of Georgia dealing still with very heavy rainfall and even storm surge concerns because you got that counterclockwise flow from Ian. This is what we've been really keeping a very close eye on. We'll get a brand new update from the National Hurricane Center at 5 p.m. That is forecast to at least take it to about a 75 mile per hour wind type of a system. So that would bump it up to back to a hurricane before it makes that third landfall. Its official third landfall near Charleston. Some tracks even try to get a little bit closer, maybe just immediately north of Charleston. But either way, you are talking about this storm still causing issues for parts of the United States even after it leaves the state of Florida. So here is Ian as of right now. I just wanted to show you again that big outer flow, really the flow overall across the state of Florida, still feeling the impacts Thankfully, the bulk of the dangerous weather is pushing out just still the eastern, northeastern portions of Florida, of course, dealing with the strongest at this hour. But look at the outer flow, that wind coming in out of the north, that has just been pushing up water. Again, just near our Pinellas County beaches, just near even down through Sarasota and Manatee counties, keeping it just parallel along the coastline as of this hour. So look what happens as we take you through your futurecast. We're actually being wrapped around with some drier, more comfortable air, so that's why we're staying basically in the 70s right now, even some spots in the 60s, partly to mostly cloudy skies. The bulk of the system is going to continue to drift back into the northeast, away from the northeastern portions of Florida. So the rain will go first, but I'm talking about Jacksonville, St. Augustine, still dealing with quite a bit of wind on the backside of this. Then as we get closer and closer into Friday morning, that's actually when I think that third landfall is going to take place. I think it's going to be maybe as early as 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, but it's really going to be right around midday, just to the south central, possibly northern portions of the coastline of South Carolina. But look at that heaviest rain, the heaviest downpours, of course, the storm surge that will expand not only through coastal South Carolina, but also parts of the coastal North Carolina as well, back out through Wilmington, dealing with those conditions for sure. And then it does weaken and becomes more this disorganized area of low pressure, but I mean, you're going to see spots across the Northeast still feeling the effects from Ian later in the week, even when it's no longer an actual organized tropical system out there. So that's going to be the weekend impacts as far as the nation's concerned. Here at home, man, oh man, you can actually see those clouds along the horizon. This is our Mahaffey Theater weather camera. This is out at St. Petersburg downtown. The pier is off in the distance, and you can actually see, looking out towards the east, that horizon of cloud cover pushing away and those blue skies on the other side. It's 74 right now. And as we make our way through the next couple of hours, can you believe our feels-like temperatures, thanks to our lower humidity, our feels-like is actually matching the air temperature. So what you see is what you're going to get when it comes to those conditions, when it comes to the temperatures, that is. Look at some of these wind speeds. The white is the sustained wind speeds, kind of an average of what the wind is doing within a 10 to 15 minute window. The smaller numbers you see here along the coastline, those blues, that's those gusts that at times still 30, nearing 40 miles per hour, especially along the coastline. The general trend as we move forward will actually be to bring those wind speeds down, and we'll actually see conditions improve gradually. So if we can go ahead and move this forward, you'll see that these forecast gusts are going to gradually come down from that 30 mile per hour window that you were seeing, 35 at times, slowly through sunset, especially once we drop and lose some of the heat of the day, the very minimal heat that we're getting at this point. We'll see those gusts come down to the 20s, and then overnight through your Friday morning, conditions really will gradually improve. It'll be more of a light breeze at best. But today it's still going to be a touch on the breezy side. It's just taking a little bit of time because we do still have that back wind, the backside of that airflow just running all up and down the west central coast of Florida this afternoon. There you go into Friday morning. As mentioned, we'll see those sustained speeds stay in the 20s. Those gusts still a little bit, 20, 25 miles per hour at times. And then throughout the day on Friday, really by Friday evening and especially into the weekend, we'll see those conditions gradually improve when it comes to the wind. It'll make it a little bit easier, especially when you bring those winds down, for those crews to get out and about, to be able to continue to do all those restoration efforts, and also for us to clean up around our neighborhoods and really make sure we help our neighbors. So that's what we're going to be looking forward to. Really, for us here, weather-wise, it's going to get better and better, thankfully. A lot of 70s right now, even a few upper 60s in some of our inland and northern spots. But I do think for the immediate bay, we'll actually see these temperatures try to fall a little bit closer to those mid to upper 60s overnight into your Friday morning. Trying to get my bearings straight on which day it is. We're Thursday, we're going to go into Friday morning, and then you'll notice how over the next couple of days, we're actually going to keep temperatures still slightly below normal. We have that drier air that's been cutting in, helping to make things feel a little more comfortable. We've completely dropped any chance of rain for the weekend, lots of sunshine, and even into next week, it's going to take a little bit of time to see that moisture build back in.
I want to mention something here if we can, just because if you're sitting at home and you've had damage to your home, there is federal disaster assistance available. The President talked about this, President Biden earlier, and the FEMA administrator. But here's the website. It is disasterassistance.gov, disasterassistance.gov. You can go in there right now, begin filling out your application for disaster assistance. That's for the counties of Charlotte, Hardee, Manatee, Collier. Hillsborough, Pinellas, DeSoto, Lee, and Sarasota. You see it right there, disasterassistance.gov, or that number there, 1-800-621-FEMA. So take advantage of that. The money is there for these emergency purposes. If you've had damage to your home, check it out, see whether or not you can qualify for disaster assistance. It may really save you in the long run.
And also, at this point, taking a quick moment to remind people, you know, if someone knocks on your door and says, oh, hey, let me check out your home and for damage, call your insurance company, talk with your insurance company, and work with them. Don't sign over your benefits, and be aware, because this is a point when people can take advantage. A friend of mine texted and said, I just got a text that said, hey, are you okay? Did everything turn out?
Sure.
It was, not from someone that she knew or anything. So these types of things are happening. So be
it's
aware.
Unfortunate. There are just, it brings out the best and worst in humanity sometimes, these situations here. But there are predators out there who will take advantage of you. So just pause for a minute, take a beat, think about it, maybe make some calls, try to determine whether or not these are in fact licensed contractors. Check with your insurance company first too. Check with the federal government, disasterassistance.gov, to make sure, before you pay someone to do some work, there may be federal disaster assistance available for you.
And we say, Eric Glasser said it last night, keep your wits about you. And I said earlier, I had to write down, it's Friday. It's not Friday.
No, it's not Friday.
Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Thank you for correcting me.
You're welcome.
Dave Wagner is wonderful. Thank you. Again, he looked at me and said, what day is it? And I said, I just said it's Friday. And he said, no, it's Thursday.
I know all of us have been moving at a strange pace here.
Right.
We've been broadcasting from a remote studio here because our station is directly on the inland waters of Tampa Bay. So we've been in this remote studio, and at times, we lose track of time because we're sleeping at very odd hours, as are you. We understand. I do want to provide just a couple quick updates for you, because we talked about Tampa International Airport. Again, their commercial operations will resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Cargo will resume tonight at 7 o'clock. Now, St. Pete Clearwater Airport, they say that the terminal will reopen at 9:30 tomorrow morning. But again, both airports saying check with your specific airline when it comes to your flight status. So that is something to note. And then also sharing with you some quick numbers when it comes to power outages, because I know that there are still so many without power. We did hear from Tampa Electric, and Tampa Electric told us that Valrico, we saw Angelina Salcido there in pitch black last night. Valrico and also Polk County were the hardest hit portions of TECO's territory. Right now, as of 3:45, they had 236,000 roughly customer outages, but they have had crews out since even last night, even before dawn, restoring power. And our Aaron Parsegian is actually in Polk County as well. Yeah. Do we have Aaron now, or are we still waiting on Aaron here? All right, let's go to Aaron Parsegian in Polk County. Been there for quite a while. Aaron?
Management director here in Polk County. He says their response to Hurricane Ian and its impacts is going on right now. There are still tens of thousands of people without power here in Polk County. There's still people with debris on their lawn, on their homes, and others that are inside a shelter, but that response will continue over the next few days as they assess the damage and reach out to these people. They also say they are grateful it wasn't as bad as they were predicting it would be 24 hours ago, though they do say their thoughts and prayers go out to the people who it was really bad for, those people down in Fort Myers and Lee County, where they not only send thoughts and prayers, Polk County is sending some manpower.
With the Sheriff's Office and Polk County Public Safety, we've got folks that are leaving today. We made sure that their services, public safety, was not going to impact anything going on here in Polk County, and it's not. We've got a lot of resources. We've been blessed in the past with help here. When we've had hurricanes, people come and help us. So we made sure that, their services, if they leave the county and go help the hardest hit area, wasn't going to impact Polk County. So we're going to help our neighbors just like they have come to our aid in the past.
Those officers are headed down there right now. Meanwhile, for the people in Polk County still without power, they're just asking, please be patient. They're working to get it up as quickly as possible. And if you do need any assistance, those shelters are still available, so there is help out there. In Polk County, Aaron Parsegian, 10 Tampa Bay.
Aaron Parsegian joining us from Polk County. We've had crews all over. I know one thing that we are going to continue to monitor in our area, of course, flooding in our rivers. And we had Eric Glasser in Pasco County, in Elfers, on the Ann Clote, an area that we're going to be watching. Sarah Rosario this morning up in Hernando County. And there was, talk as well about the Peace River too, and flooding there. So it's not over for our area quite yet, and for some of our communities, we need to keep that in mind. And of course, the cleanup that's happening as well. A quick recap for schools, right? I mean, Hillsborough County Schools. We heard from Superintendent Davis earlier today, and he said Monday.
Well, he didn't say definitively Monday. He said
the goal.
That's the goal for Monday. They've got to go through and do kind of an assessment to make sure everything is working properly. Getting back to some of what he said, 25,000 employees, 220,000 students. So it's a big district, 7th largest in the nation. So they have 28 facilities without electricity. 4 are flooded.
Potential flooding.
Potential flooding. 4 with debris. And then 45 have roof leaks. So they've got to take care of those before they get kids into the buildings. But they're keeping their fingers crossed for Monday. But they'll let you know, and we will let you know as well.
And we did hear from Superintendent Davis that he had tried to reach out, little phone tag with the superintendents for schools in Southwest Florida, for Charlotte, Lee, Collier counties as well, to see if they could send assistance to them to support them through everything that they will be going through to help their students, to help their staff. We do have exclusive video from Sky 10. Our pilot, Al Fraser, up earlier this afternoon, surveying the damage really up the Gulf Coast from Southwest Florida. We have that video. Let's go ahead and show you some of that because it really puts into perspective exactly what happened. Let's listen, actually. Let's listen to
probably at least a half a dozen hurricanes that I've flown over, the aftermath. And in this particular case, this is probably one of the worst, if not the worst, that I've seen at the Fort Myers Beach area. It's not going to be good. It's going to be a lot of sad news coming out of Fort Myers Beach. There are homes and apartment buildings that are totally destroyed, ripped off of foundations, roofs where they're not supposed to be, boats up in people's yards, large boats, the fishing fleet's damaged and aground. There's hazards to navigation of the waterways. We did not see much sign of life flying over Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel. We did see a few people walking around. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad one.
Isn't that the truth? They're saying he's not sure whether that's a good sign or a bad sign, that he doesn't see a lot of life there. You hope that people did evacuate, heeded the warnings, but people didn't have as much warning as they might have had because the storm did change course. It looked like it was going to come up to the Tampa Bay area and, of course, hit to our south there. But, gosh, can you imagine riding out a hurricane?
Well, that's what we were going to have to do. Yeah. That's what if anyone had stayed,
Right.
I mean, and as he said, no sign of life. There is video that you will see coming up where you'll see a few people out, and as he said, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to see that. Once we get that video back up, we can share it with you. Just devastation that really goes up the entire way, and so many people in all walks of life impacted by this. And
hurricanes are not discriminating, and that's what you see in this. I mean, certainly the closer you are to the coast, oftentimes the more vulnerable you are, the more vulnerable your homes are.
But even inland.
But inland, and that's the crazy thing about these storms. But you just have to go over to Polk County, Orlando, and those places to see how far it can travel inland. And that's where it's kind of shocking. You think of this as being a water storm, when in fact it becomes a land storm and just continues to go over land and can cause a lot of destruction.
Well, with the rain, the constant rain, too.
Hundreds of miles inland, which is amazing as the storm heads up the coast now. So,
and looking at that, I mean, again, this video, our Sky 10 helicopter flying over much of Southwest Florida to give you insight into what we are dealing with here in Florida.
Yeah.
This community is dealing with in Southwest Florida. And, you know, remember, the governor said this. You know, when he declared the state of emergency for all 67 counties, right? Because all 67 counties are going to be impacted in some way, whether it's the damage that we're seeing in Southwest Florida, the damage that we're seeing here in our communities, or the areas, you know, even across the state on the East Coast that also are experiencing damage, or inland, but the communities that also have taken in evacuees and offered shelter to them as well. You know, looking at this right here, up and down, it is just breathtaking.
So many fishing fleets there, and he talked about this, and you see those boats and other debris. I mean, they'll just be having to clear so much of this away. It will take years. I mean, for those who experienced Hurricane Andrew or Hurricane Katrina, they know this is something that takes an awful long time to clean up.
I believe this right here. So this right here is Naples, like in a residential area of Naples, because you can see the canals, and you can where a lot of people, families live, and they have not a vacation area, but where they live, and on those canals, and just looking at the destruction there. And I think I was trying to see if he was able to get Tent City, which is a popular area of the Naples community, where there are waterfront shops. Here in our area, we are of course keeping an eye on many things, and what's happening as far as damage, and then obviously cleanup, because there's a lot of cleanup efforts. I saw people out very early this morning, you know, clearing out the roadways. Thank you to all of the workers in Hillsborough County, in Tampa, in Polk County, in St. Pete.
Just be careful when you're driving down the road, because there's a lot of debris out there. Let's go to Jenna Bourne. Jen, where are you? Are you in?
Oh, this is the roof we saw last night.
Wow, look at that. Tell us what you're seeing there, Jenna.
We're in South St. Pete in the Tropical Shores neighborhood, and we were actually here when the couple who lives here got home. They said that they saw this damage to their home for the first time on 10tampabay.com when we were out here last night. Take a look at this. This was the roof of their covered patio, and now it's collapsed. They tell me this home was built in 1956. You can see that they boarded up their windows, and thank goodness they did, because who knows if that window would have broken if this roof collapsed otherwise. They put sandbags out, but they did not anticipate something like this happening. I mean, it's just startling to see this kind of damage in this neighborhood. But even out here today, we're experiencing some gusty winds. This is one of the gustiest areas we've been in St. Pete over the past 2 days. And if you walk with me over here, you can see the roof has collapsed right on their patio chairs here. This is what used to be their front porch. And now they've got a lot of cleanup to do. They also tell me that they had some water inside on the floors when they got home. They still don't have power here, but they have a generator, so they're running a dehumidifier to try to dry some of that out. But the good news is no one was home when this happened. They were actually staying with their in-laws during the hurricane itself, and so relieved to hear that no one was hurt when this happened last night, and everyone's doing great today.
Vulnerable. The neighborhood is so vulnerable where you are. It's right there on the water, so I can see where this home might have been damaged because there's a lot of wind in that area. Any of their neighbors' homes damaged at all, or was this kind of an isolated thing?
We haven't seen any other home damage. We're still driving around the neighborhood, but we have seen a lot of trees down in this neighborhood. In fact, the only reason that we saw this damage last night, because the power was out, there's no street lights on, we were driving down the street and we saw a tree in the road and saw that it had taken down some power lines. If my photographer can just show right across the street there where that tree was, you can see now it's been kind of taken care of, moved out of the way. The power lines have been rolled up. But we saw that and we said, well, we better turn around to avoid that. And that's when our headlights shone on this home and we saw the damage. We drove right by it at first because it was so dark out here, but we are seeing a lot of tree debris in the roads that people are out here working to clear that out today.
Jenna, you've really been moving around the Pinellas County area. You've been in a lot of communities. is there one specifically that you feel like has really been, hit the hardest, or is it just bits and pieces? Because you were in Gulfport, we saw boarding and really not much.
Yeah, Gulfport looked great when we were out there last night. We went to downtown Gulfport. It still had power. Some of those businesses had boarded up, but everything looked like it was in great condition. Really, we haven't seen a ton of home damage. This is the worst that we've seen. We have seen a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down around the area, but we're going to continue checking in on those neighborhoods in the St. Pete area throughout the day.
I'm wondering about some of those homes down on the tip of Pinellas County, down around Tierra Verde, Paso Grill, those kind of areas that are really vulnerable and pretty narrow strips of land. So, but I know you'll keep checking for us, driving around and keeping an eye on things. Jenna, thanks so much for joining us from South St. Petersburg there.
Jenna really has been moving around. And I do, she was talking about trees down, power lines down. Obviously, you definitely want to make sure that you report that, and you're very careful, because you've heard emergency officials say after a storm, this is when we see the most fatalities for various reasons. In the city of Tampa, they ask that you report fallen trees, street debris, street flooding. You can call 833-872-4636. I'm going to say it again, 833-872-4636, and crews are going to respond as soon as it's safe to. It's also on their social media, it's on their websites as well. And then Hillsborough County also has a form on hillsboroughcounty.org where you can go and report a fallen tree as well, to make sure that they're able to get out there and help with that. And I saw a ton of Hillsborough County crews when I was driving in here that were removing some of those fallen trees that had been in the roadway, working just to cut those up, move those on. And so, get those reported. I also heard from a Hillsborough County employee that, they have a list, an ongoing list of people reporting, and they are making sure that they get their crews out there to get it removed.
Yeah, keep in mind the electrical lines. If a tree brings down an electrical line, you do not know if it's hot. So just make sure you're
and even
really
approaching
careful
a
out
tree,
there.
you don't know if there's an electrical line in it, right?
Right. So be careful wandering around, and I will say there's often a lot of road debris out there. For those people who are thinking about driving down on their own, down to South Florida, just be really, really careful driving down that way. It's not a good idea for those curiosity seekers. Unfortunately, during these times, people want to see these pictures. You're not even going to get into these neighborhoods, so don't even try. We'll show you these pictures. We have the exclusive pictures from up above, and that will help give you the best perspective.
And if we want to show those right now, that's fine. Our producer just asked that I repeat the number to report the fallen trees, storm debris, and street flooding to the city of Tampa. That number again, 1-833. It's TPA info. So 1-833, which turns into 872-4636. 1-833 TPA info, and that's where you can call and you can report fallen trees, storm debris, street flooding, and then you can also reach out and report power lines, down power lines, any safety concerns, street lights, et cetera, for TECO. This is for the city of Tampa. And for Hillsborough County, there's also a form that you can fill out as well that's very easy to find online. And they're keeping I talked to an employee, and you see the number right there for the city of Tampa. I'm sure if you call the city of Tampa, they will pass it along to Hillsborough County. I mean, they're all working hand in hand. But I did speak to a Hillsborough County employee that said they're keeping a running list there as well. And they are working hard. At daybreak, we know that those crews were out. They were clearing roads to make sure that the power workers could get in. And I heard this when I was listening to the head of TECO this morning. You probably heard as well, talking about normally, I think the number was roughly 160 to 165 TECO linemen that they have, and they have brought in 3,000 plus from Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana. So those 3,000 in addition to their staff out working to restore power for TECO customers, and not just in Tampa, but they said Valrico, one of the hardest hit areas. A friend of mine texted, said that at 1:30 Wednesday afternoon, they lost power. I don't know if it's been restored yet. And I always want to make sure that we're not texting and taking up energy. But then also Polk County, where we saw Aaron just a few minutes ago. as well. That was one of the hardest hit areas as well.
All right. Well, we also want to mention that Malik Rankin is keeping an eye on things for us. Malik is in Lithia, is that right? Is that where she is? All
yes.
Right. Let's go to Malik Rankin in Lithia right now.
We're here at Lithia Springs Park, which is currently closed. Hillsborough County crews just left this area. They allowed us access here to show you what some of this flooding looks like. You can see these picnic tables in the distance underwater, and those picnic tables go back for a ways. A tree has collapsed over one of the walkways, and you can see just how much of this already underwater. Now, our team of meteorologists at Tampa Bay have told you the rivers are expected to crest on Friday. So this means this area could look a lot different in the next 24 hours. Now, we do know following Hurricane Irma, this area saw a lot of flooding as well. And this is a part of why the park is closed now. It's not safe for residents. And the reason why we're even keeping our distance here is when we spoke to those Hillsborough County crews, they told us, walking down there could be a danger. There's a lot of tree limbs that are at risk from falling from the trees. They don't have a full grip on the damage done here, and they need those waters to recede to have a better understanding of it. Now, we reached out to Hillsborough County to get a better idea as to when this park will reopen. We're waiting to get that information, and once we have it, we'll make sure to get it out to you as well. For now in Lithia Springs, Malik Rankin, 10 Tampa Bay.
So many things to think about, so many things to worry about, and getting back to schools, in Hillsborough County, they're trying to get kids back into schools in Hillsborough County by Monday. That is that's the goal that they have, but they have not made an announcement yet, but they will shortly here, I'm sure.
That's right. We talked with Superintendent Addison Davis, and of course, he was saying, just giving us a rundown, 60 shelters, schools opened as shelters, 45 of those general population or special needs, whatnot, and then also the others for our emergency personnel. We are so thankful for you throughout this storm. Truly, I don't think I can say that enough for keeping us safe, protecting our homes, watching and making sure to also making rescues if you had to. In terms of those schools, 28 remain without power, 4 potentially have some flooding. There's debris down, and then there were 45 roof leaks. He said they're dealing with it, but the goal is to get your kids back in there. And we know, out since Monday, we know your kids are going stir crazy. They miss their friends. They want to go back to school, that's for sure.
Bobby's keeping an eye on this storm. The storm trajectory took it to the northeast, and now out in the Atlantic, and now it's aiming towards somewhere else, Bobby.
Carolinas. It's kind of towards Charleston right now. I got a feeling they're going to move that up towards the Myrtle Beach area, and I'll show you that coming up. Malik was just out there talking about the river out in Lithia. This is all of the heavy rainfall in the yellow. So the areas, the rivers, the creeks in this area are going to be the ones that flood the worst. All right, we were worried about the Anclote. We didn't get as much water on the Anclote, so I think they're actually going to do pretty good. But this yellow here is anywhere from 10 to 20 inches of rainfall. Okay, and so that's obviously where we're going to see the most rain, kind of trying to get off and get into those rivers. So here is the Alafia River at Lithia. This is where it's at right now. It's about, 15 feet or so. All right. It's forecast to go just shy of 18 and a half feet. That is the forecast. And that would be tomorrow night into Saturday morning. And then gradually it will come down. Major flood is here in the purple area. So certainly will continue to rise through the next 24 to 36 hours, then kind of crest, and then slowly start to come back down. So if you have interest along the water, you still need those sandbags, right? You don't take those ones down. If you're talking about storm surge out on the beach, you don't need the sandbags anymore. But the rivers, the creeks, yes, you do need that. Now, here's the Peace River at Zolfo Springs. Guys, this thing's beyond the record. The record's 25 feet. It's up of 27 feet right now. And a lot of that is actually due to the rain that we've been seeing because it was real high to begin with. But notice what happened. It had come down. We were down here about 17 feet, and then the storm gets here, and look at what happened. It just shot right up. From 17 feet, it went up 10 feet with the rainfall from Hurricane Ian. So the ground around it was already saturated. Everything that fell for Ian basically went right down into the Peace River. So that's going to start to crest. Well, it's kind of cresting now. I would keep it high for another day and then should be coming down slowly. Now, this is the latest on Tropical Storm now, Ian. 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and pressures at 987. That's all come up if you've thought about it, because obviously lower pressure means stronger storms, higher pressure means a weaker system. But here we go. The Hurricane Center is saying that later this afternoon, well, we've got 70-mile-per-hour winds now. There's not much to get to 75. It's out over water. This is warm water. Shear's not that bad. And so it does look like it wants to forecast. It does look like it wants to get stronger, and that is in the forecast. Now, they're going 75-mile-per-hour winds by tomorrow morning. We're going to have to watch this, because there's a possibility it actually gets a little bit stronger than that. And the folks in the Carolinas, especially Charleston northward up towards Myrtle Beach, would have to deal with potential storm surge there. We do think they'll get some. They're getting storm surge right now in St. Augustine, in Jacksonville, and that's going to go up to Savannah as well, too. You can see the forecast takes it back up into the mountains, North Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. That's a flood maker right there for those folks. And they've got, obviously, it's mountains, so they've got that area where it's relief, and you can actually put the water down in those valleys, and then that runs off really quickly, and that can cause a whole nother set of problems. So flooding issues for the mountains, the high part of even South Carolina as well. The watches and warnings for the hurricanes. We have a tropical storm warning still for the Orlando area, and even over towards the Cape and up towards Daytona as well. That's just because they still have some gusts into the 40s up there. And then you can see this right here, which is a hurricane warning. That's just for the waters that are offshore. But the pink that you see here all the way up through North Georgia, or the coastal Georgia, is a hurricane watch. They have tropical storm warnings in effect right now. The coast of South Carolina, from basically Myrtle Beach all the way down, has a hurricane warning right now. Again, it looks like a minimal hurricane, 75-mile-per-hour winds. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to 80, but that looks like that's what's going to go in. And on the north side of that, all the way up through the Pamlico Sound area, Little Washington, you got New Bern, Morehead City, Atlantic Beach, you have a tropical storm warning for those locations. Now, you can see that we've got just some lower and mid-level clouds coming in on the backside of this. That's it. We'll stay dry today. You can see how this thing just beelined right across the state. It's actually going a little bit further to the east, and so that's why I think it may end up actually more towards, instead of Charleston, might end up somewhere in this area up into Myrtle Beach. But you can see the rain's already there. Their rainfall will just get heavier as it moves away. On the backside of it, for us, it's pulling in drier air. Now, yeah, there's some low clouds with that, but if you've been outside, you know it's only in the 70s, and dew points are in the 60s. So it actually feels comfortable because this storm is pulling in all that drier air. There's some dry air wrapping around the backside and trying to get entrained into that, but I don't think it's enough to keep it from strengthening just a little bit. Here are our winds now, gusting to 36 in St. Pete, 33 in Clearwater, 14-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now in the frost-proof area. So certainly things are getting better. Peak gusts we saw from earlier today were generally in the 40s, but that was mainly before the sun even came up. So I don't expect much of that for the rest of the day. All right, here's the forecast for winds. These are the steady winds, right? We'll say 15-mile-per-hour winds at 7 o'clock with gusts in the 20s, but you can see it does decrease. Notice the wind arrows, the direction, stay out of the north and the west, and so that's going to bring in that drier air. Look at these temps. 76 right now in Riverview, 74 in St. Pete, 70 in Newport Richey. Yeah, it is cool out there. 71 in Bartow. We had people calling yesterday. It was in the low 60s yesterday. I had people calling, texting to Facebook, and well, why is it so cold? It was the cooler air that got pulled down behind it, but that was also drier air. And when the rain came, that rain evaporated down through that drier air, and that takes heat out of the atmosphere, so it actually cooled the atmosphere. It was in the 70s here. It was in the 60s here. And then 70s further down south because we had all that evaporative cooling. This is the look at the wind forecast, and you can see how much of the tropical storm force winds extend into North Carolina. The highest winds, though, obviously will be right here around the center, and then that looks like wherever that center goes in, Charleston, perhaps a little bit further to the north, will have the best chance of seeing those hurricane force winds. Tornadoes are certainly going to be an issue, and I think that's going to be up into the Carolinas. All right, here's the surge forecast for the coastal Carolinas. Yes, this thing is just keeping on going. Now, it's not bad. It's generally around 3 to 4 foot in some of the higher spots. I've seen numbers that go 4 to 6 from the Hurricane Center in this area. I think there's a couple spots in downtown Charleston that will have some issues, and they kind of do have issues when you get a 4-foot surge. Certainly, they're going to have to watch for that. For us, I don't expect any rain. We should stay dry really through most of the week. I think there's a small chance by Thursday. But these bands here, they're going to have to watch it in North Carolina because those are the ones that can produce tornadoes. And watch how that line just kind of moves right up into the Carolinas as we go through the next couple of days. That's tomorrow evening at 8:30. So that's the best chance for that. But you notice still there's nothing back behind that for us except for a northerly flow, and that brings us the drier air and keeps it, just basically keeps it in place. So rainy season's kaput, right? We're done with it. Next 12 hours, we're going to fall down slowly from the low 70s to the upper 60s. What a nice feeling forecast out there. Tomorrow we're going to have some sunshine, but there'll be a mix of clouds in there as well, but only in the low 80s, if that, for daytime highs. North to northwest winds only around 10 miles per hour, so things should be nice and calm for cleanup tomorrow. 7-day forecast, look at this, guys. It's a really nice stretch of weather for us. We don't have much in the way of rain chances. Thursday, maybe, but even then it just looks like it's going to stay dry. So nice stretch of weather for us on the backside of this. It's kind of the one silver lining for getting storms this time of the year. There's usually some cooler, drier air around, close enough at least, it can pull down here.
Yeah, I was always hoping for decent weather on the back end for the cleanup and as people deal with that.
Yeah,
so.
it's been it's off to a kind of a nice morning around here, and we certainly see the awful pictures down to our south, but it gives us a clearer idea of the kind of devastation down there. I'm Dave Wagner. I'm joined by Carolina Lead here, and we are keeping an eye on all the new developments, and there's an awful lot new today. New updates on schools and various things, and disaster relief. We'll try to share those with you over the next few hours here.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of what you would expect after a storm like this. Right. So we're going to show you some video right now out of Orlando of a woman being rescued from some flood water there. Let's take a look at that video if we have it ready for us. Right now there in Orlando, you can see there fire rescue crews there in city of Orlando, Orange County, excuse me, fire rescue. Getting a woman out of the water there, you could see her there. She patted the man on the shoulder. They're very grateful, of course, to be pulled from those waters. Incredible, especially as they maneuver and they're carrying another woman there to, I assume, a truck or some sort of vehicle there to get her out of that area.
Well, you think of so many people around here. Not only do we have a lot of young people, but we have a lot of retirees as well. Some are in poor health, and the challenges of just trying to get around in something like this, and the fear that they face. I was thinking yesterday as these storms were just raging, or the weather was just awful, about all those people who might be by themselves, and you hope that somebody looked out for them and was caring for them, or brought them into their own home or got them to a shelter.
And in a time like that, that's exactly what we need, right? We need our neighbors to help neighbors. And then obviously when it gets to this point, then you got to call in for some help. But you see the sort of boats that they have to use, almost like a deck boat sort of thing, to get people out of these areas, because it's hard to maneuver. I mean, when you have those sort of flooded areas, getting into that water, getting to the location, it can be treacherous, can be difficult, but they're trained for that.
They are, yeah, and thank goodness they have those boats and are able to get door to door. But we also have some video on the ground as well, in addition to that water video right here. This is brand new, a video from the ground at Fort Myers Beach. And you see trees down, you see a lot of debris.
Now, what is this behind? It looks like a pillar, some sort
of piece of concrete
barricade?
there. Yeah, barricade or something. So
trying to just, that's the thing when you have this sort of debris, you're trying to piece together where did that come from?
Yeah, almost
is that a piece of a building? Is that a barricade?
Almost looks like it's
goodness.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just a heavy piece
of
something.
Some glass on top of there as well.
Right.
Could have been a wall. So. Yeah, that is, looks like a very heavy piece of debris that we're seeing there. Again, this is Fort Myers Beach. You can see it looks like some sort of, like a shopping area here that we're looking at. Here we go, you can see the sign there.
This is Chaplain on it. Well, and you just think about all those people who are looking to a higher power right now, or looking for a shoulder to crown or someone to help them out. Red Cross is going to be on scene. I'm sure they're already there in some capacity, but there will be an enormous outreach from various groups out there.
See the busted glass there from that storefront.
Yeah, and you think of all these small businesses, they just really can't afford this kind of thing. Not only the loss of business, but the damage to their business, all those kind of things.
And the time without revenue coming in, without shoppers. So, and we don't know how long it's going to take. I heard you talking about it earlier, Dave. How long it takes to rebuild, get everything back in order, in addition to your business, but your own home. This is very complicated for so many people and their lives, whether you have children or not. This is disruptive. This is disheartening. It's hard.
Yeah,
to go through this.
And then you see this right here, and unfortunately, we've talked about it before, and not to talk too much about the people who do this, but there are people out there kind of predators and will take advantage, and there's the danger of looting, and I've seen it many times in these hurricanes where people just go in and just ravage a store because it's not secured. And so hopefully that won't take place. The National Guard will be on duty protecting, as well law enforcement, and that's a terrific thing. They're going to try to keep people, keep that cordon off, keep people who shouldn't be there from coming in. Frankly, it's kind of dangerous to go in right now.
It absolutely is, and they end up using personnel, deputies or police officers to patrol and monitor the area for that very reason, what you just described.
Sure, and they'll be bringing in people, law enforcement from really all over the country. Hurricane Katrina, for example, I mean, there were law enforcement from all over the Midwest down there helping out, and I'm sure all over the country. But so there will be an outpouring, just like the power trucks, the bucket trucks, the electrical workers coming in from all over the country. Law enforcement comes in from all over the country as well to kind of help out. So we definitely are in this together.
Yeah, the coordination really is incredible, especially if it happened outside of our state. We have our crews who do the same, who vice versa go and would respond to other parts of the U.S.
Okay.
So I'm listening right now. So we do, if you hear me kind of looking into the camera, we have Emerald Morrow up next, and she has, did you hear that, Dave? Oak Hill. Why don't we go ahead and check out what she has?
Hey team, yes, here in Hernando County, this area is really feeling some relief. This area didn't really get hit too hard by the storm, but the feeling is quite bittersweet, especially as we look at all of the devastation, those heartbreaking images coming out of Fort Myers and the surrounding areas. But I want to show you something. We're here at Oak Hill Hospital in the Brooksville area, and as we move into the recovery efforts, this community is really stepping up to help those impacted by Hurricane Ian. Oak Hill will be taking in about 24 patients from its sister facility in Port Charlotte, and they've got a patient reunification line up and running to assist with connecting loved ones. Now, currently, the hospital is open for emergencies, but closed for surgeries as they work to lend a hand to those patients they're bringing up from Port Charlotte. Yeah, and again, even though this area did not get hit particularly hard by this storm, there are a lot of people working around the clock, making sure this area does get back up and running, not just helping people here, but others impacted by Hurricane Ian. Emerald Morrow, 10 Tampa Bay.
Some of those hospitals in Pinellas County evacuated the patients, so now they've got to get those patients back. It is just such a challenge, a logistical challenge for so many of these folks.
I mean, ahead of the storm, we saw the hospital system in South Pasadena move some patients out of that area because of what the facility could handle, and you're right, now it's moving them back and just overseeing that, coordinating that, and of course making sure that each hospital is able to get people to other hospitals that can help at this point, that weren't in the path, that didn't really get hit as hard.
And then you add to that the understaffing of a lot of medical facilities, and it's a big deal. The president earlier today, when he was speaking, mentioned that the belief is there's significant loss of life here in the state of Florida. Other law enforcement have echoed that. We have not gotten any real numbers of, I believe they did mention definitively one person had died, and we certainly also think about those 20 migrants, Cuban migrants. Their vessel sank.
Four were able to swim to shore, but
but 20 others they have been unable to find. So I'm sure they are presuming they're dead. But I'm afraid, based upon what the president said and other law enforcement has said, that we're going to be hearing a lot of these stories in the days to come.
Yeah, when you look at law enforcement, I mean, when they see a sweep of the area, when they look at the aerials, of course, the fear is that there would be some issues, obviously, with loss of life. But again, that would need to be confirmed, and water needs to recede. They need to get in there and see.
Sure.
So, at this point, you imagine the amount of phone calls of people saying, I can't find someone, a loved one or friend. And so then they have that difficult job of having to go, and when they can, search the area and see what they find.
Yeah, it is. The challenge too is that the power's down in a lot of these areas. Cell phone coverage is down there, so it's very difficult to get a hold. I think I mentioned my wife was down there. I couldn't reach her. But I just assumed it was communication versus
Right.
being in danger. But I know a lot of people kind of feel that. You know, you worry when you can't reach someone, you think the worst, but just hold tight. Power will be restored. Cell phone coverage will be restored. And that communication will continue here very
Gosh,
soon.
Dave, I'm sorry, I can't. And I know that I can only imagine that moment
No.
you're calling, you can't get in
Right.
contact.
Nope, she's back.
But
She's
good.
back and doing okay. So anyway, no,
Okay.
I think we all worry. If you're like me, I sometimes go, oh my gosh, I wonder if it's this. You know, you almost think the worst.
I know.
Maybe it's a natural thing, but I know a lot of people are going through that right
Yeah.
now. I can't reach your family members down there, but hopefully they're all safe. We're thinking about you right now.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some new video from Fort Myers. Seeing it for the first time like you. Let's see here. This is from the U.S. Coast Guard. Again, those aerial shots where from above you really see a completely different perspective. You get almost a better idea of what they're seeing there compared to the ground in some ways. I mean, these streets just underwater, Dave.
Yeah, it is really shocking. These are not waterfront homes for the most part. These are just neighborhood streets, whatever, filled with water. In some cases, you know, the water is really infiltrated into these homes, and you wonder how many of these people just chose to ride it out, and now are trapped in those homes, or hopefully they're okay. And this is where the search and rescue teams have to get involved. It's such a dangerous job, but they go door to door, and oftentimes what they'll do is they'll put a marking on the house itself.
Yeah.
And
That it's been searched, or
it's been searched,
passed.
and they also put a mark on there when somebody has been found dead inside, and it's a pretty sad thing.
And you can see they're
hoisting somebody up, I believe.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks
Yep.
like there.
So people go to the rooftops. I mean, if you consider how high the water can get, the last place they go, there's smoke in the background there.
Yeah.
We've seen significant fires around the area.
And may use a flare if they have one, or
Right.
because you're waiting for someone to come rescue you. If God forbid you stayed behind, and we've seen videos in other storms. I remember with Andrew, people sitting on roofs trying to get help and able to get out of areas that it didn't have problems before a storm like that. So
Yeah, didn't your home lose?
we
lose
did.
its roof?
We lost our roof. A tree fell on it. Hurricane Andrew in '92. We were in an area of Miami-Dade County that would not, very inland, that did not really, which should not see that sort of destruction. Yet we did. Nothing like Homestead, but still, we were surprised to be hit in that way. So I can sort of put myself in the position of people here who would have also assumed, I'm okay, this is not an area that that has been hit hard, and then God forbid, and then you see what happened. Then you see what happened.
That is the crazy thing about these storms.
Don't assume that this is someone that should have, that necessarily should have evacuated. Unfortunately, with a storm like this, as it came through, that's the difficult thing.
Yeah, and it's easy to get kind of judgy,
That's
with
the
people,
point, yes.
and you just don't know people's circumstances and why they didn't evacuate. But there are some people who are just stubborn and kind of feel like they don't need to, and then there are others who don't feel like they can, or medically they have a difficult time getting out, or they can't afford a hotel, or they have a pet and don't want to be in a shelter. But people have all kinds of reasons for not evacuating, so try to kind of understand their personal situation.
It looks like we have some more video that we want to show you. Remind me again.
St. Augustine.
St. Augustine,
Yeah.
St. Augustine. So we're going to head north, St. Augustine, to see. This is live. Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah. Live pictures from St. Augustine right here. You see the beach, the waves. And what is...
Very
are
historic
these
city.
like 4 to 6 foot waves, Bobby, or what do you think those are out there right now?
Oh yeah, 4 to 6 foot easily.
Okay, so he's saying maybe 4 to 6 feet. Pretty dangerous, for people in that area. It is remarkable that this storm could go, with the width of Florida is about 160 miles.
Right.
This storm could cross Florida and still maintain its hurricane status.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
It is remarkable. I mean, when you would see it on top and just seeing the sheer size of it, it just, it's a reminder of just how large this was compared to other storms. We've talked about comparing it to Charlie, not the same at all.
Right. When you see the storm over top of Florida,
Yes.
I mean, it's like maybe
They're covering it.
300 to 400 miles wide. So nobody really escaped it in the state of Florida. You may have had minimal damage. You may have had just some debris out in front of your house, but everybody saw a little bit of something and felt a little bit of something. And I think everybody was a little scared by this storm. If you weren't scared, you probably should have been. I've really learned to take these things seriously. You know, as a young reporter, when you're covering this stuff, there's a kind of a level of adrenaline that you have when you go out and cover these things. But there are times I look back, I mean, it's like, well, that was kind of young and dumb. That was not very smart.
No, I definitely make different decisions now than I did 20 years ago when it comes to evacuating.
Yeah, you respect it.
Yeah.
So
we have some more video. Is this chopper video? Yeah, it is. This is exclusive video from Sky 10 over, was this Fort Myers Beach? No, Naples, excuse me. I saw this a little earlier. Naples, you could see here, you know, and Fort Myers. Okay, so we have both, so it's going to be both. So you see there the coastline, you see the buildings, and you know, there are times where you say, okay, well, that's a really safe structure. It's built well. Yeah. Not in a storm like this. Look at the destruction there. I mean, it's incredible to see. I mean, in some cases, down to the foundation.
Right. And you would think that, you know, some of these people in these homes would say to themselves, "Oh, it's well built. It's a well built home."
And the building code has changed significantly from, as we mentioned, Hurricane Andrew. We saw significant changes, but still, a storm like this, yeah.
There's really no way to escape it. You know, the storm is just overpowers anything that man can build. So
I mean, just look at the debris surrounding that, all that wood that you could see there in debris.
And it'll all have to be, you know, cleaned up, cleared out, and it's environmentally, it's just kind of a mess. A lot of this ends up in our waterways, and then, you know, so there's the storm itself that you deal with, and you just try to survive the storm, protect your property, and then you deal with the aftermath, which is water that's not drinkable, power that's out, food that's not available, gas that's not available. You know, emergency workers are really working hard to make sure we have, you know, cell phone signals, gasoline, that type of thing, things we need to live, and the Red Cross and others will come in and help with food and water. But you know, Florida.
And look at how, I mean, those are the tops of roofs I'm seeing, correct?
Yep.
That are just lined up there. They've been ripped off, dumped down onto the ground, and it's just incredible to see those pieces.
Yeah.
Large chunks just pulled together, lifted, and dropped. The sheer strength of the winds and the force that came through that area.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all have had, if we've lived here any length of time, we all have our experiences with storms. We've been through a variety of them here. But Rich Fields has been keeping an eye on things for us, kind of looking at the comparisons of previous storms versus this storm. We're talking, Rich, what, Ian and Charlie in this case?
Exactly right. Yeah. So many comparisons between the two, but I also want to point out some of the differences between these two massive storms. Charlie, look at this. Landfall wind speed, 150 miles an hour. Ian, landfall wind speed, 150 miles an hour. Landfall location, Cayo Costa. Ian, landfall location, Cayo Costa.
Wow.
Look at this. Charlie, central pressure at landfall, 941 millibars. Central pressure at landfall for Ian, 940 millibars. Is that just incredible?
Amazing.
I mean, other than the name, it's just amazing. So now let's take a look at some of the differences between these two storms. So Charlie, speed at landfall was 20 to 25 miles an hour. Look how slowly Ian hit the coast. And that has something to do with the destruction that Ian had on the coast of Florida. And we're seeing it this morning. Hurricane force wind radius for Charlie, 10 miles. Look at Ian, 45-mile radius. Crazy, huge.
Hey, Rich,
peak
real
record
quick.
gusts, 140 miles an hour for Charlie. Peak record gusts, 124 miles an hour for Ian. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you because I didn't want to assume. When it comes to speed at landfall, which one would be more destructive? I would assume slower, but maybe not. I could see either way it could be worse, or it depends on many other factors.
Exactly, a lot of factors, but that slow-moving storm with the same force of winds and everything else, it's just sitting there. It's sitting there along the coast, churning and just throwing boats up and ripping up houses. It's just incredible, the comparisons and differences between these two storms. All right, let's move along and take a look at the current location of everything right now. So we're talking about it being just a tropical storm right now, but it's slowly going to become a Category 1 here shortly. It's about 40 miles northeast of Cape Canaveral, Florida. It's moving up the coast right now. Central pressure up to 987 millibars. It's moving north-northeast at about 9 miles an hour. Again, still very slow moving. Winds right now, 70 miles an hour. Remember, it takes 74 miles an hour to become a hurricane, and it's gusts at 85 miles an hour right now. So the strongest Florida hurricanes at landfall, take a look at these. We come in at number 4th with Ian, Labor Day, 1935, 185 mile an hour winds. Andrew, 1992, 165 mile an hour winds. Michael, 2018, 160 mile an hour winds. Ian, 155 mile an hour winds. And Charlie in 2004, 150 mile an hour winds. So ranks 4th in the state of Florida, hitting the state of Florida with the strongest hurricane. So I wanted to go through too the life of Ian. So we knew it became a hurricane when it hit that very deep well of very warm water in the Western Caribbean, became a Category 1 hurricane, started moving to the north across the western tip of Cuba, became a major hurricane. A major hurricane is Category 3 or higher. Then it traversed across Cuba and was a beeline toward the state of Florida. It rapidly intensified into a Category 4 hurricane, and just look at that route. I talked about this last night. Look at how that thing just wiggled around and wiggled around. We kept saying for a couple of days, gosh, we just don't know where this is going to go, and the spaghetti plots were all starting to just give us so many different resolutions. It was just hard to pin this one down, and man, look at that thing, just crazy. So a Cat 4, 150 mile an hour winds when it made landfall, and then it's continued to move across the state of Florida last night, up through the Orlando area, and then exited out south of Daytona Beach through the Cape, and now is in the Atlantic Ocean and will eventually, looks like it's going to pick up some intensity and become a Category 1 hurricane. But look at all the tropical alerts still for the state of Florida. As this thing exits out, we've got tropical storm warnings extending from Fort Pierce all the way up through the Georgia-Florida line and into the Carolinas, and hurricane warnings along the coast, all the way along the coast from Florida and then up into South Carolina, North Carolina. It looks like it's going to make landfall somewhere probably south of Charleston at this point. But still, a lot of the country is going to be dealing with the effects of Hurricane Ian or Tropical Storm Ian. But look at, here's the spaghetti plots now in for the remainder of the lifetime of Ian. Everything seems to be in agreement that it's going to come up into South Carolina, but then after that, some of the models are having a hard time dealing with the end life of Ian as it starts to peter out. But we do expect it to make that track up through the Carolinas and then continue on up into Virginia and D.C., causing a lot of rainfall for those areas. I don't mean the track going into D.C., but just causing a lot of problems for the rest of the country. Certainly by Friday, tonight, tomorrow, probably sometime it's going to make landfall, and then it'll become a tropical, just a big low pressure system after it's a tropical storm status. So moving along, let's take a look at the live look around the area. It has left us with a lot of cloud cover. We're missing the Bellwether Beach resort camera. It's not coming in, but look at the cloud cover out at Clearwater Beach. Look at downtown. Everywhere you can look at St. Pete, the Mahaffey Theater camera. Look at Lakeland. So we're still engulfed in that wraparound flow of Ian and what is left of Ian with regard to cloud cover today. There's the shot from the Renaissance Hotel looking out over Tampa International. Very cloudy skies right now out there. And then here's a little better shot from the Mahaffey Theater looking out toward the St. Pete Pier. Very cloudy skies out there right now. And let's take a look at current temperatures out at the Mahaffey Theater. 74 degrees, feels like 74. Look at these dew points. We haven't seen a dew point like that in a long time. They've been in the low to mid 70s, and now we're at 63 degree dew points. So wind forecast, we're in the teens through the 5, 6, 7 o'clock hour, and everything starts ramping down as we hit early tomorrow morning. Possibly even single-digit wind speeds. Forecast gusts the next 24 hours, mid-20s. Boom, again, everything late tonight and early tomorrow really starts ramping down into the teens as well. So current winds right there. Remember, we're getting that, Ian rotates in a counterclockwise fashion, so we're getting that wraparound flow back into some of the coastal communities, and that's picking up the wind speeds, almost 25 mile an hour sustained winds with gusts at 33 right now through Clearwater, St. Pete at 21 mile an hour sustained winds. So as we progress through time, we're looking at Thursday. You can watch the upper right-hand corner of your screen, Thursday, Friday, early morning, and you can see the wind speeds really start to die down, especially along the coast, but the winds have changed for us now. We're getting that northerly component to the wind, so everything really coming out of the north as Ian exits out of the area. Futurecast, let's take a look at it right now. I'll put things into motion. You can see that center, or what's left of the center of Ian, out over the Atlantic by later on this evening. I always got to keep thinking of what day it is. We've been working so long. It's Thursday, yes. Thank you so much. I walk out the door. I'm doing these videos for Facebook, and I walk out of the door at 2, 3 in the morning, and I have to think, what day is this? What time is it? So it's just been crazy, that's for sure. So by Friday at 9 p.m., check it out. We're going to be virtually cloud-free, with temperatures about 72 in Crystal River and about 71 for Tampa. Current temperatures now, well, I'll tell you what, many of the northern areas, Bobby, can we trust this Polk City number?
No, the sensor looks
at
bad.
61, sensor's bad. Yeah. Crystal River at 72 right now. Brooksville at 73, 74 in St. Pete. Riverview, you're at 76 degrees. Frostproof, still at 70 right now. All right, so let's move forward and take a look at the 24-hour temperature change. Not too bad, down a couple degrees up through the Nature Coast. They've been a lot cooler. Plant City up a couple of degrees for daytime highs. This is a 24-hour comparison. All right, the next 12 hours, you can see we're going to go from mid and upper 70s, near 80 degrees, all the way down into the mid 60s for overnight lows tonight. And those wind speeds will start dying down as the day and night progress, certainly, and as Ian traverses off the coast into the Atlantic and then starts moving up into the Carolinas for us. And as we go a little further ahead, we'll take a look at the 7-day forecast. Cloudy skies, still windy. Looking for a daytime high, upper 70s today, possibly, maybe 80 out at the airport. Saturday, 83. Look at, would you ever see that on our forecast here in the Tampa Bay area? 0% chance of rain Saturday, 0% chance of rain Sunday. And it's good because we've had a couple of months of rain, very saturated ground. Of course, Ian brought us huge amounts of rain as well, so we could really use to dry out. I mean, 0 Saturday, 0 Sunday, 10% Monday, 10% Tuesday, 10% Wednesday. Very nice. It gives everybody, at least up here in the Tampa Bay area, a chance to catch our breaths and be done with the storm for us. And now it's just a matter of our neighbors to the south and helping them out.
Thank you, Rich. Yes, Thursday, right, Dave?
It is Thursday.
Okay,
the last I checked, it was.
One more time. Okay, so yeah, it's been definitely a long week as we continue, and on the back end, it gets really long as well, right? We've talked about this. You prepare, you make sure that your family's ready, you try at least, and then once it hits and the sun comes up and you realize the damage and what you need to deal with, nothing like what we're seeing in Fort Myers and in Southwest Florida, but still, it's a lot. It's a lot now. So
there's so much debris out there in the area too, and you got to be careful when you're going down the road. So when you are driving out there, you're on a back road that has not been cleared yet. Keep in mind there could be trees down, there could be other things in the road, debris that make it dangerous to travel. I was driving back to the hotel where we're staying last night, and there was just so much debris in the road.
Yeah, there was. And you just have to be careful. You go as slow as you can.
Sure.
As we move through this, we have people who were visiting our area, and also those of you who work out of town and need to get out of town. So we've been talking about Tampa International Airport, and we have our reporter there, Carly Gomez, right now for us with what we're seeing there. We're looking like it's gonna start getting back to normal.
Yeah, we actually just heard from the CEO and the executive vice president here at Tampa International Airport, the executive vice president of operations. They said they've been working around the clock to get things ready and going. Now, the first planes out of here are actually going to be tonight at 7 p.m., but they will only be those cargo planes. The passenger planes, they won't be heading out till tomorrow morning around 10 a.m., but they do urge passengers heading to the airport tomorrow to be ready.
Urge our passengers to arrive at the airport at least 2 hours before departure to give yourselves ample time to check in. Passengers should also check with their airline regarding the status of their flight. The airport has no control over airline schedules. We simply manage the airport, our facilities, airfield terminal facilities. So please call your airline to check on your flight.
So Carly, let's just talk a little bit about, so 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is when passengers will be boarding those planes and taking off. I would imagine there's just going to be a crush of passengers getting to the airport, those who've been unable to travel for the past few days.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you were able to hear that sound bite or that official sound from them letting people know to be there early, to make sure that you are here at least 2 hours early, because there's going to be a whole lot of people trying to get in. And number one thing is to make sure that you check in with your airlines, because they may not be the ones who are able to come in and out. They may not have the employees staff. They may not have the resources to get that flight out. So that is the number one thing before even heading to the airport, is make sure that your airline is ready to go and your flight is still there. Now, secondly, they've been working to assess the damage. That means pavements, lighting, navigation. The FFA, TSA, all essential personnel have been out here just assessing everything from the ground level through the terminals as well. And the one thing they said they found is that there have been minor damages, and that really only includes some leaky roofs. And so they're very happy about that. They say, you know, it's really could have been worse. They really got lucky here. They feel awful and terrible for everyone further south, but here at the airport, everything has been much better for them. Now, those leaky roofs, they're starting to fix those and get those handled before they can allow passengers in. They have checked the power situation, as well as those areas that could have had water intrusion. They say they have not found anything for the concession areas. So everything for passengers is great at this point in time. They're just fixing some of those leaky roofs and making sure everything is fine with those jet bridges as well. So far, nothing bad has happened there. Now, I do want to note that the aircraft, you know, I asked, did you have any airplanes still left here? They said that they have been able to evacuate all of the aircraft, and all the airplanes have evacuated. So the first flight back into the area will actually be tomorrow morning, an Atlanta flight coming in just after 10 a.m. That'll be that first flight to arrive.
Carly, the airport representatives may not be privy to this, but I was just wondering if they've heard of any issues with personnel. A lot of that has to do with carriers, but you do have personnel from the airport as well as each carrier. Any issues with that? Because you got to remember, these are people, human beings with lives who may be affected by all of this.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, they said, although we are just the airport ourselves, we only handle the operations. Each airline has their own kind of situation, their own personnel. Most of them they were able to get out of there on their own aircrafts, but some people that had to stay behind, you know, they were sent out to either evacuation centers or airports, wherever they could find. But at this point, it is still up to the individual airline themselves to figure out how they're going to keep everyone in, coming in here to create that kind of personnel situation to supply those planes for commercial flight to people. So if they are short on personnel for those airlines, they may not have a flight out, but they say they are working very hard with them to make sure everything is looking good, and so far so good. Haven't heard of any massive flight cancellations or delays just yet.
And they said they're still kind of checking out the taxiways, jet bridges, all those kind of things, just to make sure everything's in good shape. But again, just to repeat here, Carly, cargo traffic, 7 p.m. tonight will resume, and then it's 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, correct, for passenger travel?
That is 100% correct. You have that right. And again, it is essential that people really do their homework when they can. If your flight is canceled, you have to stall out. They don't really want a lot of people just sitting in here, because it's not really going to be able to facilitate that many people. So many people's flights were canceled or delayed, and there's a lot of people just trying to get back home or wherever their destination is. So you have to remember that you don't want to be sitting at the airport all day long. Give yourself enough time, though, if your flight is here, to get through those screenings and all of the detection there.
Yeah, and you end up with this sort of trickle effect, right? So Fort Myers is obviously affected, their airlines and so forth. That can affect other means of travel and so forth, and then commercial as well. You know, you think about, you know, FedEx, UPS and so forth, deliveries and things that need to come in. It really becomes far-reaching when we have an event like this.
Yeah, there are going to be people coming in trying to find their family members. There will be people who are emergency responders, Red Cross, all that kind of thing. They may come to an airport like Tampa International, because it's a big airport, more flights coming in, or they may go to Sarasota or something like that. But it's going to be a heavily used airport over the next few days, just because I would imagine it's going to be a while before they're able to open the airport down in Fort Myers.
Yeah, Carly, thank you so much, because I think a lot of people were just waiting and looking for an update like that. You know, you can, get the information somewhat as you kind of go to your carrier, but it's good to see all-encompassing, like what's going on with the operation of the airport, because one affects the other, and just have an understanding directly from the airport spokesperson about where they're at right now.
Yeah, it is. It's important. We did hear directly from Hillsborough Schools, the superintendent there, talking about resuming schools. Now, schools are around our area, no school this week, which makes sense, and they made that call early. But Hillsborough County, they are aiming for Monday in Hillsborough County, 220,000 students, 25,000 employees in the school district, so it's a big thing to kind of turn around. 28 facilities without electricity right now. 4, they believe, possibly have some flooding issues. 15 with debris, and then 45 have roof leaks. So they need to make sure that the facilities are safe before they can get in there. Certainly they have to make sure they have electricity in order to be able to function. But the goal is for Monday for school to resume in Hillsborough County.
And the difficult thing also with schools is that obviously they want to get students back to school in safe environments when everyone is ready for that, because we have to hit that target number of days as well, and we don't know if we might have another storm or something else to hit our 180 days that students need to get of learning time in the year. So you see it in different parts of the country.
Oh,
you see
you
with
dread
snowstorms.
it too. It's like it's the blessing of the curse of having a day off. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to make it up.
Yes, exactly.
Sarah Rosario is in Hernando County right now. Let's go to her and see what the situation is there.
Now that wind and rain are no longer a threat to this area, crews with Duke Energy and with Lacucci Electric are working to make sure that people get their lights back on as soon as possible. We're starting to see traffic pick back up as people who evacuated are finally getting that chance to return to home. They say they're thankful they were prepared and glad it wasn't much worse.
This is what I woke up to 3 o'clock this morning.
Robert Baker and his wife say the sound of this tree falling, uprooted by Hurricane Ian's winds, nearly scared them to death.
And I come to find the tree and all the roots down. Thank goodness it didn't hit my power lines or come on my house in the bedroom where me and my husband were sleeping.
It's one of several damage reports in Hernando County as the storm's outer bands lashed the nature coast, leaving hundreds without power countywide. And there's debris everywhere. This is a tree that fell down, and you can still see the box there with the transformer box. Less than a mile away, we found similar damage near US 41, where deputies moved the tree and downed power lines off to the side. Fire rescue crews were also called to this fire at an auto repair shop off Spring Hill Drive, putting it out quickly. County leaders prepared for much worse say they're thankful Hernando came out relatively unscathed.
The rainfall is basically ended, and we'll have a couple days of dryness now, which we look forward to.
Their biggest concern was the rising Withlacoochee River, already near flood stage, and its possible impact to nearby communities. Not enough of a threat, though, to people we spoke to.
I mean, it's been flooded all the way to the bike trail before, so we're really not worried about it.
With evacuation orders lifted and shelters clearing out, work begins to take down boards and hurricane shutters. Priority is getting back to life as normal, hoping we stay storm-free for the rest of hurricane season. An exact time frame for when everyone will have their power restored hasn't been set. Some good news, though, is that local hospitals here in Hernando County have opened up their beds for people who need help out of hospitals in Southwest Florida. Overloaded with patients, they're hoping to help any way they can. Reporting in Hernando County, Sarah Rosario, 10 Tampa Bay.
Well, we're seeing the extent of this, such a big storm, 300 plus miles wide, so it's not surprising that everybody in our area is impacted in one way or another.
Absolutely, and you saw, the man there pulling down from the boarded up window or door there, and I know what it's like when you put it up and nothing happens, but you just don't know, so it's, you always want to prepare, and so, just getting that back where it needs to go. And
yeah, I mean, that's the challenge living in Florida. We so many of us,
I
mean, there's sort of this sort of risk-reward calculation that you make. It's like, gosh, it's so much effort to go out and get all this stuff, and Home Depot or Lowe's is just absolutely packed. Everybody wants the same thing. You get a generator, that's expensive. You get all these things, and they're not used, and then suddenly you're like, why did I do all this?
Yeah.
Maybe next time I won't, but
that could be the time.
And that could be the time it actually hits us. So
yeah. All right, we're going to head over to Eric Glasser. He is in Pasco County. He's been, really keeping an eye on the area there for us, really giving us some insightful information when it comes to the people who live in that area.
Pasco County is still encouraging people to report down power lines and other utility issues directly to those companies. But when it comes to debris, damage, and getting work crews out into the neighborhoods, they've created a new online tool to help things move more efficiently. The platform was designed to let people upload information and photos so that Pasco can prioritize which jobs need the most immediate attention, providing the most public impact. It also preserves Pasco's first responder issues. Instead of having to crisscross the region looking for problems, the public is serving as their eyes and ears.
They're categorized priority, high priority, low, medium. Also visually, it is on a map, so you can visually see where the hot spots are and what the areas are most affected.
It gives us a way to know where everything's at real time. Before we used to do paper maps. We'd send them out with a paper map, they'd put the dots on, they'd bring them back, we'd put them in the computer, then they could start to decide what they want to do. Now they come in right real time and we can decide what we're doing from there.
The tool can be used to report structural damage to homes and businesses, storm debris, including downed trees and branches, even human needs, including food, water, clothing, and shelter. It can be accessed at mypasco.net through the MyPasco app or by calling the county's customer service line. And the county also has a financial motive here. The online tool makes it much easier for them to compile data and document the damage that's happened here, which will ultimately help them qualify for federal reimbursement. In Pasco, Eric Lasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
And so many of these tools that we have now are helpful on all fronts, right? From those of us who live here, being able to get the information we need, to first responders and government agencies, being able to know more information about us and how to reach our needs should an issue arise in our area. So it's interesting to see, being able to do that. We talked about even the Duke Energy, TECO, being able to follow what outages there are and how quickly they'll be able to come back up. It's helpful.
Yeah, it gives you some sense that they're working on it.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in other storms where, you're out of power for 3, 4, I've been even up to 5 days, and you don't have a clue. And it's stressful, it's tiring, the not knowing.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's
but
helpful.
they're working hard, but you're just,
right.
It's tough.
A lot of folks are working behind the scenes right now. We heard from the president and the FEMA administrator earlier today. And one of the things they underscored is that there is disaster assistance available. And I'll give you the website here if we can. It's disasterassistance.gov, disasterassistance.gov. That is a website you can go to, and it's very simple to navigate. And you can actually right now file an application for disaster assistance if you've been impacted by this in these counties: Charlotte, Hardee, Manatee, Collier, Hillsborough, Pinellas, DeSoto, Lee, Sarasota, and they say that other counties may be added as well. You can also call the number 1-800-621-FEMA, 1-800-621-FEMA, or again, disasterassistance.gov. So please, if you've had damage to your home, business, that type of thing, there is disaster assistance available, and make sure you take advantage of this. It's important. Don't just go to your insurance company and think that they can handle it all.
Yeah, no, you want to get ahead of that. So meteorologist Rich Fields just kind of give us a quick update there, saying that this has now gone to, I know we're going to Natalie, but a Cat 1. So we're going to go over to meteorologist Natalie Ferrari, who's standing by for us.
Yeah, we have the brand new 5 p.m. update that just came in down from the National Hurricane Center. We were talking about this potential all morning long into this afternoon. We officially now have a storm that has maximum sustained wind speeds at 75 miles per hour. Gusts could be as close to 90 miles per hour or near the center of this. So this is all the bulk of it offshore in the Atlantic. But we're starting to get that area a really decent, not only area of rotation, but also that circulation trying to form an eye once again. Either way, all of that heavy rainfall again right over the Atlantic, but those outer bands already scooting across the coastal sections of Georgia and into Florida. Northeastern Florida, of course, still has been dealing with this all morning long, the storm surge and still that onshore flow, those gusty showers that just continue to brush offshore. As mentioned, this is a Category 1 hurricane now, continuing to drift towards the north. Pool pulling away from Florida, but look, we still have some of those tropical storm warnings just to account for those outer bands having still tropical storm force winds along northeast Florida. Back out towards the coast, the marine areas, really up towards South Carolina, even on land as well. This red is all hurricane warnings. So this is expected to make landfall near or just north of Charleston, South Carolina. Let me go ahead and show you some of the latest models, because I do want to let you know that this storm right here, as it just has the center of it over the Atlantic, look at all of the impacts continuing to spread and spread far and wide. I mean, we have a very hefty wind field out ahead of this, but we also have a lot of moisture being pulled into it all across the Atlantic, all the way up and down along the coastline, even just over the coastline of North Carolina, all that moisture just being sucked right in. But this is also a new update that we have in from the National Hurricane Center. Not only is it a Cat 1 storm, look very closely. Friday morning through Friday afternoon, we are now looking at not only a storm that's going to possibly be slowing down. I'm seeing some of the forecasts actually show landfall now a little bit later on Friday, but we could be seeing this storm get to about 80 miles per hour. So it actually is going to try its hardest to continue strengthening as we go through much of the next 24-hour window. You can see, again, the track has, as of 5 p.m., shifted ever so slightly a little bit more to the northeast, just north of Charleston, but still, they are going to be feeling the impacts there all the way there through Wilmington, even into central portions of North Carolina along the coastline. Once it makes landfall, it will deteriorate very, very quickly. However, it is going to have torrential rainfall, strong winds, fall apart over multiple states as it does fall apart towards the northeast. And I want to show you these spaghetti models because earlier in the afternoon, they did start to pick up a little bit more of a shift towards the northern, maybe even north central portions of the South Carolina coastline. Good consensus here. They've been holding on very, very tight as far as where the center of this will fall, but we've just got to stress our neighbors to the north are going to be feeling still those impacts far and wide when it comes to Ian. So there it goes, pulling off. Look at that hefty wind field all across, not only here at home, the Sunshine State. We are still dealing with that west to almost northwesterly wind, and more of a northwesterly wind out towards South Florida. But up through the north, it is a strict north wind, and that is helping to really wrap in some drier air behind this as Ian continues to pull away. Unbelievable. We're just talking about a hurricane status once again. All that heavy rainfall, as of right now, the heaviest of it, the strongest of the storm is offshore. But as we push this through time, that will be approaching, unfortunately, coastal areas of Georgia. South Carolina, of course, going to be dealing with the heftiest into the North Carolina coastline, rather the state line, I should say, pushing through even parts of the Outer Banks that will be dealing with those outflow impacts easily through Friday going into Saturday as well. This all will push again towards the northeast very quickly, falling apart. But I do think landfall may take a little bit more time, a little bit more so into the afternoon going on Friday, and it could be a slightly stronger hurricane. So unfortunately, we're just not quite done talking about Hurricane Ian at this hour. For us here locally in Florida, we're actually starting to get the positive impacts behind the storm, which is that north wind wrapping around. That's why we've been seeing a few peaks of blue, and this is like a deep blue in parts of the sky. Most areas, though, staying on the mostly cloudy, though, and you can kind of see a peaks of blue from time to time. 73 degrees. This has been another fantastic story when it comes to things feeling more comfortable. Even our feels-like temperatures, thanks to our lower dew points, have been right around 70, 71 degrees as well. So look at these winds still coming in hefty out of the north, not nearly as intense as what we were dealing with 24 hours ago, of course, but we do still have some of those sustained speeds, anywhere from about 20 to 25 gusts, getting very close to 35, still 40 miles per hour. I will tell you, as we go through the next couple of hours, especially after sunset, we'll see those gusts come down ever so slightly. Our sustained wind speeds are going to take a little bit more time, but the gusts will come down, especially overnight going into your Friday. And this is what the map could look like as we go through the next couple of hours. If we go ahead and play this through, you can see as Ian pulls away, we're going to reap the benefits of that drier north wind pulling all of that drier air and more comfortable conditions here at home. But you can also see that these wind speeds and those gusts will be coming down throughout the overnight hours tonight through Friday. By Friday afternoon, really into the evening hours, we're kind of back to just a typical north, maybe even a northeasterly wind that'll be about 5 to 10 miles per hour. And that will be a trend that takes us into Saturday, which is going to be fantastic news for not only our cleanup, but a lot of restoration crews that need those winds to be under a certain threshold so they can do their job safely. Over the next 12 hours, mostly cloudy skies, but I do think that will turn partly cloudy even through parts of tomorrow. We're going to get a little more sunshine to break through, but we're still going to be battling a few clouds here or there. Those winds overall will be coming down nicely. Let's take one look at your 7-day forecast. This is one we're looking forward to. You know, it's still on the breezy side, but slowly. This is a very slow, gradual trend that will be coming down and become a little more bearable. By Friday, we're going to try to bump daytime highs right back into the 80s. But let's focus on that weekend forecast. There is our silver lining right there. Plenty of sunshine, no rain chances, and even some moisture trying to sneak back in next week. Only keeping a 10% chance. Not even worried about that at this point.
All right, so 5:18, and we want to, of course, welcome those of you who are just joining us. Right. Those of you who have stuck with us, thank you so much for being with us. I'm Carolina Lead.
And I'm Courtney Robinson. For those of you who finally maybe have that power back and are watching via television, welcome. Or if you're watching on the 10 Tampa Bay app, however you are joining us on radio, we do appreciate you being here with us. There is still so much to cover in our Tampa Bay communities as well as in Southwest Florida, and we will get you down to Southwest Florida momentarily. But first, we want to start in Lithia.
Yeah, that's where we have Malik Rankin for us right now, and she has some more information about a woman who was concerned about flooding in that area.
Well, good evening to you both, Courtney and Carolina. For people that are in recovery mode right now, there's other communities that are just dealing with a sense of dread, because for people that live along the Alafaya River, they saw how terrible conditions got following Hurricane Irma. Now there's already some water accumulating in this area, and for people here, they had several feet of water in their homes. A lot of people lost everything. I'm joined here with Connie Belcher. She was here during Hurricane Irma. Can you describe what some of that was like?
It was intense fear, watching the water come up our street and knowing we only had minutes to get out.
And you know, when we were talking just a few minutes ago, you said you saw those TCO trucks and that sense of dread set in. How are you preparing?
I'm gone. I just came to check on my house. I know this water is supposed to come in within the next 12 hours. I want to see what else I can get out of the house safely and just get away from it, because I can't sit here in it again.
And I know you're encouraging other people in this area to not take this lightly, to get out when they can. Tell me the importance.
There are many people who do not have the resources to leave. And in Irma, some friends and I were rescuing people in a John boat during the flooding. We helped women with children get out of their homes because they were asleep when all this happened. We helped people with food. We did what we could with one little boat, and it was just very traumatizing, and I don't want to go through it again.
And how long were you without power?
We were roughly about 2 weeks, and the debris that was left on this street after they got the power on was 10 to 12 feet high.
10 to 12 feet.
And for you now, as you're making these preparations and as you're getting out of here, how are you just mentally prepared?
Well, it's too bad. We're just, I mean.
And we're having a little bit of difficulty with that, but
I'm sure you
Connie
understand,
Belcher, just one of many residents along the Alafaya who have been through this and just can't do it again. And we're, of course, monitoring that. Our team of meteorologists, they are watching those river levels so that we can keep you informed, prepared, and connected all through this, because even though Ian physically is out of our area
You can still
out of
see
the tropical storm Ian.
Yeah, you can still have issues a day later, 2 days later. We've seen it with other storms, so
Especially
I
along the
completely
river.
understand. Yeah, in her case, why she's exhausted, concerned. It makes total sense when you know what can happen.
Right. And we heard, Governor DeSantis, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, at
was
one point he said, I
yesterday.
think the Cajun Navy's on the way.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
And I don't know if the Cajun Navy is on the way, but we certainly have seen areas, and if we have a situation like that, where rescues are needed, like she said, in that John boat, go in and helping women with children, mothers with children, and getting people to safety. It is a really serious thing. And then, of course, you don't know what's in that water.
Yeah.
And I heard someone earlier saying, you got to assume when we have standing water, we have alligators,
of
we have
course.
snakes, and you don't know what else is underneath, the electricity or anything
And
like
considering what she described, they're doing it with one John boat. So, that's that back and forth and doing what you can to, get to one place, come back. It's a lot, but that's neighbors sticking together, making sure that they're keeping each other safe the best that they can, given the situation that we're in right now.
And one thing that I think a lot of people are keeping an eye on, I'm
Yeah.
sure you are too,
Yeah.
as a mom with two
Yep.
little ones
Yep.
in school. And I definitely
too,
have
yeah.
been. Oh yeah. When will school be back in our various counties? We spoke with Superintendent Addison Davis earlier. He said the target is for Monday. Obviously, 7th largest school district in the country with 220,000 students. They've been out since Monday.
And they have needs. I mean, there's
there's
a lot.
food
There are a lot of families or a lot of students who depend on breakfast and lunch from these schools.
Right.
But then you're balancing with obviously the schools need to be safe. He did mention some issues, some of the facilities
Right.
that they're addressing.
Yeah,
I
he talked
was
about.
watching
So
your
he
interview
was
with
saying,
him.
because we kept talking about 45 shelters, right?
Yep.
What I didn't realize though, and that was news to me, the 45 shelters, that was general population or shelters for those with special needs and pets and
Right.
whatnot. Then there are the other 15
Right.
are for emergency personnel. And oh man, we are so thankful for the emergency personnel, the people who've been, out clearing roadways, out helping families in need, and all of that. So those shelters were also set up. So 60, and he said that there were some issues, of course, that they have found some damage. He talked about there are 28 schools that currently remain without power. We know that TECO is working to restore power, and they have a certain system when it comes to bringing certain things back on the grid. Schools are, of course, important,
Of course.
and schools as shelters are very important.
Yeah.
So that 28 without power, four with some potential flooding, debris down in areas. But then 45 with roof leaks. And Caroline, we talked about this during the August primary when we
Yes.
were both together covering that, the referendum, right, to fund the schools. And so I asked, how does the damage here impact their already,
Dealing with the budget and trying to
budget?
get the money
He
where
said,
it
well,
needs to go.
we use our general funds, and then they calculate it up and they submit it for reimbursement. But he said, when we interviewed him, he said that they still have not been paid for some of the previous damage in other situations.
It's a balancing act.
Yeah. So and then I was asking, I'm trying to find out, have you heard from Pinellas County Schools at all?
No, have
Okay.
not just yet, but we do. I know a lot of people are just looking for information, and our producer is saying that she has this graphic up for relief efforts that she can, I guess, pull up full screen if you can. There we go. So this is just to get you information as you're working your way through this. And this is for a lot of different things. I know people are asking about FEMA funds and et cetera. But anyways, text the word HOME to 727-577-8522. This will give you information about openings, power outages, and then other really crucial information about Hurricane Ian as we go through these recovery efforts. It's all in one place, so it makes it a little bit easier for you. We try to make it easier for you to get to the information you need as as easily as possible when you're dealing with something like this. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, so I actually was able to find Pinellas County Schools on their Twitter page. They did post just a couple hours ago. They posted that thank you for the staff who worked during this time to keep us safe, because even in Hillsborough County as well, there were food nutrition workers that were there helping serve and helping with those who were seeking shelter. But he said that they are working to ready schools for reopening on Monday, October 3rd. Again, just as we heard from Hillsborough County, that could change, and they said just monitor for any additional updates. But the target date for Pinellas County as well, Monday, October 3rd. And it's Thursday today.
Correct, yeah. I mean, they've held that date, but you just don't know as they start assessing the damage, will that be pushed back? So again, this is tentative. That's what they're hoping to do. And with a lot of superintendents and a lot of principals and staff, they want students to come back. They want to make sure it's all about instructional days, right? So we're making sure that we get the time
some people have snow days. You came from New York.
I came from New York, and I also grew up here in Florida.
Yes,
and
you did. Yeah,
it is
hurricane days, snow days. I came from DC, snow days.
So there's definitely that balancing act. But again, the facilities need to be safe. They need to consider, of course, the teachers and the students and what they're going through. And luckily, we weren't hit like what we saw in Southwest Florida.
I know, we really do need to be thankful. But quickly, I will say, Jenna Bourne, she's been out all over Pinellas County. We have really seen her just moving around. And I asked her about damage, and she said, really the worst, remember the roof? And we showed it to you earlier.
It was a nighttime video.
Still joining it. But she was back again today.
Yeah, but we showed it to everybody last night at first, and then we're like, we'll show you again in the morning.
Yep. And so she was back, and she said that was really the worst of the property damage that she'd seen. So that's what, but then we're talking about power outages and all of that. Of course we've got to
I live in
handle
Pinellas
that.
County. My neighbors, Lanai, looked like it was shredded, so you have that, but that's nothing like, a roof coming off that can be fixed, and it's not like a necessity per se.
And also, when I spoke with Dave and I were speaking with Superintendent Addison Davis for Hillsborough County, again, as the 7th largest school district, I said, hey, we know that they're limited in instructors and, they've been trying to fill those positions, but I said, have you been in touch with the leadership for schools in Southwest Florida, for Charlotte, for Lee, for Collier counties? And he said that he's reached out, texts, they've been playing phone tag, but he did offer support from Hillsborough County in any way that they would need it as well. And I'm just, checking around here as we have you, as many of you are as well, to see so Pasco County Schools is saying we expect to be able to return to school and to work on Monday. But they said stay tuned for updates because they are closing their hurricane shelters. This morning, this was 7 hours ago when they posted this, closed their hurricane shelters this morning, and they'll start, they have a whole process, right? They've got to clean, they've got to assess damage, all that you just spoke about as well. So right now, Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, target date Monday, and then Polk, man, we know that they experienced quite a bit of damage, so we'll be, of course, waiting to hear from Polk County Schools as well.
And we were also hoping to hear from the governor. I'm not sure if that's still something that would be coming up in the next half hour or so. Of course, we'll get that to you live as soon as possible when he does, in fact, speak, if he does. Just to give us of course, the governor is going to give you a all-encompassing, a wider view of what the state is dealing with right now. Specific, of course, to Southwest Florida, but of course, this is far-reaching, right? I mean, you're going from Southwest Florida all the way up through, we've seen St. Augustine and so forth. So it'll be interesting to get that update from the governor on what it is that we're seeing.
All right, and really quickly, Polk, because we were just talking about it, Polk County Schools issued a press release. Tomorrow they are going to be closed, and they are going to update students, parents, and staff over the weekend about the status of their campuses and potential return to normal operations for next week. So closed tomorrow, potential. So right now, Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, target date Monday. That could change, so just stay in tune. And then Polk, closed tomorrow. They'll let you know about next week when they're ready to let you know. I think we have some video.
We do.
I worked with our producer, Courtney, on this. So what you're seeing right here, this right here are Sanibel, Captiva Islands. I believe this on Captiva, but you can see the damage right here, just absolutely leveled. And these are, you can see, obviously, right there, that is a hotel.
Yeah.
So that is
That block frame
right.
over
That
there.
block
Yeah.
frame right there. And then this is the Sanibel Causeway, and so there are 3 bridges. I'm going to explain it. We slowed down this video just to help you out. So 2003, they determined Bridge B had some damage. Then they inspected everything. They determined, okay, the whole bridge needs to be replaced. So what you saw right there, those pilings, that is the old bridge that they sank.
Yep.
And then they began construction in 2004. They completed it, grand opening 2007, September 2007, 15 years ago.
Okay.
And today, this is what we are seeing right here. So if you've been on the causeway, then you know, and we're taking you kind of back. It's a little bit of a backward view, but there's the toll booth right
Yep,
there.
I see it.
Okay, so the toll booth, as you go up, and you know, I shared earlier, you know, everybody kind of rolls down the window, you take in that
yeah.
salt
I've
air.
been
you
there.
look
It's
at-
amazing.
Yeah, and you know, pelicans
Sanibel.
fly right by, right next to you, and then you kind of dip down, and you've got these beaches, right?
Yes.
In between the 3 bridges, there's an A beach and then a B beach, and people fish, they kite surf, they kind of hang out because they don't always go to the island. This now, Fort Myers Beach right here, and you'll see there's the Fort Myers Beach Bridge, and then
Yes.
right over there, and this is where we have a lot of marinas, a lot of yacht services, boat services, and you can see where that storm surge has really just lifted those structures and then taken those boats and just tossed them onto the land. And this stretches, see right there, these are so there's a lot of shrimping boats. In fact, there's an actual shrimping shop right there. And so these boats are just pushed up. It is devastation right there.
People's livelihoods.
Yes, and then what you're going to see right here. So this also, as you get ready to approach, to go over the bridge to the beach area, these are the communities. There are mobile home, RV, manufactured communities that are right there. They've been there for forever, and so seeing that and seeing the water still so high right there. The thing that we heard from, and that was exclusive video, by the way, from Sky 10. Our pilot was up a couple hours ago, bringing you to get you that bird's eye view, so you could really see the damage that has extended up the Gulf Coast from Southwest Florida. And what he said, and what I noticed when I was starting to go through the video earlier with another one of our producers, having lived there, worked there, you know, spent a lot of time there. And the pilot as well noted, no sign of life. There aren't people. They're not there. You know, here we saw people, right? We're driving, out and about, walking, checking. Nothing.
That's eerie.
There was one spot where we saw a couple people that were kind of looking, and it seemed like it may be Sanibel. And he said, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Remember, the causeway is the only way drivable on and off. Now you can get there by boat, of course, but driving.
Most people drive,
Then you're there, and there are people. There's a school there. There's an elementary school.
On Sanibel?
I think it's K through 8. Yeah, on Sanibel.
Oh, I've been there. I didn't realize that there was an actual school there.
I know. I always say
I always figure they go back to the mainland to do
There's
things.
a school there. And I always say,
Well, it gives you an idea of how many people live on Sanibel, considering and work that they would need a school there or want a school there in order, because I mean you need to have enough students in order to
Sanibel Elementary School.
Yep.
It's right there on Sanibel Captiva Road, and so there are families that are there, and that it isn't just a vacation spot. It is a place where people live, and then there are people that are in Fort Myers that obviously drive on to Sanibel for work to be at the many restaurants. I'm looking over at Natalie. Natalie knows my favorite spot. We love to go there. And now Natalie too, to Tween Waters.
And you were there recently. Yes, that's
and
hard.
So I've tried to look and see, but everything's down. You can't get in touch with people. But we just hope that everyone is okay. And so that's Southwest Florida, and we have to keep in mind, right, the perspective here. That's what we were bracing for.
Yeah, every time I see those images, I'm reminded of that.
Right.
That's what we were looking at. So we're going to head over now to Brent Solomon, who is at